Across the vast territories of the Great Yu dynasty in the borderland of Liangzhou lay Qingshui village. At daybreak, a pale wash of light crept over the horizon, yet it did nothing to dispel the stifling heat saturating the air. Amid this unbearable swelter, Yunhao, only 16 years of age, slowly drifted back to consciousness. The first thing his eyes met was the shafts of light seeping through the gaps in the thatched roof. The walls around him were mottled and cracked from years of neglect, fissures running everywhere, as if the entire hut might collapse at any moment. The rickety wooden bed creaked loudly as he rose and put on his patriddled clothes. The gnawing hunger in his belly was even harder to endure than the heat outside. His stomach burned, a relentless reminder of how cruel reality was. In the faint silence, a weak cough drifted from the adjoining room into Yunhao's ears. That was his only relative in this world, his elder sister Yunwei. The day before, she had gone out to dig wild vegetables and had accidentally lost her footing, injuring herself in the fall. With not even enough money at home to invite a physician, Yunwei could only grit her teeth and endure the pain, coughing through the entire night. Yunhao went to the kitchen and turned the rice jar upside down, but only a scant pinch of small yellow millet trickled out. He lit the wood-fired stove, poured 2 large ladles of water into the pot, and tipped in the last little handful of millet they owned, preparing to cook a pot of gruel for his sister. It was hardly worthy of being called porridge, more like plain water with a trace of grain. When the so-called gruel was finally done, Yunhao fished in the pot for a long time, scooping out every last millet grain into a bowl before carrying it to his sister Yunwei. "Sister, how are you feeling? I made some porridge. Have a bowl," Yunhao called softly as he pushed the door open and saw his sister curled up on the bed. Yunwei struggled to sit up, her face pale, with a waxy yellow tinge, almost devoid of blood. "Your sister is fine. 2 days of rest, and I'll be all right," she said, but before she could finish, another fit of coughing seized her. Yunhao hurriedly set the bowl aside and helped his sister sit properly. "Sister, I'll go ask old Daoi in a while, then head into the mountains to dig some herbs for you." As he spoke, he handed the porridge to her. The old Daoi he mentioned lived in a Taoist temple on Jiming Mountain 10 li east of the village. He was a half-mad old Taoist who spent his days claiming he was cultivating immortality and comprehending the Tao. In truth, Yunhao had personally seen old Daoi in such a sorry state that even stray dogs could chase him, sending him running in utter embarrassment. Yunhao did not believe in the slightest that old Daoi knew any immortal techniques. To him, the man was just an ordinary muddle-headed old fellow. For as long as Yunhao could remember, old Daoi had lived alone in that temple on Jiming Mountain. No incense smoke ever rose from its halls, and even his meals came in fits and starts, sometimes full, sometimes hungry. Back when their parents were still alive, his mother had been a devotee of the temple. As a child, Yunhao had followed her there to burn incense, and thus became acquainted with old Daoi. In Yunhao's eyes, old Daoi's sole merit was that he was literate and could recognize herbs, possessing a smattering of crude medical knowledge. When villagers fell ill, they would often go to the temple to consult him and have him dig some wild herbs for treatment. Though old Daoi was frequently inaccurate in his diagnoses, poor folk could not afford proper physicians and could only treat a dead horse as though it were still alive. From time to time, Yunhao would run to the temple to listen to the old man tell stories, and in passing learn characters and herb recognition from him. He had thought his sister's fall yesterday would mend after a night's rest, but now it was clear her condition had worsened. He had no choice but to seek out old Daoi, hoping he could find herbs to treat her injuries. Besides, their home was bare of possessions. They did not even own proper tools for digging herbs. He would have to borrow some from old Daoi as well. Yunwei started, then said softly, "It's all your useless sister's fault, dragging you down. Xiaohao, I can't move right now, and I know there's no grain left at home. The mountains are dangerous. Don't go up there. Today, just go to the little riverbank and dig some wild roots to boil for food. As for my body, don't worry about it. Just don't go into the mountains, especially not to Zhuixing Ridge. There are fierce beasts deep in those mountains." Listening to his sister's earnest warnings, Yunhao nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, sister, I know what I'm doing. I won't go to Zhuixing Ridge. You just rest. I'm only going to check on old Daoi. He's so old, and I haven't visited him in days. I'd hate for him to die in that temple with no one knowing," he said. "Then, be careful on your way out," Yunwei murmured. Hearing that her younger brother was going to check on old Daoi, she said no more, as she knew how close the two of them were. She herself had learned characters from old Daoi and thus shared a thread of temple connection with him. Back when their mother lived, she too had been a devotee of that temple. Though old Daoi was eccentric and scatterbrained, he had helped the siblings many times. Of visiting him now could only be a good thing. "Got it," Yunhao replied and stepped out of the house. After drinking a bowl of that watery broth devoid of even a single grain of rice, the burning in his stomach finally eased a little. He had promised his sister he would not go to Zhuixing Ridge, but in truth that was precisely his destination. The Taoist temple on Jiming Mountain lay right beside Zhuixing Ridge. In any case, it was on the way. This year's great drought had left many without food. All around the village there were no wild vegetables, or even edible roots left to dig. The only place where herbs and wild vegetables could still be found was Zhuixing Ridge. Its name was ancient. According to old Daoi, a star had fallen there long ago, and thus it had been so called ever since. Yet almost no one dared set foot in Zhuixing Ridge. Poisonous miasma hung there year-round and ferocious beasts prowled within. Even the most seasoned hunters were reluctant to venture inside lightly. Yunhao, however, had reached the end of his options. Without food or drink, he and his sister still had to find a way to live. Even if the ridge held poisonous mists and beasts, even if it were a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, he would still have to brave it. After about half an hour, Yunhao arrived at the Taoist temple on Jiming Mountain. Seeing the dilapidated wooden gates standing open, he called out, "Old Daoi," as he stepped inside. "Little mouse, you haven't come to see Daoi for days," a feeble voice said. In the ruined temple courtyard beneath a sturdy ginkgo tree, old Daoi lay on a wooden chair, taking the shade, speaking in a breathless, exhausted tone. Yunhao saw that old Daoi's white hair seemed even more sparse than before. He looked thinner and more withered, almost skin and bone. He stepped closer and said, "Old Daoi, my sister fell yesterday and hurt herself. She's been coughing all night. I'm going into the mountains to dig herbs for her. What herbs can treat her condition?" "A fall with persistent coughing, that sounds quite serious," old Daoi muttered. "Let Daoi think. Likely her airways are obstructed, the lungs contused, bones cracked. You can dig some Jigshikeo, Jiguko Gansao, and Leaguanko, and try brewing them into medicine." Yunhao carefully committed the names to memory. Over the years, he had learned herb recognition from old Daoi and recognized these plants, though he was not very clear on their specific effects. "I'll borrow your herb basket and hoe. I'll return them later," he said, his heart weighed down by worry for his sister. He went to the corner by the wall, found the herb digging tools, and was about to leave. "Little mouse, come back. There are some wild vegetable buns inside. Take one to fill your belly," old Daoi called after him. Yunhao hesitated, then said, "No need, you keep them. I can dig wild greens in the mountains." "I told you to take one, so go take it," old Daoi replied. "Daoi fears I won't live many more days. One more bun or one less makes no difference." He sighed. "In this life, I never managed to even set foot on the path of immortal cultivation. No fated opportunity, no doorway into the arts. Otherwise, had Daoi succeeded in cultivation, I could abstain from grain and no longer eat the food of mortals." He rambled on, still lying there and muttering to himself. Although Yunhao was very hungry, he did not go to take the bun. He knew old Daoi had no surplus grain either. As for the old man's constant mutterings about never entering the gates of immortal cultivation or someday fasting from all mortal food, Yunhao had long grown used to them and took them as nothing more than nonsense. Carrying the herb basket and hoe, he walked out of the temple. Behind him, old Daoi's faint voice drifted out, "Little mouse, in days to come remember to come up the mountain to see Daoi. If Daoi dies, for the sake of the characters I taught you, dig a pit and bury me." "I know," Yunhao answered, his nose stinging slightly as he kept his head turned away. Without looking back, he followed the narrow path toward Zhuixing Ridge. In this world, aside from his sister Yunwei, old Daoi was his only friend. Others despised him, but it was a pity that old Daoi's body had already reached the verge of collapse, his life's oil nearly burned dry. Yunhao knew the old man did not have much time left. About the time it takes for one stick of incense to burn later, Yunhao stepped into the territory of Zhuixing Ridge. The deep forested mountains grew cooler the farther he walked inside, and faint streamers of mist began to appear. He did not know how long he had walked when a wave of dizziness washed over him. The fog among the trees grew denser and denser. In a daze, he caught sight of a small stream. It lay in a shallow depression about 3 meters below him. Excitement flared in his chest, his foot slipped, and with a startled cry, Yunhao tumbled headlong down the slope. The world spun wildly as he rolled, a sharp sting flaring in his hands. When he finally came to a stop, he found himself sprawled in the stream. Fortunately, the water was shallow. There was no danger of drowning. The coolness of the stream revived him a little. He slowly pushed himself upright, noticing that his palm had been cut open when he fell. Blood trickled into the water. A long gash split his palm. In the very next instant, he noticed a white glimmer flickering in the stream. Drops of blood continued to fall from his wound into the water. Yunhao saw that all the blood mingling with the stream was flowing toward the glowing point he had just seen. The stream was crystal clear, its bed visible at a glance. He saw that a smooth, rounded stone seemed to be emitting the light. It was only about a meter away. He shifted his body closer and reached out toward the source of the glow. With a splash, he lifted from the water an object about the size of his fist, resembling the jade treasure flasks depicted in the hands of deities on the walls of the Jiming Mountain Temple. Its material seemed neither quite stone nor quite metal. Fine natural patterns ran along its surface. It felt icy cold in his grip. Yunhao examined the little bottle. It was no more than 2 fingers in length, wider at the base and narrower toward the top, with no visible lid or stopper. It looked like a delicate miniature wine flask. Blood from the cut on his palm had smeared across its body. He did not notice that his blood was being absorbed into the bottle itself. He only thought that having taken such a fall, finding a little bottle like this made the tumble almost worthwhile. He peered into its mouth. Inside it was utterly black. He could see nothing at all. He gave it a shake and felt nothing sloshing inside. Yunhao muttered, "It's a bit small, but it could still be used to carry water." For someone whose home was bare of even basic utensils, stumbling upon this little bottle meant gaining another household item. He inspected it carefully, discovering no other obvious peculiarity. Gripping the bottle, Yunhao looked at the clear stream and simply plunged it into the water, intending to fill it and take it with him to drink. Bubbles rose at the mouth with a soft gurgling sound as water flowed inside. He assumed it would fill quickly. To his surprise, several minutes passed, and bubbles continued to rise steadily from the bottle's mouth. That meant the bottle still was not full. "I don't believe I can't fill you," he said, half in challenge, keeping the little bottle in the water and stubbornly continuing to let it drink its fill. Time trickled by, and after nearly an hour the gurgling at the mouth had still not ceased. The tiny bottle was like a bottomless pit, as though it could never be filled. Yunhao's hand had gone numb. At last he had no choice but to lift the little flask from the stream. He raised it to eye level, wanting to see whether it was finally full. Yet he discovered that its interior was still pitch black. The only difference was that now when he looked he could faintly discern wisps of mist curling within. As for water, there was none to be seen. He had poured water into it for so long, yet could not see any inside. When he shook it there was no sound, and its weight had not changed. Yunhao was deeply astonished. Unable to fathom what was happening and unwilling to think too deeply on it, he only knew that this little bottle was no ordinary item, perhaps some kind of treasure flask. He lifted it to his lips, wondering whether he could coax any water out. At once a stream of cool water poured from the mouth of the bottle into his mouth. It was extraordinarily sweet, unlike any water he had ever tasted. After several deep swallows, Yunhao felt his hunger recede. He did not notice that the wound on his hand was rapidly scabbing over. His whole body felt more invigorated, strength returning to his limbs. Could the water inside the bottle be undergoing some transformation? To test his suspicion, he cupped a handful of stream water and drank it. Sure enough, it was completely different from what had flowed from the bottle. There was no trace of that sweetness. So the little bottle was a treasure that could alter the quality of water. The thought seemed not entirely unreasonable. Counting the time, more than 2 hours had already passed. Yunhao still had herbs to dig for his sister and could not afford further delay. He then placed the treasure flask into the herb basket. At first he worried that without a lid the bottle might spill its contents if tipped over, but he need not have worried. Though it appeared to have no stopper, not a single drop of water leaked out, even when the bottle lay on its side. He experimented and discovered that only when he consciously wished to pour water from it would any flow out. Shouldering the herb basket and taking up the hoe, he began searching for medicinal herbs. Common herbs were not hard to find. After spending most of an hour, Yunhao managed to dig up the specific plants needed to treat his sister. Along the way, he also came across a wild yam and some edible wild greens. Filling half the basket, boiled together, they would be enough to feed him and his sister for 2 meals. His harvest was not bad at all, and Yunhao was in good spirits as he prepared to head home. Just then, however, a long, piercing howl echoed through the mountains. Startled, his heart clenched with sudden tension. Stories of ferocious beasts in Juexing Ridge were no empty talk. Roar. This was followed by a series of snorting, chuffing sounds. The former sounded like a great beast, according to the old Taoist that should be a tiger. The latter was a wild boar, and it seemed to be only a few dozen meters away. Yunhao's body tensed, and his first instinct was to run. Yet on second thought, this was deep mountain forest. If he ran and made noise, there was no way he could outrun a ferocious beast. In a moment like this, remaining still was better than moving. Fortunately, after a while the sounds gradually receded into the distance. Yunhao finally let out a breath of relief. He waited a little longer, and only when he could no longer hear any roaring did he truly relax. He thought of leaving at once. But just as he turned around, he halted again. Those sounds from before had clearly been the noise of beasts fighting. Whether it was a tiger hunting wild boars or some other brutal struggle between predators. One side had to be injured surely. He wondered if one of them might even have died. If so, he could go take a look. Perhaps there would be something to pick up for free. Fortune favors the bold. Yunhao decided to go and have a look. He would be careful. If any beasts were still there, he simply would not get too close. If one had truly been killed or badly wounded, he would scavenge the carcass. In times when people could hardly fill their stomachs, a single piece of meat could mean survival. With that thought, Yunhao slowly made his way toward the place where the roars had come from. After pushing through a patch of brambles, he saw a large area of shrubs toppled in all directions. The ground was pitted with uneven hollows, the churned up earth looking as if it had been plowed. There were also bloodstains. The air was thick with a rank metallic stench. He saw no beasts anywhere. Yunhao knew they had gone far away. On the ground lay clumps of fur and the footprints of 2 large kinds of wild beasts. It must have been a sounder of wild boars being chased, hunted, and scattered by a tiger. Unfortunately, there was no sign of any carcass. Yunhao could not help but feel slightly disappointed. He took a few steps forward, and the ground suddenly felt soft beneath his foot. "Oh, what's this?" He lowered his head to look. It was actually a tail. About a foot long, a wild boar's tail. It must have been bitten off by the tiger. His heart leapt with joy. He finally had some meat to eat. If he stewed it with wild yam later, it would at least satisfy a bit of his craving. He took down his medicine basket, wrapped the boar's tail in a piece of grass leaf, and placed it inside. Just as he was about to stand up, he noticed about a meter ahead the edge of a big pit that had been rooted out by wild boars, where half a yellow medicinal root was exposed. A rich medicinal fragrance still lingered in the air. Yunhao looked closely, and his expression turned to delight. "Ginseng, it's ginseng." It was as thick as a finger, the lower end clearly bitten off, while the upper part still carried its ginseng stem and leaves. He was certain this was half a ginseng root. The old Taoist had taught him how to recognize ginseng, and had said it was valuable and a great tonic, so the image of ginseng was deeply imprinted in his mind. After the initial excitement, Yunhao sighed softly. What a pity it's only half a root. Its value is greatly reduced. He remembered the old Taoist saying that only ginseng with an intact body and roots fetched a good price. But then he reconsidered. He had picked it up for free anyway. Even if he could not sell it, he could save it to nourish his elder sister's body. Brushing the dirt clean, Yunhao casually slipped the half ginseng into the precious little bottle. Half a ginseng was still ginseng, it was precious, and putting it into the little bottle would keep it from being damaged. Only then did he hoist the medicine basket onto his back, shoulder his hoe, and head home. When he had come out, the weather had been scorching, and with nothing oily in his stomach, even walking had made his legs wobbly. On the way back, though, Yunhao strode like the wind, and felt he reached home in no time. Such a stark difference in Yunhao's mind could only be related to the water from the little bottle. Ever since he had drunk from it, his physical condition had been consistently good. By the time he arrived home, dusk had already fallen. He stepped into the courtyard and called out to his elder sister, announcing his safe return. He knew she would worry whenever he went out. Hearing Yunwei's response, Yunhao headed for the kitchen. He took the little bottle out from the medicine basket. At this moment, he was startled to discover that the previously wilted ginseng leaves were now lush and vibrant, every leaflet fully unfurled. It no longer looked like a half-chewed medicinal remnant dug up and bitten off by wild boars, but as if it were still growing in rich soil brimming with life. Yunhao then casually pulled the ginseng out of the bottle. The next instant, his eyes widened in shock. The half ginseng root had actually become whole, complete in body and root. It was now over half a foot long, and even faintly bore a humanoid shape. It also seemed thicker than before. After staring dumbly for a long moment, Yunhao wondered if the water in the bottle had taken effect by soaking it. If that were true, it would mean that ordinary stream water, once transformed by the bottle, now carried a powerful vitality. If even a severed ginseng root could be restored to wholeness, the life force in the bottle's water could only be imagined. He decided to test it on something else and see what the result would be. With this in mind, he went to a corner of the courtyard wall where his sister had planted some flowers and grasses. Because of the severe drought and 3 months without rain, their leaves had long since withered. Holding the little bottle, he focused on pouring out some water to irrigate the withered plants. A clear stream flowed from the mouth of the bottle. After watering them, Yunhao returned to the kitchen, planning to wait until the next day to see whether those dry flowers and grasses would change. He then used the bottle's water to decoct medicine for his sister first. After lighting the wood fire at stove, he singed the boar's tail over the flames, cleaned it thoroughly, cut it in half, and saved the remaining half for the next day. He washed some wild yam and wild vegetables. Then he poured half a pot of water from the little bottle into the pot, added salt, and began to stew everything together. As the pot came to a boil, a rich fragrance spread through the air, making Yunhao swallow involuntarily. His stomach growled in response. Though it was only half a chopped-up boar's tail, it still counted as meat. Tiny beads of fat floated on the surface of the soup. With the addition of wild yam and wild greens, it became a pot of true delicacy. When it was done, he filled a bowl for his sister and carried it over. That meal the pair of siblings ate with great relish. When Yunwei asked where the minced meat had come from, Yunhao half-truthfully replied that he had gone into the mountains with the old Taoist and picked it up there along with the ginseng and the boar's tail. He did not mention the little bottle, not because he distrusted his sister, but because some instinct told him that its secret was best known to him alone. After the meal, he brought his sister her medicine and watched as she drank it. Once he had washed the bowls and chopsticks and tidied up, night had already fallen. He went back to his room to sleep. He had to rise early the next day. He planned to take the ginseng to town to sell it and buy some grain. Lying on the rickety wooden bed, Yunhao hugged the little bottle to his chest and drifted into sleep. Later that night, moonlight shone through the holes in the thatched roof, and a shaft of silver light happened to fall upon the little bottle cradled in Yunhao's arms. At that moment, unseen by anyone, the bottle emitted a gentle halo like countless tiny grains of light spreading outward to envelop Yunhao's entire body. Each speck of light sank into Yunhao's body and vanished like raindrops seeping into soil. When he opened his eyes the next day, the sky was already bright. Unlike usual, Yunhao awoke with a youthful vigor, his body full of energy, his spirit better than it had ever been. He felt strength coursing through every limb. After putting on his patched clothes, he felt that they had become a size too small. He stared blankly for a moment before realizing that it was not the clothes that had shrunk, but his own body that had grown taller. Those same clothes had been loose just yesterday, and now they had tightened overnight, leaving him completely baffled. He did not dwell on the matter, however. Hearing sounds from the kitchen, he went out and found his sister busy there. Thinking back, he realized she had not coughed at all the previous night. Seeing her bustling about, he felt a surge of joy, knowing that the medicines the old Taoist had prescribed were finally working. At last, the old man had proven reliable for once. "Sis, are you feeling better?" Yunhao stood at the kitchen door and asked. Yunwei looked up at her younger brother and smiled. "I'm better now. I'm not coughing anymore and my body doesn't ache. The medicine the old Taoist told you about works very well. Go wash up. I've made porridge with yam and wild greens." "All right, as long as you're better. But don't overwork yourself yet. Rest a few more days." "Don't worry, I'm fine now." After a few more words, Yunhao went to the latrine, and when he came out, the corner of his eye caught a patch of vibrant green by the wall. His heartbeat quickened. Upon waking, he had already stumbled upon a pleasant surprise. It was the patch of withered flowers and grasses he had watered with the bottle's water the day before. Yesterday their leaves had been yellow and shriveled, but now they were lush and green, bursting with vitality, and among them a small flower had even bloomed. It was nothing short of a miracle. It now seemed clear that the water had a growth-accelerating effect. Thinking this through, Yunhao's heart burned with excitement. Did this not mean that he could use the bottle's water to cultivate grain, medicinal herbs, and more? Suppressing his excitement, he finished his bowl of wild vegetable porridge and prepared to head for town to sell the ginseng. When he returned, he planned to buy some rice seed and medicinal seeds to plant, all to be watered by the bottle's water. In the future, perhaps he and his sister would no longer have to go hungry. Worried about Yunhao, Yunwei wanted to go with him, but he refused. The town was more than 40 li away, and he feared her still recovering body would not endure the journey. In previous years, he had followed the old Taoist to town and was not afraid of losing his way. After more than an hour on the road, Yunhao reached the town and headed straight for its largest pharmacy, Xinglin Hall. Upon entering and reaching the counter, the shopkeeper asked, "Young man, are you here to see a doctor or to have a prescription filled?" Yunhao replied frankly, "Shopkeeper, may I ask if you purchase medicinal herbs?" The shopkeeper glanced at the medicine basket on Yunhao's back and said pleasantly, "We do. Xinglin Hall is the largest pharmacy in town. We treat patients, sell medicine, and also buy herbs. What medicinal materials do you have to sell? As long as the quality is good, the price will be fair." In a year of severe drought and poor harvest, it was hardly unusual for mountain folk to gather herbs to supplement their livelihood. Yunhao took out the ginseng wrapped in grass leaves from the medicine basket and placed it on the counter. He picked up the ginseng and examined it closely. After a while, the smile on his face deepened as he looked at Yunhao and said, "This is the most complete ginseng root I have ever seen. Young brother, your skill in foraging is truly remarkable. Not a single fine root is broken." In response to the shopkeeper's praise, Yunhao gave a simple smile and did not speak, but in his heart he thought, "What skill do I have? The intact roots are all thanks to the treasure bottle." The treasure bottle hidden in his bosom possesses the ability to revive severed limbs, but what it revives are the severed roots of ginseng. Seeing the smile on the shopkeeper's face, he knew this deal was secure. The shopkeeper would certainly accept the ginseng. He just didn't know what price he would offer. Yunhao felt a bit of anticipation about this. The shopkeeper said, "This ginseng is over 6 years old. Generally, a ginseng of this age would only be worth about 2.5 taels of silver. But young brother, this ginseng is in exceptionally good condition. It is difficult to find medicinal herbs these days, so I won't shortchange you. How about 3 taels of silver?" Upon hearing 3 taels of silver, Yunhao's heart leapt. To him, who often went hungry, this was truly a fortune. In the streets, a single coin could buy a big meat bun or half a pound of coarse salt. 10 coins would buy a liter of rice, enough to last several days if rationed. 1 tael of silver equals 1,000 coins, so 3 taels would amount to a full 3,000 coins. This was a huge sum. He couldn't help but exclaim that he was about to get rich. Seeing that Yunhao was silent, the shopkeeper thought he was dissatisfied with the amount and couldn't help but say, "Young brother, 3 taels of silver is already quite generous. You can ask around other pharmacies. Our Xinglin pharmacy offers the highest price in the entire Xinga town." Yunhao was not dissatisfied at all. It was just that the impact of 3 taels of silver was too overwhelming for him, and he was momentarily stunned. He quickly said, "Deal. Great, straightforward. Do you want the money in silver or in coins?" The shopkeeper asked. Fearing that Yunhao, a country boy, might not understand, He explained 1 tael of silver equals 1 hanging coin, and 1 hanging coin is 1,000 coins. Loose coins are easier to spend. 3 hanging coins. Yunhao replied. He actually knew the currency conversion the old Taoist had taught him before. After leaving the Xinglin pharmacy, Yunhao felt a bulge in his pocket. Selling the ginseng for 3 hanging coins felt like a dream. With this money, he and his sister would not starve this year, and could even eat their fill. Next, he aimed to improve their living conditions. He first arrived at the bun shop. The fragrant big meat buns were something he had never eaten before. Next, he aimed to improve their living conditions. He first arrived at the bun shop. The fragrant big meat buns were... At that time, he had thought that when he had money, he would also want to take a bite of the juicy big meat bun until he was full. Just as he entered the bun shop, he was stopped by a shop assistant who scolded him, Hey, stop. Go beg elsewhere. Yunhao's youthful blood surged. He reached into his bosom, pulled out a hanging coin, and slammed it on the table, saying, You must be blind, I am not a beggar. The shop assistant looked at the hanging coin Yunhao had slapped on the table. His eyes widened. This was 1,000 coins, and he felt extremely embarrassed. The shopkeeper immediately rushed over, kicked the shop assistant, and scolded, You blind fool, hurry up and apologize to the young lord. My apologies, young lord, I was wrong. The shop assistant bowed and apologized. The shopkeeper smiled and said, Young lord, please don't be angry. The thing is... He glanced at Yunhao's shabby clothing and continued, It's just that beggars have been coming in these days, and it's truly tiresome. The young assistant is just a bit slow. Oh, please don't hold it against him. Please take a seat. Humph. Yunhao snorted lightly. Seeing the other party apologize, he no longer paid attention and said to the shopkeeper, First bring me 10 big meat buns. Okay, young lord, just a moment. Soon 10 big meat buns were served. Yunhao swallowed hard and began to eat. With each bite, juice flowed from his mouth. At that moment, his eyes even reddened. It was his first time eating meat buns at this age. Delicious. The meat buns were as big as a sandbag with thin skin and plenty of meat. Yunhao devoured them, 2 bites for 1. He ate so quickly that he almost choked. He took out the treasure bottle to drink some water. The cool and sweet water refreshed him. He realized that the water in the treasure bottle seemed to be even sweeter than yesterday. After finishing all 10 big meat buns, he felt that he had only barely filled his stomach. Bring me 10 more. Since he had the money, he thought he would eat until he was full. Under the astonished gazes of the shopkeeper and the assistant, Yunhao managed to eat 30 big meat buns before burping. He himself was surprised at his current appetite. He also ordered 20 more meat buns to take back for his sister, and he needed to get a portion for the old Taoist too. He spent 50 coins. As he was leaving, the shopkeeper asked, Young lord, are you a martial artist? Yunhao was taken aback. Why do you ask? The shopkeeper smiled. Ordinary people can only eat about 15 of my big meat buns at most. Only martial artists have a greater appetite due to their high energy consumption. Yunhao did not expect the shopkeeper to think of him as a martial artist. He just smiled without answering. It was true that his appetite had grown, so it wasn't surprising to be mistaken for a martial artist. He knew about martial arts. His cousin from his uncle's family practiced at the martial arts hall in town, and there were several other well-off boys in the village who also practiced martial arts. The Dayu dynasty valued martial arts, and the martial spirit was particularly prevalent in the borderlands. If one could become a martial master, they could take the martial scholar exam and go to the capital, which would lead to a bright future. At the very least, one could serve as a guard for wealthy families with a salary sufficient to support a family. He had heard stories from the old Taoist about chivalrous heroes in the martial world, causing Yunhao to long for such a life. He also wanted to practice martial arts, but unfortunately practicing martial arts required paying the martial arts hall, and the food expenses for martial artists were beyond the means of an ordinary family. Shaking his head, he pushed these thoughts aside. For him, being able to eat enough and survive was the most important thing, so he went to buy supplies. He found a ready-made clothing shop, intending to buy a set of clothes for himself and his sister. Today, the shop assistant had mistaken him for a beggar because his coarse hemp clothing was indeed tattered, and his height made the current clothes too small. His sister Yunwei also wore the same set of clothes with patches sewn on them through the years. After asking around, he found that a set of ready-made hemp clothing cost 80 coins, slightly better cotton clothing cost 150 coins, and even better silk and brocade started at a price in silver, which he could not afford. After picking through the options, he finally gritted his teeth and decided to buy 2 sets each of cotton and hemp clothing to alternate. The brother and sisters' 4 sets cost 460 coins. Then he found another pharmacy and bought 10 ginseng and huangjing seeds to plant, spending 100 coins. He didn't buy them at the previous pharmacy because Yunhao felt that the shopkeeper was honest. If he could use the treasure bottle to grow ginseng in the future, he could sell it. With the water from the treasure bottle, it could stimulate growth, but he had to be cautious not to raise suspicions by using it too frequently. He also bought 3 dough of rice seed, 10 pounds of white flour, 2 pounds of fatty pork, some salt, a hoe, a firewood knife, and so on. These were all daily necessities. After this round of shopping, he was shocked to find that he had spent 1,500 coins, which made him feel a bit pained. Everything was packed into a large sack tied up and slung over his shoulder as he headed home. The 3 dough of rice was the heaviest, weighing about 30 liters, while the other items added up to nearly 100 pounds. However, with the weight on his back, Yunhao did not feel it was too heavy. He still walked briskly. He had eaten his fill and felt an abundance of energy. Of course, he believed that the reason for his great strength was related to drinking the treasure bottle's water. Stepping into the shade from the scorching sunlight, Yunhao was already sweating from his forehead. Just as he was contemplating whether to find a place to rest, he noticed 2 men appear in his line of sight. They both wielded sturdy wooden sticks. When they looked at him, their eyes were filled with greed. At that moment, even though he had little experience in handling such situations, he sensed something was amiss. It seemed that the other party was not beggars, refugees, bandits. This was Yunhao's first reaction. He turned around and wanted to run. "You can't escape, kid." Suddenly, 2 more appeared behind him. Surrounded by 4 men, all wielding wooden sticks, he asked, "What do you want?" Yunhao was experiencing this for the first time. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous, but he forced himself to appear calm. One of them chuckled darkly. "What do we want?" "He hand over your money and belongings. We're only after wealth. We can spare your life. Otherwise, we'll kill you and leave your body in the wilderness where no one will know." As they threatened him fiercely, the 4 men slowly closed in. In a panic, Yunhao drew the firewood axe he had just bought today and raised it, saying, "I have a knife. You better not come any closer." The 4 men were taken aback, halting 3 meters away. Although it was a firewood axe, it was still a weapon. They were all refugees who had fled to Xinghe town and were constantly searching for ways to survive. Robbing for money had become their livelihood. Yunhao had been buying a lot in town, making him a target for them. They had followed him into the woods before making their move. The leader snorted coldly. "This little brat is looking for death. With 4 of us, how can we not take him down with just a stick each?" He then instructed the other 3, "Let's go all out. He's just a kid. Since he doesn't know what's good for him, we'll kill him. He has 3,000 won on him, which should be enough for us to survive." Hearing the mention of 3,000 won made Yunhao realize he had been targeted by the 4 men for some time. Faced with the fierce-looking men, he tightened his grip on the firewood axe, his palms sweating. But when he thought about having to hand over his money and food, Yunhao refused to comply. This was the money for his and his sister's survival. It was a matter of life. Whoever tried to rob him would be met with fierce resistance. With this thought in mind, Yunhao's eyes turned red with rage as he shouted, swinging the firewood axe, "Come on! They'll kill every last one of you, if you don't know when to give up." The leader signaled to the others, and suddenly a stick came crashing down towards Yunhao's head. The other 3 also aimed their attacks at Yunhao. It was clear that this was not their first time doing this. Facing the blow aimed at his head, Yunhao instinctively swung the axe to block. Clang! Ouch! The long stick in the leader's hand was severed by Yunhao's strike and flew up. He never expected the young man to possess such terrifying strength. The resulting force shattered his palm, causing him to cry out in pain. Immediately after, Yunhao took 2 strikes on his legs and back. However, the blow to his back hit the burlap sack and didn't hurt. The hit on his leg made him gasp, but he could endure it. Seeing that he had severed the thick wooden stick from the opponent's hand, Yunhao felt a surge of confidence. His mind was consumed with a single thought: kill them to protect his money. If he didn't kill them, it would be his own life on the line. Enduring the pain in his leg, Yunhao suddenly stepped forward and swung the axe at the man who had lost his stick. Thud! With a scream, the man's head flew off. The ordinary firewood axe severed the head not due to its sharpness, but because of the overwhelming strength in Yunhao's hands. The other 3 men were stunned at the sight of their leader's head rolling on the ground. For a moment, they were frozen in place. However, Yunhao was blinded by rage. With the blood in the sight of the head, his heart raced. All he saw were the remaining 3 men. "Die! They'll kill you all!" Yunhao yelled, completely indifferent to their frantic attacks. The 3 refugees were instead frightened by Yunhao's reckless demeanor. Another one fell into a pool of blood, having his arms severed before the second strike took off half his head, causing his death. "Run!" The last 2 finally snapped back to reality. They could hardly believe that this young man possessed such strength, like a madman. Yunhao chased after the 3rd person and struck him down with one swing of the axe. The last one had already run dozens of meters away. At this moment, he threw the axe towards that person. With a scream, the firewood axe embedded itself into his back. In one breath, Yunhao had killed 4 would-be robbers. He gasped for breath. Looking at the broken bodies on the ground, his mind went blank. He finally collapsed to the ground. "I killed someone." His face turned pale. His stomach churned, and he vomited profusely. He expelled all 10 large meat buns he had eaten, stopping only when there was nothing left to throw up. After catching his breath for a moment, he trembled as he took out the precious bottle from his pocket and drank deeply. A stream of cool water flowed down, easing his agitation. His thoughts gradually returned to normal. "You wanted to rob me and kill me. I wanted to survive, so it was justified for me to kill you. I did nothing wrong." After saying this, he became resolute. Remembering the words of the old Taoist priest, he realized that this world was a cruel one. If you didn't kill, others would kill you. If he wanted to survive, he had to be ruthless. He walked over and pulled the axe from the last man's back, not looking back as he left the woods. In this chaotic world, the deaths of a few refugees went unnoticed. He did not stop walking all the way to the entrance of Qingshui village. Instead of going home first, he headed to the river. He was covered in blood and needed to wash up. A few minutes later, he washed his face clean in the river, changed out of his old clothes, and threw them directly into the water, donning a new green cotton short shirt. After cleaning the firewood axe, he glanced at the already dull blade. The newly bought axe was not sharp, yet it could sever a person's head. Yunhao understood that it was due to his increased strength. To confirm his thoughts, he looked at a stone the size of a grinding millstone and exerted himself, lifting the stone effortlessly. In the past, he wouldn't have been able to even move it. Yunhao knew that his increased strength was certainly due to the precious bottle. He thought about how to use the bottle well to change his and his sister's lives. Perhaps the martial arts he once dared not to dream of could be achieved with the help of the precious bottle, allowing him to grow crops and medicinal herbs to exchange for money to attend the martial arts school in town. The incident with the 4 refugees who tried to kill him for robbery was a perfect example. In this world of martial arts, people wouldn't dare bully him. As he walked, his heart gradually calmed. He was no longer nervous or afraid. Shouldering the burlap sack and taking the axe back home, he entered the village and encountered some villagers. They all saw Yunhao wearing new clothes and carrying a large bag, asking curiously, but Yunhao ignored them. This scene was witnessed by Yunhao's second aunt Wu Qiulan. She wanted to chase after him to ask, but Yunhao walked too quickly and she could not catch up. Furious, Wu Qiulan cursed loudly and with a thought returned home to discuss with Yun Das-hun about checking on Yunhao. That kid dressed in new clothes and carrying a large bag must have struck it rich somehow. It would be reasonable for the elders to check on the 2 nephews and encourage them to show their respect. Sister, I'm back, Yunhao shouted as he entered the courtyard. He knew that after being out for a day, his sister must have been worried about him. Creak. Yunwei quickly pushed the door open and ran out. Xiao Hao. Upon seeing her brother return, a heart that had been hanging in suspense finally relaxed. But the next moment she was taken aback when she saw Yunhao wearing a brand new set of blue cotton clothes, carrying a large burlap sack on his back. The siblings usually wore tattered clothes that barely covered them, so when Yunwei suddenly saw her brother looking so refreshed, she was indeed a bit stunned. Yunhao noticed his sister's gaze and knew what was going on. He smiled foolishly and said, "Sister, come inside first, I've brought you something good." As he spoke, Yunhao entered the main room. Yunwei, as if waking from a dream, hurried in after him, helping him set down the heavy burlap sack. She weighed it in her hands and was surprised at how heavy it was. "Xiao, how did you carry this all the way back?" Yunhao replied with an realizing his sister was concerned for him. In truth, he didn't feel it was that heavy. Although it weighed nearly 100 jin, a journey of over 40 miles from the town to home merely made him break a sweat. "You rest for a bit, while I'll go fetch some water for you to wash up." Yunwei hurried to get water. Yunhao took out a precious bottle from his pocket and drank a large gulp, instantly feeling a refreshing sensation spread throughout his body, alleviating much of his fatigue. He was already accustomed to the magic of the precious bottle. "Hurry and wash your face," Yunwei said as she entered with water, using a coarse cloth to wipe his face before moving to his neck and chest. "Sister, I can do it myself," Yunhao said, his face slightly flushed. His sister, a year older than him at 17, had already matured and was in her prime, making him feel a bit shy. Yunwei rolled her eyes and said, "Don't move. Which part of you have I not seen? Are you still shy now?" As she spoke, she lifted Yunhao's shirt and began to wash his back and front. Yunhao stopped being bashful, though it was somewhat awkward. He let his sister take care of him. Feeling the roughness of his sister's hands as they moved over him, Yunhao felt a pang of heartache. He knew her fingers were calloused from digging for wild vegetables and roots, and she had always taken great care of him. When the family's food supplies were low, she would give him her share, eating wild vegetables and roots herself, always prioritizing him. "Sister, I sold the ginseng for 3 coins. I bought us both 2 sets of clothes along with rice and flour, spending half of it," Yunhao said as he pulled out the remaining 1.5 coins from his pocket and handed them to his sister. He opened the burlap sack and took out the clothes he had bought for her. "So much money," Yunwei exclaimed in surprise. 3,000 coins. Even after spending half, there was still 1,500 left, a sum she had never seen in her life. Yunhao smiled, pulling his sister to sit down, recounting the events of selling ginseng in the town, also asking her to keep the money and try on the clothes. Under Yunhao's urging, Yunwei changed into the new clothes, and when she walked out, Yunhao's eyes lit up. Yunwei felt a bit shy, her eyes filled with joy. Since their parents passed away, this was the 2nd time she had worn new clothes. In Yunhao's eyes, his sister now stood tall and graceful, although her figure appeared thin due to malnutrition and her complexion was sallow, her health not good. He knew his sister had not bothered to dress up after years of hard work. Now adorned in fine clothing, she instantly transformed into a beautiful girl. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was the flower of the village. All right, I also have big meat buns. Sister, hurry and eat, Yunhao said as he took out the buns. Wow, so many. That's too much, we can't finish them. In this heat, they'll spoil by tomorrow. It's fine, I'll take some to the old Taoist at Chicken Crying Mountain later. Yes, we should send some to thank the old Taoist. Just as the siblings were talking, a sharp voice rang out from the front gate. Hey Yun, how are you eating big meat buns? Yunwei had just bitten into a bun and hadn't swallowed it, yet when she instinctively shivered at the sound, nearly choking. Yunhao hurriedly patted her back, letting her take a sip of water before she swallowed. They looked over to see their uncle Yundasan and Aunt Wu Qiulan walking straight in. The couple's eyes were fixated on the big meat buns on the table. Yunhao frowned slightly, and Yunwei instinctively moved the buns back a little. Uncle, Aunt, what brings you here? Yunwei stood up to greet them. Yunhao, however, remained seated and silent, harboring no fondness for the couple. After their parents passed away, this couple not only failed to help them, but also used various lofty excuses to deceive the family out of their 3 acres of land. As a result, they often went hungry, and for the next few years they worked the land for their uncle, resulting in a semi-tenant relationship. Whenever the siblings found themselves short on food and sought help, they were met with cold glances and were outright refused any grain. The two families merely maintained a nominal relationship devoid of any kinship. In the past years, the siblings were too young, but now that they had grown up, they ceased all contact with them. Seeing them today, Yunhao knew it was because they had learned he was back in the village wearing new clothes and carrying a large sack. They were envious and had come to take advantage. Wu Qiulan had not taken her eyes off the meat buns on the table. Hearing Yunwei speak, she forced a smile and said, "What are you talking about, my girl? We are family. How could your uncle and I not come to see you too?" Yun Dashun quickly echoed, "Exactly. I heard Yunwei hurt herself, so your aunt and I came to check on you." The couple's banter seemed sincere, and those who didn't know them might actually believe they cared about their 2 nephews. Yunwei replied coolly, "I'm fine now, thank you uncle and aunt for your concern." Wu Qiulan glanced again at the new clothes on Yunwei and Yunhao, then at the pile of rice and flour on the ground and the meat buns on the table, her gaze growing more eager. Exchanging a glance with her husband Yun Dashuan, they revealed expressions of realization. This boy Yunhao seemed to have struck it rich. They had come at just the right time. Sensing the aroma of the big meat buns, Wu Qiulan couldn't help but swallow her saliva, abandoning any pretense. She stepped forward, moved next to Yunwei, and pushed her off the chair, saying, "Yunwei, it's sweltering out. Your uncle and I walked over, and our throats are parched. Hurry and pour us some water to drink." After that, she plopped down, reaching for the meat buns. However, Yunhao knew Wu Qiulan's character well and had prepared for this, quickly snatching the buns away. Wu Qiulan's hand froze in midair and her face darkened. She immediately erupted, cursing, "You little ingrate. So what if I want a bun? Over the years, if it weren't for our family squeezing out grain to help you, you would have starved to death long ago, you ingrate." Yunhao sneered, "Don't flatter yourself, help us. When did you do that? Since our parents passed away, you've taken our 3 acres of land under the guise of helping us with food. Ask your own conscience, have you treated me and my sister as nephews these years? You eat big meat buns every year during the new year while my sister and I just watched. Did you ever give us a single bun? Your son even said he would rather feed the meat buns to dogs than let us have a bite. What face do you have to eat my buns today? You brat, how dare you speak like that? We are your elders. Is this how you talk to your elders?" Yun Dashun shouted, angrily glaring at Yunhao. Yunhao retorted without hesitation, "We siblings have no elders like you. Yun Dashu and Wu Qiulan, in the entire Qingshui village, you are the only ones who treat your own nephews as tenants. We don't dare to aspire to such elders. You?" Yun Dashun's face turned ashen with anger, unable to speak. Frustrated, he stepped forward and slapped Yunhao across the face. "Don't hit my brother." Yunwei panicked and tried to block in front of Yunhao, but Yunhao was quicker. As Yun Dashun's slap came down, Yunhao sprang up, grabbing Yun Dashun's wrist and pushing him back. Yun Dashun staggered backward, falling to the ground. Yun Dashun looked at Yunhao in disbelief, never expecting Yunhao to have such strength, pushing him down to the ground in one go. "Do you still think I'm the little kid from a few years ago, easy to bully?" Yunhao sneered. Wu Qiulan suddenly stood up, her sharp voice filled with anger. "How dare you, you little bastard, lay a hand on your elder? I'll tear you apart." The shrew rushed forward to grab Yunhao. Yunwei tried to stop Wu Qiulan, but was pushed down by her. "Sister." Yunhao grew anxious, a surge of anger rising in his heart. Without hesitation, he slapped Wu Qiulan smack. Up. Wu Qiulan didn't even touch the corner of Yunhao's clothes before being struck hard in the face, flying backward. Her face swelled instantly. Yunhao stepped forward, having just killed 4 people today. An invisible aura of slaughter clung to him. Facing Yun Dashun and Wu Qiulan, he spoke with a fierce gaze, "Get lost. If you dare to cause trouble again, I'll kill you. The couple was suddenly intimidated by the aura emanating from Yunhao. Looking into his reddened eyes at that moment, Wu Qiulan and Yun Dasun felt that this boy truly dared to kill. Yun Dasun got up helping Wu Qiulan, and they stumbled out of the main room. They had gained nothing today. The look in the boy's eyes was chilling. Once outside in the courtyard, Wu Qiulan stopped, covering her face with a resentful expression. Yunhao, you little bastard, you're not even of the Yun family bloodline. You are the bastard that the old Taoist from Chicken Crying Mountain picked up and gave to the eldest branch. The one who should leave is you. Yunwei is not your real brother. Get rid of this little bastard. He's an ingrate. Ever since you brought him back, your father died first, then your mother. Keeping such a calamity will only bring disaster to the Yun family. Shut up. Yunhao shouted, his face dark with fury as he stepped out of the threshold. Yun Dasun and Wu Qiulan fled, and once outside the gate, Wu Qiulan threatened, you little bastard, just wait. When my son returns from the martial arts school, I'll have him break your legs and throw you out of the Yun family. The curse faded into the distance. Yunhao stood at the threshold, the words from Wu Qiulan echoing in his mind, lingering for a long time. Yunwei stepped forward holding his hand, saying, Xiaohao, don't listen to Aunt's nonsense. She's just jealous because she couldn't take advantage of us. Sister, do you really think I was picked up? Yunhao looked at Yunwei and asked, for over the years he had also doubted his own origins. Yunhao remembered that when he was a child there was an old drunkard in the village who, when intoxicated, would declare that he was a child adopted by the Yun family. There was also a time when he got into a fight with his cousin Yunhe, and Yunhe insulted him by calling him a little bastard. Recalling the words of Wu Qiulan today, Yunhao felt that it was not an insult directed at himself, but rather. Yunwei's eyes turned red. Hearing Yunhao's question, she spoke up, you are my brother. Even if you were adopted, you are still my brother. With our parents gone, Xiaohao, you are my only family. Yunhao shuddered at the last sentence. Indeed, he only had his sister Yunwei as family now. In this world where they could barely make ends meet, what did lineage matter? As long as he could live well in the present. As for Wu Qiulan's words, he would just take them as nonsense. If he really wanted to know, he could ask the old Taoist. Turning to his sister Yunwei, Yunhao smiled and said, Sister, don't cry. No matter what, I will never leave you. These words made Yunwei stop her tears and smile. Let's go back and eat some buns. He pulled his sister back. You eat too. Yunwei handed a bun to Yunhao. Yunhao shook his head. You eat. I'm full from today. Oh, I don't want to eat right now. In fact, his stomach was completely empty. After killing 4 people, he had vomited everything, and now he still felt nauseous. Alright, I'll save it for you to eat later. Sister, I'll take 10 buns to the old Taoist. I'll go with you. Okay, you can go to the temple and let the old Taoist check how your health is recovering. The siblings tidied up and headed towards Jiming Mountain. Yunhao brought 10 large meat buns and some rice and meat for the old Taoist. Everything was packed into a medicinal basket, and of course, he also brought ginseng yellow essence and rice seeds, thinking he should take them all along. He had actually made plans while shopping. With the miraculous effect of the precious bottle to stimulate growth, he could plant rice and valuable medicinal herbs. But they had no land. Their family's fields had been swindled away by his second uncle's family years ago. Planting with the precious bottle needed to be done in secrecy. It couldn't be known by others. This required a hidden place. The most suitable would be the old Taoist temple on Jiming Mountain. Yunhao knew there was over an acre of wasteland behind the temple. The old Taoist had long ceased to cultivate it due to health and natural conditions. Water was hard to access in the back, plus Jiming Mountain was mostly rocky and the soil lacked nutrients, making it difficult to grow crops. However, for him, it met the conditions for secret planting perfectly. Now he had the strength to turn the wasteland over again, and as for the water source and the barren land issue, the precious bottle would perfectly compensate for the deficiencies. After walking for half an hour, Yunhao and his sister finally arrived at the temple on the mountaintop 10 miles from the village. Old Taoist, my sister and I have come to see you. As soon as he entered the temple gate, Yunhao shouted. However, he did not see the old Taoist under the ginkgo tree in the yard. Yunhao felt anxious. Normally, the old Taoist would be resting under the ginkgo tree. The doors to the main hall and the side room on the left were both open. The old Taoist usually lived in the side room. The entire temple consisted of just these 2 dilapidated houses, and the side room doubled as a kitchen. Stepping into the side room, the vision suddenly dimmed. It was really because the old Taoist's cooking had filled the room with smoke, blackening everything. Old Taoist. Upon entering, he saw the old Taoist lying on the bed motionless. Yunhao's heart tightened, fearing that the old Taoist had passed away. Yunwei stepped forward and said, Xiaohao, don't worry. I see that the old Taoist looks like he fainted from hunger, just like Uncle Wang in the village. Wait here, I'll go get some. Yunwei stepped forward and said, Xiaohao, don't worry. I see that the old Taoist looks like he fainted from hunger, just like Uncle Wang in the village. Wait here, I'll go get some water. Sister, stay here with me. Yunhao stopped his sister and went to the other end of the room. He guessed that the old Taoist had run out of water, as fetching water from Jiming Mountain was quite a distance. Indeed, the water jar and bucket were empty. Luckily, he had the precious bottle. He took out the bottle and thought about filling the water jar. Clear water poured out from the precious bottle and quickly filled the jar. When he received the small bottle yesterday, he had filled it with an unknown amount of water from the creek, at least several dozens of jars. In any case, he wouldn't have to worry about fetching water in the future. He brought a ladle of water back to the old Taoist's bedside and let him drink some. Cough. A light cough escaped the old Taoist's lips as he slowly opened his eyes. It's little mouse. The old Taoist opened his eyes and saw Yunhao and his sister. Perhaps it was the effect of Yunhao's precious water, but Yunhao could see that the old Taoist's condition was very poor, his breath faint. Only a day had passed, and the old Taoist had already collapsed. Old Taoist, how are you? Yunhao asked. Alas, I may be nearing my end, and perhaps it would be better to die. The old Taoist spoke calmly, viewing life and death with an open mind. Yunwei quickly said, Old Taoist, please don't say that. We brought you meat buns, so please eat them quickly. I don't have much time left. Save the buns for you siblings. Don't waste them on an old man like me. The old Taoist waved his hand. Yunhao directly took the buns, broke off a piece, and unceremoniously stuffed it into the old Taoist's mouth, saying, You have 10 large meat buns, or just eat them. After speaking, he turned to his sister Yunwei and said, Sister, cook some porridge with the rice we brought for the old Taoist. Okay, I'll go make porridge. Yunwei turned and went to the kitchen on the other side. The old Taoist weakly asked, Little mouse, where did you get the money to buy the buns? Yunhao did not hide it from the old Taoist and recounted how he had found ginseng in the mountains and sold it for money, though he didn't mention the precious bottle. He also casually inquired about the wasteland behind the temple and whether he could plant there. The old Taoist coughed and said, It may be your fortune. The land behind the temple is sandy and has been abandoned for years. It probably won't yield much grain. If you want to plant, then go ahead. This broken temple has nothing of value. After I pass on, all will be left to you. Yunhao continued to feed the old Taoist the broken pieces of meat bun, exchanging idle chatter, while pondering whether he should ask the old Taoist about Wu Qiulin's claim that he was picked up and sent to his parents by the old Taoist. Do you have something on your mind? The old Taoist seemed to notice that Yunhao was distracted. Hearing the old Taoist question, Yunhao finally asked, Old Taoist, today Wu Qiulin and her husband said that I was picked up by you and given to my parents. Is there any truth to this? After a moment, the old Taoist slowly replied, There is some truth to it. At that moment, Yunwei happened to walk over with a bowl of porridge, and she trembled all over upon hearing the old Taoist's words. She was very afraid of losing her brother Yunhao. Help me sit up. The old Taoist struggled to speak. Yunhao quickly helped him lean against the bed and took the porridge from his sister, feeding it to the old Taoist. At that moment, the old Taoist's complexion suddenly flushed, as if he had regained his vitality. Looking at Yunhao and Yunwei, he smiled and said, 16 years ago, I, the Taoist, met you on the official road in Xinga town. At that time, you were left in a basket, almost frozen to death, and I couldn't see anyone around, so I took you back to the temple. Yunwei's mother came to the temple to offer incense. Seeing you crying non-stop, she had just given birth to Yunwei and had milk, so she fed you. I, the Taoist, was devoted to seeking the Tao and couldn't take care of a little child, so I suggested sending you to the Yun family. Fortunately, Yunwei's parents had no son. After adopting you, they treated you well. Unfortunately, their fate was unfortunate, and they died early, unable to enjoy the blessings you brought. From now on, you must take good care of your sister Yunwei and repay the Yun family's kindness in raising you. From the Taoist's perspective, you and Yunwei have no blood relation. You might as well marry her as a wife. In this chaotic world, you two being closer can help you both survive. Yunwei's face turned red as she listened, feeling at a loss. Yunhao was also taken aback. He hadn't expected the old Taoist to say such a thing. The old Taoist's words confirmed that he truly was adopted. In his heart, he actually felt little impact. At that moment, the old Taoist suddenly coughed violently, and his complexion darkened. He said to Yunhao, Little mouse, you and I are fated. Your origins need not be concerned. The Taoist remembered that when I found you, there was a jade token in the basket which may be related to your origins. It's in the wooden box at the head of the bed. You can keep it as a memento. There are also 2 books. One is about herbal medicine. When you have time, study it well, and you can learn a thing or two. If you get sick in the future, you can treat yourself without spending money. The other book is a cultivation book left to me by the old temple master. You need not read it. Just burn it later. I have practiced for a lifetime and have not achieved anything significant. Perhaps that old fraud deceived me with a book of methods. Seeking immortality and the Tao is not so easy. Looking back now, I wasted decades of time. As he spoke, the old Taoist's voice grew softer and his eyes closed. He continued to murmur, Old temple master, you said that was the method of cultivation, but why have I spent my whole life without achieving the true energy you spoke of? Perhaps there really is no such thing as immortals or methods in this world. The old Taoist priest has passed away. Yunhao felt deeply saddened as another person who cared for him was gone from this world. After discussing with his sister, Yunhao decided to prepare the old priest's remains while his sister returned to the village to gather a few people to help bury him. The weather was too hot, and leaving the body for another day would cause it to smell. It was better to bury him early for peace. The old priest had told Yunhao during his lifetime that after death he should simply be buried in a pit in the back mountain. In the years of famine where food and clothing were scarce, the dead were often buried simply. Yet Yunhao remembered the kindness of the old priest and wanted to give him a dignified burial, at least providing a coffin. He handed over 1,500 won to his sister, asking her to find someone in the village to buy a coffin. To be fair, the old priest had picked him up, and he was his savior. Since childhood, the old priest had taught him to read and recognize herbs, always leaving food for him when he knew they wouldn't have enough to eat. After their parents passed away, the old priest had also helped the siblings greatly. Although the old priest often appeared eccentric in Yunhao's eyes, he was genuinely good to him. For these reasons, he wanted to give the old priest a proper burial. After more than an hour, Yunwei brought several villagers, young and old, who carried a coffin to the Taoist temple. Everyone present had benefited from the old priest's kindness and did not hesitate to help. They assisted in preparing, collecting the body, and digging the grave. By nightfall, they had properly buried the old priest. Yunhao asked his sister to cook the rice porridge they brought and to share the remaining buns with everyone as a thank you. The coffin cost 300 when, the burial clothes 150 when, while the rest was contributed by each family in remembrance of the old priest's goodness during his lifetime, without any extra expenses. Afterward, Yunhao stayed at the Taoist temple, while his sister went back down the mountain with the villagers, planning to remain at the temple for a few days. He intended to burn some paper money for the old priest, offer incense, and also begin cultivating the wasteland behind the temple, preparing to try planting rice and medicinal herbs. Life must go on. That night, he sat beneath the ginkgo tree in the temple yard, holding the wooden box left by the old priest. With the moonlight, he opened the wooden box. Inside were 2 books, and on top of them lay a milky white jade token. The jade token was exquisite, with a dragon carved on the left and an elephant on the right. On the front was the character U, while the back featured the character Hao. The jade token was attached to a red string, suggesting it could be worn. According to the old priest, this dragon elephant jade token was precious and might attract trouble, which is why it was not given to his parents back then, but kept hidden. Looking at the characters, Yunhao speculated that his name, Hao, might come from the jade token. As for the front character U, it could either be a surname or have another meaning. He had heard the old priest say that U was a royal surname. Yunhao could not believe that he, living in a small remote village, would have any connection with the royal family of the Great Yu dynasty. The dragon elephant jade token ultimately related to his origins. After some thought, he decided to wear it around his neck as a keepsake. He had no obsessive desire to seek out his biological parents. In his view, if they could abandon him, the bond of kinship was severed. Looking back at the books in the wooden box, he picked one up which bore the title Ling Yao Chao Ben Jing in large characters. As he flipped through it, he found it contained various records of herbs and their effects, just as the old priest had taught. However, the Ling Yao Chao Ben Jing was divided into 2 volumes. The first volume recorded herbs found in the mountains, all of which he could recognize. In contrast, he did not know any of the herbs in the second volume, and the old priest had not taught him about them. Compared to the records in the first volume, Yunhao was more interested in the herbs listed in the second volume. The second volume contained records of spiritual herbs, each possessing effects that seemed quite miraculous to him. Some even claimed to have the power to regenerate bones and flesh, while others recorded effects that could extend one's lifespan. It all seemed unreal. Yunhao thought that such spiritual herbs might not exist in the mortal realm. He did not take it seriously, treating it merely as something novel. When he had time, he could pass the time by reading. However, the records in the first volume were practical for him, as some were taught by the old priest, while others were not. He needed to remember them all carefully for the future. They could save lives when one fell ill. After a brief glance, he set aside Ling Yao Chao Ben Jing and picked up the second book. This book did not have a cover title and appeared to be a half-ruined book. Rather than a book, it was just a few thin pages of paper. The first page read: The Jitsong Tu Na Gong is transmitted from ancient great beings observing the operation of the heavens and understanding the mysteries of life and death. Yunhao understood after reading that this was about simulating the cycle of hibernation and respiration of all things in nature, aiming to cultivate oneself, enhance one's skills, and pursue the highest realm of Tao. He also recognized that this was the root of the old priest's eccentricity. According to the old priest, this was a method of cultivation. Unfortunately, despite striving for a lifetime, the old priest never achieved any results before his death. Yunhao was even less likely to take it seriously. What kind of Tao or Gong was this? It seemed too ethereal, perhaps just a legend. If it were truly a cultivation method, the old priest would not have died. He was merely curious about what kind of allure the so-called Taoist book had that made the old priest pursue it for a lifetime. He continued to read on. The second page contained an illustration of a person sitting cross-legged with lines depicting meridians and acupoints along with annotations specifying what meridian and what acupoint, etc. The third page explained how to breathe combined with the seated posture in the illustration, forming a complete method of cultivation. After the fourth page, it detailed the sequence of thoughts, sitting posture, and breathing techniques. Further along, it described perceiving the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, continuing to breathe in and out, circulating according to the meridians and acupoints, which would result in the birth of energy in the dantian, thus completing the process. The last entry summarized with a phrase stating that the energy cultivated in the dantian would exponentially increase strength, prolong life, and even allow one to fly and traverse the earth. There were only 9 pages in total, and the 10th page was missing as if it had been torn out. Indeed, it was a fragmented book, a half-volume of a cultivation text. After closing the book, Yunhao burned it in accordance with the old priest's wishes. Yet for some reason, after reading it, all the content remained vividly imprinted in his mind, refusing to fade. At this moment, he felt a curiosity growing within him. Was this so-called jitsang, tu na gong? With the example of the old priest in mind, he was initially skeptical. However, the content intrigued him greatly. As he pondered, Yunhao involuntarily began to mentally recite the breathing techniques. The visualization in his mind became increasingly clear. He decided to give it a try. He sat cross-legged according to the 5 elements, closed his eyes, and began to breathe rhythmically as recorded. At first it felt somewhat awkward, but after a few attempts he completely aligned with the rhythmic breathing described in the book. He soon discovered that with this breathing technique a sudden sense of ease filled his chest. An indescribable lightness enveloped his entire being. Yunhao enjoyed this feeling and sank deeper into it, also sensing a refreshing coolness in his chest. If anyone were present at that moment, they would see Yunhao sitting cross-legged beneath the ginkgo tree with faint glimmers of light shimmering in the area around his chest. In his arms lay the precious bottle. Yet this scene was completely unbeknownst to Yunhao himself. In Yunhao's perception, the breathing technique felt incredibly smooth with a rhythm that alternated between fast and slow, forming a certain pattern according to the book. Suddenly, he felt a flickering starlight appearing around him. At that moment, it was as if he saw countless points of light from the world converging at his chest. Each time he breathed in and out, starlight would enter his body. This eventually formed a stream of energy that flowed within him. This sensation perfectly matched the descriptions in jitsang, tu na gong. The birth of energy corresponded to the illustrations of meridians and acupoints gradually growing stronger. Time passed by second. Unbeknownst to him, Yunhao was immersed in this experience. A night passed in a flash. The next morning, as the sky began to brighten, a streak of purple light appeared in the eastern horizon, illuminating his body. Yunhao felt a jolt throughout. Awakening from the state of breathing and absorbing energy, a flash of brilliance flickered in his eyes and vanished in an instant. He exhaled a breath of turbid air. At that moment, Yunhao felt refreshed and extraordinarily comfortable. He sensed an endless supply of strength coursing through him. In his lower abdomen, there was a clear warmth. He suddenly froze in surprise. His vision seemed to extend far beyond normal. He could see insects crawling on trees hundreds of meters away and heard the faint rustling sounds. Looking down, he realized it was the sound of ants crawling on the ground. It seemed as though the entire world had changed. Could it be that the cultivation texts left by the old priest were truly some form of celestial magic? In the past, he had not believed it, but now the tangible changes he sensed compelled him to accept it. He stood up, and his body emitted loud cracking sounds as his bones shifted. Feeling powerful, Yunhao had the illusion that he was as strong as an ox brimming with strength. To verify his thoughts, he went outside the Taoist temple and struck a stone with his palm. With a loud bang, the stone cracked into 2 pieces. Yunhao's eyes widened, staring at his palm in disbelief, but the facts were evident. He knew he had seemingly mastered the cultivation technique left by the old priest. His vision, hearing, and strength all confirmed the changes within him. Yunhao chuckled foolishly. After taking a sip of water from the precious bottle to calm his excitement, he thought no matter what, this was a good thing. He pondered that the celestial magic the old priest had never mastered he had achieved in just one night. Ultimately, he attributed this achievement to the precious bottle. Recalling the sensations he had while breathing and absorbing energy last night, he realized the energy he felt in his arms was emanating from the precious bottle. He increasingly felt the bottle's extraordinary nature. Without the precious bottle, he might end up like the old priest, unable to achieve anything in his lifetime. In his lower abdomen, a stream of energy warmed him, and this was very real. Yunhao understood that was the dantian described in the book, and the energy was called true energy. One night of breathing and absorbing energy left him invigorated and filled with strength. He decided to take a hoe and go to the wasteland behind the Taoist temple to cultivate the land. Each swing of the hoe sent soil flying. His boundless strength allowed him to work quickly. In just over an hour, he had cultivated an acre and a half of wasteland. Afterward, he scattered millet seeds on the ground, planting an acre of crops. He used a small portion of the remaining half-acre to plant ginseng and huangjing seeds. Then he filled the precious bottle with water and began to irrigate the land. After watering with dozens of buckets, he wiped the sweat from his brow, looking at the more than an acre of land with a smile, eager to see how long it would take for the rice and ginseng to grow. After finishing his busy work, it was time for a meal. After tidying up, he headed down the mountain to eat. Upon reaching his home, he saw a crowd gathered at the entrance. He vaguely heard the shrill and harsh curses of Wu Qiulan and his sister Yunwei's cries. Yunhao's heart tightened, and he quickly ran over. The onlookers also recognized Yunhao's return. Someone shouted, "Yunhao, don't go in. Run away. Your cousin Yun, he is back and claims he will kill you." "Yes, Yunhao, run. Yun, he is a martial artist from the Luyun martial arts school in town. I heard Yun, he has already become a third-rate warrior, and he's seriously training in martial arts." Yunhao listened to the villagers' warnings, and without a moment's hesitation, he rushed through the doorway. Yunhao had no understanding of the so-called third-rate or fourth-rate martial artists. All he knew was that Yun, he had been sent to the martial arts school in town to practice martial arts since the age of 8. Now at 18, he had trained in martial arts for a full 10 years. The villagers speculated that Yun, he must have made significant progress in his martial arts training. This family, old and young, was filled with nothing but scoundrels. Yun, he often bullied him and his sister Yunwei when they were young. He had never regarded them as family. Just yesterday, he had beaten Yun Dashun and Wu Qiulan, leaving a warning that he would settle the score when Yun he returned. To his surprise, it came so quickly. Yunhao's only thought was he would not allow anyone to bully his sister. In the courtyard, the curses from Wu Qiulan grew clearer, mingled with the intermittent sobs of Yunwei, like a sharp blade piercing deeply into Yunhao's heart. "You little wretch, how dare you cry? If I don't teach you a lesson today, then I am not a member of the Yun family." Wu Qiulan's voice was sharp and overbearing, showing no regard for the many villagers watching. As soon as Yunhao entered the courtyard, the sight before him ignited his fury. He saw his sister Yunwei being pushed around by Wu Qiulan, her hair a mess, her eyes swollen, clearly having cried for a long time. Beside her, the burly and cold-faced Yun, he stood there, a mocking glint in his eyes. Yun Dashun, his uncle, appeared unconcerned, watching his wife berate his niece Yunwei. The family brightened up upon seeing Yunhao return, their expressions akin to wolves eyeing a sheep. "Yunhao, how dare you come back?" Yun, he curled his lips into a cold smile. "I thought you'd hide away and dare not show your face. It's good you're back today. I will teach you a lesson for being so disrespectful to your elders, you little wretch." Wu Qiulan's gaze towards Yunhao was filled with resentment as she gritted her teeth. Perfect timing for this little wretch to arrive. "Aren't you strong? My son is here today, though I will ensure you leave here crippled." Recalling the humiliation she suffered at Yunhao's hands yesterday, Wu Qiulan wished she could swallow him whole. She then turned to her son Yunhe. "Here, kill this little wretch. He isn't even a member of the Yun family, just a white-eyed wolf we picked up. He has gone too far." After her son Yun he returned, she became emboldened. Learning that her son had just entered the ranks of third-rate martial artists after 10 years of training, she was overjoyed and brought him to cause trouble for Yunhao and his sister early in the morning. With Yunhao absent, they vented their frustrations on Yunwei, throwing out the rice and other items he bought the day before, and even slapping Yunwei. Yunhao ignored Yunhe's provocations, swiftly rushing to Yunwei's side, gently shielding her behind him, his gaze fixed like a torch on Wu Qiulan. "Even if I am not a member of your Yun family, my sister Yunwei is your niece. How can you treat her like this without fear of retribution?" Seeing the red marks on her sister's face, Yunhao's eyes turned red as he shouted in anger. Yunwei softly urged, "Little Hao, you must go quickly. Don't worry about me. Yun, he will kill you. Hurry." She had heard that her cousin Yun, he had become a third-rate martial artist. Though she didn't know what that meant, she believed he must be very strong and feared for Yunhao's safety. "Sister, I'm not going anywhere. Don't worry, I won't let anyone bully you." Yunhao forced a smile to comfort his sister. "I'm coming for you. Who do you think you are? Just a little wretch. For your audacity to physically assault my parents yesterday, I should be justified in killing you today." Yunhe stepped forward, his eyes filled with contempt for Yunhao. Wu Qiulan jumped in excitement. "Yes, son, kill this little wretch, and then we can sell Yunwei to old Master Li as a concubine." The onlookers began to murmur, many feeling anxious for the siblings Yunhao and Yunwei. "Wu Qiulan really has a good plan. She intends to sell Yunwei." Yes, I've heard that old Master Li is almost 70 or 80 years old with a dozen concubines, and none of them live beyond 3 months tortured to death. If Wu Qiulan sells Yunwei to old Master Li as a concubine, that would be pushing her into a pit of fire. Yunhao's background seems to have been exposed by Wu Qiulan and Yun Dashun. It's truly tragic. If Yunhe has become a third-rate martial artist and kills Yunhao, it would be in vain. This family is too overbearing. Yunhao had already gained a small reputation in the town's Lu Yun martial arts school, while Yunhao was seen by many as just an ordinary youth. But at this moment Yunhao did not back down. He took a deep breath, his gaze more resolute. "You all are bullying too much. If you dare to lay a hand on my sister, then I will risk my life to drag you down with me." Yunhao's eyes turned fierce, and upon seeing his expression, Wu Qiulan instinctively shrank behind her. With those words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. People were amazed by Yunhao's courage and were surprised by his attitude. He truly was defending his sister Yunwei. Yunhao was also taken aback by Yunhao's fierce words. After all, Yunhao had always been submissive in the past. When had he ever shown such defiance? "Hey, interesting. Just a weak little wretch. I want to see how you will face me, a third-rate martial artist." Yunhao narrowed his eyes, stepping closer and standing before Yunhao full of mockery, continuing, "Don't say I bullied you. I will use one hand to strike you. If you can survive today, I will let you go." Facing the aggressive Yun, he who looked at him like a cat playing with a mouse, Yunhao felt no confidence in his heart. Although he had become much stronger after obtaining the treasure vase, and after practicing the breathing technique left by the old Taoist priest last night, he felt a surge of power throughout his body. But after all, Yun, he had been practicing martial arts since childhood, and now claimed to be a third-rate martial artist. He truly did not know if he could take him on. Yet regardless, he would not back down. With his fists clenched, he prepared for a desperate fight. In his heart, he saw himself as merely a stronger, ordinary person, not a match for a trained martial artist. Yunhao looked at the determination in Yunhao's eyes, and for some reason felt a surge of anger. Just a little wretch daring to gaze directly at him, a third-rate martial artist. With a cold snort, he suddenly threw a punch at Yunhao. His fist was as large as a cooking pot, rushing towards him like a fierce wind. Although a third-rate martial artist was merely at the entry level of martial arts, he was already claimed to possess 1,000 pounds of strength. Even a newly initiated third-rate martial artist had the strength of several hundred pounds. It was far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Yunhao was confident that with this punch Yunhao would either die or be crippled. Having trained for 10 years, progressing from basic techniques to the entry level of third-rate martial artist, Yunhao was always in a state of tension, his mind highly focused. He did not dare to let his guard down in the slightest. When Yunhao's punch came, he quickly reacted, throwing out his own punch to block. Yunhao's fist did not seem as fast as he had imagined. When their fists collided, Yunhao felt a warm flow gathering at his abdomen and channeling into his fist. The two fists collided. Boom! A dull sound echoed in the courtyard. All onlookers held their breath, wondering if Yunhao would be knocked out by Yunhao's punch. However, the next moment, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. How is this possible? Yunhao and Yunhao collided with a punch. Contrary to expectations, Yunhao was not sent flying. Instead, it was Yunhao who staggered back 6 or 7 steps, his entire arm trembling. His face was pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He looked utterly astonished, as if he had seen a ghost, his gaze fixed on Yunhao. And what about Yunhao? He stood there unmoving. The roles of the two had completely reversed. How is this possible? Yunhao stared blankly at Yunhao, his heart filled with immense discomfort, feeling utterly defeated. In his heart, he recalled that he had started training in martial arts at 10 years old, and now he had stepped into the realm of third-rate warriors. He could truly be called a martial artist. Yet Yunhao was just a lowly dirt farmer, a little bastard. Yunhao was the chosen one of heaven. Being pushed back by a dirt farmer with just one punch was something Yunhao found hard to accept. What made it even harder for Yunhao to accept was that during their exchange of punches, he actually felt that Yunhao's strength exceeded his own. At this moment, the skin on his knuckles had split open and his entire arm felt numb and trembling. This is impossible. Oh, I must have underestimated him. Yunhao inwardly searched for excuses to comfort himself. Yes, that's it, I didn't use my full strength just now. Oh, I was careless. The villagers watching were also in disbelief, watching as Yunhao and Yunhao separated. They whispered amongst themselves. Yunhao didn't suffer at all. Instead, it was Yunhao who stepped back 5 or 6 steps. This is too strange, isn't it? While Yunhao is a third-rate warrior, while Yunhao has never trained in martial arts and usually goes hungry, yet he can stand firm against Yunhao without falling behind. What do you mean not falling behind? Clearly Yunhao has won. Yet didn't you see that Yunhao's knuckles are bleeding? I think Yunhao was careless and didn't use his full strength. I also think Yunhao was careless. This was an accident. Some spoke up for Yunhao while others sided with Yunhao. Wu Qiulan and Yun Dashuan, seeing their son not gaining the upper hand, were equally astonished. Wu Qiulan jumped up and said, "Hear that little bastard? Yunhao isn't even of the Yun family bloodline. He's a picked-up wolf with white eyes. Don't hold back or just kill him." She naturally believed her son had been careless. Hearing the villagers and his mother speak Yun, he felt a mix of emotions, his face alternating between green and white. Though he didn't want to admit it, he knew he had indeed lost that punch. However, it made him even more furious and ashamed. Yunhao was just a useless waste who had never trained. How could he be stronger than himself? He had previously said he would let Yunhao go if he could take one punch, but now he couldn't accept that. Looking at Yunhao, he said with a heavy tone, "Very well, you are quite good. I initially wanted to teach you a small lesson, but it seems that you have some brute force. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless." At that moment, Yunhao smiled. He had thought that with he having trained for 10 years and being a so-called third-rate warrior, he should not be able to defeat him, and he had even mentally prepared himself to be beaten up. Who would have thought that after their exchange of punches he felt that Yunhe's punch did not carry much force, it only hurt his knuckles a little. Yet Yunhe was forced back several steps by his punch. This provided a deep sense of confidence to Yunhao. He recalled the energy he had gained from drinking the precious bottled water these past few days, as well as the breathing techniques learned from the old Taoist last night, which had generated a powerful airflow in his lower abdomen. He was not at all weaker than Yunhe, in fact, he was even stronger. Hearing Yunhe's shameless words, Yunhao sneered. It seems that a third-rate warrior is nothing special. 10 years of martial arts training, and you are now the real waste, unable to compare to me, an ordinary person who has never trained. These words felt like daggers piercing through Yunhe's heart, completely breaking his defense. You are seeking death. In a fit of rage, Yunhe charged forward, raising his fist to unleash a gust of wind as he attacked Yunhao. Yunhao was unafraid and met his punch heat in. Bang, bang, bang. The two instantly engaged in a fierce fight. The courtyard echoed with the sounds of their fists meeting flesh. However, Yunhao grew more and more courageous. He found that he could completely withstand Yunhe's attacks. The only disadvantage was that he had no techniques. Although he took several punches from Yunhe, he was able to endure them. Slowly, he adapted to Yunhe's attacks and began to counterattack. He felt the airflow flowing throughout his body. Every punch he threw landed on Yunhe, causing him to scream in pain. At one moment when Yunhe swung a punch, Yunhao did not evade, but allowed the punch to hit his left shoulder, while simultaneously launching his own attack, driving his knee hard into Yunhe's abdomen. Poof. This strike Yunhao could withstand, but Yunhe could not endure the knee strike. He let out a scream, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Yunhao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and walked over. Don't come over, brother, I was wrong, spare me. Unexpectedly, Yunhe began to plead for mercy. After the fight, he finally felt the terror emanating from Yunhao. His strength was actually greater than that of this third-rate warrior. Moreover, his attacks on Yunhao had not inflicted any substantial damage. Instead, every time Yunhao attacked, it caused him significant injury. Seeing Yunhao approach with a fierce expression, Yunhe truly became frightened, feeling that Yunhao could really kill him. He hurriedly began to plead for mercy. Yunhao, filled with hostility, suddenly kicked Yunhe's leg. Crack! Yunhe let out a scream like that of a slaughtered pig. His left leg was kicked and broken by Yunhao, causing him to faint from the pain. Here, Wu Qiulan and Yun Dasan shouted as they rushed over. Yunhao slapped Wu Qiulan across the face. Smack! That's for hitting my sister. With a single breath, he slapped her dozens of times before stopping. Wu Qiulan's face had turned into that of a pig's head. She whimpered and begged for mercy, completely terrified. Get lost from now on, I have no relationship with you and your family. If there's a next time, I will kill your whole family. This was directed at Yun Dasan. Compared to Wu Qiulan and Yun Dasan was just a coward who listened to Wu Qiulan. When he was young, he occasionally showed care for him and his sister. This was also why he did not strike Yun Dasan. The three of them felt like they had received a reprieve and hastily supported Yun as they fled the Yun family. Everyone disperse, Yunhao said in a low voice to the onlooking villagers. The crowd scattered like birds and beasts as Yunhao's gaze at that moment was extremely intimidating. Xiao, how are you, alright? Yunwei rushed over looking anxious as she checked Yunhao for injuries. Sister, don't worry, I didn't suffer any losses. Yunhao smiled. Indeed, he hadn't suffered losses. Although he had taken several punches from Yun, he could endure them. Yunwei, with tears in her eyes, said, You still say you're fine. You're covered in blood. That's Yunhe's blood. Sister, I'm really fine. I'm hungry, let's eat. After this incident, I believe the Yun family won't dare to come again. As long as I'm here, I won't let anyone bully you again. Yunhao smiled, comforting his sister. Seeing that Yunhao was fine, Yunwei felt relieved. The two tidied up the mess that Wu Qiulan had caused in the house. Yunwei went to cook. Yunhao took out the precious bottle and drank several large mouthfuls of water, instantly feeling refreshed. The rice had been cooked in a large pot today, and Yunhao ate a full 5 large bowls. His appetite more than tripled. Yunwei was surprised by Yunhao's appetite, but said nothing as there was still plenty of rice left for several days. Yunhao noticed his sister's concern and smiled, saying, Sister, don't worry, I planted food at the Taoist temple. After eating, I'll go up the mountain to check and dig some medicinal herbs to exchange for money in town. We won't go hungry in the future. After I finish eating, I'll go dig wild vegetables, Yunwei said. Yunhao initially wanted to advise her not to go, but knowing his sister's nature, he didn't stop her, realizing she wouldn't stay at home. Although he had planted rice in the back mountain of the Taoist temple, he had no idea how long it would take to mature. It was still better to go into the mountains to dig for medicinal herbs. He might even find valuable ones to exchange for money. After the meal, Yunhao set out for Chicken Cry Mountain. He had planted rice and ginseng yesterday and was curious to see if there would be any changes after watering them with the precious bottled water. Upon reaching the fields behind the Chicken Cry Mountain Taoist temple, Yunhao was nearly ecstatic. In just one night, the entire area was lush and green, and the rice he had planted was thriving. In just one night, an entire acre of rice had sprouted ears. Looking at it this way, Yunhao felt that with one more watering, it would be ready for harvest. Moreover, each stalk was nearly bent over with long ears of rice. This was undoubtedly the rhythm of a bountiful harvest. On the other side, the ginseng and huangjing he had planted had also sprouted. Such a delightful sight made Yunhao jump for joy. He and his sister had grown up hungry, and their desire for food had nearly reached a pathological level. Moreover, each stalk was nearly bent over with long ears of rice. This was undoubtedly the rhythm of a bountiful harvest. On the other side, the ginseng and huangjing he had planted had also sprouted. He believed that with the watering from the precious flask, the rice and the ginseng and huangjing would grow even better. Bent over with his back arched under the blazing sun, it was hot and exhausting. But Yunhao felt full of energy. By the time he finished his work, it was already dusk. Stretching his sore back, Yunhao smiled with satisfaction. But Yunhao felt full of energy. By the time he finished his work, it was already dusk. Stretching his sore back, Yunhao smiled with satisfaction. The Chicken Cry Mountain Temple was very close to the Falling Star Ridge, and it was possible that wild beasts or birds might come to harm the crops. This would not do. After some thought, he decided to eat dinner at home and check on his sister before returning to guard the fields tonight. When he got home, his sister Yunwei was already cooking. Looking into the kitchen, he saw that she had indeed dug up some wild vegetables and cooked porridge with rice, and there were pancakes frying in the pot. On the table was a plate of meat, which was actually some fried pork that Yunwei had prepared after buying it that day. She had rendered the pork to store it because it would spoil easily in the hot weather. It was clear that his sister was still very frugal. The siblings had gone through years of ups and downs, living very. They did not indulge in excessive eating just because they had food. If it weren't for Yunhao's large appetite, Yunwei wouldn't have even fried a plate of pork, let alone pancakes, since white flour was precious. A bowl of wild vegetable porridge with just a handful of rice was already very good. Sister, what delicious food smells so good. Yunhao walked into the kitchen and said, "You're back, just in time for dinner." Yunwei smiled as she took the pancakes out of the pot. Yunhao tore off a piece of pancake and stuffed it into his mouth. "So delicious," Yunhao exclaimed. Yunwei brought him a bowl of wild vegetable porridge and said, "Hurry up and eat." Yunhao ate heartily. Yunwei, on the other hand, held a bowl of wild vegetable porridge while the fried meat and pancakes on the table remained untouched. Seeing this, Yunhao realized his sister was letting him eat more as she couldn't bear to eat herself. He couldn't help but scoop the fried meat into his sister's bowl and handed her a pancake, saying, "Sister, don't hold back. Don't worry with me around, we will have plenty of food in the future. I've already planted some crops in the temple. Oh, by the way, I need to go back tonight to guard the fields. I'm afraid wild beasts will cause harm." "Then I'll go with you," Yunwei said without hesitation. "No need to stay here. I can handle it alone. We still have some money, so tomorrow you shouldn't go out to dig wild vegetables. Instead, find the old tiler in the village to fix the house. It's okay for now, but once winter comes, the cold wind will be a problem." Yunhao thought it was better to find something for his sister to do, as she wouldn't find much while digging for wild vegetables every day. Yunwei thought about it and nodded, saying, "All right, you've grown up now. It's time to think about marriage. Fixing the house will make it easier to talk about it in the future." As she said this, Yunwei suddenly remembered the old Taoist words on his deathbed that they were siblings without blood ties, and later Yunhao should marry her. Thinking of this, Yunwei's face turned slightly red. Yunhao, however, didn't think much of it and shook his head, saying, "Sister, I'm still young. I don't want to marry yet." As the siblings ate and chatted, time passed quickly. As it grew dark, Yunhao took his firewood cutting knife and headed to Chicken Cry Mountain to guard the fields tonight. He did not tell his sister about the rice sprouting overnight. Some things were simply inexplicable. He could only keep it to himself. Arriving at the fields behind the temple, it wasn't cold at night because it was a year of severe drought. Yunhao glanced at the rice, which had grown a bit more and had already started to turn a light yellow. He knew this was a sign of ripening. At this rate, it should be ready for harvest tomorrow. This made his heart swell with excitement. The more so, he felt the need to protect it well and not let any wild beasts or birds cause harm. Finding a straw mat, he sat down at the edge of the field. Remembering how he had gained the upper hand in a fight with Yun, after practicing the concealed breathing technique last night. He also realized that this incomplete cultivation method had significant benefits for the body. A warm current lingered in his lower abdomen. During the fight today, his whole body radiated a warm flow, and it was precisely this that made him braver in combat with Yunhao. So he needed to continue his breathing exercises. Although he didn't know what the future held, his intuition told him that accumulating over time would surely yield great benefits. Sitting cross-legged, he soon felt a coolness rising from his chest, and that pleasurable sensation of his pores opening up returned. Yunhao's heart stirred. He remembered that when he began last night, it was also after feeling that coolness in his chest that he entered that mysterious state. The precious flask was at the position of his chest. He had always kept the precious flask close to his heart. He wondered if practicing the concealed breathing technique left by the old Taoist was somehow related to the flask. Thinking this way, it indeed seemed highly likely. After taking out the flask, he silently recited the heart method and began to breathe in and out according to the rhythm. In the next moment, he saw the flask emitting a shimmering light, completely synchronizing with his breathing. Furthermore, tiny stars began to appear around him, gathering together and growing more numerous. The flask acted like a vortex, absorbing starlight, drawing in the light from all directions. It naturally entered his body. He could clearly feel that after circulating through his bodhis meridians and acupoints, it finally settled in his lower abdomen, transforming into the qi described in the texts. Yunhao gained some understanding. The reason the old Taoist had held on to the concealed breathing technique all his life without achieving results was precisely due to the lack of a precious opportunity like the flask. Even in his last moments, the old Taoist expressed regret, even saying that the cultivation method left to him by the old master was false, and perhaps there truly were no immortals or immortal methods in the world. Now Yunhao could be sure that the cultivation methods were absolutely real, and the key to his ability to practice the concealed breathing technique lay in having the flask. With the flask's support, he felt increasingly unrestrained with each breath. He closed his eyes and entered a meditative state again. He didn't know how long it had been when he was suddenly startled awake by some grunting sounds. His senses were extremely sharp now. He quickly stopped and opened his eyes. In the night, he saw several shadows moving at the edge of the field, heading straight for the rice. He wasn't sure if it was due to the breathing exercises, but now his vision was clear even in the deep of night. A wild boar weighing at least 400 to 500 pounds, followed by 7 or 8 smaller wild boars, arrived at the edge of the field. Undoubtedly, they were attracted by the scent of the ripening rice. Yunhao stood up, a hint of excitement in his eyes. In the past, or for an ordinary person, seeing a group of wild boars would only mean fleeing. But Yunhao was different now. Especially after today's breathing exercises, he felt that his strength had increased significantly. With high skills comes great courage, and coupled with the vigor of youth. Upon seeing the wild boars, the first thought that crossed his mind was to hunt them. He could even beat Yun, he who was known as a third-rate warrior. How could he be afraid of just a group of wild boars? If he could hunt one, he could sell it for money. Picking up the firewood cutting knife nearby, Yunhao moved lightly and quietly approached the lead wild boar. When he was 3 meters away, the wild boar seemed to sense something and stopped. Yunhao leaped up, raising the cutting knife in his hand, and struck down fiercely at the wild boar's neck. With a sharp sound, Yunhao swung his axe with great force, striking accurately at the neck of the wild boar. After a cry of agony, the boar's large head rolled a meter away. The massive headless corpse fell to the ground, still twitching. Blood gushed forth, soaking into the earth. The leading wild boar had lost its head to the blow dealt by Yunhao. The 8 smaller wild boars behind him scattered in panic. Having struck successfully, Yunhao felt an immense ease. Back in town, he had dealt with bandits, killing 4 of them. Now hunting wild boars posed no pressure at all. In his eyes, these boars were merely meat. How could he let them escape? Like a wolf eyeing sheep, he pursued them relentlessly, hacking away with his axe. 5 wild boars fell under his strikes. 3 managed to escape, but he didn't chase them, not because he couldn't kill them, but because they dashed into the thorny bushes. Including the large wild boar, capturing 5 smaller ones was a significant haul. Together, they weighed over 1,000 pounds. He planned to sell them in town at dawn, though otherwise the meat would spoil in the heat. He piled the wild boars together. Noticing that dawn was still a few hours away, Yunhao continued to meditate. When the first rays of morning sunlight broke, he opened his eyes. After a night of meditation, he felt the flow of energy in his abdomen swell even more. His body felt better than the day before. He stood up and stretched, cracking his joints. He felt completely refreshed. Looking up at the fields, he was greeted by a sea of golden rice. Goodness, the harvest was ready after just one night. Gazing at the long rice ears, Yunhao plucked one and held it in his hand. He crushed a handful of rice grains between his fingers, biting one open to reveal the pure, white rice inside. Fully matured, Yunhao began to harvest. In just over 2 hours, he had cleared the entire field, collecting a total of 8 large sacks of rice. Roughly calculated, there were about 8 shears of rice. Each shear equals 10 dough, which was several times more than the average paddy yield. This was undoubtedly a colossal harvest. The crops watered with the precious water from the bottle not only had plump grains, but also high yields. He would never have to fear hunger again. Taking a sip from the bottle, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking at the 8 large sacks piled together, Yunhao felt joy, but also worry about how to store them. He couldn't just take them home, otherwise his sister would ask too many questions. Who would have thought that the precious water could mature the rice in less than 3 days? If word got out, it would cause a sensation and invite trouble. Thus it was crucial that no one knew. While pondering, Yunhao suddenly had a thought about the precious bottle. After all, he had filled the bottle with an unknown quantity of stream water when he found it. How could such a small bottle hold so much water? He wondered if there was some magical space inside. Previously, an old Taoist had told him similar stories about spaces like Xiumi and sleeves that held vast worlds, small treasures containing great spaces. Thinking to himself, since the bottle could hold so much water, could it possibly store the 8 large sacks of rices? With a mindset of experimentation, he aimed the bottle at the 8 large sacks, imagining drawing them in. In the next moment, he felt the bottle vibrate slightly in his hand, and the mouth of the bottle gleamed for an instant. Suddenly, the 8 sacks of rice disappeared without a trace. Yunhao was taken aback. Did it really get stored inside? A surge of excitement washed over him. Then he recalled, would the water inside the bottle wet the rice? Quickly, he thought about bringing them back out. The bottle shook again in his hand, and with another flash of light, the 8 sacks of rice reappeared. This time, Yunhao felt reassured. There wasn't a single drop of water on them. He guessed that the space inside the bottle was vast, possibly keeping water and grain separate. He glanced at the 6 large wild boars, aimed the bottle, and thought to draw them in. Indeed, the wild boars were also pulled into the bottle. After several attempts, he realized that as long as he focused on storing or releasing, it worked effortlessly. He discovered the secret of the bottle's ability to hold items, its hidden space. This thrilled Yunhao immensely. Now he could solve the issue of storing the endlessly grown grains without anyone discovering them. When he needed them, he could just take out a portion. Then he looked at the stubble left after harvesting the rice, and suddenly had an idea. What if he didn't dig it up to retill and plant more rice, but just used the precious water to irrigate the stubble? Would that work? If it did, then in the future, he could harvest it, like cutting chives, saving the need for seeds. Without further ado, he took the precious water and began watering the rice stubble. He thought to himself that pouring out water was just water, and pouring out grains was just grains. The bottle seemed to possess a spirit of its own, resonating with his intentions. After watering, he glanced at the 10 ginseng and huangjing plants he had planted nearby, which were thriving with lush foliage. He dug one up to inspect. To his slight disappointment, the growth of the ginseng and huangjing was minimal. At this rate, he would need to continue watering for a while longer before they could be sold. Noticing that it was mealtime, he headed down the mountain to eat. With 6 wild boars, he planned to keep one for himself and sell the others in town. Just before entering the village, he took out the bottle and retrieved 2 smaller wild boars, carrying them home. He needed to create a diversion. When he got home, his sister Yunwei had already prepared the meal. Seeing Yunhao come in with 2 wild boars, she exclaimed, "Little Hao, you went into the mountains. Were you hurt?" Yunhao understood that his sister was worried about him, knowing that the mountains could be dangerous. Warmly, he replied, "Sister, don't worry. I can defeat even a warrior like Yun He, so dealing with wild boars is a piece of cake." Seeing that Yunhao was unharmed and hearing his words, Yun Wei felt relieved. After all, if her brother could defeat Yun He, it was no surprise that he could handle wild boars. Although she didn't understand why her brother had suddenly become so frighteningly strong, she was happy that he was grown. "Quickly put them down and wash your hands for dinner," she urged, helping him set down the 2 wild boars. "Okay, sister. Let's keep one for us to eat, and I'll take the other to town to sell after dinner," Yunhao said. "All right, you decide. In this hot weather, we can't finish 2 of them, and one of them must weigh at least 200 pounds. I'll process it and pickle it for preservation." Yunwei looked at the wild boars with delight. In these times when food was scarce, having wild boar meat ensured they could fill their stomachs. After finishing their meal, the siblings skinned one of the boars and pickled it. After a while of busy work, Yunhao hoisted the other wild boar and headed to town. Carrying over 200 pounds of wild boar, he walked 40 miles without tiring much, just breaking a sweat. As he approached the town, he found a secluded spot and took out the largest wild boar from the bottle's space. It weighed at least 400 pounds, and with a bit of effort, he easily hoisted it up. Together with the smaller one, he was carrying at least 600 or 700 pounds, strolling toward the largest tavern in town, drawing countless gazes. Just as Yunhao reached the tavern's entrance, 2 young men exited from the clinic across the street. One of them, his leg had been broken by Yunhao and treated in town, and today he was accompanied by a junior brother to change the bandages. As soon as they emerged, he saw Yunhao carrying 2 wild boars into the tavern. Yunhee glared at Yunhao's back with a dark expression. The young man beside him asked, "Yunhee, do you know that boy?" Yunhee gritted his teeth. "That brat is the one who broke my leg. Go to the martial arts hall and call a few senior brothers. I'll deal with Yunhao today." Yunhao was completely unaware that it was such a coincidence that he was spotted by Yunhe as soon as he arrived in town. Little did he know that Yunhe was in the medical hall across the street staring at him with the gaze of a venomous snake, having already sent his junior brother to gather people. Having trained at the Luyun Martial Arts Hall for 10 years, he still had some good relationships with his senior brothers. After his leg was broken by Yunhao yesterday, the brothers in the martial arts hall all vowed to take revenge for him. However, before he could seek out Yunhao, the latter came to town today, which saved him some trouble. Yunhao carrying 2 wild boars was indeed a sight to behold. When he reached the entrance of the tavern, a waiter came forward to inquire. Yunhao asked if they needed wild boars. The waiter went to invite the shopkeeper out to discuss. As the largest tavern in Xinghe town, the Pinwei Tavern had always been purchasing game. The shopkeeper Jin Montong was a big man dressed in satin, and when he smiled he resembled the laughing Buddha with small eyes that sparkled with shrewdness. Upon hearing the waiter report that someone was bringing 2 wild boars, he immediately came out. This year's severe drought had led to a food shortage, and due to the chaos in the Diu dynasty, most poultry and meat had been redirected to the front lines. Game had thus become the main source of meat for the tavern. However, there were very few hunters capable of taking down large prey, how previously only small game had been delivered. Large animals like wild boars were rare, with only a few arriving each month. Receiving 1 or 2 was excellent for maintaining the tavern's operations and attracting customers. When Jean Mantang saw the large and small wild boars at the entrance, and then looked at Yunhao, he was quite surprised. Yunhao appeared to be merely a 16 or 17-year-old youth, yet he could carry 2 large wild boars. Shaking off his initial disdain, he thought to himself that anyone with such strength was certainly not an ordinary person. With a smile he said, "Young master, I am Jean Montong, the shopkeeper of this tavern. May I ask how you are addressed?" Yunhao gave a slight innocent smile and replied, "Thank you, shopkeeper Jean. My name is Yunhao." It was his first time encountering someone of such noble and luxurious bearing. The shopkeeper of Pinwei Tavern, in Yunhao's understanding, was already a significant figure. He felt somewhat constrained. He remembered passing by the grand 3-story wooden tavern with the old Taoist priest when he was younger. Back then he had thought that if he ever had money in the future, he would certainly come to Pinwei Tavern for a meal. Jean Mantang casually asked, "So it is little brother Yunhao. Did your family hunt these 2 wild boars?" Yunhao did not hide it, and honestly replied, "I hunted them myself. Can you accept them, shopkeeper?" Jean Mantang was once again surprised. Initially, he thought Yunhao's family were hunters, as hunting such large wild boars often required several hunters working together. Now, hearing Yunhao's words, it seemed he had hunted them alone. He was indeed a capable individual. Such hunters should not be easily deceived. With a clearer understanding, Jean Mantang smiled even more broadly and said, "Of course I can accept them. Brother Yun, you are impressive." After praising him, Jean Mantang asked, "How much do you want for these 2 wild boars?" Yunhao was not a real hunter and had no idea about the market price. Without much thought, he directly said, "Shopkeeper Jean, it's my first time here, so I am not very clear on the market. Please give me a price, and if it's suitable, I will sell them to your tavern." Upon hearing this, Jean Mantang thought Yunhao was quite straightforward, making it not easy for him to say anything further. After a moment of contemplation, Jean Mantang said, "Since it's your first time coming to our Pinwei Tavern, I won't let you suffer any loss. Meat is currently 3 when more expensive than grain. A dough of rice costs 35 when, while for 10 Jean of meat, I'll give you 41. How does that sound?" Yunhao listened and realized that meat was indeed more expensive than rice, which made sense as meat was more lucrative. "All right, I agree to what shopkeeper Jean has said. Brother Yun is straightforward," Jean Mantang responded. He immediately arranged for the waiter to weigh the boars. The 2 wild boars ultimately weighed over 750 Jean, totaling 3,000, when exactly the same amount he earned from selling the ginseng last time. After receiving the 3,000, when Yunhao tucked it into his pocket, feeling a sense of satisfaction as it was already collected in his treasure bottle. At this moment, Jean Mantang cheerfully invited, "Since you've come, Brother Yun, let's go eat a meal at our tavern." He added, "Order whatever you like, it's on me." Yunhao had been dreaming of having a meal at Pinwei Tavern. Now that he had money, he naturally wanted to go in and see. Just as he was about to nod and follow Jean Mantang into the tavern, a venomous voice filled with resentment called out from behind, "You little brat, I didn't expect you to dare come back to town." Yunhao turned his head to look. When he saw it was Yun, his gaze cooled slightly. He noticed that there were 6 people beside Yun, he all dressed in uniform blue short shirts, some with bare arms, showcasing their bulging muscles. Each person's clothing bore the 4 characters of Luyun Martial Arts Hall. At that moment, Yunhao realized that he had brought the martial arts hall's helpers intending to take public revenge on him. He truly did not expect that in broad daylight these martial artists would be so bold. Seeing the malicious expressions of the martial artists beside Yun, he filled with mockery. As they looked at him, Yunhao felt a bit anxious. However, it was only a bit of anxiety. He was capable of beating Yun, so he was not afraid of the people he brought. Although there were many opponents, if they were unable to defeat him, Yunhao decided to find an opportunity to flee. He certainly could not suffer any losses. Jean Mantang looked at Yun He and the others from Luyun Martial Arts Hall, as if he were the laughing Buddha, knowing there was a grudge between them, and that they were here to cause trouble. However, at this moment Yunhao stood at the entrance of Pinway Tavern, which counted him as a customer. As the shopkeeper of the largest tavern in the small town, Jean Mantang still cared about his reputation. With a smiling face, he spoke in a somewhat cold tone to Yun He and the others. "Gentlemen, if you are here to dine at Pinway Tavern, I Jean welcome you. But if you're here to cause trouble, I ask you to please find another place and not disrupt my business." His calm words held no hint of politeness, showing no respect for Yun He and his companions from Luyun. Beside Yun, he stood a young man about 25 or 26 years old, very robust, and ranked 6th among the disciples under the hall master of Luyun Martial Arts Hall, named Zhang Lei. He was also Yun He's support at Luyun Martial Arts Hall. After receiving the news, Zhang Lei brought several junior brothers to seek revenge for Yun He. Unexpectedly, the Yunhao mentioned by Yun He was actually a guest of Jean Mantang. Hearing Jean Mantang's words, Zhang Lei understood that they could not act at the entrance of Pinway Tavern. Naturally, he knew of Jean Mantang, and had also learned from the hall master that the background power behind Pinway Tavern was substantial. The tavern in Xinghe Town was merely a small branch. The real Pinway Tavern was spread across the world, and they had been warned not to conflict with it. However, with a group of junior brothers present, if Zhang Lei were to leave without saying a word, it would naturally be quite embarrassing. He looked at Jean Mantang and cupped his fists, saying, "Shopkeeper Jean, greetings. We certainly won't cause trouble at the tavern, but this young lad broke my junior brother Yun He's leg, and as the 6th senior brother of Luyun Martial Arts Hall, I must stand up for my junior brother. I hope Shopkeeper Jean will give us some face and allow me to take this young lad away, ensuring we won't cause any trouble at the tavern entrance." After hearing Zhang Lei's words, Jean Mantang's smile instantly vanished, and he said darkly, "You brat, are you trying to threaten me with Luyun Martial Arts Hall? Haha, even if your hall master were here, he wouldn't dare to intimidate me with his power. What are you, a mere low-level martial artist, truly unaware of your own insignificance?" Originally, Jean did not want to intervene in your grievances. "As long as you do not cause trouble at the entrance of my Pinway Tavern, that would be sufficient. But now I will make it clear to you that this young brother Yunhao is my guest, and I intend to invite him to dinner. If you have the guts, come into the tavern and take him away." As soon as he finished speaking, the tavern's doors burst open, and 7 or 8 strong men armed with clubs, blades, and spears emerged, each burly and muscular with prominent temples and thick calluses on their hands, clearly seasoned practitioners of martial arts. Their imposing demeanor was even stronger than that of Zhang Lei and Yun He. Yunhao looked at Jean Mantang in astonishment, realizing that this Pinway Tavern was not simple, and the shopkeeper was certainly extraordinary. Jean Mantang showed no respect towards Luyun Martial Arts Hall at all, completely disregarding them. "Brother Yun, please come in." Jean Mantang cheerfully invited Yunhao into the tavern. "Thank you, shopkeeper Jean." Yunhao understood that Jean Mantang was intentionally helping him, and he followed him into the tavern. Meanwhile, outside, Zhang Lei and Yun He and the others dared not act recklessly in front of the tavern's enforcers, their faces pale. Zhang Lei glanced at Yunhao and Jean Mantang's retreating figures and said in a low voice, "Let's go wait across the street. We can't act at the tavern entrance, so let's wait for that kid to come out." Yun He hurriedly acted like a sycophant, expressing gratitude to Zhang Lei, saying, "Thank you, 6th senior brother, for standing up for your junior brother. Don't worry, Yun He. This grudge will definitely be settled today." Zhang Lei attributed the anger given by Jean Mantang to Yunhao. Inside the tavern, Jean Mantang arranged for Yunhao to take a seat. Yunhao looked at the wooden sign hanging on the wall of the hall, which was filled with names of various dishes and their prices. He couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This was indeed the largest tavern in town. Besides its luxurious decor, the prices of each dish were also quite astonishing. Even a simple bowl of mixed grain noodles, which cost only a few coins at a small stall outside, started at 15. Jean Mantang noticed the surprise in Yunhao's eyes and felt quite satisfied. Anyone who visited their tasting tavern for the first time was always struck by its grandeur. Xinghe Town is located on the outskirts, but is a strategic stronghold, as many high-end clients frequent it, making the prices of the dishes affordable for them. Yunhao, a boy from a mountain village, was clearly visiting a high-end tavern for the first time. He chuckled and said, "Brother Yun, order whatever you want, it's on me." Jean Mantang emphasized again that he had already stated he would treat Yunhao, and he would not go back on his word. It was just a meal and a small matter for him as the owner. He added, "Rest assured about those people outside. Even if they had the guts, they wouldn't dare come in to cause trouble. Just enjoy your meal." "Thank you, Manager Jean, for the reassurance." Yunhao was not afraid, which is why he followed Jean Mantang into the tavern to take cover. It was simply Jean Mantang's invitation, and secondly, it was a dream come true to have a meal at a tasting tavern. To Yun He and the others, it seemed as if Yunhao was afraid and hiding in the tavern. After Jean Mantang instructed a waiter to attend to Yunhao, he went upstairs. Yunhao then ordered 2 bowls of noodles, a plate of vegetables, and a roast chicken. He instructed the waiter to wrap up the roast chicken as he planned to take it home for his sister. The noodles were mixed grain Yangchun noodles, generously topped with green onions and pepper oil, and the portion was substantial. Yunhao was very satisfied and ate heartily. After 2 large bowls, he felt only slightly full. He decided to have the waiter bring 3 more large bowls. After devouring 5 large bowls of noodles, a plate of vegetables, and drinking a bowl of noodle soup, he finally felt comfortable. He was full, but not overly so. He called the waiter to settle the bill. Although manager Jean had offered to treat him, he did not want to take advantage of it. 5 large bowls of noodles cost 75 coins, a plate of vegetables 20 coins, and a roast chicken 80 coins, totaling 175 coins. It hurt a bit to pay that much, but he did so. As he picked up the roast chicken and prepared to leave, manager Jean happened to come downstairs. Seeing Yunhao paying and getting ready to leave, he smiled and said, "Brother Yun, you are too polite. I already said this meal is on me. Thank you for your kindness, manager Jean. You are in business, and it is only right for me to pay for my meal. It is getting late, so I will take my leave now," Yunhao replied. Jean Mantang walked over and glanced outside, saying, "If you go out now, you might get into trouble. The fighters from Luoyuan Martial Arts Hall are still waiting outside. If you don't go out, they won't dare to come in and cause a scene." "Thank you for your kindness, manager Jean. I cannot keep hiding without going out. I am not afraid of them," Yunhao said, a stubborn determination in his gaze. Hearing Yunhao say this, Jean Mantang did not press the issue. His help to Yunhao today was merely out of courtesy, given that Yunhao had done business at his tavern. If he were to be beaten by someone from Luoyuan Martial Arts Hall, it would be a loss of face for Jean Mantang. However, he did not believe that Yunhao could gain any advantage against those fighters from Luoyuan Martial Arts Hall. As Yunhao walked outside, he recalled that he still had 3 wild boars left in his treasure space, and asked Jean Mantang, "Manager Jean, can I bring the wild boars I hunt to your tavern in the future?" Jean Mantang replied with a smile, "Of course, the more the better. I guarantee you the highest prices." "Thank you, manager Jean. By the way, do you need rice at your tavern?" Yunhao thought that since he had the treasure, and with the rice maturing every 3 days, he would have more and more in the future. He wouldn't be able to eat it all, so selling some would be good, thus he asked. Jean Mantang immediately said, "This year, there is a severe drought and grain prices are soaring. Our demand for grain is quite high and most of it is still being sourced from outside. If Brother Yun has grain, I will buy as much as you have." Yunhao felt reassured, preparing to gradually sell the grain he had on hand. Watching Yunhao leave, Jean Mantang couldn't help but feel it was a pity. He had a good impression of Yunhao, but he knew better that in a small place like Xinghe Town, fighters were like gods, and the likelihood of Yunhao getting beaten to death was very high. The waiter leaned in and asked manager, "Why are you helping that kid?" Jean Mantang did not answer directly, but said, "Go outside and see. If Yunhao hasn't been beaten to death by the people from Luoyuan Martial Arts Hall, then help him and take him to the clinic." The waiter nodded and followed him out. After Yunhao left the tasting tavern, he did not see He and the others across the street. Without thinking too much, he walked forward, preparing to buy some things to take home. However, just as he reached the entrance of an alley, he was surrounded. It was He and his companions, including Zhang Lei. There were 6 people, 3 in front and 3 behind. He did not count, as he was leaning on a cane and naturally couldn't fight. Yunhao knew that things could not end well today. He clenched his fists, his body tensed up. At this moment of high concentration, his breathing and energy circulation began to operate instinctively. He clearly felt a stream of energy in his lower abdomen spreading throughout his body. At that moment, Yunhao's senses were stronger than ever before, with his hearing and vision reaching an entirely new height. He leaned on his cane and sneered, "Yunhao, you little bastard, with Zhang Lei and the others here today. Let's see." Zhang Lei also had a mocking expression and said, "Little brother, you hit my junior brother Yunhe. This is a matter of disrespecting our Luoyuan Martial Arts Hall. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize. Pay 10 taels of silver, and we won't break your legs. Otherwise." Yunhao was instantly enraged by these words and interrupted, saying, "Or else what? In broad daylight you want to rob me? Aren't you afraid of the authorities?" "Ha ha ha." The others burst into laughter. Zhang Lei brazenly said, "Authorities? Little brother, I can tell you that in Xinghe Town, our Luoyuan Martial Arts Hall is like the heavens. Ask the officials if they dare to meddle in our affairs." He said to Zhang Lei, "Brother Zhang, this kid is my cousin with no blood relation, and he is poor as a church mouse, so he can't possibly produce 10 taels of silver. However, he sold 2 wild boars at the tasting tavern before, so he must have some money on him. Why not just take action directly? All right, just take him down." Zhang Lei crossed his arms and instructed his disciples beside him, "Brothers, don't dirty your hands on such a lowly brat. I will take care of it." One of the young men, looking like he had triangular eyes, stepped forward, eager to try his hand. "All right, let's see what you can do, kid," Zhang Lei said. He, having suffered at Yunhao's hands before, quickly reminded, "Brother Li, don't underestimate him. This kid has brute strength. I learned that the hard way." Haha Yunhee, you have only just entered the realm of third-rate fighters while I have been a third-rate fighter for a year. I will take care of this for you, said the young man surnamed Li. With that, he leaped into the air and kicked at Yunhao. Yunhao never imagined that these people would be so audacious, treating the authorities with such disregard. He gained a new understanding of the status of fighters in Xinghe town. As the young man surnamed Li swept his leg towards him with a fierce wind, Yunhao observed that it was not as fast as he had imagined. He quickly acted, not dodging, but reaching out with both hands to accurately grasp the young man's ankle. The young man surnamed Li's face changed drastically, but it was already too late. He felt a powerful force on his leg, causing him to lose his balance. Yunhao seized the young man's ankle and swung him fiercely, slamming him down onto the ground with a loud. The young man screamed in agony as he hit the ground, blood streaming from his head, lying motionless, his life or death unknown. Yunhao released his limp leg and dusted off his hands. He felt that the so-called third-rate fighters were nothing special. Zhang Lei, Yunhee, and the others were all stunned. When they finally reacted, their faces turned pale. Brother Li had been a third-rate fighter for over a year with solid martial arts skills, yet he had been thrown to the ground by Yunhao as if he were an object. Yunhao's vigorous slam left Zhang Lei and the others utterly dumbfounded. Recovering, Zhang Lei turned to the other four and said, "This kid has brute strength. You four should team up, let's see just how strong he really is." With the lesson learned from the previous encounter, the remaining four dared not be careless. They immediately began to surround Yunhao from both sides. Zhang Lei remained on the sidelines, watching alongside Yunhee. However, Yunhao was unfazed. After taking down the first opponent, he gained a clear understanding of his own strength. Faced with the simultaneous assault of four opponents, he clenched his fists and resorted to a savage fighting style. There were no techniques. He simply charged forward. Relying on his keen senses and raw strength, Yunhao engaged in battle with all four of them. For a time, he took several punches and kicks, but they did not inflict any real harm. To be honest, the strikes from these men felt little more than a tickle to him. He only needed to avoid critical hits. Compared to these seasoned fighters, he seemed to have no advantage. They had techniques and agile movements, and they were all attacking him together. In a brief moment, Yunhao had taken several hits. However, if one were to assess his advantages, the martial artists were no match for him. In terms of strength and perception, Yunhao completely overwhelmed them. Thus, as the fight began, although he endured many punches and kicks, with each counterattack, he landed a devastating blow, often accompanied by the sounds of bones breaking and cries of anguish. A crack among the four. Two of the martial artists were taken down one after another, with one suffering a heavy punch to the chest, spitting blood and flying backward, losing all fighting capability. The other one received a kick to the ribs, breaking several bones and rendering him instantly incapacitated. The remaining two were left in shock and disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Yunhao went on a relentless assault. In no time, all of them were lying on the ground. It was only at this moment that Zhang Lei realized the terror of this wild young man. He was simply a monster. Clearly, he possessed no martial arts skills, yet his strength was astonishing. Relying solely on his brute force, he had taken down 5 of his junior brothers. Yunhee stared wide-eyed at Yunhao. How could this kid overpower 4 third-rate martial artists working together? What had happened to him? He knew that Yunhao had been weak and fragile since childhood, often bullied by him, a mere weakling. It was hard to believe that something had changed in Yunhao, making him stronger than these third-rate fighters. At that moment, he turned to Zhang Lei. Only Zhang Lei could take down Yunhao. After all, Zhang Lei was one of the direct disciples of the martial arts school's master, a second-rate fighter. The flowing cloud fist of the Lu Yun martial arts school could only be learned by direct disciples. Those below the third-rate level practiced only basic techniques. One could not even qualify to learn the flowing cloud fist unless they reached second-rate martial artist status. With this thought, he looked at Zhang Lei. It seems, Zhang Shixiang, you need to take action yourself. Zhang Lei, feeling a bit regretful for having backed he thought to himself, having never encountered someone as fierce as Yunhao. This kid looked like a born powerhouse. Yet Yunhee, that scoundrel, had the audacity to call him merely a slightly stronger wild kid. What do you mean by slightly stronger? Zhang Lei felt irritated with Yunhee, but as a senior brother, he prided himself on being Yunhee's support and couldn't back down. Feigning nonchalance, he said, "Don't worry, he's just a first-tier wild kid. I'll take care of him." With that, Yunhao, having achieved victory against 4 opponents, felt completely confident. Seeing Zhang Lei approach, he clenched his fists, ready to strike at any moment. Zhang Lei's gaze was sharp as he fixed his eyes on Yunhao. To be honest, he found it hard to see through this kid. Having taken down 5 junior brothers, he had witnessed several of their attacks land solidly on Yunhao. But it seemed like they had not inflicted much damage, and he had to admit that Yunhao was a monster. He couldn't gauge just how much brute strength Yunhao possessed. This was a point of uncertainty for Zhang Lei. Even though he was a second-rate fighter, in the end it was still about brute force. However, one thing Zhang Lei was clear on was that Yunhao clearly knew no techniques. His advantage lay in the flowing cloud fist. Even if he couldn't match Yunhao in strength, he could win with technique. With this thought, Zhang Lei felt more assured. Not hurrying to attack, he pondered how to take down Yunhao as quickly as possible, not giving him a chance to react, and ideally nullifying Yunhao's strength advantage. Just as Zhang Lei was calculating in his mind, Yunhao frowned and said, "Hey, are you going to fight or not? If not, I'm leaving you. I have other matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei nearly stumbled. This kid truly was fearless, like a newborn calf that knows no fear of tigers. Or perhaps he simply didn't understand the ways of the world. His words were so straightforward, showing no signs of pressure. This left Zhang Lei dumbfounded. After a while, his expression darkened as he slowly spoke. "Kid, you have truly opened my eyes. You've injured several of my junior brothers and now want to leave. Do you really not know if you're being simple-minded or foolish?" Yunhao hadn't given it much thought and impatiently replied, "You talk too much. If you're going to fight, just get on with it." Hearing this, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Zhang Lei thought about Yunhao being simple-minded, and he wasn't wrong. After all, Yunhao had grown up in Qingshui village, living a hard life, often going hungry, and had rarely been to town, completely unaware of the outside world. Unlike him, who had been training at the Luyun martial arts school since he was 8. Zhang Lei, hearing Yunhao's impatient words, felt his temper rise, feeling insulted. Taking a step forward, he shouted in a low voice, "Flowing cloud, severing shadow." His figure moved like a leopard, striking swiftly. This was a technique from the flowing cloud fist, the name implying a fleeting and unpredictable movement, like flowing clouds, instantly severing the enemy's trace and displaying an elusive form. The previous 5 useless fighters had seemed average in speed to him, and he could basically catch their attack trajectories. But this Zhang Lei was The previous 5 useless fighters had seemed average in speed to him, and he could basically catch their attack trajectories. But this Zhang Lei was incredibly fast. In a moment of distraction, he felt a rush of wind behind him. Instinctively, Yunhao tilted his head. Zhang Lei's punch was about to land on Yunhao's head, but to his surprise, this kid reacted quickly and managed to dodge it by tilting his head. With a cold snort, he adjusted his stance, driving his fist downwards. Bang! His fist solidly struck Yunhao's shoulder. Yunhao felt a heaviness in his shoulder, causing his entire body to bend involuntarily, a burning pain radiating from the strike. Immediately, Zhang Lei's low voice echoed again, "Flowing cloud, pursuing moon." This was the second move of the fist technique, designed to track the target like flowing clouds, swift as the rising moon, making it hard for the enemy to escape. With a successful hit on Yunhao, there was no opportunity to catch his breath. Another punch landed on Yunhao's back. Yunhao felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. A surge of blood and qi churned within him. He couldn't afford to focus on the pain. He rolled away a few meters and hurriedly got up, trying to create distance from Zhang Lei. However, Zhang Lei's third move was already coming at him, Heaton. Flowing cloud, obscuring sun. This move unleashed dozens of punches in an instant, obscuring the enemy's vision and plunging them into chaos, unable to discern their surroundings. Yunhao saw a flurry of punches filling his field of vision, blocking his way. He knew he could only brace himself for a heated confrontation. Even if he took a few punches, he had to retaliate, otherwise he would be beaten to death. He had not anticipated that Zhang Lei's attacks would be so rapid, and before he could react, he endured 2 punches, suffering losses. He realized that Zhang Lei was using martial arts techniques, and he was just relying on brute force, caught off guard. His opponent was a true martial artist, stronger than both Yun He and the previous 5. Yunhao felt somewhat aggrieved, but more than that, he was filled with rage. "Damn it! You think you can bully me because I don't know martial arts? Then let's go all out. I can take your punches, I can withstand them. Even if I have to endure a few more, I won't die." As Zhang Lei's punches came like shadows, Yunhao roared. Feeling the flow of energy in his lower abdomen surge throughout his body, he tightened his fists and unleashed a powerful strike. Suddenly, Yunhao's fists charged forward like an ox ramming a wall. He ignored the punches landing on him. His mindset was one of a mutual destruction approach. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of their fists colliding echoed like a series of dull explosions. Zhang Lei grunted as he was sent flying. He was horrified. He had only mastered 3 moves of the flowing cloud fist, which he had already used up. Yunhao's brutal resistance with his fists clashed against him. This made him feel a powerful burst of force and overwhelming momentum that surged through his arms and body. He felt a numbness and pain in his arms as he staggered backward. In that instant, Zhang Lei felt as if he were facing a first-rate martial artist's master, experiencing a terrifying pressure from strength. He had never expected Yunhao's explosive power to be so formidable, rivaling a peak first-rate martial artist's strength. As he retreated, Zhang Lei's eyelids twitched again. He saw Yunhao's eyes turn red, as if consumed by rage, charging towards him with a speed that matched his own movement. Die! After pushing Zhang Lei back, Yunhao did not stop. He surged forward, leaping into the air, and struck Zhang Lei with a punch. Zhang Lei had no time to dodge, only able to cross his numb arms to defend. But the next moment, the sound of bones breaking echoed through the arena. Crack! Zhang Lei let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. This punch shattered the bones in his arms. With a shriek, his body slammed against the wall, and he instantly lost consciousness. Seeing Zhang Lei collapse, Yunhao finally stopped. He gasped for air. His fists were bruised and bleeding. In this brutal clash, he had emerged victorious. Immediately, Yunhao turned sharply to look at Yunhe. From a distance, he saw that Zhang Lei had been knocked out by Yunhao, and his face turned pale. Leaning on his cane, he limped away. Having defeated 1 against 6, it was simply monstrous. But where could he escape? Trying to run. Yunhao swiftly closed the distance, kicking Yunhe to the ground. Don't. Yunhao, please spare me. I won't bother you again. The officials are around here. Yunhe was trembling, tears and snot streaming down his face as he pleaded for mercy. He regretted it deeply. Had he known Yunhao was such a monster, he would never have provoked him. Humph. Yunhao coldly snorted, raising his foot and suddenly stomping down on Yunhe's other leg. Crack. This time both legs were brutally broken by Yunhao. Yunhe fainted from the pain. If it weren't for the bustling crowd in the town and the fact that these people were not the same marauders who had once tried to kill him, Yunhao might have truly been moved to kill. Fortunately, these fighters did not intend to kill him from the beginning. After dealing with them, Yunhao looked at the few people lying on the ground and said, "Don't provoke me again, or next time I will kill you all." After saying that, he picked up the roast chicken on the ground and left without looking back. He knew that some of them had genuinely fainted while a few were just pretending they could hear his words. After Yunhao left, the waiter at the nearby tavern who had witnessed everything hurried back to report to Jin Man. "What did you say? That kid not only is fine, but he also took down those fighters from the Lu Yun martial arts school by himself." Jin Mantang could hardly believe it after hearing the waiter's account. He only had a good impression of Yunhao and thought that once Yunhao left their tavern, he would surely be beaten up by the people from the Lu Yun martial arts school, at which point he would send Yunhao to the medical clinic. Unexpectedly, the waiter's detailed account truly astonished Jin Mantang. The waiter firmly stated, "Boss, I saw it with my own eyes. That Yunhao knocked out 1 person at the beginning, and later, when 4 third-rate fighters attacked him together, he still managed to take them down single-handedly. Later, Zhang Lei, that second-rate fighter, personally stepped in, but he only managed to land 2 punches on Yunhao, and even used the Lu Yun martial arts school's Lu Yun fist technique, yet in the end, he was severely injured and fainted. Do you think that kid knows martial arts?" Jin Mantang asked. The waiter replied earnestly, "Boss, do you still not believe me? I am someone who came from our Jin family's internal martial hall. Although I am only a second-rate martial artist now, I still have a discerning eye and absolutely cannot be mistaken. That kid Yunhao completely does not understand martial arts. He doesn't even know the basics. He relies purely on brute strength, likely the kind of person born with divine strength." Jin Mantang nodded, naturally trusting the waiter's words, though he was just too amazed by Yunhao. Their tavern appeared to be a simple establishment, but in reality their true business was intelligence gathering. "So you're saying that Yunhao possesses divine strength, but doesn't understand martial arts?" Jin Mantang asked again. The waiter nodded. "Yes, if that kid understood some martial arts techniques, with his terrifying brute strength, I believe he could crush even first-rate fighters." Jin Mantang pondered for a moment and said, "This is interesting. It's not easy to find a naturally strong talent in such a small place. Go and tell Yunhao that our tavern can provide him with martial arts manuals. If he is interested, let him come find me." The waiter was surprised and said, "Boss, you're not really planning to sell our Jin family's martial arts manual to that kid? That won't do. If the family elders find out, you'll be in big trouble. Besides, that poor kid from the mountain village probably can't even afford it, right?" Jin Mantang narrowed his eyes and smiled. "You kid don't understand anything. Our Jin family's martial arts cannot be sold, but the Dragon Elephant Fist manual circulating in the market of the Diyu dynasty can be. It only costs 10 taels of silver. That kid should be able to afford it." The waiter curiously asked, "But the Dragon Elephant Fist manual circulating in the market lacks any mental cultivation method and only contains techniques for practicing external skills. Isn't it useless?" "Not really. It's useless for ordinary people, but the Dragon Elephant Fist manual was created by the founding emperor of the Diyu dynasty, so it has its unique advantages. Without a mental cultivation method, ordinary fighters practicing the techniques indeed find little use in it. However, if a person born with divine strength practices the techniques of the Dragon Elephant Fist, the effects will be vastly different. I naturally have my reasons for helping that kid," Jin Mantang said lightly. The waiter asked in confusion, "Since you believe in Yunhao, why not recruit him directly? Selling him the Dragon Elephant Fist manual seems unlikely to yield any remarkable results, right?" Jin Mantang stroked his beard and said, "Today Yunhao fought those from the Lu Yun martial arts school, and they surely will not let it go easily. While we might not care about a small Lu Yun martial arts school, we cannot easily provoke a conflict, as it does not align with our interests. Finding a way to give Yunhao the manual is to see if he has the potential for martial arts. If he does, then overcoming the Lu Yun martial arts school will be a test indicating his value. At that point we can recruit him without delay. After hearing this, the waiter flattered, "You're still the boss, plotting and planning with such brilliance." "You little brat, I'm not scheming. I'm just being strategic, which aligns with our Jean family's tradition. Stop calling it scheming. Just go and inform that kid about the manual, and whether he wants to look at it is up to him." "Yes, I'll go right away." The waiter turned to leave, but then returned to say, "Boss, that kid just fought with the Lu Yun martial arts school people. He probably won't be able to leave Xinghe town today. Is it redundant for me to go now?" Jean Mantang looked out the window and said, "Although the head of the Lu Yun martial arts school, Wu Shiguan, is a fighter, he values his reputation even more. His disciples couldn't even defeat a country bumpkin and have all suffered losses. They are simply useless. What face do they have to seek revenge on Yunhao in town? At most, after Yunhao leaves Xinghe town, they will try to trip him up secretly." Upon hearing this, the waiter realized it made sense. He hurriedly left to find Yunhao. Meanwhile, after defeating Yunhe and Zhang Lei, Yunhao began shopping in the town. He bought some flour cloth and tools for repairing his house, among other useful items. After a round of shopping, he filled a large bag and spent over 800 coins preparing to go home. Just then a young man approached him looking familiar. Upon a closer look, it was the waiter from the tavern. "Young master, my boss asked me to tell you something." The waiter approached Yunhao respectfully, having witnessed Yunhao's ferocity and feeling admiration for him. "What is it, brother waiter?" Seeing the other party's humble attitude, Yunhao relaxed and asked. The waiter said, "My boss Jean said that, young master, you suffered in your fight with the Lu Yun martial arts school because you lacked martial arts techniques. He instructed me to tell you that our tavern has martial arts manuals for sale. If you need it, you can find my boss at the tavern." Yunhao was taken aback upon hearing this. Martial arts manuals. Such a good thing exists. Indeed, although he hadn't sustained serious injuries, he did suffer because he didn't understand martial arts techniques. If there really is a martial arts manual, he would be genuinely interested. However, he knew that practicing martial arts requires money, and it can be quite expensive. Martial arts manuals are even pricier. He looked at the waiter and tentatively asked, "Brother waiter, do you know how much your martial arts manuals cost?" The waiter smiled and said, "My boss said that if young master needs it, the manual without a mental cultivation method only costs 10 taels of silver." 10 taels of silver. Yunhao was taken aback. It really is expensive. Inside the Lu Yun martial arts hall. Crash. The hallmaster Wu Shiguan violently smashed a teacup. His face was ashen as he glared at the few disciples lying on the ground, howling in pain, with fire blazing in his eyes. At this moment, Zhang Lei had already regained consciousness and was trembling as he narrated the situation. Wu Shiguan was furious because after hearing the account, he realized that his disciples had actually been beaten up by a country bumpkin. The key point was that 6 or 7 people couldn't defeat that one individual. They had been humiliated right at their doorstep. For someone running a martial arts hall, maintaining face was of utmost importance. If this news got out, how could he continue to run the hall and make money? Or rather take in disciples? Wu Shiguan looked at the few disciples lying on the ground, his anger rising. Especially Yun He, who learned that Zhang Lei and the others had been beaten up because they stood up for him. Even more infuriating was that the assailant was a cousin from the same village as Yun He, yet they had no blood relation. Another disciple spoke up, "Master, please calm down. I will go capture that kid right away. He should still be in." Wu Shiguan was about to say something when a faint woman's voice came from the back hall. "Where do you think you're going? Aren't you embarrassed?" As she finished speaking, a middle-aged woman walked out supported by a maid. "Madam, why aren't you resting properly?" Wu Shiguan got up to support her with his other arm, helping her to sit down. "Auntie." A group of disciples in the hall clasped their fists in respect. It was clear that they all held great respect for the woman. "It's just a cold, it's nothing serious." "But you all have truly embarrassed your master," the woman said, looking at Zhang Lei and the 7 others with a stern expression. The latter trembled with fear. In the Lu Yun martial arts hall, what everyone feared most was not the hallmaster Wu Shiguan, but rather his wife, Cai Jinyu. This was because Wu Shiguan usually listened to his wife Cai Jinyu. The Lu Yun martial arts hall could establish itself in this small town largely due to Cai Jinyu's strategic planning. Otherwise, Wu Shiguan, a rough martial artist, would not have been able to recruit dozens of disciples. Wu Shiguan turned to Cai Jinyu and said, "Madam, Zhang Lei and the others have been beaten by a country kid. If we don't capture that kid, it may tarnish our martial arts hall's reputation." Cai Jinyu replied, "If those 7 couldn't defeat a country bumpkin, and then you send someone to trouble that kid, news will spread, and our martial arts hall will be laughed at for bullying the weak. Who would dare come to our hall to become a disciple in the future?" Wu Shiguan nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, saying, "What you say makes sense, madam. In that case, what should we do now? We can't just sit idly by and let Zhang Lei and the others suffer, can we?" Cai Jinyu's tone turned colder. "I already know the situation. That kid must have been born with brute strength. If you send someone again and they suffer losses, can you really have the hallmaster personally go and beat up a country kid? Doing so would be the biggest joke. However, our disciples cannot suffer losses for nothing. I've heard that the bandits from Heifeng Mountain have been causing quite a stir lately, robbing many villages. Chai Jinyu paused here and looked at Yun, he who was lying on a stretcher with broken legs, asking, Yun, he is that kid from your village? Yun he quickly propped himself up with his arm and looked at Chai Jinyu saying, Yes, Andy. That kid is called Yunhao. He was picked up by my uncle's family, a little bastard. What is the name of your village? How many households are there? How many wealthy families? Chai Jinyu inquired. Reporting to Auntie, it's called Qingshui Village. There are more than 30 households in total, and there are a few wealthy families, but that's about it. This year has been a severe drought, and the villagers are lacking food. Yun he quickly replied. Chai Jinyu nodded thoughtfully and said to Wu Shiguan, Find someone to inform the bandits from Heifeng Mountain about the situation in Qingshui Village. Just say there are several wealthy households with sufficient money and grain, especially a family named Yunhao who is quite valuable. In that case, the bandits will naturally come to vent their anger for us, and we won't have to take action ourselves. Upon hearing this, Yun, he trembled all over, his face turning pale. This. Auntie is planning to use a knife to kill someone, letting the bandits rob the entire village. Although he hated Yunhao, he had never thought of letting the bandits rob the entire village. His parents were still in the village. It was said that the hallmaster's wife Chai Jinyu had a cruel heart, and today Yun he was witnessing it firsthand. Including Zhang Lei and the others, they all felt a tremor in their hearts as they listened. Wu Shiguan hesitated, saying, Madam, isn't this a bit? I've heard about the bandits from Heifeng Mountain. They're all ruthless. In every village they rob, they kill, everyone without mercy, showing no ethics. Chai Jinyu coldly snorted, Ethics? What ethics? Does it have anything to do with us? We're only informing the bandits from Heifeng Mountain about a piece of news. The ones who kill and rob are not us. This year has been a drought, and the border of the Great Yu dynasty is in turmoil, with uprisings everywhere. The bandits from Heifeng Mountain will inevitably come to rob the area around Xinghe Town, and we're just giving them a heads up in advance, merely seeking to vent our disciples' anger. Nothing else has anything to do with our Luyun martial arts hall. Wu Shiguan saw that his wife was angry and quickly agreed. What you say is reasonable, we will do it, as you say, madam. Chai Jinyu snorted and turned to Yun he, instructing. Yun he, this time your few senior brothers were injured while standing up for you. You need to cover their medical expenses. Also inform your parents to sell their land and move to the martial arts hall. Just write the old man guarding the hall has died, so this can provide your parents with a job and they can avoid the threat of bandits. What we can do for you is just this, alas, who told us to be kind. In this year of drought, having one more mouth in the martial arts hall is a burden. Yin he felt a chill in his heart as he listened, yet he did not dare to show it, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. He wasn't foolish. Auntie had effortlessly taken their family's assets while asking his parents to come to the martial arts hall to guard the door, claiming it was a favor, but in reality, it meant more free labor. But he dared not defy her, knowing Chai Jinyu's methods. What was originally just meant to be a lesson for Yun Hao had now involved his entire family. Feeling regretful, he didn't dare to voice a single complaint. All right, you all take them down to treat their injuries. Also, Yun he, since you have difficulty moving, write a letter. I will send someone to your home to help sell your family's land so that you can pay for the medical expenses. Chai Jinyu casually instructed. As for Yun Hao, at this moment, he was on his way home. Once he left the town, he found that no one was following him or causing trouble. He found a secluded spot and stored a large sack of items into the treasure bottle. He reflected on the words of the inn's waiter. According to the waiter, Jean Mantang had martial arts manuals that could be sold to him, but it required 10 taels of silver. Yun Hao was quite tempted, but unfortunately, he did not have 10 taels on hand. He thought of saving up to possibly buy the manual to practice. Fighting with Yun he and Zhang Lei made him realize that his shortcoming was the lack of a martial arts manual. Additionally, the waiter had also mentioned that since he had beaten someone from the Luyun martial arts hall, they would definitely not let it go easily. While they wouldn't confront him openly, they would certainly do so in secret, advising him to be cautious. Yun Hao, however, didn't think much of this. With the treasure bottle to store his belongings, he didn't have to carry anything on his back, making the journey much easier. Although he did not encounter any robbers on the way, he saw groups of refugees and spotted several corpses along. Without a doubt, they had all starved to death. He also heard people saying that there were battles occurring near the border of Liangzhou and that bandits were rampant. Yun Hao tried to avoid these people, and after seeing and hearing all this, he became even more concerned about food. He thought about going back to continue planting. As he approached the village, he took out the items he had sold from the treasure bottle and pulled out a large bag of rice, carrying it into the village. The rice was grown by himself, and he had a reason to tell his sister that he had bought it with the money from selling the wild boar. By the time he got home, it was dusk, and he brought back a large pile of items and grain which delighted his sister. He instructed his sister to arrange for repairs to the house tomorrow. Dinner was ready, and his sister steamed the rice, which was the very rice Yun Hao had watered and grown using the treasure bottle's water. He originally thought he could eat several large bowls. However, unexpectedly this time, he was full after just 2 bowls. His sister Yunwei kept saying how delicious this rice was. Yunhao couldn't help but fall into deep thought contemplating a possibility. Yunhao felt that it was not his appetite that had diminished, but rather the rice he was eating was different. The rice grown with the treasure bottle water was no longer ordinary. It had a remarkably filling effect. Normally he would need at least 5 large bowls to feel full. Today just 2 bowls of rice sufficed, which was telling. The aroma of the rice grown with the treasure bottle water and the mouth-watering taste made it addictive. Even his sister Yunwei remarked that it was better than meat. Crucially, Yunhao felt a warmth starting to build in his lower abdomen after finishing his meal, reminiscent of the airflow generated by the breathing method described in the Zhutsong Tu Na Gong. According to the records left by the old Taoists, the airflow generated in the lower abdomen is called qi. It absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, Yunhao did not know what exactly qi could do. When he fought with the martial artists from the Luoyuan martial hall in town, the airflow in his lower abdomen would spread throughout his body, doubling his strength, seemingly inexhaustible. Therefore, the qi within him must be power. Now it turned out that after eating rice, he could also generate airflow within his body, effectively increasing his strength. This benefit was clear to Yunhao. He secretly rejoiced. Now that eating and drinking could enhance his strength, he would no longer fear being bullied by anyone. "What are you thinking? They'll get you another bowl of rice," Yunwei said when she saw Yunhao lost in thought. Yunhao hurriedly replied, "Sister, no need, I'm full." Yunwei was somewhat surprised and asked, "Really full? There's still some left in the pot." She thought that Yunhao's appetite had been lacking these days. "Sister, this rice is very filling. I'm truly full now. In the future, you don't need to hold back. Eat as much rice as you want. I can still earn money." Thinking of his sister's frugality, Yunhao reminded her that even if the rice grown with the treasure bottle did not increase strength, it would still be beneficial for her health. Yunwei nodded, thinking about the large bag of rice Yunhao had brought back today, along with the white flour and mixed grains, which would be enough for them for a while. Moreover, Yunhao mentioned that he sold the wild boar for 3 taels of silver. There was hope for their lives. After dinner, Yunhao told his sister and went to Chicken Crying Mountain. The reason was that there were also crops planted behind the Taoist temple, and he needed to keep an eye on them to prevent wild beasts from causing harm. Although Yunwei did not know what exactly her brother had planted behind the Taoist temple, he had come back safely after hunting a wild boar yesterday, so she reminded him to be careful, but did not say much more. Upon arriving at the back mountain of the Chicken Crying Mountain Taoist temple, Yunhao immediately went to check the fields. After a day and a night, it was indeed as he had expected. The rice stubble, having been watered with treasure bottle water last night, had regained its vitality and started growing again. However, no rice ears had yet appeared. Fortunately, every stalk of harvested stubble had sprouted with a survival rate of nearly 100%. The growth speed was a bit slower. Yunhao did not mind. He could simply water them a few more times and wait a couple more days for them to mature. The tin ginseng and huangjing plants were thriving with their leaves spreading out more than yesterday. After checking, he found no signs of wild beasts having come by. He had heard the old Taoists say that many wild animals and birds roamed the mountains, mostly coming out at night to forage. Only birds appeared during the day. However, since the mature rice had been harvested and now it was just young seedlings, it would naturally not attract birds to peck at. He began watering the plants. Once all the watering was done, and he had watered each ginseng and huangjing plant, Yunhao sat down to rest. It was already dark, and he still had to guard the fields tonight, to prevent wild boars and similar beasts. He did not sleep, but began to practice breathing. A night passed without incident, and the next day, he felt that the airflow in his lower abdomen had strengthened a bit more. Although the feeling was subtle, he could clearly sense the growth. After dawn, Yunhao returned to the Taoist temple, washed up, and then went down the mountain to return home. Today, his sister had found people to repair the house, and he wanted to see if he could help. When he got home, he saw that people were already working on the roof while his sister was busy in the kitchen. In the pot was a mixture of grain porridge along with some wild boar meat. When Yunhao went to help, he ended up causing some trouble. The carpenter they had invited was Yun Dagawei and his son Yun Taiju from the village. They were also members of the Yun family, though distantly related to Yun Wei's parents. They were a pair of honest father and son. They told Yunhao not to worry as they could handle it themselves. They worked hard, and Yun Wei said they could have meals, so Uncle Dagawei did not want wages. By the end of the morning, the leaks in the roof had been repaired. During the meal, Yunhao and Yun Wei knew that everyone was struggling. It was hard to fill their stomachs. They gave most of the food to Uncle Dagawei and his son, which made the two of them quite embarrassed. Yunhao thought for a moment and said, "Uncle Dagawei, can you do carpentry work?" Uncle Dagawei quickly replied, "Yes, I can do both masonry and carpentry. Little, how do you have any work? I can take Taiju along to help you. And by the way, no payment is needed, just meals." Yunhao smiled and said, "Uncle Dagawei, I can't let you work for free. Here's the deal: the wooden bed in my sister's and my room is already rotten and needs to be rebuilt. Also, we need to add some furniture at home, and the kitchen stove needs to be redone. You can take care of all that. Time is not urgent, and you can find the materials. My family will provide meals every day and an additional 100 as wages. How does that sound? Uncle Dagawe's eyes lit up as he repeatedly said, no problem, no problem. We have materials at home. I'll have Taiju bring them over later. He then added somewhat shyly, 50 for wages is enough. It's settled then, Uncle Dagawe. You and your son will earn 100 a day, and the materials will be calculated separately. You'll get paid after the work is done. Seeing Uncle Dagawe was sincere, Yunhao naturally would not shortchange him. Yunwei wanted to say something after hearing this, but ultimately kept silent, feeling a bit pained about the money. In the following days, except for meal times when he returned home to check, Yunhao spent all his time on chicken, crying mountain, watering the rice, ginseng, and huangjing. In any case, he could not help with anything, and with his sister Yunwei at home, it was sufficient. During the day, he took out the spiritual medicine compendium left by the old Taoist and reviewed the records of each medicinal herb and its effects. At night, he would also flip through the Zhetsong Tu Na Gong regarding breathing exercises and so on, gaining insights each time he reviewed it. He realized that the true qi was being generated in his lower abdomen. Then he studied the human meridians and acupoints, entering a meditative state to practice breathing. Every day, eating the rice grown with the treasure bottle made his body stronger day by day. On the 6th day, the rice matured and was harvested, yielding another 8 stones. After rewatering, they would be ready to harvest again in a few days. Compared to the previous time, this time the interval had doubled. However, it was not a big deal. Only 6 days had passed, which was quite fast. The grains harvested from the 2 times were enough for him and his sister to eat for a year without worry. Moreover, they could continue to water and plant. He turned his attention to the ginseng and huangjing, having watered them with treasure bottle water for 9 days now. He wondered how their roots were growing. Yunhao prepared to dig up the ginseng and huangjing to take a look. When he unearthed them, his eyes instantly brightened. He muttered to himself, it's time to go to the town. Yunhao went to the town again. This time, however, he had a wooden cart specially made by Yun Dagawe and his son, one that could be harnessed to donkeys or horses. Unfortunately, he was the one being harnessed this time. The cart was made for convenience in entering the town, especially since there were 3 wild boars in the treasure bottle. This time he planned to sell all of them. Speaking of which, the 3 wild boars had been stored in the treasure bottle for several days, and he was afraid they might spoil. However, after taking them out to inspect, they looked just as fresh as when he first obtained them, with no signs of decay. The space inside the treasure bottle had a preserving effect, and this discovery filled Yunhao with joy, as he would no longer need to worry about food spoiling inside. The repairs and furniture crafting at home would be completed today after 6 days of work. Yunhao left some money for his sister to settle the wages with Yun Dagawe and his son. He then pulled the cart toward the town. His goal for today was clear sell the 3 wild boars along with 2 ginseng and 2 huangjing. Speaking of which, he was genuinely shocked when he dug out the ginseng and huangjing in the morning. After watering them with the treasure bottle water for 9 days, the ginseng had grown larger than the first one he had collected. Based on his estimation, it was at least 10 years old. While he was unsure about the huangjing, it was also quite sizable. He dug up 2 each of the ginseng and huangjing, leaving some still in the ground. He planned to continue watering the remaining ones. The longer these things grow, the more valuable they become. He was also thinking about asking the owner of the Taste Wine restaurant, Jean Montong, about purchasing a martial arts manual. The last time the shop assistant mentioned it would cost 10 taels of silver, Yunhao thought that if he sold the ginseng and huangjing along with the 3 wild boars, he should be able to gather that amount. Once he was far from the village, Yunhao stored the cart and the 3 wild boars in the treasure bottle and hurried on his way, heading straight for Xinga town. The weather remained scorching hot. There were no signs of rain whatsoever. As he walked along, the number of dead bodies by the roadside seemed to have increased. Crows and wild dogs circled overhead. The number of refugees on the official road was growing, each with dull, lifeless eyes, all heading toward the farther county and state cities. As he neared the town, Yunhao took out the cart and the 3 wild boars and first headed to Xinglin Pharmacy. The owner there had offered 3 taels of silver for the ginseng he brought last time, which was quite fair. Do you buy medicinal herbs, shopkeeper? Yunhao entered and saw the owner of Xinglin Pharmacy writing something at the counter, so he asked. The shopkeeper looked up at the sound of his voice. Recognizing Yunhao, he initially appeared puzzled, then his eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Oh, it's you, young brother." Clearly, he remembered Yunhao, as he had just sold him a 6-year-old ginseng that was in excellent condition. Good medicinal materials aren't gathered often, so the shopkeeper had a strong impression of Yunhao. However, neither of them had asked for each other's names last time. It had been less than 10 days since Yunhao last visited. "I didn't expect you to remember me. My name is Yunhao," he said with a smile. "My name is Lin Yan," the shopkeeper replied, stroking his goatee, and casually inquired, "Young Yun, did you come here today with more ginseng to sell?" The shopkeeper asked, without expecting that Yunhao would actually have more ginseng. After all, it's not ordinary medicinal herbs. Even professional herbalists have a low chance of finding ginseng. Who would have thought that Yunhao would pull out a bag and place it on the counter while opening it, he said. You guessed correctly, shopkeeper Lin. I was lucky enough to dig out 2 decent-looking ginseng. Lin Yan's eyes widened. Once he saw the 2 ginseng placed on the counter, he couldn't tear his gaze away from them. These 2 were even better than the last one. Shinyatsi, pour a cup of tea for the young lord, he said, then with a warm smile added. Young Yin, please have some tea while I take a look at these 2 ginseng. Shopkeeper Lin, feel free to look at your leisure. Yunhao gestured. The shopkeeper picked up the 2 ginseng as if a child had just received their beloved toy. After a few minutes, the shopkeeper put them down and said, Good, these are nearly 15-year-old ginseng. Their roots are of high quality, very rare. I will buy them. How about 10 taels of silver for each? Yunhao's heart raced. Last time he had sold a 6-year-old ginseng for 3 taels of silver. This time the shopkeeper mentioned they were nearing 15 years, and he offered 10 taels for each. This meant these 2 ginseng could fetch 20 taels of silver. This far exceeded his expectations. He had come thinking that if he could sell 1 ginseng for 5 taels of silver, he would be very satisfied. Yet here, he was with 10 taels for each. Thank you, shopkeeper Lin-O, and please take a look at the Huang Jing as well. Yunhao took out the Huang Jing from the bag. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up again. Seeing the expression on his face, Yunhao knew the Huang Jing must also be good. Sure enough, after inspecting, the shopkeeper took out a scale to weigh the Huang Jing. 3 jin of Huang Jing, according to the shopkeeper, were all over 10 years old, but the price of Huang Jing was not as high as ginseng, so he offered a total of 15 taels of silver for the 3 jin. Adding the 20 taels from the 2 ginseng, that made 35 taels of silver total. When Yunhao emerged from Xinglin Pharmacy, he had 35 taels of silver on him. This time he hadn't taken any cash notes, it was all silver ingots. He had never imagined that one day he would possess as much as 35 taels of silver. It felt like a dream. So surreal. Thinking of the 8 ginseng and Huang Jing still in the ground, however, with this silver he wouldn't need much money for the time being, and he could continue to water those ginseng and Huang Jing with treasure bottle water. It wasn't impossible for them to grow to be 100 years old. It was only at this moment that Yunhao's understanding of the treasure bottle deepened further. He secretly thought that the bottle's magic had changed his fate. Pulling the cart with the 3 wild boars, he arrived at the Taste Wine restaurant. The shop assistant saw Yunhao and informed Jean Mantang. Jean Mantang came out with a smile, and upon seeing the 3 wild boars, he praised Yunhao. The 2 exchanged pleasantries before getting down to business. The 3 smaller wild boars weighed over 600 jin combined, valued at 2,401. In a private room on the 2nd floor of the restaurant, Jean Mantang had someone bring the money. After Yunhao accepted it, he got straight to the point, asking, Shopkeeper Jean, last time the shop assistant said you had a martial arts manual. Indeed, Jean Mantang nodded with a smile. I instructed the shop assistant to inform you. To be honest, I know about your previous encounter with the people from the Luyun Martial Arts Institute, so I wanted to lend you a hand. Yunhao looked at Jean Mantang with some confusion and asked, Why do you want to help me, Shopkeeper Jean? Jean Mantang was straightforward, stating, You just seem pleasing to the eye, and I also want to establish a good relationship with you. After hearing this reason, Yunhao smiled, but did not pursue it further. He was indeed interested in the martial arts manual, which was the reason he had come to the town this time. Yunhao looked out the window and said, I want to know about the Luyun Martial Arts School. What are martial artists like in the Jianghu? Jean Mantang's eyes flashed with surprise. He did not expect a country boy to ask such profound questions. But he soon smiled and replied, That's actually 2 questions. Master Jean, from now on, whenever I hunt prey, I will bring it to your tavern. You set the price and I want haggle. Yunhao wanted to understand a principle. If he wanted information, he had to offer some benefits in return, right? Jean Mantang laughed heartily and said, Good, you boy have some interesting ideas. I already mentioned that if I find you pleasing to the eye, I might share a few things with you. While speaking, Jean Mantang picked up a wine jug and poured a cup for Yunhao, saying, Last time I said I would treat you to a meal you paid for yourself. This time Jean will cover it. Here, try our exquisite Luo Fushan wine. Wine. Yunhao had never drunk before. As he sniffed the faint aroma of the wine in the cup, he felt a bit curious and raised it, saying, Thank you, Master Jean. He gulped it down in one go. Cough, cough. It was quite spicy. He drank too quickly and choked on it. Jean Mantang laughed and said, Slow down, wine should be savored. Yunhao's face turned slightly red as he said, It's my first time drinking, master, please forgive me. Eat up, don't be polite, Jean Mantang urged him. Yunhao was not polite at all and started eating heartily. He was hungry. The dishes were all new to him, and since Master Jean was so hospitable, he didn't decline. He thought to himself that he would find a chance to repay this favor later. At that moment, the waiter came in carrying a wooden box and placing it down, saying, Master, the items have arrived. You can go now. Jean Mantang waved the waiter away, opened the wooden box, and pushed it towards Yunhao, saying, Brother Yun, this is the Dragon Elephant Fist Manual. It only contains techniques without inner methods, but it is definitely worth 10 taels of silver. I hope it helps you. Yunhao's eyes lit up as he asked, Master Jean, may I take a look? Of course it's yours now. Jean Mantang gestured for him to examine it freely. Yunhao opened it and found it was a thin thread-bound book with the words Dragon Elephant Skill written on it. The contents were illustrations and annotations for each technique. Though it was called the Dragon Elephant Fist Manual, it actually included body techniques and footwork, making it quite comprehensive. Although there is no corresponding inner method, if one can master the techniques, it would be stronger than the fighters of the Luyun martial arts school, Jean Mantang said. Yunhao closed the book and asked, can the inner method for the Dragon Elephant skill be purchased? Jean Mantang sighed and shook his head, saying, it cannot be bought. Why, oi? Yunhao was puzzled. You can obtain the techniques, but not the inner method. Jean Mantang explained, the Dragon Elephant skill was created by the founding ancestor of the Dayu dynasty. It is a royal martial art. The inner method is considered their lifeline, while the Dragon Elephant Fist Manual's techniques are public for the royal army's soldiers to practice. However, only those of royal blood can cultivate the inner method. Ordinary people without royal lineage cannot master it, so you might as well give up on that idea. Yunhao listened and did not press the issue. He spent 10 taels of silver on the manual, and whether he could master the techniques was still uncertain. He would try it when he returned home. Then please tell me about the Luyun martial arts school and the martial artists. Yunhao spoke again. Jean Mantang took a sip of wine, set down his cup, and said, as for Jianghu martial artists, let's start from the lowest rank. There are the basic fighters who know some basic techniques and are slightly stronger than ordinary people. Next up are the third-rate fighters considered to be beginners in martial arts with their limbs infused with martial energy. A peak third-rate fighter possesses 1,000 gene of strength. Then there are the second-rate fighters who possess over 3,000 gene of strength, and finally, the first-rate fighters who are said to possess the strength of 9 oxen within their bodies. Achieving the first-rate fighter level is already considered notable in the Jianghu. The master of the Luyun martial arts school, Wu Shiguan, is a peak first-rate fighter, which allows him to open a school and take in disciples in Xinga town. However, even this level is quite limited in the county town or the state capital. First-rate fighters are hardly impressive. Yunhao's heart stirred as he asked, is there something stronger than a first-rate fighter? Jean Mantang chuckled and said, of course. To put it bluntly, first-rate fighters are still at the level of Ming Jing. Their strength is stored in their limbs and bones and is not concentrated. Above the first-rate fighters is the Anjing, also known as internal strength, which can form a concentration of inner strength within the body. They can open the Ren and Du meridians, and their internal strength can operate endlessly, completely different from the fighters of Ming Jing. They are two different realms. Only those above the first-rate level are truly called martial masters. Above martial masters are the great martial masters, and above them are the innate strong, who are the real martial artists of the Jianghu. As Jean Mantang spoke of the innate strong, his expression could not help but show longing. What about above the innate level? Yunhao pressed on. Jean Mantang laughed and scolded, what are you thinking? Some people practice martial arts for 10 years and may not even step into the third-rate fighter realm, let alone martial masters, great martial masters, or the innate realm. I know you possess innate strength. Now that you have the Dragon Elephant Fist Manual, practice diligently, and maybe in 10 or 8 years you can cultivate inner strength. At that time you can think about the innate level. Yunhao smiled awkwardly, realizing he was thinking too much, and no longer pressed the issue. Jean Mantang continued, a few days ago you fought someone from the Luyun martial arts school, and they haven't retaliated against you, perhaps considering their face. After all, Wu Shiguan still cares about his reputation. But that does not mean you are safe. As far as I know, Wu Ziguan's wife Chai Jinyu is secretly plotting against you. You should be cautious. This news made Yunhao's heart tighten for no reason. He hurriedly asked, Master Jean, do you know something? Jean Mantang shook his head and said, I only know this much. You should understand that the Luyun martial arts school will not let this go easily. Yunhao noted it in his heart and expressed his gratitude. After having a few more drinks and chatting with Jean Mantang, Yunhao stood up to leave. As he was about to leave, Jean Mantang said, martial artists refine their qi and blood. You can go to the third shop in the Li Cat Lane and buy qi and blood pills. Taking qi and blood pills while practicing martial arts can enhance your vitality and make your efforts yield greater results. Perhaps you can achieve something significant. Yunhao was taken aback. He did not expect there were qi and blood pills for martial artists. He asked, are they Jean Mantang laughed at Yunhao's question and replied, a low-grade qi and blood pill costs 1 tael of silver each. You should be able to afford it. Just mention that Jean Mantang introduced you when you go there. It's a black market, otherwise they won't let you in. Yunhao thanked him and left. Jean Mantang watched Yunhao's retreating figure and muttered to himself, what an interesting little guy. No wonder there are so many starving people on the streets these days who still has money to practice martial arts. After leaving the tavern, Yunhao kept thinking about Jean Mantang's explanation of martial artist ranks and the potential retaliation from the Luoyuan martial arts school. According to Jean Mantang, the master of the Luoyuan martial arts school was a peak first-rate fighter, and a first-rate fighter could possess the strength of 9 oxen. He did not know how strong that was, but he had to be cautious. Now that he had the manual in hand, he certainly needed to practice. Practicing martial arts with qi and blood pills could yield twice the result with half the effort. Jean Mantang mentioned that qi and blood pills were sold in Li Cat Lane. 1 tael of silver each was a bit pricey. However, he still had over 20 taels of silver on him and thought about buying one to try. He quickly arrived at the 3rd store in Li Cat Lane and knocked on the door. A strong middle-aged man opened the door. With a cold tone, he asked, "What do you want?" "I was sent by Master Jean from the exquisite tavern to buy qi and blood pills," Yunhao replied. He felt a bit nervous. The strong man gave him a dangerous feeling. "Come in." Upon hearing Jean Mantang's name, the strong man opened the door and let Yunhao in. After entering, Yunhao discovered a different world. Following the strong man through a small courtyard, they arrived at a dimly lit backyard, which turned out to be quite large, resembling a small market. There were a few people scattered around. Their gazes swept over him, making him uncomfortable. The strong man led him to a counter and asked, "Which grade do you want, low, middle, or high?" Yunhao initially wanted to say low grade, but as the words reached his lips, he asked, "What are the prices?" The strong man replied indifferently, "A low-grade qi and blood pill costs 1 tael of silver each, 10 taels for middle grade, and 100 taels for high grade." Yunhao was taken aback, shocked at the price difference. High-grade pills actually cost 100 taels each. "I'll take 2 low-grade ones." He had initially planned to buy 1, but since he was here, he might as well buy 2. The strong man took out 2 dark pills from a porcelain bottle and handed them over. Yunhao gritted his teeth, took out 2 taels of silver, collected the 2 qi and blood pills, and turned to leave. The gazes of some people there were fixed on him, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was only after he left Li Cat Lane that he breathed a sigh of relief. This so-called Li Cat Lane black market felt oppressive. Holding 2 qi and blood pills in his hand, he swallowed one, eager to see what miraculous effects such an expensive pill had. However, after swallowing it, his expression turned strange. After consuming a blood essence pill worth 1 or 2 silver coins, Yunhao felt a surge of energy flow within his lower abdomen. This sensation was one he was very familiar with. Why was it so familiar? Because he had experienced it almost daily during this period. However, this was the first time he had taken a blood essence pill. He stood still, carefully feeling it. Indeed, it was this feeling, similar to the sensation after eating a bowl of rice, yet it was just slightly more intense than the energy flow felt after consuming rice. Clearly, it was a blood essence pill, yet it felt no different from having eaten a bowl of rice. Yunhao fell into deep thought. Of course, the rice he referred to was the rice he had grown himself. In essence, it was the rice cultivated using the precious water that could enhance strength. The effects of the blood essence pill were akin to that of rice. Thus, Yunhao drew a conclusion. That is, the rice he had grown with precious water possessed the efficacy of blood. This discovery thrilled him. If he thought about it, could he use rice to produce blood essence pills in the future? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. A tiny blood essence pill actually cost 1 or 2 silver coins, and that was merely a low-quality variant. The medium-quality ones cost 10 silver coins, while the high-quality ones could reach as much as 100. If he could indeed produce blood essence pills from rice, wouldn't that lead to immense wealth? He just didn't know what other materials were in the formula for blood essence pills. Yunhao thought he must research further. He still had 1 pill left, which he didn't rush to consume, putting it away. He then hitched up his cart and continued to shop for supplies. With over 20 silver coins remaining, he unconsciously straightened his back. He bought 2 pairs of shoes for himself and his sister, and when passing a candy stall, he purchased some sweets too. He bought everything he had only seen before, but never tasted. By the time he finished, he had spent several hundred coins. However, he didn't feel too pained in his heart. Perhaps it was a change in mindset due to having more money. Afterwards, he left the town and headed home. At the same time, Wu Shiguan and his wife Chai Jinyu also received news that Yunhao had come to the town again. The informant was Zhang Lei, who had recovered from his injuries. His hatred for Yunhao had deepened. Ever since being brutally beaten by Yunhao last time, he had become the laughingstock among several of his close disciples. However, compared to Yunhao, he hated the instigator he even more. He was beaten by Yunhao while trying to defend he becoming a joke in the martial arts school. During this time, Zhang Lei had caused he quite a bit of trouble, both overtly and covertly. Upon receiving news that Yunhao had come to the town today, he immediately sought out the schoolmaster to report the situation. He did not dare to seek trouble with Yunhao, fearing another beating. After listening to Zhang Lei's report, Wu Shiguan frowned slightly and said, "Madam, didn't we send out word to the bandits of Black Wind Mountain to clear out Qingshui village last time? Why hasn't there been any response?" Chai Jinyu replied gloomily, "The bandits of Black Wind Mountain lack any sense of morality. They act on their whims, so they certainly won't mobilize just because of a casual message. I think we need to send someone in person. After saying this, she looked at Zhang Lei. Wu Shiguan immediately realized and coughed lightly, saying to Zhang Lei, you should personally go to Black Wind Mountain for this matter. Master. Zhang Lei trembled all over. Did he have to go to the bandits' den? He felt a bit frightened. Cai Jinyu, however, said with a smile that was not quite a smile, I've heard that your fellow disciples have been laughing at you for being beaten up by Yunhao these days. Don't you want to take revenge? Naturally, I want to, but Zhang Lei started, but was interrupted by Cai Jinyu. If that is the case, you should personally go to Black Wind Mountain, deliver the message, and I can write you a letter. After all, there is a cousin of mine in Black Wind Mountain. You can take the letter to check on my cousin, which is quite normal. In this way, no one would suspect our martial arts school. On the other hand, it would also create a favor with Black Wind Mountain. If one day the wind from Black Wind Mountain reached Xinghe Town, it wouldn't implicate our school. Do you understand? With this said, Zhang Lei naturally could not say anything further. In his heart, he cursed silently, realizing that he was being used in two ways. He had to deliver a message to the bandits of Black Wind Mountain while avoiding any implication of collusion. Go on, the sooner you go, the sooner you'll be back. Just report what you see and hear today. Yunhao has just made a move in Xinglin Fong, acquiring 2 ginseng roots, and I believe the people of Black Wind Mountain will be very interested. Cai Jinyu said slowly. Yes, disciple will set off right now, Zhang Lei said, turning to leave. Wu Shiguan then called out, has Yunhe's family moved in yet? Reporting to Master Yun, his family will move in today. That's good. Remind him to handle his property quickly and let his parents move to the martial arts school. Otherwise, if the bandits from Black Wind Mountain come into the village, it will be difficult to leave. Wu Shiguan narrowed his eyes. After Zhang Lei left, Wu Shiguan looked at his wife Cai Jinyu and said, since Yunhao has made a move in Xinglin Fong today and acquired over 30 silver coins, why don't we take action ourselves? Why do we have to keep waiting for the people from Black Wind Mountain? When mentioning the 30 silver coins, greed flashed in Wu Ziguan's eyes. Cai Jinyu replied irritably, didn't I say that Black Wind Mountain will eventually affect Xinghe Town? My cousin is in Black Wind Mountain, and I've received reliable news that the 3 leaders of Black Wind Mountain are no easy targets. The first leader is a master at the martial master realm, while the second and third leaders are peak first-rate martial artists like you, gathering 300 bandits under their command. Sooner or later they will come to Xinghe Town, and at that time who can resist in our small Xinghe Town? That's why I took the opportunity to sell a favor to them through the matter of Qingshui village. It would just be a goodwill gesture, and if they were to attack Xinghe Town, it wouldn't put our martial arts school in a difficult position. Establishing a connection with Black Wind Mountain isn't necessarily a bad thing. After hearing his wife's explanation, Wu Shiguan was also taken aback, realizing the bandits of Black Wind Mountain were so powerful. He quickly replied, you're right, madam. Everything will be as you say. Yunhao was of course unaware of the couple's schemes. Everything Yunhao did in the town today was seen by those with ulterior motives. At this moment, he had already left Xinghe Town and walked several miles away where the population had dwindled. Just as he was about to store the cart in the precious water, he suddenly heard a sound of clattering. It sounded like the sound of hooves. He looked up and saw a person on a horse emerging from the woods ahead. A thin old horse carried a figure shrouded in a veil. The person was even holding a knife in hand, approaching him slowly and steadily. Yunhao set down the cart, pulled out a hatchet from it, and became vigilant. In broad daylight, in a desolate place, a thin old horse and a masked figure with a knife. Everything seemed off. It was as if this person had been waiting for him. Could it be another robbery? Yunhao thought to himself, keeping his gaze fixed on the approaching masked figure. Sure enough, the other party stopped 5 meters away. With a hoarse voice, raising the knife in hand, he said, "Kid, hand over your money, and I'll spare your life." It truly was a case of highway robbery. Yunhao encountered bandits for the second time. The first time was with 4 refugees. This time, there was even a masked man on horseback despite riding a scrawny old horse. However, this was already quite high class. After some thought, Yunhao said, "If you take what I have on the cart, will you?" He preferred not to resort to violence if possible. This time the opponent had a knife and was mounted. It was hard to gauge the situation. He considered abandoning some items for safety. Who would have thought that the other party, with a raspy laugh, said, "Little brat, don't think I don't know you sold ginseng and polygonatum at Xinglin Square today for 35 taels of silver. You also sold 3 wild boars at the Taste restaurant and then bought 2 chi blood pills at the black market in Cat Alley. I won't make it difficult for you. Just hand over 35 taels of silver and the 2 chi blood pills, and he'll let you go. Otherwise he'll kill you and leave your body in the wilderness." Yunhao felt a chill in his heart as he listened to the masked man speak. He was being targeted again, completely stripped bare. This person seemed to know everything about him in the town. They even knew he had visited the black market. It was truly unexpected. Without a doubt, this masked man was from Xinghe Town. He was brazenly bullying him because of his age. He had planned to abandon a cart full of items for peace. But the other party was not budging. They wanted everything. Gripping the hatchet tightly, Yunhao said coldly, "Don't think that I don't have 35 taels on me right now. Even if I did, you wouldn't get a single penny. Show me what you've got, and I'll take it on." This wasn't his first time in town, nor was it his first encounter with bandits. He had killed before, and was not afraid of a lowly thief on an old horse. Fueled by anger, Yunhao showed no fear. The masked man clearly didn't expect Yunhao to be so defiant, momentarily stunned on his horse. Then he became enraged, shouting, "If you seek death, I shall grant it." With that, he squeezed the old horse's sides, urging it forward. He swung his knife at Yunhao with deadly intent. Yunhao was naturally prepared. As soon as he saw the attack coming, he raised his blade to defend. A surge of shock and fury washed over him. The attack was aimed to kill. His body tensed, and he swung the hatchet upward with all his might to block. Qi flowed through his lower abdomen. The feeling of power coursing through him filled Yunhao with confidence. Clang! The masked man's large knife struck his hatchet with a deafening metallic sound. Yunhao's body jolted slightly, and his hand holding the hatchet ached. The masked man on the old horse nearly lost his grip on the knife, stumbling dangerously on the horse's back. He barely steadied himself, pain shooting through his palms, blood already beginning to flow. He was both shocked and furious. What kind of monster was this kid? As a peak second-rate warrior, he had almost bitten the dust. Despite appearing as an ordinary boy without any visible qi, how could he possess such immense strength? His name was Tianyang, a second-rate warrior from Xinghe Town. He had been dismissed from a martial arts school in the county for petty theft. Since returning, he had been aimlessly wandering the town. He frequently bullied the weak and engaged in robbery. Recently, Tianyang had set his sights on the refugees around Xinghe Town, hoping to squeeze some profit from them. Unfortunately, after several days, he was disappointed to find that they were penniless. However, when Yunhao entered the town, he caught Tianyang's eye. He had been keeping an eye on Yunhao, observing everything he did. Seeing Yunhao was merely a 15 or 16-year-old boy, Tianyang thought he was an easy target. He had been waiting here to rob him. Unfortunately, Tianyang was unaware that just days prior, Yunhao had fought 6 against Zhang Lei and others from the Luyun martial arts school. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of robbing Yunhao. Assuming Yunhao was a soft target, he only realized after their first clash that he had encountered a tough opponent. Tianyang's palms split and his arms trembled. At that moment, he felt a twinge of fear. But with the arrow on the bowstring, he had to shoot. Tianyang, having mingled in the county, was still a second-rate warrior after all. He believed this kid was just a bit stronger and was confident he could take him down. With that thought, Tianyang steeled his heart, urged the old horse to charge, and swung his knife towards Yunhao once more. Yunhao, however, was completely focused, his gaze steady as he gripped the hatchet, preparing to counterattack. The previous clash had revealed that the masked man's strength was comparable to Zhang Lei from the Luyun martial arts school, perhaps slightly stronger, which he felt capable of dealing with. The opponent's advantage lay in being mounted, giving him a higher ground. Taking a deep breath, he felt the qi in his lower abdomen flowing steadily up to his arm, then spreading to his left hand, gripping the hatchet as if the qi were entering the blade. Whether it was an illusion or not, at that moment Yunhao seemed to feel a humming resonance from the blade of the hatchet. The recent clash had left a significant dent in his hatchet. Here he comes. The masked man was getting closer. Yunhao suddenly bent at the waist, exerted his legs, and leaped into the air. With a mighty thud, he sprang up. In an instant, Yunhao leaped 3 zhang into the air. A zhang is over 3 meters. This leap was approximately 10 meters high, as if he had taken flight. He himself was astonished at how high he could jump. He had jumped before, but never beyond a meter or so. Now unexpectedly able to leap so high, he didn't have time to ponder. He was already above the masked man's head, bringing the hatchet down towards him. Even more bewildered was Tianyang, who was riding the old horse. As he swung his knife at Yunhao, he suddenly saw a shadow shoot up into the sky, and Yunhao disappeared. The next moment, a fierce wind howled above him. Tianyang looked up only to see a blade coming down from above. This made Tianyang panic. He quickly retracted his knife and swung it upwards to block. Clang! Tianyang felt a sharp pain in his head, and with a scream, he succumbed to darkness. Yunhao's powerful strike with the hatchet came down. The masked man raised his knife to defend, but in his flurry, he had little strength left. The hatchet cleaved through the man's large knife. Yunhao descended with the momentum. The hatchet struck the masked man's head, severing most of it. Thud! The masked man lost his life, falling from the horse. The small portion of his head left on the neck spilled forth red and white matter. Yunhao had already stabilized himself on the ground. Surprisingly, the old horse remained completely unfazed, standing calmly in place and blowing air through its nostrils. Another kill. Yunhao did not vomit this time, nor did he feel the panic he had experienced when he killed the 4 refugees for the first time. After staring blankly at the corpse for a moment, he stowed the card into his treasure bottle, walked over to take the masked man's old horse, picked up the severed knife, and continued on his way home. After he left, a flock of crows and several wild dogs quickly rushed towards the masked man's body. Yunhao had no idea who he had killed, and he had no interest in knowing. All he knew was that he had won. He had also acquired an old horse just right for harnessing to the cart. The feathered garment often carries the hues of mist and clouds untouched by the blossoms of the world. The common folk laugh heartily, wandering the four seas, but why is it so? Alas, after enduring hardship, they seek the righteous path, remaining untainted by the flowers of the world, untainted by the roots of mortal affairs. This was a rhyme learned from the old Taoist. Whenever he was in a good mood, he would hum a few lines. At this moment he was indeed in a good mood, having acquired an old horse. This made Yunhao's heart swell with excitement. Although this old horse appeared bony and had patches of missing fur, it was very steady and obedient. It had particularly large eyes. At first, when he led it, the old horse would follow him. However, when it came time to mount, it wouldn't let him ride. Only after he took out a bottle of water and a handful of rice to feed it did the old horse's once vacant eyes brighten a little, no longer resisting him. Yunhao leapt onto the old horse's back. He didn't spur it to gallop, but instead walked leisurely, singing the old Taoist song, and arrived at the village entrance just as dusk was falling. As he approached the village, he took out the cart and other items from the bottle and harnessed them to the old horse, driving the cart into the village. Upon entering the village, as he passed by his second uncle Yundashin's house, Yunhao saw that there was a cart outside filled with furniture, as if they were preparing to move. Some villagers were pointing and whispering at the entrance. They had no goodwill towards this family and didn't bother to glance at them as they walked by. As he passed, Yunhao overheard someone discussing, "Isn't Dashin's family going to the town to enjoy life? They've sold their land and house. Indeed, I heard they are going to the martial arts school in Yunhao, and they even arranged a job for them." "Nonsense, that's not what I heard." "What do you mean? Is there more to this story?" "Yes, a few days ago some people from the Yunhao family came saying they were from the Luoyuan martial arts school. They were helping Yun Dasan sell his property, and their attitude was very forceful, claiming that Yunhao owed medical fees in town, which the school covered, but they wanted the Yun family to repay. Isn't that selling off their land? So there is such a matter. I think it's likely true. Did you not see the long faces of Yun Dasan and Wu Qiulan? That's indeed the case. If you ask me, they deserve it. They bullied Yun Hao and Yun Wei to death in the past. Most of the land that Yun Dashin's family has was left behind by Yun Wei's parents when they were alive, and they were deceived, even betraying their own nephew. This is karma." Yun Hao had already walked far, but he heard the villagers' discussions clearly. He didn't care about what happened to Yun Dashuan's family. He paid no attention to it. For him and his sister, it was better that Yun Dashuan's family moved away from the village, out of sight, out of mind. If it were as the villagers said, that Yun Dasan and Wu Qiulan sold their property to go to town because of debts to the Luoyuan martial arts school, then they deserved it. Thinking about it, it was indeed possible, considering he had broken both of Yun's legs last time. Doesn't treating legs require medical fees? With that thought, a smile unconsciously crept onto Yunhao's lips as he rode the cart, whistling home. Hearing the sounds, Yun Wei came out to greet him. Seeing her brother driving the cart, whistling, and looking quite pleased, she couldn't help but ask, "Xiaohao, where did you get the horse?" "I bought it," Yunhao replied, naturally not daring to mention that he had killed a bandit to acquire it, for it would surely frighten his sister. Yun Wei looked astonished and said, "How much did this cost?" Even without having bought a horse before, Yun Wei knew that large livestock like oxen and horses cost a lot of money. "Sister, look at this old horse. It's so bony, and its fur is nearly gone. The price was low, so I got a bargain. Moreover, I found 2 ginseng and a yellow essence plant in the mountains these past few days, and I sold them for 10 taels of silver today. I spent 5 taels on the old horse, and you can keep the remaining 5 taels. Our family will never go hungry again." Yunhao half-truthfully lied to his sister, handing her the 5 taels of silver he had prepared beforehand. He didn't dare take it all out, fearing that if his sister became suspicious, he wouldn't be able to explain. Yun Wei's eyes widened. Oh, she had never seen 5 taels of silver in her life, which amounted to 5,000 won. If they were frugal, it would be enough for them to eat for 2 years. She didn't dare accept it, telling Yunhao to keep it for himself. After Yunhao had talked her into it, she cautiously took the silver, saying she would save it to help Yunhao when he finds a wife in the future. "By the way, after Uncle Daegu finished his work, I settled the wages. You should go take a look. The furniture and everything are quite nice," Yun Wei said, unable to hide her joy while speaking, as there had been new changes in their home. The house no longer leaks wind and rain. The bed and stove are completely new, and they've added tables, chairs, and benches. A significant change. For the siblings, this was something they wouldn't have dared to imagine before. Now they had an old horse. The rice bin was filled with rice, and for the first time, they felt a sense of stability. All of this stemmed from Yunhao's discovery of ginseng in the mountains. Yun Wei's understanding was just that. Little did she know that all these changes were due to Yunhao finding the magic bottle. The back mountain of the chicken crowing temple had been planted with rice and medicinal herbs, resulting in a bountiful harvest. Today, he had also earned 35 taels of silver in town. Of course, Yunhao had no intention of telling his sister about this. It was simply impossible to explain. The secret of the magic bottle was something he preferred to keep to himself. He only needed to ensure that his sister lived a good life. The rest he would take care of. Upon entering the house and seeing the brand new furniture, Yunhao was very satisfied. Uncle Daegu and his son were skilled craftsmen. The furniture they made was both beautiful and sturdy. You rest while I'll go cook, Yunwei said as she set things down. Okay, sister. I also bought shoes, cloth, and cotton. Starting tomorrow, make some thick quilts when you have time. A winter is coming, and it will be good to prepare for it. All right, I will follow your instructions. After his sister went out, Yunhao didn't remain idle either. He took out the magic bottle, drank a sip, and picked up the firewood cutting knife, noticing it had a large nick and several rolled edges. It needed to be sharpened again. The masked man's large knife, although broken, he had also retrieved in this day and age ironware, was worth a lot. He thought about taking it to the village blacksmith to have it made into a hoe. Xiaohao, dinner's ready. The cutting knife was sharpened, but the nick remained good. Didn't affect anything as his sister's meal was also ready. At the dinner table, the siblings were eating rice. Yunwei couldn't help but say, Xiaohao, are you going back to Chicken Crowing Mountain tonight? During this time, her brother had been up the mountain, and she was a bit worried. Yunhao nodded. Yes, I need to go. The rice planted on the back mountain of the temple has grown, and if I don't keep watch, wild boars might cause trouble at night. I'll guard it. I might even catch a couple of wild boars to sell for money. Yunwei expressed her concern, saying, just be careful. We have enough food for a while. We can buy some coarse grains later, and that will be enough to last us until the end of the year. Sister, just rest assured, I know what I'm doing. The two siblings chatted, and after finishing their meal, Yunhao took the cutting knife and rode the old horse up Chicken Crowing Mountain. Upon arriving at the temple, Yunhao tied the old horse at the edge of the field, letting it graze. He then proceeded, as usual, to water the fields before taking out the Dragon Elephant Fist manual. He didn't know if he could practice it successfully, but he had to try. There was a stream of chi within him. Perhaps at the back mountain of the Chicken Crying Mountain Taoist temple, there lies a sheltered spot. This is the grave of the old Taoist priest, a place he chose for himself in his lifetime. Yunhao arrived at the old Taoist priest's grave, bringing some offerings which he arranged meticulously. There were some candies, steamed buns, and he even specially brought a pot of wine from the taste restaurant. The old Taoist priest used to enjoy drinking, but he never had the money for it. Yunhao recalled that the old priest would occasionally go to the town and buy a pot of wine which he could savor for a long time. Later he learned that the wine was mixed with water. As the old priest would say, it was just to satisfy a craving. He promised that when he succeeded in his cultivation, he would drink a pot of unwatered fine wine. Unfortunately, until his death, the old priest never managed to make any progress in his cultivation, nor did he get to enjoy fine wine. Lighting 3 incense sticks, Yunhao bowed 3 times earnestly. He picked up the wine pot and poured out the fragrant fine wine, saying, Old Taoist, I invite you to drink. This is from the largest restaurant in town, Taste Restaurant, and it costs 800 coins a pot. I bought it just for you. Take your time and savor it. This stuff is strong. I can't handle it, and I don't understand why you liked it so much. Anyway, now that I have money, I will buy more for you in the future. I wonder how you are doing down there. Are you going hungry? Today I also brought you a big steamed bun. You should try it. Old Taoist, I've missed you. Live well down there. Oh, and I haven't burned the cultivation books you left behind. Because I found that I can cultivate too. I don't know if I will eventually become the kind of immortal who can fly and escape the earth as you said, but I will give it a try, just as a way to fulfill your last wish. I bought a martial arts manual called Dragon Elephant Fist from Jin Zhongwei, which contains only techniques and no internal methods, and I plan to practice it. If I can master it, I'll become a chivalrous hero, then I'll go around upholding justice. In this world, aside from my deceased parents and my sister, the old Taoist priest treated me the best. We often spent time together carefree, and without constraints. I can say that my childhood was mostly spent in the company of the old priest. Alright, I'll go practice my punches now. You keep drinking. Once I master my martial arts, I'll have to protect my sister. After chatting for a while, Yunhao stood up and went to a flat spot at the edge of the field. He opened the Dragon Elephant Fist manual. According to Jean Montong, this Dragon Elephant Fist manual contains only techniques and no internal methods. To him, it didn't matter. He began to practice from the techniques. The people he encountered at the Yunhe and Luyun martial arts school were all proficient in martial arts techniques. In fights, he relied solely on brute strength. To Yunhao, techniques were about skill. If he also possessed martial arts techniques combined with the energy flowing through his lower abdomen, he could easily defeat those martial artists. Additionally, there was a sense of crisis. Jean Mantang had said that upon hearing the news of him fighting against those from the Luyun martial arts school, although they wouldn't retaliate openly, they would definitely plot against him secretly. He had to be cautious. He understood that in this world, only with a strong fist could one avoid being bullied. It was also the capital for survival. In short, strength was paramount. Not to mention the hidden dangers like the Luyun martial arts school. Every time he went to town, he would be treated as a fat sheep and robbed halfway. If he hadn't drunk the precious bottled water and eaten the rice grown from the precious bottled water, giving him enough strength, he would have been killed long ago. For himself and to protect his sister. Yunhao felt a slight heat in his heart. As a young man who doesn't dream of wandering the world with a sword, practicing martial arts, and upholding justice. Especially since he had listened to the old Taoists' numerous tales of the martial world and the ethereal stories of immortals since childhood. The books contained illustrations. Below were lines of small text explaining the names of techniques and how to practice them, which were clear enough for Yunhao to understand. There were a total of 10 techniques. The first technique was called Dragon Elephant Emergence. The core point is to strike with a force akin to the rising sun, contained yet filled with inexhaustible potential, as if one could explode with all their strength in an instant. The second technique is Dragon Leaps and Cloud Soar. Technique description: the body moves like a soaring dragon, the fist wind stirring like rolling clouds. In an instant, the attack must strike out as if the air were being torn apart by the fist wind, the figure darting through the wind, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The third technique is Elephant Step Stability, focusing on the might of one's steps. Each step is as steady and powerful as a giant elephant treading the earth, causing the ground to tremble, making the fighter stand tall like a mountain, instilling an unmovable sense of oppression in opponents. After carefully reviewing the 3 main techniques of the Dragon Elephant Fist Manual, Yunhao felt his blood boiling. As for the remaining 7 techniques, he wasn't in a hurry. He would take it step by step. Of course, being able to understand was one thing, but the key was to be able to master them. He began practicing from the first technique, Dragon Elephant Emergence. He needed to achieve explosive power in his strikes, or rather this first technique must be practiced to produce apparent strength. Jean Mantang had also said that to enter the door of martial arts, one must first cultivate apparent strength within. That is someone like Yun, he a third-rate martial artist. Because of this, Jean Mantang had him go to the black market in Cat Alley to buy blood key pills. The blood key pills would assist him in cultivating apparent strength. After firmly engraving the first technique strikes in his mind, Yunhao began to practice like copying a cat. At first it was rough. He couldn't fully execute the techniques. But his heart was passionate. If one try didn't work, try a second, a third. He immersed himself in it. As he practiced, he unknowingly found himself under the starry sky. Though there was no moon, the silvery starlight fell upon the earth, illuminating him. The precious bottle in his arms emitted a faint glow. Yunhao felt a chill. Suddenly inspired, he wondered if he could practice the techniques while following the breathing exercises of the hidden breathing technique. He thought of it and acted on it. The techniques continued, and he breathed in and out. Surprisingly, Yunhao discovered a new realm. After he followed the breathing, the fatigue from practicing punches gradually faded away. Moreover, the unrefined techniques began to become proficient. His strikes were powerful and looked quite respectable. In that moment, the practice of breathing and the martial arts techniques seemed to form a perfect match. In this way, he didn't know how much time had passed. Perhaps after practicing several hundred times, he finally struck out a punch, producing a loud crack. He felt a surge of power explode from his fist. The energy flowing within him also surged toward his fist. Just as he was immersed in it, he was startled awake by the sound of this punch. A smile of joy appeared on his face. According to the record of the first technique in the Dragon Elephant Fist Manual, this technique is about explosive power. If the punch roars, then he has succeeded. Feeling a surge of excitement, he approached a thick tree with a trunk as wide as his thigh and suddenly threw a punch at the tree's trunk. Boom. Instantly, he felt a surge of energy explode from his fist. The tree let out a loud bang. Crack. It was broken by his punch. He succeeded. Yunhao couldn't contain his joy. Looking at the sky, it was already deep into the night. The first technique, Dragon Elephant Emergence, had successfully unleashed its power. He murmured to himself, "Is this apparent strength?" What he didn't know was that from the moment he became aware, he was no longer in the realm of apparent strength. Because within him, through breathing, true energy had been born. The explosive power of his punch was true energy, far surpassing the apparent strength of martial arts. He simply didn't realize it yet. He still had a blood key pill left. Yunhao thought for a moment and took it out to swallow. Strengthening his blood key, he began to practice the second technique, Dragon Leaps and Cloud Soar. After mastering the first move, the Dragon Elephant Emergence, Yunhao found that practicing the second move, the Dragon Leaping through the clouds, was not as difficult. Once the first step is taken, the path ahead becomes easier. The stars shine brightly over the fields. The old horse is resting under a tree, occasionally glancing in Yunhao's direction. It is surprisingly quiet. At this moment, a layer of sticky sweat oozes from the spots where the old horse has shed hair. Its eyes glimmer under the night sky, illuminated by the starlight. It seems imbued with spirit. Meanwhile, Yunhao is deeply immersed in the practice of his breathing techniques and martial arts. His body moves his punches and kicks alternating between fast and slow, creating a whooshing sound as he strikes. Though the second move is not as unfamiliar as the first, it is not something that can be mastered overnight. Yunhao is aware of this and remains calm and unhurried. He diligently practices according to the techniques laid out in the manual. Again and again he finds joy in the repetition. Despite the sweat pouring from his body, he feels no fatigue thanks to the rhythm of his breathing. On the contrary, he feels invigorated, a sense of exhilaration coursing through him. The precious bottle at his chest glimmers through his clothes, shimmering in sync with his breath. Cool air continuously gathers, seeping into his body, nourishing him. The sounds of his breathing echo through the tranquil night. The young man practices martial arts with unwavering determination. Filled with hope and confidence, the night passes by unnoticed. Dawn breaks. Ha! Bang! A punch sends forth a gust of wind. He leaps several feet high. Whoosh! Landing steadily, Yunhao exhales a breath of stale air. His body is drenched in sweat, yet he feels invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue after a night of practice. He has successfully mastered the second move, the dragon leaping through the clouds. He concludes his practice. No further exercises are undertaken. Having mastered 2 moves of the dragon elephant fist, he feels it is somewhat slow. But if anyone knew, they would surely exclaim in surprise at how he mastered 2 major moves of the dragon elephant fist in one night. Yunhao feels a twinge of dissatisfaction. In his mind, just practicing the moves should lead to finishing all 10 moves quickly. Little does he know the dragon elephant fist, while consisting of moves, was created by the founder of the Dayu dynasty. For those with average talent, it typically takes 3 months or even half a year to master just 1.5 moves. The emphasis is on external practice. Achieving a clear force can take a decade or more. Yet he is an exception. Unknowingly, he practiced the Zhezong Tuana Gong left by the old master, and coupled with the opportunities from the precious bottle, he had already cultivated true energy. He simply does not understand. Practicing the dragon elephant fist moves is a form of horizontal training. Yunhao inadvertently replaced the clear force with true energy, which far surpasses it, allowing him to master 2 major moves in a single night. Due to a series of coincidences, he traversed the path of an ordinary martial artist that would normally take several months or even years in just one night. Yet Yunhao remains unaware. He is purely focused on practicing martial arts. It feels exhilarating. After watering the rice and the remaining ginseng and huangjing, he sits down and takes a sip of the precious bottled water. Looking at the ginseng and huangjing, he suddenly recalls the records in the herbal classics stating that both huangjing and ginseng are potent tonics. After consuming a blood qi pill, he indeed feels a flow of energy being generated within him, or rather it has strengthened his blood energy. It feels quite similar to the energy produced when eating rice. And both ginseng and huangjing are also cultivated from the precious bottled water. So, I wonder if consuming ginseng and huangjing would be effective. With this thought, Yunhao excitedly wonders if he can mix rice with ginseng and huangjing to create something similar to a blood qi pill to strengthen his blood energy. Once this idea took root, he couldn't suppress it any longer. He immediately dug out a ginseng and a huangjing, heading to the kitchen of the Taoist temple side hall to begin experimenting. The kitchen left by the old master is fully equipped. Yunhao first shells the rice, managing to extract about 10 pounds of it. He grinds it into flour, then crushes the ginseng and huangjing, mixing them into the rice flour thoroughly. After lighting a fire and boiling water, he gradually pours it into the pot to simmer. As time passes, a fragrant aroma of rice and herbs wafts through the kitchen. The scent revitalizes the spirit. He feels every pore in his body opening up. Unconsciously, his mouth waters. The enticing aroma makes Yunhao unable to resist drooling. As he stirs the porridge in the pot, it reaches a slightly thickened state, and he begins to simmer it over low heat. He then rolls it into small blood qi pills. However, each one he rolls is the size of a thumb. The blood qi pills from the market are merely the size of a soybean. Though he doesn't count them individually, he estimates there are at least 800. They are milky white, translucent, and visually appealing. Made with 1 ginseng and 1 huangjing, he is unsure of their effectiveness. Regardless, they are self-made with simple and reassuring ingredients. Yunhao picks one up to try first. He bites into it and chews. It has the soft, sweet aroma of rice coupled with the herbal fragrance of ginseng and huangjing. There is no bitterness. Instead, it carries a faint, fragrant sweetness. Quite tasty. The more he chews, the more delicious it becomes. His mouth fills with saliva. He quickly swallows it. Yunhao feels warmth radiating throughout his body. Heat rises from within, and he can distinctly sense the flow of energy being generated in his stomach. Compared to the blood qi pills from the market, the rice ginseng pills he made generate heat that is at least 10 times greater. Yunhao is overjoyed. Their effectiveness far exceeds that of blood qi pills, ensuring they will be valuable. A single low-grade blood qi pill is worth a tale of silver. Buy that price with over 800 of his oversized blood chi pills. It amounts to more than 800 taels of silver. Thinking of this, Yunhao gasps in astonishment. Over 800 taels of silver. How much is that? He cannot even begin to imagine. If he can truly sell them for that price, he will no longer need to worry about making a living. He also notices that his homemade, oversized blood chi pills are quite filling. After eating one, he feels less hungry. It seems quite normal to him. Both rice and ginseng huangjing are cultivated from the precious bottled water, which already sets them apart from ordinary goods. Moreover, ginseng and huangjing are renowned tonics. According to the herbal classics, huangjing is even called the food of immortals. Naturally, the combined effects of the three ingredients will not be lacking. They are exceptionally nourishing for blood energy. After storing the oversized blood chi pills, Yunhao looks at the time and sees it's noon, preparing to head home. The old horse is still tied up at the hillside. Approaching the old horse, Yunhao prepares a bucket of water for it to drink daily. While the old horse is drinking, he inadvertently notices a change in its body. Upon closer inspection, he is surprised to find new hair growing in the areas where the old horse had previously shed fur. Other areas are also losing their old hair. This leaves Yunhao stunned, and he wonders if it's the effect of the precious bottled water and rice he fed the old horse yesterday. It seems quite possible. He waits for the old horse to finish drinking, then takes out some rice along with an oversized blood chi pill. The old horse is too thin, so he decides to nourish it a bit. Seeing the rice that Yunhao has brought out, the old horse snorts happily. Yunhao chuckles and scolds. You old horse know it's a good thing, go ahead and eat. There will be plenty more in the future. For him, rice can be planted continuously, and he isn't worried about not being able to feed a horse. The third batch of rice has already begun to sprout. After a few more days, another harvest will be ready. Subsequently, Yunhao mounts the old horse and leisurely rides down the mountain towards home. He could have avoided descending the mountain, but he knows his sister is home alone and is worried about him. He intends to return home to reassure her during mealtime. Once he reaches a clearing, he can see the entire village. Yunhao looks up and in the next moment notices a thick plume of smoke rising into the sky. It is coming from the village. The thick smoke is billowing high into the sky. This is definitely not smoke from cooking. Instantly, a sense of foreboding fills Yunhao. Yunhao was in a state of agitation. He had many thoughts swirling in his mind. The world was currently their Qingshui village belonged to the borderlands of the Dayu dynasty, and it was said that the borders were constantly at war. Though the chaos had not yet reached their small mountain village, there were many refugee bandits nearby. When he went to the town yesterday, he had heard that some villages dozens of miles away from Xinghe town had been attacked by bandits. At the time, Yunhao had dismissed it and hadn't thought much of it. Now, seeing the thick smoke rising from the village, he couldn't help but wonder if bandits had invaded. In these borderlands, especially in a small mountain village, there were hardly any officials to maintain order. In a chaotic world, it was not surprising to have bandits. Yunhao rode on the back of an old horse, his heart racing. He couldn't care less about others, his only concern was for his sister Yunwei. Bandits had no sense of morality. At this moment, the cries of the villagers in Qingshui village rose and fell in a heartbreaking manner. Thick smoke billowed everywhere. Indeed, the bandits had invaded the village. They were currently burning, killing, and pillaging. A group of over 30 bandits. They were robbing food, killing, and capturing people. They were primarily targeting women. Even worse, they directly killed the men who tried to resist and forced the women to the ground to commit unlawful acts. This group of bandits came from Heifeng Mountain, 100 miles away. Interestingly, they were summoned by Zhang Lei, who was sent by Chai Jinyu from the Luyun martial arts school. The leader of the bandits was Chunhu, the third master of Heifeng Mountain. Yesterday, one of his trusted subordinates mentioned that someone from the Luyun martial arts school in Xinghe town had informed them that there were wealthy households in Qingshui village, one of which was a young man named Yunhao who had sold ginseng and other medicinal materials in town and earned quite a bit of silver. Moreover, with a small population and distance from the authorities, Qingshui village was a good target. After developing, the bandits from Heifeng Mountain had to support hundreds of people, and in this drought year, they had run out of food to steal around the mountain. They could only expand their reach further afield. The three masters had already intended to extend their claws to Xinghe town. Just as they received this news, the big master ordered Chun, who to take over 30 men to Qingshui village. They had not encountered any resistance. They began their spree of burning, killing, and looting. Chunhu's focus was on Yunhao's home. After killing a few people, they naturally discovered the location of Yunhao's residence. He arrived on horseback at the gates of the Yun family. As the third master of Heifeng Mountain, he naturally rode a fine horse. There were also several small leaders and dozens of mounted bandits. The people from the Luyun martial arts school in Xinghe town had mentioned that they needed to pay special attention to a young man named Yunhao. Although Chunhu suspected it was the Luyun martial arts school scheme to use him, he didn't care. For him, as long as this trip yielded results, it was enough. This is the house of the third master, said one bandit, pointing at the tightly shut door of the Yun family. Chun-Hu dismounted and waved his hands, saying, "Open your eyes and vent your anger. Why haven't you smashed the door yet?" "Yes, yes, yes." Several subordinates kicked the door. The door of the Yun family had just been repaired by Yun Dugawei and his son, and for a moment several bandits were unable to break it down. With a scowl, Chun-Hu exclaimed, "A bunch of useless fools. I told you to practice more, yet all you do is stare at women's bellies. Now get out of my way." The bandits exchanged glances and retreated to the side. They didn't dare to take a breath. Everyone knew that this third master had a violent temperament and was a ruthless killer. Chun-Hu had a nickname as a flying leg. In Heifeng Mountain, his martial arts were all in his legs. He was known for his speed and strength. He stepped forward and kicked heavily against the sturdy door. Boom! The two doors instantly shattered into pieces. They fell heavily into the courtyard, kicking up a cloud of dust. The third master is mighty. The third master's leg skills have reached the highest level, truly terrifying. The third master flying leg is indeed the number one in Heifeng Mountain. Nonsense. The third master's leg skills are unrivaled in all of Liangzhou. The bandits kept flat. Chun-Hu unconsciously smiled and said, "Enough of the flattery, let's go in and search, find everything valuable." Several bandits rushed into the house. At this moment, Yun Wei was hiding under the bed with scissors tightly clutched in her hands, trembling all over. Ever since the bandits invaded the village, she had heard the villagers yelling that the bandits had come. She quickly brought the silver Yunhao had given her and hid under the bed with the scissors. Hearing the front door being violently smashed open, followed by the sound of the living room door being pushed open, Yun Wei curled up under the bed, holding the scissors tightly, gritting her teeth, afraid to make a sound. Her body curled up, trembling incessantly. Her face was extremely pale. She had never seen bandits, but she had heard of them. Villagers had said that bandits were ruthless, killing without hesitation. Not only did they rob and kill, but they also committed atrocities against women. Yun Wei's mind was filled with terrifying images of bandits committing various horrible acts. At the same time, she felt fortunate that her brother Yun Hao had gone to the Chicken Ming Mountain Taoist temple. She prayed that Yun Hao would not return to the village. It would be best if he could run far away. Yun Wei had already thought to herself that if she could hide, that would be fine. However, if the bandits found her, she would stab herself with the scissors, preferring to die rather than let the bandits defile her. At this moment, Chun-Hu walked into the living room. What he saw were brand new pieces of furniture. He muttered to himself, "This family is indeed wealthy." He ordered his subordinates to start rummaging through the place. In an instant, there were sounds of clattering and banging. Chun-Hu stood with his hands behind his back and pushed open the door to Yun Wei's room. Yun Wei, hiding under the bed, heard the footsteps and instinctively shrank back. In fact, she had already squeezed into the innermost corner of the wall. There was nowhere to hide. Now she could only pray that the bandits entering would not discover her. After Chun-Hu entered, he began to survey the room. There was a faint fragrance in the air. He took a deep breath, inhaling the scent. His face showed a look of infatuation. He was very familiar with this faint fragrance. It belonged to a young girl's body scent. Since becoming a bandit, hundreds of young girls had fallen victim to him. Among the three masters of Heifeng Mountain, Chun-Hu was the only one with an obsession for beautiful women. Moreover, he particularly favored maidens. As long as they were not virgins, no matter how beautiful they were, he had no interest. Upon entering this room, he found no one present. But who was Chun-Hu? He was a bandit. An old bandit with countless experiences with women. From the moment he entered the Yun family gate until now, although he had not seen anyone, he had not seen the young man named Yun Hao whom the people from the Luyun martial arts school mentioned. But at this moment, Chun-Hu could almost confirm that someone was hiding. And it was in this room. A smile appeared on his face. Standing in place, he closed his eyes as a peak martial artist. His perception of the surrounding environment was extremely keen. Listening carefully, the next moment he opened his eyes. A wicked smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. There was a strange excitement in his gaze. He heard a breathing sound right under the bed. Without a doubt, it was a girl. Chun-Hu stopped at the bedside. At that moment, Yun Wei, hiding under the bed, saw a pair of large feet, and her heart leaped to her throat. Yun Wei's body trembled uncontrollably beneath the bed, and she could hear her own heartbeat. Her eyes were fixed on that pair of large feet. She could only pray in her heart that she would not be discovered. After a while, those feet walked away. Yun Wei breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she had finally escaped. However, in the next moment, a wickedly smiling man with a beard suddenly appeared in her line of sight. Ah! Yun Wei let out a scream. Chun-Hu leered with a lewd grin, saying, "Little beauty, I've found you." Yun Wei's mind went blank, her face drained of color, devoid of any blood. Her whole body tensed up. In the next second, crash, Chun-Hu flipped the wooden bed over with one hand. Ah! Yun Wei was like a startled bird. Chun-Hu resembled a hungry wolf that had spotted its prey. Seeing Chun-Hu's lewd and sinister expression, Yun Wei's heart sank to the depths. "You? Don't come over." Holding up a pair of scissors, Yun Wei's hands trembled, her teeth chattering. "Little beauty, don't be afraid. Let Master Hu take good care of you." Chun-Hu wore a wicked smile. Yunwei was already scared silly watching as Chunhu approached. Meanwhile, Yunhao galloped into the village discovering that bandits had invaded. He encountered 2 sentries at the village entrance who tried to block him. Yunhao was frantic with worry for his sister Yunwei, and he charged at the 2 blocking bandits with 2 swift strikes. The chopping knife had been sharpened to a fine edge last night. The 2 bandits were just ordinary thugs, and they were no match for Yunhao, who swiftly dispatched them. The old horse beneath him seemed to sense Yunhao's anxious mood and galloped wildly. It was not startled by the encounter with the bandits. Its demeanor remained remarkably steady. It had a certain spirit. As he passed by, screams and women's cries echoed from various places along with everywhere there was chaos and looting. The more this happened, the more anxious Yunhao felt. He couldn't care less about the other villagers and headed straight home. Upon reaching the gate, he leaped down from his horse. When he saw the splintered door scattered in the courtyard, no matter how fast he ran, he was still too late. It was clear that the bandits had already come to his home. With the chopping knife in hand, Yunhao rushed into the courtyard. At that moment, several bandits also noticed him and were momentarily stunned. All their eyes converged on Yunhao. They had been gathered around the bedroom door on the side, all straining their ears to listen to the commotion inside. The third in command, Chun, who had found a little beauty under the bed and was about to put on a show. The bandits wore lewd smiles. They all knew that the third in command liked young girls. Unexpectedly, this young boy burst into the courtyard while holding a chopping knife. Others would flee at the sight of these bandits. But this boy was different. He voluntarily stepped into their view. He appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old, and although he held a chopping knife, the bandits didn't take him seriously. Those who followed the third in command, Chun, who were all martial artists, seasoned killers. For them, killing was as easy as drinking water. They completely disregarded Yunhao. One older bandit turned to a triangular-eyed man and said, "Malu, go chop that kid up. Don't let him disturb our show, and definitely don't let him ruin the third in command's fun." The one to be chopped was naturally Yunhao. The triangular-eyed bandit named Malu, wielding a long knife, licked his lips and showed a bloodthirsty gaze. Don't worry, Maga, you all enjoy the show. He's just a little brat. I haven't killed anyone today yet, so it's perfect timing." As he spoke, Malu stepped out of the hall, heading straight towards Yunhao. The other 5 bandits leaned against the door, continuing to listen to the commotion inside, having never considered that Malu might not be able to handle a mere boy. "Hey kid, hope you reincarnate well next time." Malu suddenly quickened his pace, swinging the long knife at Yunhao. Upon entering, Yunhao immediately saw the 6 bandits gathered at the bedroom door, eavesdropping on something. He wasn't foolish. He instantly realized that someone was in his sister's room. So his sister. In that instant, Yunhao's eyes turned blood red. He dared not think further. His entire body trembled. He tightened his grip on the chopping knife. "Sister," he shouted. Yet he found that his throat felt as if it was blocked by something and no sound would come out. At that moment, Malu swung his knife towards him. Yunhao's heart was already in a state of fury. Seeing this, he raised the chopping knife and roared, "Die!" Clang! The two clashed. The knife flashed. Yunhao's figure passed over Malu. Malu's long knife was snapped in 2. He let out a scream. However, he was cleaved in half. He wasn't dead, yet still wailing on the ground. Yunhao ignored him and stepped into the hall. At that moment, the 5 bandits who were eavesdropping at the bedroom door were startled awake by Malu's scream. They instinctively turned to look. What greeted them was Yunhao's chopping knife. Enraged, Yunhao's eyes were bloodshot, and a surge of energy coursed through him, transferring to the chopping knife. With his current strength, facing these ordinary martial artists would be a matter of one strike. Puff! You kill this kid. Puff, puff, puff. Yunhao moved swiftly. Instinctively, he employed the footwork from the Dragon Elephant Fist manual. It was exactly the second move he had learned last night, Dragon Leaping Cloud Soaring. In an instant, he caught the remaining 5 bandits off guard. Soon 5 corpses lay in the hall. At that moment, Yunhao heard his sister's terrified scream from the side room. "You? Don't come over. Hee little beauty, put down the scissors. Don't hurt yourself. You? Don't come over. You little slut seeking death." A rough roar followed. Bang! The last voice was his sister's. With a loud bang from inside the room, Yunhao heard his sister go silent. Having just killed 5 bandits, Yunhao raised the chopping knife and kicked the door open. In the next moment, he saw his sister lying in a pool of blood, her life uncertain. A middle-aged man with a beard was covering his bleeding ear with one hand, his face filled with malice. Upon seeing Yunhao, he said, "Sister." Yunhao saw his sister Yunwei in the pool of blood and could no longer control himself, letting out a scream. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. His eyes turned blood red. Tears flowed down uncontrollably. Chunhu's gaze fell on Yunhao, recalling the information transmitted by the Luyun Martial Arts School, confirming this boy was indeed Yunhao. He shook off the blood on his hands and said with a sinister expression, "It seems you're this little slut's brother, Yunhao. Just right to send you siblings on your way together. What a damn misfortune. I almost had you in my grasp, but that little slut bit my ear." If I don't kill you, my hatred won't be quenched. Yunhao stood at the door, his gaze fixed on Chun, who with only one thought in his mind, to shred this bandit into countless pieces. Time rewinds to when Chun, who discovered Yunwei. Chun, who saw Yunwei terrified, clutching a pair of scissors, and felt intrigued. This woman clearly had a fiery temperament, otherwise she wouldn't have prepared such a weapon. The more this was the case, the more Chun, who liked her. He despised motionless puppets and preferred women who could resist. Seeing the scissors in Yunwei's hands, instead of feeling alarmed, he felt a surge of joy within. Laughing heartily, he approached Yunwei. Startled, Yunwei was awoken from her daze by Chun-Hu's loud laughter. Finally coming to her senses, she raised the scissors, her face pale, and stammered, You better not come closer, or I'll stab you." Upon hearing this, Chun, who stood his ground, chuckling, "Little beauty, go on, and stab me, go ahead, and kill me, ha ha." His unrestrained laughter combined with Chun-Hu's bushy beard appeared to Yunwei as the face of a terrifying demon. She knew as a weak woman she was no match for the tall and robust bandit before her. Thinking about being ravaged by the bandit, Yunwei felt hopeless. Yet her gaze resolutely sharpened. I might not be able to kill the bandit, but I can end my own life. I will never let the bandit defile me. With this thought, Yunwei raised the scissors and plunged them fiercely. However, in the next moment, she felt a flash before her eyes and a sharp pain in her wrist. To her horror, she discovered that the bandit had tightly grasped her wrist, causing the scissors to fall to the ground. Chun, who chuckled, "Little beauty, how can you commit suicide before I get to cherish you properly?" He said with a grin, "Once I cherish you, we will go to Heifeng Mountain together, and you will be my cherished wife, ensuring you enjoy a life of comfort. Now serve me well, ha ha ha." Yunwei, holding the scissors to take her own life, was already anticipated by Chun Hu. As a peak-level martial artist, how could he allow a weak woman to commit suicide before him? In one swift motion, he knocked the scissors from Yunwei's hands and seized her wrist. After saying this, Yunwei suddenly fought back fiercely. Her intense resistance was no match for Chun, who a peak martial artist. Like a chick in Chun-Hu's hands, she had no power to resist. After a bout of struggle, Yunwei realized she had no way to deal with Chun Hu. Resolutely, she allowed Chun Hu to pull her closer. But in the next moment, Yunwei seized the opportunity, targeting Chun-Hu's ear, and without hesitation she bit down. Chun Hu never expected Yunwei would bite his ear. A sharp pain shot through him, and he let out a scream, repeatedly slapping at her, yet Yunwei refused to let go. In a moment of desperation, Chun Hu elbowed Yunwei. Finally, she released her bite, but a significant portion of his left ear was bitten off. Yunwei could not withstand Chun-Hu's furious elbow strike, and was sent flying, her head slamming against. Her body collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from her head, her consciousness fading. For Yunwei, her goal, as long as Chun Hu could not defile her, even if it meant death, it was worth it. At the moment of impact against the wall, she revealed a relieved smile, but as she completely lost consciousness, her mind lingered on her brother Yunhao, hoping he would not return home and avoid this wave of banditry. Chun Hu, enraged after losing half his ear to Yunwei's bite, was in a furious state. Just then the door was kicked open by Yunhao, and the two locked eyes. With blood flowing from his ear, Chun Hu not only failed to capture the girl he envisioned, but also suffered a significant loss. He was frustrated, having no one to vent his anger on. Yunhao, upon seeing his sister lying in a pool of blood unconscious, felt a surge of murderous intent, rage, and hostility erupt within him. He wanted to tear Chun Hu to shreds. The two stared at each other across the threshold, both seeing the murderous intent in each other's eyes. Chun Hu, unarmed, noticed Yunhao wielding an axe and wanted to laugh, but the next second he couldn't, because he saw that behind Yunhao lay a multitude of his subordinates sprawled on the ground lifeless. This meant that the few subordinates outside had all been killed by this boy. Looking at the blood-dripping axe in Yunhao's hands, Chun-Hu's voice was low. "It seems I underestimated you, kid. You managed to kill all my men." That said, Chun Hu did not take Yunhao too seriously. As a peak-level martial artist, he naturally wouldn't regard a 16 or 17-year-old boy as a threat. While speaking, he took a step closer to Yunhao. Yunhao remained motionless at the doorway, but the coldness in his eyes intensified as the qi within him boiled and circulated throughout his limbs. The precious bottle in his arms seemed to sense something and began to glow, casting a halo through his clothing. A cool stream of energy enveloped Yunhao, wrapping around the axe in his hand, causing its blade to gleam with chilling light. At this moment, Yunhao's mind was solely focused on avenging his sister, oblivious to the changes within himself. Instead, it was Chun Hu who moved. With his fist raised and his figure flashing, he struck at Yunhao. The force of his punch created a sound of air being ripped apart. This punch was delivered without holding back, an all-out attack. He thought to finish off this kid with one punch, and then find a place to treat his ear. Although Yunhao held an axe, Chun Hu was empty-handed, but believed that with his full strength, he could crush even steel. Moreover, he felt no martial artist's aura emanating from Yunhao. Even if the other could kill his subordinates, it didn't matter. They were merely third-rate martial artists. Yunhao was at most a second-rate martial artist. A peak-level martial artist crushing second and third-rate ones was like dealing with chickens and dogs. Just as Chunha's punch was within a foot of Yunhao, Yunhao moved. The axe in his hand flashed with cold light, quick as lightning. In the next instant, Chunha's entire arm flew off. Yet Yunhao did not stop as the axe in his hand struck again. Still incredibly fast, Yunhao wielded the axe with a speed that seemed like an afterimage. With another slash, Chunha's other arm was severed and fell to the ground. Before Chunhu could even scream, Yunhao swept his axe horizontally, landing on Chunha's legs. Both of Chunha's legs were chopped off, and he collapsed to the ground. The entire process was so swift that Chunhu didn't even have time to react before his limbs had been severed. Only at this moment did Chunhu let out a pig-like wail. The sound echoed throughout the Yun family courtyard, traveling far and wide. In the courtyard there was actually one person who had not died. It was the bandit Ma Lu, who had initially tried to stop Yunhao. He was cut in half by Yunhao, but had not yet died. Upon hearing Chunha scream, Ma Lu trembled all over, realizing he had encountered a calamity. Trembling, he fumbled a signal arrow from his pocket and shot it out before fainting. With a whoosh, the signal arrow shot into the sky, bursting open midair. This was a signal for help in an emergency, summoning reinforcements. In other parts of the village, 24 other bandits were looting homes. Upon hearing the sound of the signal arrow, they rushed towards Yunhao's house. At this moment, Yunhao, after severing Chunha's limbs, stepped on Chunha's body and raised the axe, preparing to behead him. With fear in his eyes, Chunhu was terrified, realizing he had kicked a metal plate. He had encountered a true expert. Although this kid did not emit strong blood energy, his speed was astonishingly unbelievable. Seeing Yunhao about to chop off his head, he hurriedly pleaded for mercy, saying, Don't kill me. It was the people from Lu Yun Martial Arts Hall who sent us to your village. I am the third leader of Heifeng Mountain. I have the second and first leaders above me, along with hundreds of brothers. Our big leader is a master-level expert. If you kill me, you won't survive. Yunhao merely paused slightly, allowing him to finish speaking. The axe in his hand gleamed coldly. No. With a scream from Chunhu, his head was severed. However, Yunhao did not stop delivering blow after blow to Chunhu's mutilated body. He had said he would tear Chunhu's body to pieces. Yunhao finally stopped after chopping Chunhu into pieces. As the pent-up anger inside him was finally released, his mind gradually cleared. Previously, he had been engulfed in a blank state of murderous intent. At that moment, his consciousness returned. He saw his sister Yunwei still lying in a pool of blood. Sister. He almost crawled over to her side and picked her up. No matter how much he called, his sister did not respond. Tears streamed down his face. Sister. Don't die. What will I do if you die? Yunhao cried with a heart-wrenching grief. When he was bullied by Yunhe or scolded by Yun Dashan and Wu Qilan as a child, he didn't cry. He didn't cry when he was beaten and scolded by other children, those wild kids without parents. He hadn't cried even when he went 3 days without food and felt starving, because he knew his sister Yunwei was still there. But at this moment he cried and panicked. Holding his sister, blood tears flowed from his eyes. Since their parents had passed away when they were both under 10, the siblings had relied on each other. With his sister around, he was never afraid and never cried. He had a sweet tooth, and his sister would save all the good food for him. When there wasn't enough food at home, she lied to him, saying she was full, pouring all the leftovers into her own bowl. One year during the new year, his sister knelt in the icy snow to beg for 3 black corn buns from his second uncle's family and snatched a piece of meat from the village chief's dog. She couldn't bear to eat it and saved it all for her little brother. In Yunhao's heart, she was the best sister in the world. But now he was about to lose his sister. He regretted not bringing her to Jiming Mountain. Perhaps if he had brought her, they could have avoided the bandits. Sister, wake up. I planted a lot of rice, and it will be ready in 5 or 6 days. I have more than 20 silver coins that I haven't told you about. We won't have to suffer from hunger and cold anymore. Sister, please wake up and look at me. I am Xiaohao. Seeing that their lives were about to improve, yet his sister encountered such a calamity. Yunhao couldn't accept it. He cried out, heartbroken. Suddenly he paused. He thought of the treasure bottle. He quickly wiped away his tears, took the bottle out from his bosom, and said, as if grasping a lifeline, treasure bottle, I beg you, save my sister. He pried his sister's mouth open, held the bottle's mouth to her lips, and poured water into her little by little. He thought that the water from the treasure bottle might save her. He poured quite a bit of water, but his sister still did not wake up. In a panic, Yunwei suddenly thought of the huge blood-replenishing pill he had made with rice and ginseng. He had heard from the old Taoist priest that ginseng could save lives. Cordyceps was also divine food. The rice, ginseng, and cordyceps he grew were all watered with the treasure bottle's water, and they could definitely save his sister. He took out a huge blood-replenishing pill and hurriedly tried to feed it to his sister. But the pill was too large and his sister had no awareness at all. How could it possibly go down? In his haste, Yunhao didn't care about anything else. He bit the pill in his mouth, crushed it, and fed it to his sister. He used the treasure bottle's water to wash it down. Just as he was preparing to feed a second pill, he suddenly heard a series of footsteps outside the yard. Then someone shouted, "Third master, third master." "Malu, what happened?" Yunhao's eyes turned cold, wiping away his tears as he looked at his sister. He suddenly noticed that his sister's face seemed to have regained some color. A wound on her head also had dried blood crusting over it, which was a good sign. It seemed that the treasure bottle's water and the blood-replenishing pill had taken effect. He felt slightly relieved and gently laid his sister down. He said, "Sister, wait for me. He'll go kill all these scoundrels." He picked up the chopping knife and stepped out of his sister's room. In the main room, he saw that more than 20 bandits had gathered in the yard. Each one was staring at the corpses on the floor of the main room, but did not dare to come in. They shouted for the third master. Yunhao knew that the third master was the one he had torn to pieces. These bandits won, and all he would not let them leave the village alive. A group of bandits had not waited for Chun-Hu to come out. Instead, they saw a young man wielding a chopping knife. Before they could react, the young man leaped out. A massacre. For Yunhao, there was a fire in his heart, with nowhere to vent. He pushed forward recklessly. Everywhere he passed, there was not a single counterattack. The cries of agony echoed through the heavens and earth. His figure moved like lightning. The chopping knife danced in his hand, each swing spraying blood, and the bandits could hardly withstand a single strike. Severed limbs and broken arms scattered across the yard. About 10 minutes later, a light breeze blew. Yunhao stood quietly among the pile of corpses, holding the blood-stained chopping knife. His clothes were tattered, his body drenched in blood, yet he could not hide the fierce, killing intent emanating from him. Beneath his feet, the corpses of over 20 bandits lay haphazardly, their bodies extending from the yard to over 30 meters outside the door. Some bandits, terrified, tried to escape, but they were all caught by Yunhao and struck down. The ground inside and outside the yard was soaked in dark red blood, the stench of blood lingering in the air, refusing to dissipate. In the recent slaughter, he was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. These bandits, the strongest among them, were merely second-rate warriors, while most were third-rate. Before Yunhao, their techniques had glaring flaws. Even Chun-Hu, a first-rate warrior, was reduced to a pulp under Yunhao's lightning-fast onslaught, let alone. At this moment, Yunhao's face was splattered with blood, his eyes revealing coldness and fatigue. He gazed at the hellish scene he had created, feeling little turmoil within. These bandits had come to the village to burn, kill, and plunder. Their fate today was merely just desserts. He slowly raised his hand, wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve, and took a deep breath, trying to calm the turbulence in his heart. After a moment, he gripped the chopping knife tightly, turned around, stepped over the corpses, and walked toward the main room, returning to his sister's room. When he had gone out earlier, he noticed that his sister's face had regained some color, and he held on to a glimmer of hope. He thought that after he finished killing the bandits outside, his sister would wake up. But he was disappointed. His sister still did not wake up. However, at that moment, it did seem her complexion had returned to normal. She looked as if she had simply fallen into a deep sleep. When he held his sister in his arms, Yunhao felt her warmth and her faint breath. He fed her another huge blood-replenishing pill along with a mouthful of water from the treasure bottle. He hoped for a miracle to happen. However, there was no miracle. Yunhao felt an immense rage inside. He was not prepared to wait any longer. He picked up his sister and left the room, determined to seek a doctor in town. He was sure that finding a doctor would definitely save his sister. He continually encouraged himself, prepared a quilt, and laid his sister on the cart. He was sure that finding a doctor would definitely save his sister. He continually encouraged himself, prepared a quilt, and laid his sister on the cart, thinking it would be scared away. That it was still there now showed the horse's cleverness. Without hesitation, he harnessed it to the cart and headed toward the small town. As for his home in the village, he could no longer care. However, all the bandits had been completely exterminated by Yunhao, and Qingshui village was temporarily safe. Families who had escaped the calamity began to emerge. Some were joyful while others were sorrowful. The joyful ones were those who had hidden and were not found by the bandits, while the sorrowful were women who had been wronged and men who had been killed by the bandits. But this calamity was over. Yunhao's neighbor who had hidden in a haystack witnessed Yunhao slaying the bandits. After Yunhao left, he informed the village head. Only then did the entire village realize that it was Yunhao who had saved them, and they began to help clean up the remnants of the bandits in the Yun family courtyard. They strictly ordered everyone to keep quiet and not let anyone speak of it. Yunhao was unaware of the village's matters. He only had one thought in his mind: to quickly go to the town to find a doctor for his sister. The owner of Xinglin Fong saw Yunhao covered in blood carrying a young girl inside. Without asking much, he first arranged for her rescue. The owner was not a physician. The real old physician was his uncle, who was consulting in the back room, while the front was for buying and selling medicine. After diagnosing Yunwei, the old physician had numerous acupuncture needles inserted into her body. He checked her pulse 3 more times. Finally, he sighed and shook his head. Yunhao's heart tightened as he hurriedly asked, "Old sir, how is my sister?" The old physician shook his head and said, with the three syndromes of syncope, closure, and detachment combined with a state of lost consciousness, I lack the power to reverse this fate. Yunhao did not understand the meaning, but he comprehended the last phrase, lack the power to reverse this fate. His heart sank and his face turned pale instantly. He knelt on the ground saying, Old sir, please save my sister. I beg you, I have money, I have silver, I can give you anything. Please save my sister. Alas, child, how can you not understand? Get up, this is not about money. The old physician gestured for Yunhao to rise. Yunhao remained kneeling, and the old physician did not help him up at that moment. At this time, the owner stepped forward to explain to Yunhao, Young lord, we are somewhat acquainted. My second uncle is the best physician in town, and no one dares to claim otherwise. If he says it cannot be cured, then it truly cannot be cured. He paused and continued, Let me explain the syndromes of syncope, closure, and detachment. Syncope is characterized by fainting and loss of consciousness, often caused by emotional distress and other factors. Closure refers to the confinement of evil energy within, obscuring the mind, typically due to obstruction in the meridians from wind, fire, phlegm, or stagnation, manifesting as clenched jaws, rigid hands, and other symptoms. Detachment is caused by the depletion of vital energy, leading to confusion of the mind. Then there is the state of lost consciousness, which is a condition of mental confusion and loss of awareness, unresponsive or slow to react to external stimuli, often triggered by shock or chaotic blood flow, leading to a temporary state of unconsciousness, which can extend into a prolonged state of unawareness. To have all four symptoms combined is indeed dire. In simple terms, it means a living corpse that cannot be saved, so you should mourn her loss. A living corpse. Yunhao immediately felt weak. He repeatedly said, No, it's impossible. My sister's body temperature is normal, and she has a faint breath. There must be a way to save her. Old sir shopkeeper, I beg you to save my sister. I will bow to you. As he spoke, Yunhao knocked his head on the ground. The owner quickly supported him, saying, Alas, young lord, there is no need for such actions. If my second uncle can save her, he will, but a living corpse cannot be saved. Seeing that Yunhao had bruised his forehead, the old physician felt a pang of sympathy and said, Child, get up. Although she is in a state akin to a living corpse, she does have body temperature and a faint breath. Theoretically, it is possible to save her. However, I am incapable of doing so. There are many renowned physicians in the world, and perhaps there is a skilled doctor who can save your sister. You might seek out a famous physician elsewhere. This statement was like a lifeline, offering Yunhao a glimmer of hope. He hurriedly thanked them and inquired where to find a famous physician. But the old physician raised his hand to stop him, saying, Do not thank me, yet my words are not finished. Yunhao's expression tightened as he said, Please, old sir, go on. The old physician pondered. Your sister's condition is akin to that of a living corpse. It is essentially no different from being dead. Maintaining her body temperature and breath temporarily does not mean it can be sustained indefinitely. Before you find a physician who can cure her, you must maintain her bodily functions. This is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. Maintaining her state for a day or two is manageable, but what about a month, 2 months, or even longer? To sustain her bodily functions, you will need corresponding medicinal herbs, but such herbs are certainly not cheap. They are beyond what an ordinary family can afford. So think carefully. Do you still wish to save your sister? Yunhao replied decisively. Even if I have to sell my own flesh and blood, I will save my sister. Please, old sir, tell me what kind of medicinal herbs are needed to maintain my sister's bodily functions. The old physician looked at Yunhao's determined gaze and was momentarily taken aback, sighing. You are indeed a devoted child. I hope your sincere heart can move heaven. The old physician continued, Medicinal herbs like ginseng and huangjing are life-saving drugs, but I know of a pill commonly used by martial artists that would be even more suitable. It is called the qi and blood pill, sold in the black market of Likat Alley. One can take one pill daily to maintain vital energy, but it is quite expensive, so prepare yourself mentally. Additionally, you should know that even if you can manage your sister's bodily functions, finding a renowned physician does not guarantee that they can save her. The combination of her 4 symptoms is exceedingly rare. After hearing the old physician, Yunhao resolutely declared, I will never give up on my sister. If one famous physician cannot do it, I will seek 2, 3, or even 10. And so he left Xinglin. Yunhao placed his sister on a cart and drove his old horse towards Likat Alley. The old physician had said that before finding a renowned physician to treat his sister, he must first maintain her bodily functions. He needed medicinal herbs such as ginseng and huangjing, with the qi and blood pill being the most suitable. Coincidentally, he had planted both ginseng and huangjing. Moreover, Yunhao recalled that his sister's return to a normal complexion was likely due to her drinking the precious water and consuming the giant qi and blood pill he had made. This means that as long as he had the precious water, he could maintain his sister's vitality. However, he still needed to visit the black market in Likat Alley to see how his giant qi and blood pill compared to the one sold there. If his pill was effective, he would not have to worry in the future. If not, he would find a way to buy the ones from the black market. Even though he had taken his own giant qi and blood pill and found it better than the black markets, he could not afford to be careless when it came to his sister. He needed to clarify the efficacy of the giant qi and blood pill to feel at ease. No matter the difficulties, he was determined to seek a renowned physician to save his sister. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would never give up. The old physician had told him that there was a renowned physician in Liangzhou City, and he planned to go there. Upon arriving at Licat Alley, he stopped his old horse and instructed, "Old horse, take good care of my sister." As they walked, Yunhao noticed that the old horse was quite understanding, which led him to make this remark. The old horse made a couple of sounds as if in response. Yunhao knocked on the door. It was still that same big man from last time. Seeing Yunhao covered in blood, he was momentarily taken aback, but did not ask further and let him in. Having been there once, he remembered. Arriving at the counter where he had bought the qi and blood pill last time, the same old man was dozing off. Upon seeing Yunhao, he directly asked, "Looking for qi and blood pill?" Yunhao shook his head, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a giant qi and blood pill he had prepared earlier, saying, "Shopkeeper, I am selling this kind of large pill. Will you buy it?" A faint fragrance wafted through the air, and the old man's eyes brightened as he reached out to take it for a closer look. He smelled it under his nose and asked in confusion, "Kid, where did you get such a pill? And how many do you have?" Faced with the elder's inquiry, Yunhao did not answer directly, but instead countered, "Shopkeeper, just tell me, will you accept this kind of pill? What price will you offer?" The elder, appearing to have murky eyes, actually hid shrewdness within, and with a dry smile said, "It seems I misspoke. In the black market, the unspoken rule is not to inquire about the customer's background or the origin of the item." He pondered, "I have never seen such a pill before, and I do not know its efficacy. I must test it before setting a price. Young brother, the black market rule states that a testing fee is 10 taels of silver, and the cost of this pill is on you. Do you understand this?" Yunhao had no idea about such rules. However, he understood the elder's words, implying that someone needed to test the pill to assess its effects before they could discuss further matters. Moreover, the testing pill required payment, and he had to pay 10 taels of silver. He frowned, saying, "I will give you at most 3 taels of silver." The elder shook his head like a rattle, saying, "That won't do. The rules are the rules. If I help you find someone to test the pill, and it has issues that harm them, I will be held responsible, not you." Yunhao snatched the pill back from the elder's hand and turned to leave without hesitation. He was confident that the super-large vitality pill he made posed no danger and would only bring benefits. This old fellow wouldn't even accept 3 taels. Then fine. Hey, young man, you're really impatient. Come back, I will make an exception and accept your 3 taels as the testing fee." Seeing Yunhao about to leave, the elder suddenly became anxious. Having mingled in the black market for many years, he had handled countless vitality pills and could tell the quality with just a whiff. Although he had never seen the kind of pill Yunhao brought, the elder was certain it was definitely more effective than ordinary vitality pills. The so-called rules were all set by people. He quickly called Yunhao back. Yunhao returned, took out 3 taels of silver along with the super-large vitality pill, and placed them in front of the elder, saying, "Hurry up, I don't have time to waste here." The elder could see that this young man was indeed not joking. Without further ado, he waved to the previously sturdy man, saying, "Dinyo, test the pill." With a flick of his fingers, Yunhao's super-large vitality pill flew towards the sturdy man, called Dinyo. Dinyo showed no hesitation and opened his mouth to swallow it. The robust and silent Dinyo chewed the super-large vitality pill slowly in his mouth, his eyes becoming increasingly bright as he exclaimed, "So fragrant, so fragrant." He then swallowed it down. Immediately, Dinyo's face turned red and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. After a while, he opened his mouth and expelled a stream of white energy. In an instant, his complexion returned to normal, and with a joyful expression, he said to the elder, "Shopkeeper Wu, this is a good thing. My peak realm has loosened. If I take a few more, I will definitely step into the martial master realm." The elder, referred to as Shopkeeper Wu by Dinyo, wore a face full of black lines and said, "You fool, all you know is to eat. Get to the point." Dinyo chuckled foolishly. "This is different from the vitality pills. It's better than the vitality pills. It contains a strong life force that replenishes both vitality and life essence. Although it could not compare to the top-grade vitality pills, it was of much higher quality than the mid-grade vitality pills. If some demon beast's essence blood could be added, it would surely surpass the top-grade vitality pills." "All right, enough. You can go down now." Shopkeeper Wu interrupted Dinyo, who was eager to continue praising, feeling frustrated as he thought, with such praise, how can I bargain? Dinyo was the trial pill servant he had cultivated, and he had the most say regarding pills like vitality pills. Since Dinyo strongly recommended it, there must be no problem. Dinyo unwillingly glanced at Shopkeeper Wu and could only turn to leave. However, he looked at Yunhao and no longer had the previous cold, dark expression, instead giving Yunhao a flattering smile. Unfortunately, Yunhao ignored him. From the results of Dinyo's test, Yunhao had already achieved his goal. According to Dinyo, the super large vitality pill he made was much better than the mid-grade vitality pills, but fell short of the top-grade vitality pills. However, if Demon Beast Essence Blood was added, it would definitely surpass the top-grade vitality pills. He kept the mention of Demon Beast Essence Blood in mind, even though he did not know what kind, but it was a way to enhance the super large vitality pill. Dinyo also mentioned that his super large vitality pill contained a powerful life force and had excellent effects. It almost allowed a first-rate warrior like Dinyo to break through to the martial master realm. This meant that the vitality pill he made was very helpful for first, second, or third-rate warriors to increase their vitality. Therefore, it would be enough to sustain his sister's vitality going forward. This relieved Yunhao's heart. At this moment, shopkeeper Wu's eyes rolled, and with a smile he asked, "Young man, how many of these pills do you have?" The elder continued, "I'll take them all." Yunhao initially did not want to sell, but since he was already in the black market, it would not be appropriate not to sell some. He thought about taking his sister to find a famous doctor for treatment. Being poor on the road would always require silver. In any case, he had made over 800 pills. Selling a few for some silver was good. He looked at shopkeeper Wu and asked, "What price will you offer for each?" Shopkeeper Wu's murky eyes sparkled with shrewdness as he said, "This kind of pill is indeed good, but after all it is a new pill. I don't know how well it will sell, and I must bear the risk. However, we have a connection, so I'll give you a fair price of 10 taels per pill." Yunhao scoffed, saying, "Shopkeeper Wu, do you take me for a 3-year-old? If that's the case, then let's not talk anymore. Goodbye." Hey, come back. In business there's give and take. What price do you offer?" Shopkeeper Wu felt a headache coming on realizing this young man was hard to deceive. He knew very well that this kind of pill would sell like hotcakes. Naturally, he wouldn't let Yunhao leave. Yunhao turned around and directly said, 80 taels each. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then forget it. I heard what Dinyo said. Shopkeeper Wu, don't try to fool me just because I'm young. Shopkeeper Wu's mouth twitched, saying, "Indeed, Dinyo is not wrong, but young man, 80 taels is too high. How about this? I won't say anything else. 60 taels for each pill. I can't go higher than that. 70 taels. If not, then forget it." Yunhao turned to leave. "All right, 70 taels it is. How many do you have?" Shopkeeper Wu gritted his teeth and said. In reality, accepting 70 taels meant a huge profit for him. The top-grade vitality pill was said to be 100 taels each, but in many cases they did not have stock in small places like this. Now with Yunhao's new pill, which was almost comparable to the top-grade vitality pills, he could easily sell it for over 100 taels, ensuring he wouldn't lose. Ultimately, Yunhao brought out 10 pills, receiving 700 taels of silver, and left the black market. What Yunhao did not know was that these 10 super large vitality pills would be sold at sky-high prices through shopkeeper Wu's operations. This stirred quite a commotion. Of course, that was all a matter for later and had nothing to do with him. After leaving the black market, Yunhao hurriedly drove the cart out of town. Looking at his sister on the cart, Yunhao felt a sharp pain in his heart. Filled with self-reproach, he believed he should not have left his sister alone at home, otherwise this calamity would not have occurred. He did not rush to Liangzhou City to find a famous doctor. He understood that it was not something that could be accomplished overnight. He would definitely go to Liangzhou, but before that he had 2 matters to attend to. To take revenge for his sister. The true mastermind was the person behind it. When he killed the 3rd boss of Heifeng Mountain, the opponent said that it was the people from Luyun Martial Hall who informed the bandits of Heifeng Mountain to come and raid Qingshui village. Yunhao knew that the bandits' true target was him. His sister and the villagers were all implicated because of him. The people from Luyun Martial Hall were using others to do their dirty work. Since that was the case, before leaving, Yunhao would take revenge. First, he would destroy Luyun Martial Hall, then eradicate the bandits of Heifeng Mountain. He planned to make his move tonight and wipe out Luyun Martial Hall. After leaving the town, he thought about how to settle his sister and planned to go to Luyun Martial Hall that night, but he was still worried about his sister. Should he send her back to the village? That wouldn't do either. In a secluded spot, Yunhao took out a treasure vial and said to it, "If you are truly some treasure, then take my sister into the vial's space, so I can take revenge without worries. Otherwise, I will shatter you." After saying that, he pointed the vial's opening towards his sister on the cart. PS to all the brothers and sisters following along to this point, please save and follow for updates and support. With a little love, thank you, everyone. Give me some motivation. Additionally, I wish everyone a happy new year. May your journeys be smooth, may all your wishes come true, and may you have great fortune. Yunhao had high hopes for the treasure bottle. When his sister lay in a pool of blood, he wondered if the bottle could save her. In the end, he was disappointed. The treasure bottle did not bring his sister back to life. This time he hoped it could take her into its space, allowing him to worry no more. If the bottle couldn't even manage that, what use was it? Yunhao in frustration declared to the treasure bottle that he would smash it. Then, a misty glow flashed from the bottle's mouth, and in the next moment his sister disappeared. It was a success. Yunhao finally felt a sense of relief in his heart. He then tried to see if he could also store Old Ma in the bottle. Several attempts ended in failure. He had also tried to enter the treasure bottle's space himself, yet once again he failed. However, he did not force the issue. He wanted to verify if the treasure bottle's space posed any danger to his sister. Yunhao planned to observe the situation over time. Every hour, he would summon his sister from the treasure bottle to see if there were any changes. After a few hours, night fell. Yunhao noticed that his sister showed no signs of abnormality in the treasure bottle. Only then did he feel at ease. Although he did not know what the space inside the bottle looked like, he believed it should pose no harm to her. He found a stone and sharpened his severely blunted axe. Yunhao then took out 3 large vitality pills and swallowed them. As he breathed and focused, he began practicing some punches. He had mastered 2 moves from the Dragon Elephant Fist manual. At this moment, he was practicing the third move, the stable elephant step. Focusing on maintaining a steady stance combined with the first 2 moves formed a complete set of offense and defense. After the 3 large vitality pills dissolved in his stomach, a noticeable wave of heat surged within him. His vitality boiled. With this energy, Yunhao's punches became increasingly fluid. A cool sensation spread throughout his body from his lower abdomen. As night reached its peak, he struck with a punch, and as he moved his feet, the earth trembled with a resounding boom. He had completed the 3rd move of the Dragon Elephant Fist. His punches carried a powerful wind, and his breathing felt smooth throughout his body. The flow of energy spread to all his limbs. He had no idea what level of martial artist he was. He even questioned whether he could be considered a martial artist. The Golden Full House Tavern had mentioned that the head of the Lu Yun Martial Arts Academy, Wu Shiguan, was a peak-level martial artist with dozens of disciples. Was Yunhao afraid? Of course not. The Black Wind Mountain Bandits had said that it was the people from the Lu Yun Martial Arts Academy who informed them to raid the village. The Lu Yun Martial Arts Academy was his greatest enemy. If he did not kill the Lu Yun Martial Arts Academy, he would be letting down his sister and the villagers who had suffered at the hands of the bandits. Suddenly, a chill swept over him. The wind picked up. Yunhao looked up at the sky, and he realized that it had become overcast. The air grew humid. Thunder rumbled, and soon raindrops began to fall. After more than 3 months of drought, it finally rained. Lightning occasionally split the sky, illuminating the ground. The night was deep. Yunhao's gaze grew sharper and more determined. He leaped onto Old Ma's back. Giddy up. His target was Xinghe Town, the Lu Yun Martial Arts Academy. On this stormy night, it was the perfect time for killing. A person and a horse once again arrived at the town. The streets were deserted. Only the rumbling thunder and the torrential rain filled the air. Yunhao, wielding his axe, arrived at the door of the Lu Yun Martial Arts Academy. He instructed Old Ma to wait outside. He leaped over the courtyard wall. He had entered. The door and windows were lit with candlelight. Like a ghost, Yunhao approached step by step. He heard voices conversing within. What should we do, master? Are we to serve as doormen for the academy from now on? What else can we do? After selling off the land, it was taken by the master's wife, claiming it was to cover medical expenses. We have no choice but to accept this fate. It's all that Yunhao's fault. If he hadn't beaten here wouldn't have called those senior brothers to attack, and that little brat wouldn't have ended up badly injured, leading us to sell our property to cover medical bills. The master's wife is too heartless, calculating against us so openly. Sigh. How are we to live like this in the future? Keep your voice down if the walls have ears. I've heard that in the Lu Yun Martial Arts Academy, the master listens to his wife Chai Jinyu. Her word is law, and we have to bow our heads under her roof. It's all that Yunhao's fault. He's ruined our family. I've heard from here that the master's wife has already contacted the Black Wind Mountain Bandits. They will come looking for Yunhao and Yunwei, those 2 little brats. Hopefully the bandits will tear them apart. Yunhao's expression darkened further as he listened. He recognized the voices. They belonged to Yun Dashun and Wu Qiulan. He felt utterly disappointed in this family. He smashed open the door and walked in. Boom. Oh my God. Wu Qiulan gasped in shock. The candlelight revealed it was Yunhao. Immediately she began to curse. Yunhao, you little brat. How dare you come to the academy? You're courting death. Master, go call for help. Puff, gurgle. You. Yunhao said nothing as he swung his axe across Wu Qiulan's. Wu Qiulan clutched her neck, blood gushing forth, unable to utter a word, her eyes wide open, and she collapsed to the ground dead. Yun Dashun was left dumbfounded. He pointed a trembling finger at Yunhao, trying to say something, but no words came out. At this moment, Yunhao spoke in a low voice. Yun Dashun, everything began because your family bullied us siblings, which led to the bandits attacking the entire village. Do you realize your family deserves to die? You? Puff. Yun Dashun's words were cut off as Yunhao severed his head. Rest assured, your family will go to reunite in order. Yunhao glanced at the bodies of Yun Dashun and Wu Qiulan on the ground, his tone cold and devoid of emotion. After killing the 2, he remained completely calm. As he moved further in, he entered another room that was lit. Yunhao heard many voices inside, seemingly engaged in drinking. Come, let's drink. Senior brother Zhang Lei, you've worked hard. I raise a glass to you. This voice belonged to Yunhe. Zhang Lei in good spirits replied, Junior brother Yun, he rest assured. I personally delivered the message to the Black Wind Mountain seeking the master's cousin. If all goes well, the Black Wind Mountain people will enter Shui village today, and that Yunhao will undoubtedly die. Senior brother Zhang Lei, you've worked hard. This trip was worth it. We can finally avenge our brothers. Exactly. Everyone raise a glass to senior brother Zhang. Yunhao could no longer contain the rage within him. He kicked open the door, wielding his axe as he entered. It was a very large room. Inside were dozens of people. When Yunhao suddenly barged in, everyone turned to face the entrance. Yunhe was the first to recognize him, exclaiming, Yunhao, you. Puff. The voice cut off abruptly. Yunhao dashed forward and struck Yunhe with his knife. Zhang Lei and the others in a daze from drinking were caught off guard as Yunhao swung his knife. Screams erupted, but they were drowned out by the thunder. In one brief encounter, dozens fell into pools of blood. Finally, someone reacted and began to fight back. But how could these opponents stand against Yunhao? In a furious killing spree, Yunhao attacked mercilessly. Since he was going to kill, he would do it thoroughly. Someone escaped through the window shouting about intruders. Yet on this night of thunder and lightning, the storm concealed everything. Yunhao killed over 30 people within the room and chased after those who fled. He struck one fleeing disciple of the Lu Yun Martial Arts Academy with his blade, causing him to tumble to the ground. Don't kill me, please, Yunhao asked in a low voice. Where are the master and his wife Wu Shiguan? The terrified disciple stammered, pointing towards the backyard, in the main room of the backyard. Puff. If he was going to kill, he would kill them all. Covered in blood, Yunhao headed towards the backyard. The backyard of the Lu Yun Martial Arts Hall is smaller than the front yard, but it solely belongs to the hall master Wu Shiguan and his wife Chai Jinyu, along with a maid residing here. In the darkness, there are rough gasps. However, after a few breaths, it stops. A woman's voice complains, did you drink the tiger whip liquor for nothing? You are becoming increasingly useless. The man chuckled awkwardly and said, Madam, I feel restless tonight. Isn't that a sign of being out of sorts? Useless is useless. So what excuses are you making? Really, the instinct of a martial artist is quite sharp. Madam, let's leave it for next time. I will go check the front yard. It's raining so heavily, what is there to check? Rest and continue. Oh, madam. Yunhao, filled with malice and bloodlust, stood at the door and heard the voices inside. Clearly this was Wu Shiguan and Chai Jinyu's room. He furrowed his brows slightly. With the blade against the door crack, he slowly moved the wooden lock inside aside. He gently pushed the door and stepped in. Despite the darkness, his current vision still allowed him to see the room's furnishings. He found the gauzy bed. Suddenly, the candlelight in the room lit up. A cold light struck. Yunhao swung his blade to defend. Clang. Metal clashed and sparks flew. Yunhao unhesitatingly retaliated with a sweeping strike. He forced the opponent back. At this moment, he could see clearly that it was a middle-aged man in pajamas wielding a long sword. You have quite the audacity to intrude into my Wu Ziguan's residence. Who are you? This person is indeed Wu Shiguan. He had just been whispering intimate words with his wife in bed. But he quickly sensed a strong smell of blood, and the instincts of a martial artist alerted him to something amiss. He immediately drew his sword and lit the lamp to counterattack. However, he did not expect that his sneak attack would be deflected back by the opponent. He felt an enormous force stronger than himself. This made Wu Ziguan's expression turn grave. In the dim light, he saw that it was a 15 or 16-year-old boy holding a chopping knife without any proper weapon. His heart churned with shock. How could someone so young withstand his strike without falling behind? He himself was a peak-tier martial artist, just a step away from the martial master realm. How could such a little boy possess such immense strength? Wu Shiguan, filled with suspicion, stared intently at Yunhao. Yet Yunhao remained eerily calm. Having killed his way here, he was thick with malice. Facing Wu Shiguan, he showed no fear. It seemed his strength was not much different. Yunhao, with a hoarse voice, said, You sent the bandits from Heifeng Mountain to kill me, and now I've come to your doorstep. You are Yunhao, Chai Jinyu exclaimed from behind the gauzy curtains. Wu Shiguan was also taken aback. Hearing Yunhao's words, he realized the bandits from Heifeng Mountain had failed. Someone come. Wu Shiguan sensed something was wrong and shouted. There were dozens of disciples in the front yard. With so many people together, even if this kid were strong, he couldn't resist them all. Stop shouting, I've already killed them all. Now it's your turn. Yunhao stepped forward, employing the techniques from the Dragon Elephant Fist Manual. Stable, heavy, and powerful, his movements were oddly swift. The chopping knife in his hand pierced toward Wu Shiguan like a punch. Coming from a rough background, martial arts were still a mystery to him. Even though he practiced the Dragon Elephant Fist techniques, he did not adhere to any patterns. He used the knife as if it were a fist. Wu Shiguan snorted coldly and raised his sword to block. Seeing Yunhao's chaotic moves, he felt a bit relaxed. After all, he was someone who could run a martial arts hall. His insight was not weak at all. With a glance, he saw that Yunhao's moves were quite unstructured. He snorted, coldly executed a flourish with his sword, and with a clang accurately struck Yunhao's chopping knife. Yunhao felt a great force come through. The chopping knife he thrust forward instantly lost balance and nearly slipped from his grip. He hurriedly exerted strength to stabilize himself. In the dim and narrow room, the atmosphere was tense. Yunhao tightly gripped the chopping knife, its thick blade gleaming coldly. Wu Shiguan, holding the longsword, appeared agile, worthy of a peak-tier martial artist. As the hall master, he exuded a martial artist's demeanor. In the next moment, Wu Shiguan took the initiative, shaking his longsword and creating several sword flowers, striking toward Yunhao's throat and chest with lethal intent. Yunhao dared not confront him directly. He sidestepped to dodge, his footwork a bit chaotic. The chopping knife in his hand hurriedly blocked, producing a loud bang, sparks flying. His arms felt numb and his palms threatened to split, secretly alarmed at Wu Ziguan's deep martial foundation as the hall master. Seeing that his strike missed, Wu Ziguan's swordplay became even more fierce, the sword swirling with relentless speed, and in no time cold light surrounded Yunhao. Though Yunhao's moves were crude and chaotic, relying on the powerful flow of qi within him, he eventually adapted to the fight as he had mastered 3 moves of the Dragon Elephant Fist. With each swing of the chopping knife, gusts of wind surged, forcing Wu Shiguan to evade its edge. After a prolonged battle, Wu Ziguan's stamina began to wane, while Yunhao grew stronger, the qi within him surging. Seizing the opportunity when Wu Ziguan's sword missed, Yunhao shouted, raising the chopping knife high, pouring all his strength into a downward strike that seemed capable of splitting mountains. Wu Shiguan could not dodge in time and hurriedly crossed his sword to block, but was shaken by Yunhao's overwhelming force, causing the longsword to slip from his grip, and he collapsed to the ground. A glint of resolution flashed in Yunhao's eyes as the chopping knife fell, blood spraying. Wu Ziguan's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept that he would perish at the hands of this wild card who emerged from nowhere. The room fell silent, filled with the scent of blood. Wu Shiguan was cleaved in two by Yunhao's strike. Only then did Yunhao let out a sigh of relief. There were several painful spots on his body. His arms, legs, and back bore 3 wounds. All were inflicted by Wu Ziguan's exquisite swordplay, but fortunately none were fatal. Yunhao knew that while Wu Ziguan's strength was not as great as he excelled in martial arts experience. Being from a rough background, he was inexperienced in this area, making it inevitable for him to suffer losses. Fortunately, the qi flow within him still existed, allowing him to remain vigorous in the fight, growing more tenacious, and one could say he wore Wu Shiguan down through sheer persistence. There was still someone in the room. Wu Ziguan's wife, Chai Jinyu. Based on the bandits' conversation he overheard tonight, Yunhao determined that the true mastermind who had informed the bandits to raid Qingshui village was indeed Chai Jinyu. This woman must die. Holding the chopping knife, Yunhao swung it horizontally. Sizzle. Boom. The bed curtains and frame shattered into pieces. Ah! A startled cry came from the bed. Chai Jinyu's face went pale, trembling under the covers, exposing a large area of skin. Don't kill me. Ooh, I'm just a weak woman. I have silver, I can give it all to you. Please don't kill me. Chai Jinyu trembled, pulling out a small wooden box from beside the bed. Opening it revealed silver coins and some jewelry. She pleaded with Yunhao not to kill her. Yunhao stared at her coldly. Chai Jinyu suddenly threw off the covers, exposing her jade-like skin, nearly unclad, her eyes sparkling, appearing pitiful, as she said, "If you let me go, I can give you anything." Seeing Yunhao silent and not taking further action, Chai Jinyu felt a stir in her heart, thinking her beauty. She mused, indeed, men are all the same. They cannot resist a beauty. Chai Jinyu did have a beautiful figure, and even at over 30, she looked like she was in her early 20s. She nearly used a coy voice, slowly approaching Yunhao and saying, "Young master, am also a poor soul." Thud. Not a single word was spoken. Yunhao, expressionless, severed her head with one stroke, which rolled onto the ground. Her eyes remained wide open, filled with disbelief, unable to close in death. Yunhao spat. He picked up the small wooden box and stored it in his treasure vial. At that moment, a sharp scream suddenly echoed at the door. Yunhao dashed forward, slashing out. At the door stood a woman holding a lantern and an umbrella who had just seen Wu Ziguan's corpse on the floor and screamed in fright. She appeared to be a maid. Yunhao halted, his knife resting it against the maid's neck without striking down. The maid turned pale, her mouth agape, her voice abruptly stopping. In fear, she lost her ability to think. Yunhao frowned slightly. A maid is not a martial artist. Should he kill her or spare her? Should he let this maid go or eliminate all witnesses and wipe out the family? On the empty street, the rain had stopped. The rhythmic sound of clopping hooves echoed in the night. It was Yunhao riding away on an old horse, but behind him flames soared into the sky. It was the Lu Yun martial arts school. Yes, he had set it ablaze as he left, not looking back as he galloped out of the town. Home. It wasn't until Yunhao had been gone for a long while that the people of Xinghe Town discovered the raging fire at the Luyun Martial Arts School, but it was too late to save it. The flames continued to burn until dawn when they finally extinguished. But the entire martial arts school, both front and backyards, had turned to ashes. Some ventured inside to check only to find charred corpses. This caused quite a stir throughout Xinghe Town. Everyone speculated it was an act of revenge. In any case, the Luyun Martial Arts School had been annihilated. Yunhao was unaware of all this. By dawn, he had returned to the village on his old horse. Upon arriving home, he found that the main door had been repaired. The bodies of the bandits in the yard had also vanished. The entire courtyard had been covered with a new layer of soil. It concealed the original bloodstains. The furniture that had been overturned in the house was now neatly arranged. It was clear someone had cleaned up. Little Mouse. As Yunhao was surveying the yard, an old voice called out his nickname from the entrance. Grandfather Li Zheng. Yunhao turned around to find it was Li Zheng Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan, an elderly man in his 70s, walked in leaning on his cane. Yunhao stepped forward to assist him in sitting down. Yunhao felt a measure of gratitude towards this old village head as he had rallied the whole village to help with the funeral after his parents passed away. When the old Taoist passed away despite his age and difficulty walking, he had sent someone to Chicken Crying Mountain. This old man may be muddled with small matters, but was resolute with significant issues. Zhou Quan looked at Yunhao with a complicated gaze and said, "Regarding your sister, please accept my condolences." Yesterday, when Yunhao had left with his sister, a neighbor hiding in the haystack had seen and informed Zhou Quan. Thus it was Zhou Quan who had organized the cleanup of Yunhao's home. Zhou Quan knew that Yunhao had left with Yunwei, and now that Yunhao had returned alone, without Yunwei, he surmised that Yunwei was gone. Yunhao offered no further explanation, but simply asked, "Thank you, Grandfather Li Zheng, for helping to clean my home." Zhou Quan sighed deeply, saying, "These are just small matters. You killed so many bandits, you are a benefactor to the village." Hearing Zhou Quan's words, Yunhao felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He knew that the bandits from Heifeng Mountain had come to the village because of him. It turned out that he had brought misfortune to the villagers. At the same time, he became more resolute in his next goal to slay the bandits at Heifeng Mountain. With the Luyun Martial Arts School destroyed, the bandits from Heifeng Mountain could not be left unpunished. Otherwise, he would be failing his sister and the villagers. After some thought, Yunhao asked, "Grandfather Li Zheng, how are the villagers doing?" Zhou Quan sighed heavily. 5 men and 3 women from the old Zhang and old Zhou families have died, and 6 daughters were ravaged by those beasts. 3 daughters committed suicide. It is truly a tragedy. Though he had anticipated this, hearing it still made Yunhao's heart clench. His hands unconsciously tightened. Zhou Quan continued, "I had the bodies of the bandits burned, and the people from each family have been laid to rest. Life must go on after all." After a pause, Zhou Quan added, "Little Mouse, you should leave the village. Those bandits still have their group. They will come looking for you sooner or later. With your sister now gone, you are the only one left in your family. The farther you get from the village, the better. Here is some money and grain that everyone pooled together. Take it with you as travel expenses. Even begging is better than losing your life." While speaking, he trembled as he took out a money pouch and handed it to Yunhao. Yunhao's eyes turned a bit red. He did not reach for the pouch. He understood that the old village head had his best interests at heart. Seeing that Yunhao did not move, Zhou Quan hurriedly explained, "Little Mouse, don't misunderstand. I'm asking you to leave not because I, this old man, am afraid of being implicated by you." Yunhao quickly interrupted, "Grandfather Li Zheng, I understand. I truly do. In fact, I returned just to take a look and then leave." Indeed, Zhou Quan's advice to leave was for Yunhao's own good. Conversely, if Yunhao left and the bandits sought revenge, the entire village would suffer. Zhou Quan's decision was also made under immense pressure. Yunhao continued, "I have money and there's still some grain at home, all in the kitchen. Please, Grandfather Li Zheng, distribute it among the villagers. Also, after some time, could you send someone to the back mountain of Chicken Crying Mountain? I've planted some grain there. If possible, please harvest it." The rice at the back mountain of Chicken Crying Mountain was watered with precious bottled water he had cultivated. There was no need for seedlings, and after harvesting it would grow back. Yunhao planned to go up the mountain today to gather the mature rice. When it grew back, it would take a bit longer to mature, serving as a form of atonement for the villagers. Zhou Quan, seeing that Yunhao did not want the money and was willing to share his grain with the villagers, naturally insisted that it could not be accepted. However, he could not refuse Yunhao's insistence and had to accept it on behalf of everyone with gratitude. Yunhao merely glanced around his home before riding the old horse up Chicken Crying Mountain. With his sister in the precious bottle, he would seek a renowned doctor to save her, and he did not know when he would return, so he naturally had to leave the village. Upon reaching the back of Chicken Crying Mountain, Yunhao watered the rice field again, and in 2 days it would be ready for harvest. That would be the time for him to leave. During these 2 days, he would feed his sister a dose of precious bottled water and a large blood-replenishing pill each day. His sister still lay as if in deep slumber, showing no signs of waking. Yet there were no other changes. The old horse, fed with the rice cultivated from the precious bottled water, had shed its coat, growing a new glossy black mane after a few days of care. It became more spirited. Apart from not being able to speak, it understood whatever Yunhao said like a loyal old servant following him. The rice matured, yielding 8 stones. Additionally, there were already over 2,000 pounds in the precious. He also prepared to dig up all the ginseng and huangjing to take with him 7 ginseng plants and 7 huangjing plants. They had grown thicker, and Yunhao calculated their ages based on the records left by the old Taoist. Each plant had reached 20 years of age. He stored them in the precious bottle, thinking that in the future, he could continue planting them, eventually cultivating ginseng that could reach 100 years. On the 3rd day before dawn, Yunhao got up to cook a pot of rice for himself. After feeding the old horse, he went to the back mountain to take a glance at the old Taoist grave before riding the old horse away from Chicken Crying Mountain. He prepared to head to Heifeng Mountain, 100 miles away, to seek revenge on the bandits. He would not find peace until the bandits of Heifeng Mountain were annihilated, avenging his sister and the villagers. As day broke, Yunhao had already traveled 50 miles, leaving the small mountain village where he had grown up. The young man was now stepping into the martial world. He arrived at a tea stall by the roadside at a crossroads on the official road. Yunhao only knew the general direction of Heifeng Mountain, but did not know how to get there. After dismounting, he prepared to ask the tea stall owner, "Young master, would you like some tea?" A waiter came forward to help lead the horse and inquired. Yunhao was still a bit unaccustomed to being greeted this way. He nodded. Sitting at a wooden table, he ordered a pot of tea. Just as he was about to ask the waiter how to get to Heifeng Mountain, a thunderous sound of hooves approached, arriving at the tea stall. It interrupted his question. 3 riders approached, 2 men and a woman. The leading man wore a flowing white robe, holding a folded fan, exuding both elegance and a bold aura. The woman was dressed in fitted attire, carrying a long sword on her back. The other man was a burly figure shouldering a pair of heavy battle axes, appearing honest and straightforward. The white-clad man called out, "Waiter, tea please." "Coming right up, esteemed heroes, please take a seat." The waiter, perceptive enough, recognized the 3 as wanderers of the martial world and replaced guest with hero. This pleased the 3. Yunhao, sipping his tea, also observed them silently, thinking these 3 must be the martial heroes the old Taoist spoke of. After sitting down, the woman immediately noticed Yunhao's old horse, her eyes brightening as she exclaimed, "What a fine steed." The white-clad man and the burly man turned to look as well. Indeed, the old horse had grown a new coat thanks to Yunhao's daily feeding of precious water and rice, its fur now shimmering. Its coat was shiny black, especially under the sunlight, reflecting light. Its eyes were bright and full of. The white-clad man waved his fan and nodded, saying, "This horse's coat is a deep glossy black, like it was forged from black iron. Its newly grown fur sparkles in the sunlight, resembling twinkling stars. Its eyes shone like cold stars, radiating a lively light, as if able to see into the hearts of men. Though it was an old horse, it showed no signs of fatigue, exuding a remarkable vitality. Truly, it was a rare steed, unmatched in the world." At this moment, the waiter brought over the tea. The woman couldn't help but ask, "Waiter, whose black horse is that?" The waiter turned to Yunhao, who was drinking tea alone, and replied, "That horse belongs to the young gentleman over there." The 3 turned their gazes toward Yunhao. Yunhao listened closely to the praises being directed at his horse. Though he didn't know much about horses, he could tell that this old horse seemed quite exceptional. Their eyes met. The woman stood up, boldly clasping her fists and saying, "Young brother, it's a fate to meet. May I invite you to share a cup of tea with us?" The white-clad man also smiled and gestured. The burly man, a rough fellow, grinned at Yunhao contentedly. Yunhao sensed their goodwill. Faced with the woman's invitation, he was slightly taken aback, as it was the first time a woman had actively invited him. After a moment's thought, he carried his cup over, slightly bowing his fists in greeting, saying, "I apologize for disturbing you, esteemed heroes. In the world of martial arts, we don't stand on ceremony. I am Su Hongling, this is Su Yulong, and he is Tai Nyo. May I ask how to address you, young brother?" The woman, introducing herself as Su Hongling, inquired about Yunhao. "I am Yunhao," he replied, feeling a bit shy, excited about interacting with people from the martial world. "Come sit down, Yunhao," Su Hongling urged, pulling him to take a seat and pouring him more tea. Yunhao felt a bit embarrassed by their warm hospitality. Su Yulong observed with a smile, while Tai Nyo spoke very little. Throughout the conversation, it was mainly Su Hongling who led the dialogue. They asked Yunhao if he intended to buy the black horse. Naturally, Yunhao declined. Su Hongling did not press further, seeming to ask casually out of her fondness for horses. A fleeting glimmer of insight flashed in her eyes. The 4 of them sat together, chatting and laughing. Su Hongling, feeling at ease, shared that they were wanderers of the martial world, sworn siblings. Su Yulong was the eldest, she was the second, and Tai Nyo was the 3rd. They traveled the martial world, upholding justice. They had come here upon hearing about the bandits of Black Wind Mountain harming the locals for miles around, and they had been actively fighting the bandits. This time, they finally located the bandits' lair at Black Wind Mountain and were preparing to eradicate them and uphold justice. Yunhao listened greatly impressed. He offered many compliments. Su Hongling then inquired about Yunhao's purpose for coming here. Yunhao mentioned that he was alone intending to visit relatives who lived in the direction of Black Wind Mountain. Despite his admiration for Su Hongling and her companions having grown up listening to stories of the martial world from the old Taoist, Yunhao knew he couldn't tell the whole truth. However, he felt increasingly fond of the three because they targeted the bandits of Black Wind Mountain. Upon hearing this, Su Hongling immediately invited Yunhao to join them. Yunhao gladly accepted. After they had enjoyed their tea, he rode alongside Su Hongling and her companions, relieved not to have to search for the way to Black Wind Mountain. Black Wind Mountain was vast, and the exact location of the bandits' lair was unknown to ordinary folk. Su Hongling said they had learned how to get to the bandits' stronghold. Yunhao had no doubts. Once the group left the tea stall, the waiter smiled and said to the inside Master Luo, "They have left, come out." A man wearing a black hat stepped out, gazing toward the direction Yunhao and the others had taken. The waiter asked Master Luo, "What do you think?" The man referred to as Master Luo spoke in a hoarse voice from beneath the hat. "Humph, just a bunch of clowns. Two second-rate martial artists. Only that white-clad man is a first-rate warrior. Not worth worrying about, but that youth is a bit enigmatic. That young man looks to be only 16 or 17 years old, and I can't sense any vigor from him. He seems more like an ordinary person. Furthermore, I heard him say he was going to Black Wind Mountain to find relatives, but there are quite a few villages around Black Wind Mountain, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? Perhaps I'm overthinking it. That youth gives me an odd feeling. It's just a hunch. But it doesn't need to be taken too seriously." It was evident that the youth was an inexperienced novice, likely already marked by the three wanderers. Master Luo smiled thinly. The waiter inquired, "So, what should we do about the three wanderers?" He trusted Master Luo's judgment. As the head of intelligence gathering for Black Wind Mountain, few knew that Master Luo was a peak first-rate warrior, second only to the three leaders. Their tea stall was naturally one of the intelligence outposts for Black Wind Mountain. Master Luo said, "I am mainly here to gather information about the third leader. They have been missing for 4 days since going to Xinghe Town 100 miles away, and the first and second leaders are quite worried about it. However, with the third leader's peak first-rate martial skills, even if something happened, he should be able to escape. Perhaps he has just succumbed to his old vices and is enjoying himself in a village somewhere. Since we have encountered the three wanderers who are specifically looking for trouble with us, let's deal with them first. Keep an eye on them, and if you hear any news about the third leader, send word quickly. I will return to the mountain and report on the situation with the three wanderers." "Yes, I'll follow Master Luo's orders. With me here at the tea stall, there won't be any problems," the waiter replied. Master Luo nodded, leaped high into the air, and swiftly disappeared from the waiter's sight. The waiter muttered to himself, Master Luo coming and going without a trace, moving like a shadow. The first-rate lightness skill of Black Wind Mountain is indeed well-deserved, truly admirable. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Yunhao followed Su Hongling, Su Yulong, and Tai Zhu to the foot of a mountain. The four of them came to a halt. Su Hongling said, "Brother Yun, the fork in the road is just ahead. If you are searching for family, you should take the other path. We are heading to the lair of the bandits at Black Wind Mountain, which is in the opposite direction. Let's find a shady spot in the woods ahead to rest before we part ways." Yunhao could only nod in agreement. He had mentioned searching for family, but had not said he was also going to Black Wind Mountain to eradicate bandits. At this moment, he felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have clearly stated his intention to join them in going to Black Wind Mountain to deal with the bandits. It would have been much more enjoyable. But now it was too late. Yunhao thought to himself that by secretly following the three of them, he would naturally find the lair of the Black Wind Mountain bandits. The four of them entered the woods. They tied their horses to a tree. At that moment, Su Hongling exchanged a glance with Su Yulong, walked over to her horse and discreetly opened a water flask, flicking her long fingernail at the mouth of the bottle before closing it again. She returned with a smile. She tossed the water flask to Yunhao and said, "Brother Yun, I see you didn't bring any water. Please don't mind this sister's flask. Have a sip to cool off." Yunhao instinctively caught the flask thrown by Su Hongling, feeling a bit embarrassed. However, he could not refuse her generosity and could only say, "Thank you, Sister Su." Along the way, Su Hongling had already started calling herself sister. It was something Yunhao was encouraged to say. He opened the flask and took a sip. Su Hongling smiled and said, "Brother Yun, don't be polite. Drink some more. We have plenty of water, and on such a hot day a small sip won't do much." Reluctantly, Yunhao took another large gulp before returning the flask to Su Hongling. To the outside world, he appeared to have nothing but an old horse. He had neither a flask nor even a pancake. The reality was that all his belongings were naturally in the treasure bottle, which he kept close to him. He certainly couldn't tell Su Hongling that he had water from the treasure bottle. "Thank you, Sister Su." Yunhao expressed his gratitude. "No need to mention it," Su Hongling replied, her smile taking on a slightly strange quality. Su Yulong also looked on with a smile, fanning himself with a folding fan. Tai Nyo still appeared simple-minded, But at that moment he spoke up and asked, "Sister, should we kill this kid?" Yunhao looked at Tai Nyo in shock upon hearing this. He never expected the seemingly simple Tai Nyo would say such a thing, and it was clear he was referring to him. Just as he was filled with confusion, a wave of dizziness washed over him. His body grew weak and powerless, and he fell to the ground leaning against a tree stump. It was only at this moment that he realized the water he had just drunk was problematic. "Did you put something in the water?" Yunhao asked, fighting through the dizziness. Su Hongling smiled and replied, "Oh, little brother, I did indeed put something in, but don't worry, it's just a drowsiness-inducing drug. It won't kill you. Sister won't kill you. You can just stay here. As for whether you'll be eaten by wild beasts, that's not my concern. Don't blame me. Ooh, I just like your horse too much." Tai Nyo added, "Sister, I think we should just kill him to end it." At that moment, Su Yulong shook his folding fan and said, "You fool, all you think about is killing. How crude. This kid doesn't even have a drop of blood in him. He's just an ordinary youth. What's the point of killing him? Listen to Hongling, let him fend for himself. In the wilds, beasts roam freely. The effects of the drowsiness-inducing drug will last for 3 hours. Whether he survives depends on his luck." Tai Nyo snorted in dissatisfaction, but said nothing further. Meanwhile, Su Hongling cheerfully approached Yunhao's old horse. She had schemed against Yunhao for the sake of a horse. Yunhao's understanding of the world of chivalry was completely shattered. The old Taoist had once said that chivalry was about acting heroically and righteously. Today, Su Hongling claimed that the three of them were acting heroically and doing righteousness. But at this moment, Yunhao could only think chivalry is not about righteousness. It is a world of treachery and cunning. Human hearts are sinister. Without a doubt, Su Hongling had given him a lesson today. From now on, he must never trust anyone easily, especially beautiful women. Yunhao's eyelids grew heavier, and his head became increasingly heavy. He quickly bit down on his tongue, reminding himself not to fall asleep. If he did, he might truly be eaten by a beast. He still hadn't found the lair of the Black Wind Mountain bandits, nor had he avenged himself. He must not sleep, and he must not die. His strong willpower and the belief within him stirred after biting his tongue. He found a moment of clarity. Yunhao quickly began to breathe and regulate his qi. He knew that every breath would greatly benefit his body. He hoped it would be effective against the drowsiness-inducing drug. With each breath, the flow of energy circulated through his body. The treasure bottle in his arms emitted a wave of coolness. At the same time, Yunhao felt the surrounding air currents gathering and entering his body. At this moment, his heart leaped with joy. His head no longer felt so heavy. However, to avoid being discovered by Su Hongling and the others, he decided to feign unconsciousness, closing his eyes and leaning against the tree stump. He continued to breathe and regulate his qi. The feeling of dizziness grew lighter. In his ears, he heard Su Hongling's cheerful voice, "Big brother, this is truly a fine horse." As she spoke, she seemed to reach out to touch the old horse. As a result, the horse neighed loudly, rearing up on its front legs, nearly trampling Su Hongling. Su Hongling shouted in anger, "What a fierce beast. Today I must subdue you." However, at that moment, a raucous laugh rang out. "Ha ha ha. What a chivalrous heroine. For the sake of an old horse, you actually schemed against a young man. How shameless you are. Who is it? Which rat dares to speak?" Su Yulong's face changed dramatically as he searched the surroundings. I am the ghostly Shadow Luo from Black Wind Mountain. Aren't you three here to seek justice on our behalf? Now we've come to you voluntarily. What? Are you afraid?" As the voice fell, a figure wearing a black hat appeared at the treetops. Then with a loud crash, dust filled the air. A middle-aged man wielding a wolf-toothed club descended from the sky. All around there were rustling sounds. 50 to 60 people appeared, each armed with weapons, surrounding the three of them. Of course, Yunhao was also among those encircled. Su Yulong, Su Hongling, and Tai Nyo stood back to back, facing the threat, quickly drawing their weapons. At that moment, after breathing the hidden breath technique, Yunhao no longer felt dizzy. He knew the effects of the drowsiness-inducing drug had worn off. However, he did not open his eyes. He realized that the newcomers were the bandits from Black Wind Mountain. His heart stirred. He had been worried about finding this group of bandits, so he decided to continue feigning unconsciousness and wait for an opportunity to act. After all, the pressure was currently on Su Hongling and the others. He was more than happy to watch the show. Truly, retribution was swift. You are the bandits from Black Wind Mountain." Su Yulong stopped fanning himself, feeling a bit nervous as he asked. The middle-aged man holding the wolf-toothed club laughed heartily and said, "I am the second-in-command of Black Wind Mountain, Patianlang Chulei. You three have such audacity, repeatedly ruining our Black Wind Mountain's business in Huayan County. Today I will teach you a thorough lesson. Prepare to face my wrath." The siege of dozens of bandits put immense pressure on Su Yulong and his companions, especially since the leader this time was none other than Chu Lu, the second-in-command of the Heifeng Mountain. The stout wolf-toothed club weighed over 100 pounds at the very least and was wielded by Chu Lu with an impressive display of strength. Su Yulong, the pale-faced scholar, looked increasingly ashen. Su Hongling also wore an anxious expression. Even Tai Nyo, who appeared to be simple-minded, had lost his smile. Chu Lu, full of arrogance, laughed maniacally as he swung his club directly at Su Yulong. Su Yulong felt a bitter pang in his heart. His weapon was a folding fan, and he dared not clash with Chu Lu's club. While dodging, he urged Su Hongling and Tai Nyo, let's move together and find a way to escape. Without needing his reminders, Su Hongling and Tai Nyo understood. The three of them immediately teamed up to confront Chu Lu. In the distance, Gue and Luo observed this scene without concern for Chu Lu, but still asked, do you need my help, second in command? Chu Lu, with a sweeping motion of his club, laughed heartily. 3 mere little adventurers are nothing to worry about. Watch as I turn them into meat patties without your assistance. With a booming swing, Chu Lu unleashed his formidable techniques, each move filled with astonishing power. Among the 3, Tai Nyo, the strongest, was firmly suppressed under Chu Lu's club. His iron axes clashed against Chu Lu's weapon, failing to budge even slightly. Instead, he was forced to retreat repeatedly. Su Hongling, wielding a long sword, moved gracefully like a swallow, evading Chu Lu's fierce attacks. Su Yulong, more cunning, hid behind them, occasionally launching sneak attacks on Chu Lu. However, his attacks dealt no damage. In fact, they only served to infuriate Chu Lu. You cunning little dog, always hiding behind others to strike. Just wait, I will beat you to death. With a cold snort, Chu Lu changed his approach, no longer using broad sweeping strikes, but instead moving like a whirlwind, his speed more than doubled. The first to be hit was Tai Nyo, who was at the front. An iron axe slipped from his grip and was brutally struck by Chu Lu's club against his chest. With a loud thud, Tai Nyo let out a pained scream as he was sent flying, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. Su Hongling and Su Yulong were immediately thrown into disarray. Chu Lu laughed heartily, seizing the opportunity presented by the two. He feigned a strike towards Su Hongling, but then shifted his aim to Su Yulong with a sweeping blow. Su Yulong's face changed dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he shook his folding fan, unleashing 3 long nails that shot out in quick succession. Chu Lu let out a cold grunt and hurriedly brought his club back to defend. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 nails fell to the ground. Wretched scoundrel! Chu Lu shouted angrily as he charged at Su Yulong. His speed exploded forth like a cannonball. Boom! The wolf-toothed club came crashing down on Su Yulong's head. There was no way for Su Yulong to evade this strike. He brought his folding fan up to defend, but it shattered into pieces. Yet he managed to evade the fatal blow to his head. Still, Chu Lu's club struck solidly against Su Yulong's shoulder. Su Yulong screamed in agony, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. His entire shoulder was shattered. He collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. The remaining Su Hongling prepared to thrust her sword at Chu Lu from behind, but Chu Lu suddenly turned, his eyes ablaze like a fierce beast. Terrified, she froze and kneeled, exclaiming, I surrender. Ha ha ha. Chu Lu laughed uproariously. The surrounding bandits erupted in cheers, chanting the might of their second-in-command. Tie up these 3 useless ones, Chu Lu ordered. He did not command them to be killed immediately, which relieved Su Yulong and his companions. As long as they weren't killed, there was still a chance to negotiate. Chu Lu took a sip from the water flask handed to him by his subordinate and laughed heartily, refreshing. His expression grew cold as he turned to Su Yulong and asked, with weaklings like you, how dare you cause trouble for us at Heifeng Mountain? Who gave you the courage? Who gave you the courage? Su Yulong, pale as paper, replied, second in command. We are just trying to earn a living. The Huayan County government has a high bounty on Heifeng Mountain's men, so we. Chu Lu snorted coldly after taking down a few of our brothers from outside Heifeng Mountain. You think you're invincible? You dare to come looking for us at our stronghold? No, second in command, you've misunderstood. We just wanted to visit Heifeng Mountain and go back with a reputation. We certainly wouldn't dare to go up the mountain. So you mean to say you never intended to confront us? Chu Lu sneered, so you were merely here to take a look, and what a bunch of useless fools. Chu Lu dismissed them with disdain. Take them away and return to the mountain. At this moment, someone asked, what about that kid over there, second in command? Chu Lu glanced at Yunhao. Previously, after receiving a report from Gue Yinghua, they had set up an ambush here and witnessed Su Hongling drugging Yunhao and seizing the horses. They all believed Yunhao was just an ordinary young man and did not take him seriously. However, they were notorious bandits who would not spare even a common person. Chu Lu said, bring him back to the mountain as well. We can feed him to the beasts in the back since they haven't had food these days. All 4 of them will be fed to the beasts. Upon hearing that Chu Lu intended to take them back and feed them to the beasts, Su Yulong and the others turned pale. Although they did not know what kind of beasts they would face, they had already been tightly bound and were like fish on a chopping board. Meanwhile, Yunhao had been pretending to be unconscious. He had secretly watched the fierce battle between Chu Lu and Su Yulong and Su Hongling earlier. He was secretly astonished by Chu Lu's ferocity, but did not pay much attention. In terms of speed and strength, he had yet to be defeated. Hearing that they would take him back to feed the beasts, Yunhao felt delighted, as this was exactly what he wanted. He had been worried about not being able to find the bandits' stronghold at Heifeng Mountain, but now that trouble had been taken care of. In the eyes of everyone, he appeared to have fallen victim to Su Hongling's drug and would not wake up anytime soon. So he continued to pretend to be unconscious, hoping to sneak into the bandits' stronghold at Heifeng Mountain. After a while, Yunhao felt himself being lifted and placed on a horse's back. Moreover, it was his old horse which made him feel at ease. The ride was bumpy, and after about an hour they finally arrived at a mountain stronghold. In his ears he heard Chu Lu ordering, "Go take these 4 to the back mountain and feed them to the beasts." After walking for a while longer, Yunhao noticed they had reached the entrance of a cave. Several bandits came to a halt. Yunhao was also thrown to the ground from the horse's back. Su Hongling and the others, now pale and trembling, asked, "Brave warriors, what beasts are you planning to feed us to?" The 4 bandits escorting them laughed heartily. "It's no harm in telling you, so you can be clear about your fate." Another bandit chimed in. "Inside this cave is a ferocious wolf that is about to become a beast, specifically a half-demon. Once it eats all 4 of you, it should be able to transform into a true beast. Once you reach the underworld, don't blame us, brothers. We are just following orders. Stop talking and hurry up and open the door to throw them in. It's too hot to stay out here in this scorching weather," urged another bandit. Yunhao originally planned to stop pretending and prepare to fight back. But upon hearing the mention of a beast, he suddenly recalled that at the black market shopkeeper Wu had said that if the super large blood pills he crafted could be combined with the blood of a beast, they might rival high-grade blood pills or even be of better quality. Suddenly he had a bold idea. If he could obtain the blood of a beast to create high-grade blood pills, taking them would enhance his strength, making it easier to deal with the bandits next. Fortune favors the bold. He continued to feign unconsciousness, allowing the bandits to throw him and Su Hongling into the cave. A foul stench assaulted the senses. With a loud bang, several bandits closed the door and left. The specially made iron door was not something a few people could easily open to escape. There were also patrolling guards outside. If anything happened, they could rush over. Moreover, anyone thrown into the cave never survived. The hungry wolves kept in the cave were not ordinary wild wolves. They were a half-demon beast. Su Yulong and the others were all tied up except for Yunhao, who was not bound. So far, neither the bandits nor Su Hongling had noticed that he was pretending to be faint. As they were leaving, one of the bandits said, "This kid isn't tied up. He won't escape, right? What are you thinking? This is a specially made Xian iron door. Without the strength of a martial master, don't even think about opening it. Just leave with peace of mind." "That's true. Only our chief is a martial master." The bandits walked away. Inside the cave, Su Hongling saw that the bandits had left and hurriedly said to Su Yulong, "Big brother, quickly untie the ropes." Su Yulong nodded slightly. His entire body shuddered, and the ropes binding him fell easily to the ground. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Others only knew him by the nickname White-Faced Scholar, but they did not know he also had another nickname, Dragon Hand. In fact, he had followed a master who was a thief during his childhood. He had learned a bit of skill. His dexterity with his hands was his true calling. Unbinding himself was a piece of cake. This secret was known only to Su Hongling and Tai Nyo. Su Yulong untied Su Hongling and Tai Nyo one after another. Su Hongling hurriedly said, "Big brother, quickly open the door. Let's get out first. Oh, we can't let the cave's demon beast come here, or it will be troublesome." Su Yulong remained silent as he approached the iron door, pulling out a specially made iron needle from his hair, saying, "Let me try." This specially made iron door and lock have Xian iron added to them, so it will take some time to open. "Can you do it?" Tai Nyo asked. Su Yulong confidently replied, "There is no lock in this world that I can't open. You two stay alert. If the demon beast attacks, find a way to buy time while I unlock it. Don't worry, big brother. If a demon beast really shows up, well, just throw this kid over." Su Hongling said, kicking Yunhao on the ground. "Pa, what a hassle." Tai Nyo spat towards Yunhao. "It was all because of this kid that old Ma got captured by the Thank goodness big brother Su Yulong is here to untie the ropes and unlock the iron door, otherwise we would surely be fed to the demon beasts. It's all because of this kid that we got caught. I'm going to kill him now." Tai Nyo was about to take action. Su Yulong quickly said, "Don't act recklessly. If you kill him now, you'll draw out the demon beast, and that will be a big problem. Once I unlock the door, we can leave him here to feed the demon beast, and it will be the same." The cave seemed deep, and they were all at the entrance. Urgently unlocking, they naturally could not afford to make any unnecessary moves. Listening to the 3 of them, Yunhao sneered inwardly. Tai Nyo looked honest and simple, but he turned out to be quite ruthless. Indeed, the old Taoist was right. One cannot judge a person by their appearance. After a while, the iron lock on the door made a clattering sound, but Su Yulong still had not unlocked it. At this moment, Su Hongling clearly became a bit anxious, saying, "Big brother, have you opened it yet?" Su Yulong was sweating on his forehead, clearly underestimating the Xian iron lock on the door, muttering, "Almost done, almost done. This Xian iron lock has 3 latches. It's a bit tricky. Just one more, and it will be opened." However, at that moment, a low growl echoed from deep within the cave. "Whoa!" Instantly, all 3 of them froze, their faces turning pale. Su Hongling trembled and said, "Big brother, hurry, the demon beast in the cave seems to be coming." "Woo!" roared. Just as she finished speaking, a louder roar erupted. Accompanied by a foul stench, a pair of crimson eyes appeared in the darkness, suddenly drawing within 10 meters. Clink! Ouch! Su Yulong, seeing this, trembled, and the long needle he was using to pick the lock fell to the ground, coincidentally bouncing outside the door. Su Hongling swallowed her saliva and trembled, saying, "It's over, it's over." Even Tai Nyo, who was usually bold, changed his expression upon seeing a demon wolf over 2 meters long, around 1.5 meters tall, with blood-red eyes, sharp fangs, and drool dripping from its mouth. He quietly asked Su Yulong, "Big brother, is it open?" Su Yulong, with a bitter and tearful tone, replied, "The lock-picking needle fell." This statement made Su Hongling and Tai Nyo's hearts sink to the depths of despair. He quietly asked Su Yulong, "Big brother, is it open?" Su Yulong, with a bitter and tearful tone, replied, "The lock-picking needle fell." This statement made Su Hongling and Tai Nyo's hearts sink to the depths of despair. Although they were scared, they did not tremble until this moment, seeing this giant wolf. Their hearts raced. The lock was not opened, and the demon wolf had already awakened before them. What to do at this time? Su Hongling's face turned pale as she asked, "Big brother, what should we do now?" Su Yulong, being the eldest among them, calmed himself and said, "The only way now is to kill this demon wolf with all our might to survive. But we have no weapons," Tai Nyo said gloomily. Their weapons had all been taken by the bandits. Seeing the demon wolf pouncing over, Su Hongling glanced at Yunhao on the ground and suggested, "Big brother, why don't we first try throwing this kid over to distract the wolf while you continue picking the lock? We can give it a try. Tai Nyo, cover us. Let the second sister throw Yunhao over to distract the wolf while I keep unlocking." Su Yulong commanded. He added, "Take it slow. Try not to provoke the demon wolf." "All right, let's do that." Su Hongling and Tai Nyo answered softly. Su Yulong slowly crouched down to pick up the fallen lockpicking needle, but due to his injuries, he could not reach it for a moment. Tai Nyo's gaze was fixed on the demon wolf, ready to fight if anything unusual happened. Su Hongling slowly moved to Yunhao's side, preparing to throw him to the demon wolf to buy time for Su Yulong. They moved cautiously. The demon wolf did not move. This made all three of them breathe a sigh of relief. However, Su Yulong was trying to pick up the lockpicking needle, but he was just a little short of reaching it. He was sweating anxiously. Where was Yunhao? Lying on the ground, he immediately noticed the demon wolf. His heart was also racing. He had seen wolves before, but had never encountered a giant wolf over 2 meters long. To be precise, it was called a wolf demon. Earlier, he had heard some bandits mention that it was a half-demon. He was not familiar with demon beasts. Presumably, they were much stronger and more ferocious than ordinary beasts. Just looking at this wolf demon made him realize it was not to be trifled with. Hearing Su Hongling and the others plan to throw him to the demon wolf, Yunhao sneered inwardly. She was indeed a vicious woman plotting a good scheme. Feeling Su Hongling slowly approaching him, crouching down and grabbing his shoulder, Yunhao realized that she was about to throw him to the demon wolf. However, he would not let Su Hongling have her way. As Su Hongling grabbed Yunhao's shoulder and was about to lift, who would have thought that her wrist tightened? She found that Yunhao had grabbed her wrist, looking at her with a cold smile. Su Hongling exclaimed, "You." The rest of her words were not spoken when she felt a powerful force coming and her body flew backward. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw her body flying toward the demon wolf. "Ah!" Su Hongling finally screamed. At this moment, Su Yulong and Tai Nyo hurriedly looked over. They discovered that Yunhao had stood up without them noticing. Su Hongling was flying toward the demon wolf. Roar! At the same time, the demon wolf let out a roar. It leaped up and pounced towards Su Hongling. "Ah! Second sister! Second sister!" With a fierce pounce from the demonic wolf, Su Hongling's life came to an end. The wolf's bloody maw gaped wide as it crushed her skull in a single bite. Blood and brain matter splattered across the ground. Tai Nyo and Su Yulong let out heart-wrenching cries, yet they were powerless to act. The wolf was far too swift. In the blink of an eye, Su Hongling had become a headless corpse. The wolf remained wary, not bothering to devour her body, instead fixing its predatory gaze on Su Yulong, Tai Nyo, and Yunhao. Not even the wolf could have anticipated that Yunhao, who had been lying on the ground, would suddenly rise. Su Hongling had intended to feed him to the wolf to buy time, yet in the end, he tossed her over instead, making her the first to be fed to the beast. She reaped what she sowed. "Ah, he'll kill you." Tai Nyo snapped out of his daze. Glaring at Yunhao, he charged straight at him, ignoring the wolf lurking nearby. Su Yulong's face shifted with uncertainty. It dawned on him that Yunhao seemed to have been awake for some time. The knockout drug's effect should not have worn off yet. Yunhao's expression turned cold as he watched Tai Nyo rush forward, the wolf remaining motionless. He mused silently, could this beast possess intelligence? As if it wanted to watch humans slaughter each other. Regardless, he had to deal with Tai Nyo first. This brute had repeatedly threatened to kill him. Yunhao showed no mercy. With a thought, he summoned the cleaver from the precious bottle. Earlier, he had feared the bandits might search him. but they had not bothered to frisk him, leaving the bottle safely hidden in his bosom. Facing the enraged Tai Yunhao's cleaver glinted coldly. "Uft, you?" Gurgle gurgle. Tai clutched his throat, staring at Yunhao, unable to speak. With one swift, decisive stroke, Yunhao slit his throat, severing his windpipe. Tai had no idea where Yunhao had produced the cleaver. Thud. His eyes bulging, he collapsed to the ground, twitching a few times before lying still, his face etched with unwillingness. At the entrance, Su Yulong slumped to the floor, still unable to retrieve the lockpicking needle that had fallen outside. He had just witnessed the deaths of both Su Hongling and Tai Nyo. Looking at Yunhao's utterly calm expression after killing, four words surfaced in Su Yulong's mind: playing the pig to eat the tiger. Indeed, from his demeanor, Su Yulong knew this youth was no stranger to murder. Perhaps he had been feigning weakness all along. Now the cave reeked of the wolf's stench and the blood of Su Hongling and Tai Nyo. Yunhao, Su Yulong, and the demonic wolf formed a triangle. None of them moved. Su Yulong's shoulder had been crushed by Chu Lei's wolf-tooth club, leaving him gravely wounded. At this point, he had given up. Facing either the wolf or Yunhao with his cleaver, he knew he stood no chance. Having accepted death, he grew calm instead. Su Yulong looked at Yunhao and asked, "Were you awake?" Yunhao turned to Su Yulong. This man had stopped Tai Nyo from killing him in the woods, instead suggesting they leave him there to be devoured by beasts. Thinking back, Yunhao felt a shiver of fear. If they had killed him then while the knockout drug was taking effect, he would have been powerless to resist. He did not wish to answer, but for that small mercy, Yunhao nodded. "Yes, I woke up early. I've been awake since we reached the mountain, just pretending to be unconscious." Su Yulong's face showed a look of realization. He asked again, "Since you were awake, why didn't you escape? Why risk following us up Blackwind Mountain only to be thrown into this cave to feed the beast?" Yunhao did not hide the truth. He spoke slowly. "My real goal was to kill every bandit on Blackwind Mountain. Playing unconscious to infiltrate their lairs suited my plan perfectly." "Do you have a grudge against the Blackwind Mountain bandits?" Su Yulong asked in surprise. Yunhao replied, "Yes, a grudge. I'm here to wipe them out." Su Yulong was taken aback, but pressed on. "But I don't understand. If that's the case, why did you enter the demonic wolf's cave? Now forget revenge. You can't even get out alive." Yunhao remained composed, glancing at the wolf that still watched them warily. "I had planned to start killing once I was inside the bandit stronghold, but when I heard them mention a demonic beast in the back mountain, I changed my mind. I need to kill it and take its essence blood." Su Yulong's eyes widened. "You're either a madman or a true expert. But I sense no chi and blood. You're young. Even if you've trained in martial arts since childhood, at best you'd be a first-rate martial artist. But the chi and blood of a first-rate martial artist can't be concealed. I truly don't see where your confidence comes from." Yunhao did not answer directly. He merely said calmly, "I should be able to kill this wolf." "Should I?" Su Yulong let out a bitter laugh. "I don't know what gives you such confidence, but as a fellow human, I must warn you. Demonic beasts are no ordinary foes." Cough, cough. After a fit of coughing, he continued, "To be honest, I'm just a wandering swordsman of no repute, a failed scholar from a fallen family. I only learned martial arts by chance, and am not even a proper wanderer. But I've heard of demonic beasts. They are incredibly powerful in this world. This wolf, according to the bandits, is a half-demon. That means its strength is at the half-step martial master level, and it possesses some demonic energy. Besides, a demonic beast's body is naturally stronger than a human martial artist's. Even a half-demon can match a human martial master. I reckon we're both going to die in this beast's jaws today. Little brother, even though my siblings and I plotted against you earlier, it was wrong of us. On their behalf, I apologize. Since they're dead, let bygones be bygones. Could I ask one more favor? If you agree, I'll give you a secret manual. My name Su Yulong comes from that very man. Dragon subduing hand is my epithet. I found an ancient text in an ice cavern by chance. Unfortunately, I only mastered the first layer. Otherwise, things might be different today. Little brother, I dare say this manual is of the highest grade. You won't lose out. What do you say? If you agree, I'll tell you where it's hidden. It's not on me. As the saying goes, a dying man speaks the truth." Yunhao believed Su Yulong would not lie now. He fixed his eyes on Su Yulong and said, "Tell me, but don't think he'll let you go." Su Yulong gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "I come from an official family. I've read many books and know that our bodies are gifts from our parents. When death comes, I don't want my corpse to be defiled by a beast. My request is simple. I hope you'll stab me to death before the wolf gets to me, leaving my body intact. If you can kill the wolf and survive, even better. At least my corpse won't be eaten by the beast." Yunhao had not expected such a request. It was not a difficult one. He nodded. "All right, I agree. They'll kill you before the wolf does. And rest assured, if I survive, I'll bury the three of you in this cave." "Thank you, little brother." Su Yulong let out a sigh of relief. Somehow he felt that Yunhao might actually be able. Yunhao said calmly, "No need for thanks. I keep my word. Now tell me where the manual is." Su Yulong fumbled in his pocket for a moment and took out a delicate wooden token, tossing it to Yunhao. This is from Huaiyang County. The token serves as proof for the Tianzi room at the Yunlai Inn. The items are tucked in the crevice by the bedside. You can take them later. Yunhao accepted the wooden token. For him, there was no loss either way. Su Yulong's only request was to avoid being eaten by the demon beast and to have a complete corpse. This was not difficult for Yunhao. Moreover, as a newcomer to the martial world, he was quite eager for martial art. Back then, he had spent 10 taels of silver at Jean Mantang to buy the Dragon Elephant Fist Manual, which only contained techniques without any mental cultivation method. If it weren't for the chi cultivated from the tidal breathing method within him, practicing the Dragon Elephant Fist techniques would have been futile. Naturally, obtaining a complete manual was desirable. However, it was uncertain whether Su Yulong was deceiving him. Yunhao chose to trust him for the time being. After all, Su Yulong would not survive. If he did not kill him, he would still die at the hands of the wolf demon. Leaning against the iron door, Su Yulong glanced at the lurking wolf demon in the distance and said, "Go ahead, make your move. This creature clearly possesses some intelligence and hopes for us to turn on each other, allowing it to reap the benefits in the end." He was genuinely curious about where Yunhao found the confidence to kill a half-demon. The wolf demon at the half-step martial master realm possessed strength comparable to that of a He was genuinely curious about where Yunhao found the confidence to kill a half-demon. The wolf demon at the half-step martial master realm possessed strength comparable to that of a martial master. Seeing Yunhao's calm demeanor, Su Yulong's curiosity was piqued. He felt a sliver of anticipation. Understanding that he himself could not survive, he accepted the situation with indifference. His gaze was fixed on Yunhao and the wolf demon. Yunhao gripped the chopping knife and took steady steps toward the wolf demon. Woo! The wolf demon emitted a low growl as it perceived Yunhao approaching. Its front legs slightly bent into a posture ready to attack at any moment. Its blood-red eyes were quite terrifying. Yet Yunhao remained composed and unperturbed. Having already taken the lives of dozens, a significant amount of killing intent had coalesced within him. He wanted to test if he could take down a half-demon wolf. Intuitively, he believed he could defeat this wolf demon. He had already killed a peak first-tier martial artist without much effort. Taking on a martial master-ranked opponent might also be within his reach. One man and one wolf. As they closed the distance, Yunhao continued to approach the wolf demon. The wolf demon showed no signs of retreat, poised and ready to strike. Roar! Finally, the wolf demon moved. With a fierce roar, it leaped forward, suddenly pouncing towards Yunhao, a claw aimed at his head. Without hesitation, Yunhao swung his knife. All his strength poured into the chopping knife. Boom! The knife collided with the wolf's claw. A dull thud echoed, accompanied by sparks flying. Yunhao clearly saw the sharp claws on the wolf's paw, as sharp as a blade. A tremendous force reverberated through the chopping knife, numbing his arm. He thought to himself, what a beast. The hardness of its claws could withstand a direct clash with iron without sustaining any injury. But that was all. The strike passed by each other. The wolf demon leapt over Yunhao, landing gracefully several meters away. Yunhao swiftly turned around. Stepping forward, he executed the third move of the Dragon Elephant Fist, the elephant step, with stability. His foot struck the ground, shaking the entire cave. His body was as stable as a mountain. His feet were rooted to the ground. His lower body was as steady as a rock. He gripped the chopping knife tightly and roared. He swung the knife. The wolf demon lunged forward, opening its massive jaws and striking with its claws. With a sweeping motion, Yunhao felt the flow of chi surge throughout his body. With this strike, he unleashed all his power. Boom! The knife clashed against the wolf demon's claws, producing a heavy sound. Both sides seemed evenly matched. In the vast cave, the wolf demon was agile and incredibly fast. Once again, it darted behind Yunhao for a quick attack. However, Yunhao was no easy target. After mastering the 3 moves of the Dragon Elephant Fist, his steps and movements were equally impressive. He was always able to fend off the wolf demon's attacks and counter. However, it seemed that his attacks did not inflict much harm on the wolf demon. This beast's claws were extremely hard, comparable to a weapon. Yunhao frowned as the two continued to exchange blows for dozens of rounds. Neither could gain the upper hand. From a distance, Su Yulong, leaning against the iron door, felt his eyes brighten more and more. Watching Yunhao and the wolf demon fight, evenly matched, Su Yulong could only think, I hope you both suffer heavy losses so I can survive. Who would want to die if they could live? He admired how Yunhao could hold his own against the half-demon wolf, and appeared to be coping with ease, confirming that Yunhao's strength might have reached the martial master realm. As Yunhao and the wolf demon continued their battle, Su Yulong shifted his gaze, enduring the pain in his shoulder, and suddenly exerted force, stifling a groan as he grasped the lock-picking needle that had fallen outside. Suddenly, he felt a surge of joy. The black iron lock was only 1 step away from being opened. Su Yulong immediately resumed his lock-picking. As long as Yunhao and the wolf demon were preoccupied with each other, he could escape once the lock was opened. Yunhao's keen senses picked up the sound of the iron chains. He noticed Su Yulong standing up to pick the lock. Furrowing his brow, he didn't pay it much mind. He focused his energy on the wolf demon. After fighting for so long, this wolf was cunning. It managed to evade the vital points each time, using its claws to block his chopping knife. However, Yunhao did not want to prolong the battle. Suddenly, he struck the wolf demon back, quickly reaching into his pocket to take out 3 large blood-replenishing pills from his treasure bottle and swallowed them. A wave of heat surged through his body, replenishing his strength. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. After entangling with the wolf demon for so long, Yunhao sensed that the beast's stamina was waning. Inwardly scoffing, he thought, trying to outlast me. I have 800 blood-replenishing pills. I could exhaust 10 wolf demons without a problem. Moreover, after consuming 3 pills, Yunhao prepared to find an opportunity to strike at the wolf demon. After battling the wolf demon for several more rounds, Yunhao noticed that the wolf demon's speed and stamina had declined once again. He also sensed that the wolf demon was growing visibly anxious. Its movements slowed down. It lunged at him from the side. A flaw had appeared. Now was the moment. Yunhao spotted an opening in the wolf demon's abdomen. With a sudden stomp, he leaped into the air. Die! He slashed downward with the knife toward the wolf demon's abdomen. Woo! Roar! The knife flashed past the wolf demon's abdomen. The wolf demon let out a mournful howl. Blood sprayed out as its massive body was sent flying by Yunhao's strike. Its entrails spilled out. The direction in which the wolf demon flew was precisely towards Su Yulong. At this moment, after fiddling for a long time, Su Yulong finally heard a crisp click from the black iron lock. Su Yulong was overjoyed as he opened it. Just then, a piercing howl from the wolf demon reverberated throughout the cave. Su Yulong instinctively looked back and saw the enormous body of the wolf demon crashing down. Thud! His vision blackened, and Su Yulong screamed as he was struck by the wolf demon's body pinned beneath it. Yunhao walked over step by step. He looked at the wolf demon with its entrails scattered, feeling no urgency. The wolf demon certainly would not die so easily. He saw it struggling to rise, standing up, and letting out a low growl towards Yunhao. Su Yulong, of course, had not been crushed to death by the wolf demon. Once the wolf demon stood, Su Yulong lay motionless beneath it. He felt the oppressive force brought by the wolf demon, finally realizing how terrifying it was. He dared not move, not even a twitch. He had thought the wolf demon would continue to fight Yunhao, but he was mistaken. The wolf demon took a step back and opened its massive jaws. Revealing its long fangs, it lunged at him. Su Yulong's pupils contracted. No. His voice was abruptly cut off. The wolf demon bit into his head with a crunch. Yunhao merely watched without intervening. He knew Su Yulong had been attempting to pick the lock and had succeeded. Su Yulong, unwilling to die at the hands of the wolf demon, had even offered the manual to end his life. Yet ultimately, through a twist of fate, he still perished beneath the wolf demon's jaws. Yunhao felt that he could not be blamed for this. The fault lay with Su Yulong for seeking fortune in misfortune, trying to pick the lock. Otherwise, if he had quietly stayed in the corner waiting for Yunhao to kill the wolf demon before coming to stab him, it would have fulfilled his last wish. But alas, man's plans cannot compare to heaven's whims. Su Yulong's death was somewhat unjust. He was entirely bitten to death by the demon wolf. Of course, it was also related to the direction in which Yunhao had sent the demon wolf flying. But that no longer mattered. What was important was that for Yunhao it was easier if all the enemies were dead. The demon wolf was already heavily injured, its intestines exposed on the ground. The ensuing battle was without suspense. After a few rounds of a desperate struggle, Yunhao struck the demon wolf's neck with his sword. He almost decapitated the demon wolf. The demon wolf's corpse lay twitching on the ground. Yunhao hurriedly took out a ceramic jar from his treasure bottle and placed it beneath the neck to collect the demon wolf's blood. He had not forgotten that the black market shopkeeper Wu said that the blood of demon beasts was valuable. Although this demon wolf was considered a half-demon among the bandits, it was still a half-demon beyond an ordinary beast. It was indeed very powerful. After fighting for so long, if it weren't for the flow of energy within him combined with the large blood pill, Yunhao felt he might have truly been exhausted by the demon wolf. After collecting a full jar of demon wolf blood, he stored the demon wolf's corpse in the treasure bottle. Since the blood was valuable, the flesh and fur would not be inferior, especially the pair of front claws, which were comparable to ironware. They could fetch a high price. Yunhao was not in a hurry to go out. This was the back mountain of the Black Wind Bandits' lair, and no one came here. With the demon beast's blood in hand, Yunhao decided to immediately start making blood pills. He also wanted to test how effective the blood pills would be with the addition of the demon beast's blood. To kill all the bandits of the Black Wind Mountain, he needed to enhance his strength. Thus, making new blood pills was very necessary. He brought along pots, bowls, and even bedding, all stored in the treasure bottle. After taking them out, he found there was no firewood. There was nothing in the cave. At this time, he naturally needed to go out to find firewood. Crash! The heavy dark iron lock fell to the ground with a pull, and the door opened. He had to thank Su Yulong for that. He had just unlocked it when the demon wolf struck him, biting his head off. He had unwittingly made a wedding dress for Yunhao. In fact, Yunhao was not too worried about being unable to get out. He was confident in his strength to open the door. In fact, it was proven that he could. At the very least, he had the treasure bottle in hand which contained food and drink, so he could stay in the cave and wait for the bandits to open the door and feed the demon beasts next time. He was confident he could get out. After walking out, he gathered a pile of dry firewood, lit it, and set up the iron pot to boil water. This time he added less rice than before along with the ginseng and about a pound of huangjing, all crushed into a paste. Finally, he poured in the demon wolf's blood, though he was unsure of the appropriate ratio. He simply poured in about a pound of blood and covered the pot to start simmering. The sky had already darkened, but he was not afraid of anyone coming. After simmering for a while on high heat, the entire cave was filled with an unusual fragrance. There was no fishy smell from the demon wolf's blood as he had imagined. After stirring it evenly, he continued to simmer on low heat. Once it completely solidified, he took it down to cool. He then rolled them into thumb-sized balls. Each one was white with red. The color was as translucent as jade white with streaks of red resembling natural patterns. Yunhao knew that was the blood of the demon wolf. This time was good because he had only used 1/3 of the rice compared to the first time. He had produced a total of 108 pills. It was completely different from the last time he made them. Yunhao held one in his hand, and without hesitation he believed in the things he made, there would be no problem. This time he had added the blood of the demon wolf, and the ginseng and huangjing were both aged for about 20 years. With the reduction of rice, the amount of medicinal ingredients increased. The efficacy should also have greatly increased. Biting into it, he was overwhelmed with fragrance and his mouth watered. It was less chewy than the first batch, but dissolved more easily. He quickly swallowed it. At that moment, he felt a surge of heat within him continually rising. His entire body grew warmer, as if a flame were igniting. He hurriedly sat cross-legged to breathe and cultivate. Following the breathing techniques left by the old master, the meditation diagram of the Zhetsong Tu Na Gong involuntarily appeared in his mind. It was extremely clear, and on the meditation diagram, 12 meridian lines and 9 major acupoints appeared. Previously, when he practiced breathing, the diagram would also appear in his mind, but it had never been this clear before. The treasure bottle in his arms also radiated a coolness. Soon after, Yunhao felt invisible light points gathering from all directions, most of which entered the treasure bottle. On the human figure meditation diagram, Yunhao saw 12 meridian lines with 2 lines on each limb, making a total of 8. One line extended from the center of his chest to his lower abdomen, another from his chest to his brow, one from his brow to the Tianling acupoint, and one from the Tianling to the back, making a total of 12 meridian lines. The 9 major acupoints were marked respectively on the palms and soles, with one on the lower abdomen 3 inches from the navel, one at the heart, one at the brow, one at the head tops Tianling, and one at the back of the head, totaling 9 major acupoints. Whether meridians or acupoints, the ultimate convergence point in the diagram was the lower abdomen, which shimmered with light. Yunhao knew that the lower abdomen was the foundation. The airflow he breathed into his body was always in the lower abdomen. However, after taking the newly made pills today, he felt that all his meridians and acupoints had become clearer. With a thought, he consciously tried to guide the airflow from his lower abdomen towards the acupoints. As he passed through, he could clearly feel the airflow moving within him, perfectly following the meridian lines on the meditation diagram. It was like guiding the airflow to the acupoint 3 inches above the lower abdomen. Suddenly, the airflow seemed to break through an invisible door and surged into the acupoint. He immediately felt a wave of relief, as if the airflow within him was moving faster. Then he guided the airflow upstream, reaching his chest again, feeling that same sensation of breaking through an invisible door. His chest felt suddenly clear and open, as if his heart had opened in an instant. Even if Yunhao were clumsy, he now understood that he had grasped the method of airflow circulation. He continued to guide the airflow forward. It gathered towards his left arm and flowed into his palm, causing a slight tremor in his palm, and his entire arm felt lighter. Then it moved to his right palm and extended to the soles of his feet. The airflow flowed through his limbs, creating an indescribable sense of comfort and ease. His focus continued to gather and flow to his heart, surging towards his brow. When that sensation of breaking through an invisible door at his brow occurred, Yunhao felt a sense of ethereal weightlessness. Without stopping, he surged towards the Tianling acupoint, and then to the final acupoint at the back of his head, known as the Shunmin acupoint in the texts left by the old master. By this point, all 9 major acupoints were connected. Yunhao felt a lightness throughout his entire body, akin to basking in winter sunlight, bathing in summer warmth, feeling spring breezes, and enjoying autumn scenery. Every part of him felt comfortable. In that instant, all 12 meridian airflows were connected, forming a closed loop. Ultimately, it returned to the lower abdomen, and from there the airflow instantly spread throughout his body. With each circulation of the airflow through the closed loop, Yunhao felt his body grow lighter and more comfortable, and his physical strength increased. The speed of the airflow circulation also grew faster. It continued until the heat from the pill he swallowed completely dissipated. Yunhao suddenly opened his eyes. A brilliant light sparkled in his gaze. In the darkness, his eyes shone brightly, as if they could emit light. He exhaled a breath of turbid air. Looking outside the cave, he was surprised to find it was already deep into the night. To him, it felt like only a short time had passed. He murmured to himself, "Is this what the old master said about the circulation of the universe?" As he stood up, his entire body creaked with the sound of cracking bones. He felt that the airflow within him had grown significantly stronger, and he was filled with a wild, untamed energy that needed to be released. It's time to kill the bandits. Everything was going smoothly. However, there was one thing that puzzled Yunhao. That is, does he count as a martial artist now? If so, what realm is he in? He had no idea. The pills he created after adding the blood of a wolf demon were indeed extraordinary. Yunhao felt that they could no longer be called bloodkey pills. They should be called vitality pills instead. After consuming one, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. Thus, he named it Vitality Pill. After tidying up the pots and pans, Yunhao stepped out of the cave. From quite a distance, he could still see that the bandit stronghold was brightly lit. Holding a somewhat dull firewood knife, Yunhao walked with light and nimble steps. Suddenly, he leaped 5 or 6 zhong. He startled himself with his own action and couldn't help but exclaim. With that, he lost his balance and fell from midair. Fortunately, he landed on soft earth. He didn't feel any pain from the fall. Lost in thought, he realized that he had jumped up too quickly and fell after his surprise. He should hold his breath to avoid losing air. Taking a deep breath, he leaped again, rising another 5 or 6 zhong. This time he held his breath and ran a few steps in midair. By the time he landed, he was already 8 or 9 zhong away. This discovery filled Yunhao with great joy, as if he could fly. As long as he held his breath, he could leap 8 or 9 zhong. Although it was a jump to him, it felt almost like flying. After a few leaps, he had already reached outside the bandit stronghold. Another discovery was that with each jump, he could feel the airflow from his lower abdomen instantaneously spread throughout all 12 meridians and 9 major acupoints. It was as if his entire body was filled with flowing energy. This feeling was marvelous. He swung the firewood knife in the air, and to his surprise, it emitted a buzzing sound. The speed was like an afterimage, several times faster than before. He stepped into the stronghold. As he passed a thatched house, he faintly heard a mournful cry from within. There were voices of women and children along with sinister laughter. A faint smell of blood lingered in the air. Yunhao sniffed. It was the scent of blood which he was quite familiar with. His nose was now extremely sensitive. After contemplating for a moment, he directly approached the door and kicked it open. Bang! The wooden door shattered into pieces. Yunhao did not expect that such a light kick would unleash such great power. Who? Which blind fool is this? A coarse curse sounded from inside. Yunhao walked in. The moment he saw the scene inside the room, his expression instantly turned cold. On a large bed, 4 or 5 women lay sprawled in disarray, some with pale faces clearly having died. Some were covered in blood, their eyes devoid of life. 5 bandits were violating them. Among them 2 appeared to be younger than Yunhao. He immediately gripped the firewood knife tightly. A bearded man, clearly drunk, cursed, "You little brat, which gang do you belong to? You don't know the rules, get out." Without saying a word, Yunhao moved. He swung the firewood knife forward. Poochie poochie. One head after another rolled to the ground. A scream rang out. Yunhao looked and saw a little girl curled up in the corner of the bed, her eyes filled with fear. Looking at her dazed and terrified eyes, Yunhao felt a tremor in his heart and a pang of compassion. She looked even younger than him, yet had been violated by these beasts. All the bandits here deserve to die. Suppressing the murderous intent in his heart, Yunhao forced a smile and said, "Don't be afraid, little sister. I'm here to kill these bad people. It's all right now, it's all right." Upon hearing his words, a glimmer of light flickered in the little girl's eyes. At that moment, an older girl trembling climbed up and asked Yunhao, Young master, they. She wanted to say something, but didn't know how to begin. Yunhao replied, "You all stay in this room. I will go kill the bandits. If there are no bandits after dawn, it means I have killed them all. At that time you can leave." After all, Yunhao himself was just a youth and couldn't comfort these unfortunate women. All he could say was to eliminate the bandits. Wow. Woo woo woo. Thank you, young master, for saving our lives. Yunhao waved his hand, preparing to turn and leave. At this moment, the girl behind him weakly spoke up. "Big brother, could you please save my elder brother and father?" "Where are your elder brother and father?" Yunhao asked. The little girl replied, "Our family was kidnapped by bandits 10 days ago. We have no idea where they are. They should be in the stronghold." After hearing this, Yunhao sighed, inwardly guessing that the little girl's elder brother and father might already be gone. Previously, he had heard several bandits say that anyone of no value was fed to the beasts in the back mountains. In the cave, he had also seen piles of bones, all eaten by the wolf demons. All right, I will do it. Yunhao certainly couldn't tell the truth, thinking that from now on, he would save anyone captured by the bandits. Not wanting to linger, he stepped outside and blended into the darkness, moving like a ghost, killing as he went. As long as they were bandits, he killed them without hesitation. He even asked a few bandits where the real bandit leader was located, learning that they were all in the center of the stronghold, the Zhomi Hall. Yunhao spat mere bandits without any morality, and yet they dared to call themselves Zhomi Hall. At first, when he charged and no one noticed. As he approached the center of the stronghold, the number of bandits increased, with some standing guard and patrolling. After slaying several bandits, the sound of gongs began to echo. Suddenly, the entire stronghold was lit up. Yunhao, however, remained calm and continued walking forward until he arrived at a square. In the distance stood a massive building illuminated by the fire, where he could see the words Zhomi Hall written on the plaque. This was the center of the Heifeng Mountain Bandits' lair. At this moment, inside Zhomi Hall, the three highest-ranking leaders, Zhou Chongli, the chief of Heifeng Mountain, A Chu Lei, the second-in-command, and Gue Ing Luo, the intelligence chief, were conversing with an old man in a black robe. Except for the third-in-command Chun, who all the major leaders of Heifeng Mountain were present, surrounding the old man in black with utmost respect and humility. The chief Zhou Chongli and the old man in black sat separately at the head, distancing themselves from the others in the hall. Zhou Chongli respectfully said, "Master, may I ask what brings you here this time? Is there something the governor requires us to do? Please feel free to instruct us." The old man, known as Master Yu, glared, his voice low. "Zhou Chongli, do you want to die? I warned you last time not to disclose any information about the governor in any context. Have you forgotten?" Zhou Chongli trembled all over and hurriedly slapped himself, saying, "Master Yu, you are right. It was my slip of the tongue. Please forgive me. If it won't happen again." Master Yu coldly snorted and then said, "I am here this time for the wolf demon. It has been half a year since the wolf demon was delivered. The young master's martial arts training has reached a critical stage and requires the blood of a demon beast. Has that wolf demon advanced to a true demon yet?" Master Yu asked in a lowered voice. Zhou Chongli replied softly, "Rest assured, Master Yu. After half a year of nurturing, that wolf has already become a half-demon. I have calculated that in a few days it will evolve into a true demon beast. Master Yu, you can wait here for a few days. It won't delay the young master's affairs. Moreover, since you have made the trip, I've gathered a few exquisite women to keep you company." Upon hearing Zhou Chongli's words, Master Yu finally broke into a smile, saying, "You've worked hard. Rest assured, once the blood of the demon beast is delivered, the governor will reward you handsomely." "Thank you, Master Yu. I hope you speak well of me in front of the governor and the young master," Zhou Chongli said with a low and humble demeanor. Just as he finished speaking, a series of gong sounds echoed from outside. Zhou Chongli frowned, excused himself to Master Yu, stood up, and said to Chu Lei, "Second brother, take some men to see what's going on." As Yunhao arrived at the square, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air. Hundreds of bandits surrounded him from all directions. Torches illuminated the entire square. Faced with the encirclement of over 100 bandits, Yunhao's expression remained calm. He showed no signs of fear. To him at this moment, these people were no match, mere chickens and dogs. He was waiting for the leader of the Black Wind Mountain to appear. First he would deal with the big fish, then the small ones. Soon a rough voice boomed, "Who dares to be so bold as to wreak havoc in my Black Wind Mountain?" The second-in-command, Chu Lei, stepped out from the crowd. At this moment, several bandits following Chu Lei noticed that Yunhao looked somewhat familiar. Quickly, one of the bandits recognized him and exclaimed, "Second-in-command, this kid is the one who came up the mountain with that Su Yulong today. He has been unconscious. How did he end up here?" Chu Lei glanced over and confirmed it was indeed true. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, you useless fools, weren't you supposed to throw him into the beast cave on the back mountain? How could this kid appear here?" Chu Lei thought his subordinates were slacking off and had not really sent Yunhao to feed the beasts, and his expression instantly darkened. The two bandits behind him immediately swore an oath, saying, "Second-in-command, we personally sent him in. The gate was locked, and we definitely didn't slack off. Second-in-command, please see for yourself." Chu Lei looked at the two subordinates and saw they didn't seem to be lying. They probably didn't dare to deceive him. There was only one possibility left: this kid had been rescued or had escaped by himself. No matter the situation, something must have happened in the beast cave on the back mountain. His complexion changed dramatically as he commanded, "Quickly check the back mountain. You go inform the chief." At this moment, he cast a chilling gaze at Yunhao and asked, "Who are you? How did you escape being eaten by the beasts?" Chu Lei felt something was off about this kid. No matter how he came out from the beast cave on the back mountain, not fleeing immediately, but instead coming to the square of the loyal and righteous hall, it was definitely strange. Yunhao stepped towards Chu Lei and said, I killed the beasts. As for who I am naturally the one here to seek revenge on you. Chu Lei frowned. Revenge? Revenge for what? We have never met before today. As for Yunhao's claim of killing the beasts, he did not believe it. A half-demon wolf was already very close to being a true beast. How could it be so easily killed? However, the fact this kid could escape indicated that something must have happened to the beasts. You all have committed many crimes. There is no need to ask further. Prepare to die. Yunhao lunged toward Chu Lei. Several small bandit leaders immediately surged forward. Chu Lei coldly snorted, step back. This kid does not know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. I will smash you into a pulp with one strike. As a peak first-rate martial artist, Chu Lei was very confident and arrogant. Holding a wolf-tooth club, he stepped forward and with a low growl swung it down at Yunhao. Yunhao remained unhurried. In his eyes, Chu Lei's movements were exceedingly slow. There were flaws everywhere. He didn't even need any techniques. He simply brought his axe forward. In terms of strength, he was terrifyingly confident. With a casual strike, boom, crack, a sound echoed. Yunhao frowned slightly as the axe in his hand broke. It was an utterly ordinary axe bought for 30 coins in Xinghe town. The handle was made of wood. It simply couldn't withstand the impact of his own strength and the external force. Breaking so easily was not surprising. However, this clash demonstrated the effect of his amplified power. Chu Lei was pushed back 5 or 6 steps by the tremendous rebound force before he managed to stop. With a face full of shock and disbelief, he looked at Yunhao as if he were a monster. In Chu Lei's mind, he was a peak first-rate martial artist just a step away from becoming a martial master. And the kid before him was merely a 16 or 17-year-old youth. How could he possibly unleash such power? It was hard to believe. The surrounding bandits also widened their eyes. In their eyes, the second-in-command was the second strongest in the stronghold, and they had never seen him lose before. Now being pushed back 5 or 6 steps by a kid was simply unbelievable. The scene fell into complete silence. Yunhao paid no attention to their astonished gazes. He discarded the broken axe and thought, without a weapon, I will use my fists. Fully charged with power, he had absolute confidence he could take down these bandits. In the next moment, Yunhao moved. Barehanded, he charged at Chu Lei. Chu Lei snapped back to his senses. His gaze was sharp and filled with solemnity as he raised his wolf-tooth club, sneering, seeking death. Seeing Yunhao charge at him barehanded, Chu Lei felt greatly insulted. The wolf-tooth club swung down toward Yunhao's head. Yunhao remained indifferent. He slightly shifted his body to the side, dodging the strike, and was already close to Chu Lei, throwing a punch. Chu Lei's eyelids twitched. This kid's speed and movement were so strange. He didn't have time to react before he felt a heavy blow to his chest. Bang, crack. Uffed. A cry of pain rang out. The wolf-tooth club fell to the ground. Chu Lei flew backwards. His chest caved in directly. He didn't know how many bones Yunhao had broken with that punch, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. His massive body fell like a kite with a broken string. With a loud crash, he slammed into the heavy door of the loyal and righteous hall, shattering it into pieces. His head tilted, and he died from lack of breath. The peak first-rate martial artist, the second-in-command of Black Wind Mountain, had fallen here. In Yunhao's hands, he was utterly no match. Such terror. The bandits on the scene were silent. No one had ever thought the second-in-command would be defeated, let alone killed by Yunhao with a single punch. Instant kill. The second-in-command is dead. One small bandit was the first to react, rushing to Chu Lei's side, intending to help him up, but upon reaching him, he realized Chu Lei had already passed away, and he shouted out in distress. The hundreds of bandits surrounding the square erupted into chaos. The information chief Guiying Luo felt a tremor run through his body involuntarily as his eyes narrowed, and he immediately shouted, brothers, let's go together and tear him apart to avenge the second-in-command. This shout echoed throughout the crowd. The hundreds of bandits had already surrounded Yunhao. Naturally, there were some daring individuals. When one took the lead, 10 followed suit. Could 100 people not kill one person? Kill, avenge the second-in-command. Kill this kid. Cut him down and feast on his flesh and blood. They were all desperate individuals, each bandit having blood on their hands, a bunch of ruthless scoundrels. They charged at Yunhao from all directions. With an array of weapons including knives, guns, and clubs, their momentum was grand, as if they were about to tear Yunhao apart at any moment. Yunhao lightly flicked his toe against Chu Lei's wolf-tooth club on the ground, and the club, weighing over 100 pounds, was already in his hand. He paid no mind to the bandits rushing at him. At this moment, Guiying Luo retreated among the crowd and rushed into the loyal and righteous hall. He needed to report the situation to the chief, Zhou Chongli. Yunhao had killed the second-in-command in an instant. This youth was too terrifying. He did not want to get involved. Moreover, Guiying Luo had heard the conversation between the second-in-command and Yunhao. Yunhao claimed that the beast wolves on the back mountain had been killed by him. Guiying Luo believed this now. The point was that the beast wolves were the mystical beasts raised by the inspector's office in Black Wind Mountain. This was a major matter. Inside the loyalty hall, Zhou Chongli accompanied Yu Shangshi, still discussing the captured Miao Ling woman, occasionally chuckling. The leaders from various factions below continued to drink and feast. They hardly paid any attention to the commotion outside. After all, the second leader Chu Lei had personally gone to handle it. What major incidents could occur on their own turf? In the past years, they had committed numerous wrongdoings, and there were always some so-called heroes coming for revenge or infiltrating with ulterior motives which would inevitably stir up some trouble. But it was nothing serious. This time Zhou Chongli believed it to be no exception. At that moment, Gui Ing Luo rushed in. "Big leader, something is amiss." "Old Luo, why are you so flustered? In front of Yu Shangshi, do you not know how to behave? What kind of decorum is this?" Zhou Chongli reprimanded Gui Ing Luo with a scholarly tone. Gui Ing Luo rolled his eyes internally and hurriedly revealed the situation outside, including the matter of the demon beasts on the back mountain. Zhou Chongli stood up abruptly, unable to sit still any longer. In astonishment, he asked, "Say that again." Upon hearing that the second leader had been killed with a single punch, Zhou Chongli thought he had misheard. Yu Shangshi also rose gravely, inquiring, "The demon beast was killed?" "Yes, big leader, the second leader was killed by that kid with a single punch, and he himself confessed to having killed the demon beast," Gui Ing Luo said, mustering his courage. Zhou Chongli and Yu Shangshi exchanged shocked glances. For them, they didn't care about the death of the second or third leaders. What concerned them was the demon beast. That wolf demon was a creature captured at great expense by the prefectural office to be raised into a true demon beast to help the prefectural prince break through martial hurdles, which was why it had been sent to Black Wind Mountain for rearing. No one knew that the infamous bandits of Black Wind Mountain were actually the lackeys of the prefectural office. Zhou Chongli was more like an old dog for the prefectural office, helping them with unsavory dealings. Raising demon beasts and capturing people for feeding could only be done by the bandits of Black Wind Mountain. Now that the demon beast was dead, Zhou Chongli felt as if the sky had fallen. Recalling the cruel methods of that twisted prefectural prince, he couldn't help but shiver. "Let's go take a look." Yu Shangshi was the first to speak, rising to head outside. He had come this time to take the demon beast's essence blood. If the beast was dead and the blood extraction failed, although it wouldn't be his fault, he would still be reprimanded by the prince upon returning to the prefectural office. Zhou Chongli's face was grim. He knew very well the wrath of the prefectural prince if something went wrong with the demon beast. "Everyone follow me." With a wave of his hand, all the leaders in the hall followed behind him. Yu Shangshi walked at the forefront while Zhou Chongli led the group in pursuit. Only Gui Ing Luo shrank back at the end of the crowd, not rushing to the front. As the intelligence chief of Black Wind Mountain, he never participated in fights, which was why he had lived so long. Any signs of trouble meant it was best to stay hidden. He only needed to provide intelligence. Meanwhile, when Yu Shangshi and Zhou Chongli arrived at the loyalty hall's entrance, the sounds of battle were deafening. The air was also filled with a nauseating stench of blood. Upon seeing the situation in the square, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. A blood-soaked youth charged forward wielding a wolf fang club, scattering severed limbs and flying body parts in his wake. No matter if they were third-rate or second-rate fighters, none could withstand his assault. The youth was like a cold-blooded killing machine. Each strike he made claimed multiple lives. Anyone struck by his wolf fang club was left with no intact body. In the square before the loyalty hall, it was as if the hell of Avicii had descended. Yunhao appeared like a killing god from the heavens, single-handedly infiltrating the bandit den. Wherever he went, the bandits crumbled like fragile paper dolls, crying out in anguish as they fell, severed limbs and body parts splattering everywhere. Blood erupted in an instant, merging into a winding river of blood, and the acrid smell of blood pervaded the air. The mournful cries and wails intertwined, shattering the silence of the sky. The once arrogant and overbearing bandits were now terrified, their courage shattered. Some cried out for their parents, disregarding their image, desperate to flee as far away from this killing god as possible. The bloody and horrific scene before them, reminiscent of a battlefield, left Zhou Chongli and the others stunned, standing there as if petrified by a spell. The first to regain his senses was Yu Shangshi, his gaze fixated on the seemingly demonic Yunhao, his expression gravely serious. He leaned closer to Zhou Chongli, lowering his voice, but unable to hide his shock, saying, "This child's strength is unfathomable. In my opinion, he has likely surpassed first-rate fighters and reached our level of martial master. Today's encounter is likely to be a life-and-death struggle." Zhou Chongli's heart jolted at his words. How could he not see that this young brat who had suddenly appeared had brazenly killed the second leader Chu Lei on their turf? Now he was stirring up chaos among the ordinary bandits, trampling on the hard-earned reputation of Black Wind Mountain, inciting a surge of anger that made his veins throb. "Come bring me my spear." Zhou Chongli's eyes widened in fury, his voice deep as he shouted like a thunderclap. Soon a minion hurried over carrying a finely forged iron spear. The spear glimmered coldly, emanating a chilling aura, as if yearning for the taste of blood. Zhou Chongli took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and cupped his fists in a gesture of apology to Yu Shangshi. Then with a light push off the ground, he surged forward like a hawk diving for prey, carrying a fierce gust of wind charging toward Yunhao like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, the two figures intersected in the center of the square, engaging in fierce combat. Zhou Chongli's spear danced like a dragon swimming through the seas, each thrust accompanied by a sharp, whistling sound, deadly and relentless, clearly showcasing his mastery, honed over many years. In contrast, Yunhao merely narrowed his eyes, slightly, a glint of determination flashing in his gaze, showing not the slightest hint of fear. Last night, by a stroke of fortune, he had consumed a vitality pill, miraculously opening all his meridians and 9 major acupoints, his internal strength flowing like a surging river, greatly enhancing his abilities. Now facing a first-rate martial artist, he could easily kill him with a mere gesture, feeling at ease. When facing Zhou Chongli, a martial master, he remained calm and composed, wielding the Wolf Fang Club with ease. His movements were agile and graceful, like a dragon playing with a phoenix, effortlessly evading the fierce onslaught of the spear, seeking out fleeting gaps to retaliate, with deadly strikes momentarily matching Zhou Chongli in intensity, neither side yielding. The two were locked in a fierce battle, exchanging lethal blows. The surrounding bandit lackeys had long been terrified, hiding far away, forming a large circle, not daring to utter a sound, each one silent as a grave, fearing that any slight movement might bring disaster. Yu Shangshi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching the battle closely, his brow furrowed, pondering silently. If Zhou Chongli were to unfortunately lose today, how would he deal with this extremely tricky situation? As the battle intensified, Yunhao grew more and more adept, the flow of energy within him surging like a torrent, becoming increasingly smooth and effortless. Each strike became more ferocious, carrying the force to split mountains and shatter rocks. In contrast, Zhou Chongli, unable to break through, began to tire. His breath became erratic and hurried, beads of sweat like peas rolling down his forehead, inwardly lamenting. What on earth is this kid's background to be so difficult to deal with? It's like an indestructible cockroach. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't defeat him. And Yunhao, keenly sensing Zhou Chongli's fatigue, seized the perfect opportunity, swiftly dodging the horizontal sweep of the spear, and then leaped high with a push from his toes. In midair, he traced a perfect arc, the Wolf Fang Club howling through the wind, crashing down upon Zhou Chongli with the force of a mountain. This strike was with all his might, intending to decisively turn the tide of the battle. He didn't know Zhou Chongli, but he guessed that fighting so fiercely against him must be the big leader of Black Wind Mountain. Yunhao did not hold back in his attack. He aimed to kill Zhou Chongli with one blow. Zhou Chongli, however, was shocked beyond measure. This seemingly teenage boy became increasingly ferocious as they fought, demonstrating strength that was not at all inferior to his own martial master, hidden power perhaps even surpassing him. As the moves became more familiar, Zhou Chongli saw the Wolf Fang Club descending towards him. Realizing he couldn't evade it, his face changed dramatically as he urgently shouted, "Yu Shangshi, save me." Yunhao was about to strike Zhou Chongli dead with his club, but unexpectedly there was a call for help at a critical moment. This made Yunhao wary. Indeed, he heard a gust of wind behind him. With no other choice, Yunhao had to abandon his attempt to kill Zhou Chongli with the club and turn to defend himself with the Wolf's Fang Club. A crisp ding echoed. Yunhao discovered that it was a special flying dagger about the length of a finger. It was a hidden weapon. When it fell to the ground, he noticed it was pitch black. He suddenly recalled a saying from the martial world story told by the old Taoist about hidden weapons being poisoned. His figure flashed, and he leaped lightly to create distance. Looking up, he saw an old man in a black robe had appeared on the scene. Zhou Chongli's face looked grim, his heart filled with dread, and he spoke, "Thank you, Yu Shangshi, for your assistance. This boy is wicked. I request you join me in eliminating him," to give an explanation to the young master. Yu Shangshi did not respond to Zhou Chongli, but instead looked at Yunhao and asked in a deep voice, "Kid, did you really kill the beast from the back mountain?" He still couldn't believe it and needed confirmation. Yunhao replied indifferently, "So what if I did?" What a shameless old man Yu Shangshi was. He held no weapon, but that small dagger was a poisoned hidden weapon which he had to be wary of. Hearing Yunhao's words, Yu Shangshi's heart sank. The beast from the back mountain was likely dead. His anger could no longer be contained as he glared at Yunhao and said, "Kid, you're dead." He then turned to Zhou Chongli and said, "Zhou Chongli, use all your strength to kill him, or you will be held responsible. Even I will be implicated. Only by killing him and bringing back his head can we go back and explain to the young master." Zhou Chongli's expression was uncertain. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard, accompanied by terrified shouts, "Not good, not good." The newcomers were 2 small bandits sent by Chu Lei to check on the beast from the back mountain. Upon entering, they saw the big boss, Zhou Chongli, and quickly said, "Big boss, it's bad. The beast from the back mountain is missing." Zhou Chongli's body trembled. Despite being psychologically prepared after hearing from Gue Luo that the beast was killed, hearing this report still sent chills through him. At this point there was no way back. He realized he had messed up the task entrusted by the governor. The governor of Liangzhou was a local tyrant. As a dog for the governor's office, he was the kind of dog that could not be seen in public. He was valuable when needed, but when he lost value, he could be discarded at any time, becoming a dead dog. The beast was meant for the governor's eldest son to train and break through levels. Now that the beast was gone, Zhou Chongli knew he was on a path to death if he couldn't provide an explanation. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chongli looked at Yunhao and began issuing orders. Someone get the crossbows ready and shoot him dead. After fighting with Yunhao, Zhou Chongli knew he was not a match for him in the martial master realm. This kid was somewhat abnormal. At 16 or 17 years old, he didn't seem to have much vitality, but his strength was formidable. Zhou Chongli's martial master strength was firmly suppressed by him. If it hadn't been for Yu Shangxi's sneak attack, he would likely have been dead by now. With a command, movement surged around him. Dozens of armored figures wielding powerful crossbows emerged from the square. Their movements were synchronized and well-trained, completely different from the usual bandits present. They resembled an army. The powerful crossbows were all aimed at Yunhao. In an instant, the atmosphere was filled with a murderous intent. Zhou Chongli's spine stiffened. These individuals wielding crossbows and wearing armor were his true source of confidence. They were the strongest trump card of the Black Wind Mountain. The Black Wind Mountain could act wantonly in the surrounding hundreds of miles, evading punishment. One reason was the backing of the governor's office, and the other was this troop. Without a doubt, they were trained by the governor's office, and the armor and crossbows were also provided by them. Zhou Chongli glared fiercely at Yunhao and said, "Kid, hand over the wolf, and I will leave your corpse intact, otherwise I will shoot you into a hedgehog." Since his men said the beast was missing, it must have been hidden by Yunhao. Even if the beast was killed, as long as the corpse was still there, it could provide an explanation to the governor's office. Once the beast's corpse was found, he would kill Yunhao and bring it to the governor's office, at least reducing the young master's fury. Facing dozens of crossbows, Yunhao, though inexperienced, sensed a wave of murderous intent and was greatly alarmed. The aura of danger was thick. However, would he yield? That was impossible. His sister was still a living corpse in the treasure bottle, and the villagers of Qingshui village had been slaughtered by bandits. He came here to eradicate the Black Wind Mountain bandits. How could he bow to them? After glancing around at the crossbows, Yunhao decisively took action. He leaped 5 or 6 zhang straight at Zhou Chongli. Sitting idly was not an option, it would only make him more passive. He had to take down this bandit leader to prevent the crossbowman from being reckless. However, Zhou Chongli seemed to have anticipated this and immediately waved his hand, shoot to kill. Suddenly, the whistling sound of arrows filled the air. The powerful crossbow bolts all shot towards Yunhao in midair. Yunhao's expression changed, and he rapidly swung his wolf's fang club to defend. He hadn't expected Zhou Chongli to react so quickly. He underestimated the speed of the crossbow bolts. The chi flowed through the 9 major orifices and 12 meridians, making him feel light and full of power. He adjusted himself to his optimal state. It was uncertain whether he could withstand the onslaught of so many crossbow bolts. At this point, he could only brace himself. The wolf's fang club blocked most of the incoming bolts. However, several arrows still struck him, producing a series of thuds. Yunhao felt a series of sharp pains. But in the next second, he was overjoyed. Those crossbow bolts hadn't harmed him. Or rather, they hadn't penetrated his flesh. At that moment, Yunhao realized that it was the chi flowing within him that had made the difference. The chi spread throughout his body through the 9 major orifices, forming a layer of defense. This allowed him to withstand the crossbow bolts. The chi circulated through his meridians and orifices, rendering him impervious to blades and spears. Although he was unharmed, the tremendous impact still caused pain, and his internal chi churned. Yunhao gritted his teeth and leaped in midair. His target remained unchanged. He raised the wolf's fang club and swung it down at Zhou Chongli. Zhou Chongli had thought that under the barrage of crossbows, Yunhao would surely be turned into a hedgehog. Who would have thought this kid was so fierce that even after being shot at by so many arrows, he still swung his club at him in an instant? Zhou Chongli's complexion changed slightly, and without hesitation, he grabbed a bandit beside him and used him as a shield. Ah, bang! The wolf's fang club smashed the bandit's head. Zhou Chongli gritted his teeth, and his sword instantly stabbed towards Yunhao. Yunhao snorted coldly. He was thoroughly enraged. In a low voice, he declared the dragon and elephant make their first appearance. The wolf's fang club pushed forward forcefully, and all his chi burst forth. It struck Zhou Chongli's long sword. In an instant, the explosive force caused Zhou Chongli's sword to shatter. Zhou Chongli was momentarily dazed. Yunhao seized the opportunity and took a step forward. He kicked Zhou Chongli in the abdomen. Ah! Uffed! Zhou Chongli screamed and was sent flying backward. He spat out old blood. He had never expected Yunhao to be so fast. The attack was executed in one go, leaving him no time to dodge. His abdomen throbbed painfully. He didn't die but rolled on the ground howling in agony. With that kick, Yunhao had used his chi to destroy Zhou Chongli's martial foundation. Die. Yunhao chased after him, raising the Wolf's Fang club, seemingly intent on finishing Zhou Chongli off. However, at that moment a shadow attacked Yunhao from behind. It was Yu Shangshi. A dagger appeared in his hand, silently stabbing at Yunhao's back. It looked like he was about to succeed. Who would have thought? Yunhao suddenly turned around and swept the Wolf's Fang club behind him. With a cold smile, he said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Yu Shangshi was startled, but it was too late. He could only use the dagger to block the Wolf's Fang club. Clang! Bang! Yu Shangshi let out a muffled grunt. The dagger fell to the ground, and he was sent back dozens of meters, his arm trembling. At that moment, he finally realized that this young man had long since anticipated him. What seemed like a murderous intent towards Zhou Chongli was actually aimed at him. Without much thought, Yu Shangshi saw Yunhao charging at him. The old man wasted no time. He felt behind his back, and 6 small daggers appeared in his hands, which he threw at Yunhao. Seeing this, Yunhao did not dare to be careless. He spun the Wolf's Fang club, clanging it against the incoming hidden weapons. However, he noticed that Yu Shangshi had already leaped into a group of armored soldiers. Yunhao inwardly sighed in regret. He had almost killed Yu Shangshi. However, he still had the bandit leader, Zhou Chongli, behind him. Without hesitation, he turned to pursue Zhou Chongli. He had to kill one of them. At this moment, Zhou Chongli was staggering, being supported by his bandit subordinates, trying to escape. Seeing Yunhao chasing after him, he quickly ordered the surrounding bandits stop him. Kill him. Zhou Chongli was terrified and had lost the strength to fight again. He was a dark energy martial master with the foundation of his dark energy in his lower abdomen. Just now he was kicked by Yunhao. At this moment, chaos reigned. The only option was to flee. He ordered his subordinates to block Yunhao. As a result, there were indeed some fearless bandits rushing towards Yunhao. Then, it turned into a one-sided massacre. Amidst the screams, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Yunhao was like a god of death, unstoppable, heading straight for Zhou Chongli. In the blink of an eye, he had killed his way to Zhou Chongli's side. No bandit dared to obstruct Yunhao anymore. Zhou Chongli was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, shouting towards Yu Shangshi in the distance, "Master, save me." Yu Shangshi, hiding among the troops, acted as if he hadn't heard, instead ordering fire the arrows. These soldiers, clad in armor, were originally from the prefect's office, seemingly obeying Zhou Chongli's orders, but actually recognized the authority of the prefect's office. With Yu Shangshi present, the soldiers naturally followed his command. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Oh! The rain of arrows shot towards Yunhao and Zhou Chongli. Along with that, dozens of surrounding bandits were also caught in the crossfire. Yunhao dodged swiftly, using his wolf-tooth club to block several powerful crossbow bolts, finally reaching behind a gate post. Although these arrows couldn't injure him, due to the circulation of chi throughout his body, they still hurt when they struck him. If he could avoid them, he naturally would. However, Zhou Chongli's eyes widened as he was hit by 2 arrows in the chest. Pointing at Yu Shangshi, he stammered, You. Before he could finish, another rain of arrows fell, turning him into a pincushion. The bandits surrounding Zhou Chongli fell in droves, and seeing the situation, the others scattered in panic. Yunhao, hiding behind the post, observed that it was clear Yu Shangshi intended to kill Zhou Chongli along with him. In Yu Shangshi's mind, this was indeed the case. Zhou Chongli had raised the demon wolf for the prefect's office, feeding it human lives, and had done many dirty deeds that the prefect's office couldn't do. He had come this time with a mission. Regardless of whether he could take the blood essence of the demon beast, Zhou Chongli must die. Moreover, since the demon beast had already been killed by Yunhao, Zhou Chongli was even more dispensable. There was no way he would allow anyone to discover the connection between Zhou Chongli and the prefect's office. Killing Yunhao and incidentally killing Zhou Chongli. Yu Shangshi narrowed his eyes and said to the 50 or so armored soldiers beside him, "Kill, without mercy. Black Wind Mountain does not need any living souls tonight." Yes, the soldiers responded in unison. The bandits, already half killed by Yunhao, were now targeted by these soldiers. The powerful crossbows in their hands were difficult for ordinary bandits to withstand, let alone first-rate martial artists. At this moment, Yunhao was not in a hurry. After all, his goal was to wipe out the bandits of Black Wind Mountain, and seeing them turn on each other was a blessing. When the time came, he would strike and kill them. Hiding behind the post, he took out a precious vial to drink some water and ate a vitality pill to replenish his strength. He adjusted his breathing, preparing to strike at any moment. The sounds of screams echoed in his ears. After a while, the sounds finally began to diminish. He heard footsteps approaching from all directions. Yunhao understood that the opponents had finished off the ordinary bandits and were now coming for him. Indeed, a cold voice rang out, "Little brother, come out, and let's chat." Yunhao knew that the voice was directed at him. Not fearing at all, he stepped out from behind the post. After consuming a vitality pill, his breath was already smooth, and the 12 meridians and 9 major acupoints within him were filled with energy again. He was ready for a fierce battle without any fear. As Yunhao stepped out, he indeed saw nothing but corpses. He quietly thought that these people were even more ruthless in their infighting than he was. The crossbows were all aimed at Yunhao. Yu Shangshi looked at Yunhao and asked, "Where is the demon beast? Hand over the body of the demon beast, and today I will grant you a way out." "Little brother, we are not the bandits of Black Wind Mountain. There are powerful people behind us that you cannot afford to provoke. Do not make a mistake." This sounded like nothing but a threat to Yunhao's ears. Naturally, he did not believe a single word. Based on his experience with Su Hongling, he had lost all trust in these people from the martial world. He feared that if he handed over the body of the demon beast, he would be killed immediately. Staring at Yu Shangshi, Yunhao slowly spoke, "Are you threatening me?" "You could say that." Yu Shangshi replied, "Coolly, I'll give you 3 breaths to consider." In fact, Yu Shangshi was also unsure if the demon beast had anything to do with Yunhao. What he understood was that this kid had been trapped in the demon beast's cave. He speculated that there might be accomplices, which was why he had not rushed to act. Being at the same level as a martial master, he was a cut above Zhou Chongli. He was at the mid-stage of martial master, while Zhou Chongli was at the early stage. It was only natural that he couldn't defeat Yunhao. At this moment, when Yu Shangshi talked to Yunhao and threatened him, he wanted to see if there were any other experts lurking in the shadows. "No need for 3 breaths, I'm sending you on your way right now." As soon as Yunhao finished speaking, he charged forward. "Kill," Yu Shangshi ordered. Dozens of crossbow soldiers aimed their arrows at Yunhao. But Yunhao quickly dodged, leaping to the side and hiding behind another post. Immediately, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air. It was Yunhao grabbing chunks of rubble and striking the torches around the square. One by one, the torches were extinguished. The entire square was suddenly plunged into darkness. In the dark, Yunhao leaped up again. The hunt began. With his current vision, he could see perfectly well even without any light. The soldiers became blind in the darkness. Of course, Yu Shangshi was different. As a martial master, his vision in the night was excellent. Seeing Yunhao pounce forward, Yu Shangshi hurriedly warned, "To the right, be careful." But it was already too late. Yunhao's wolf-tooth club had transformed into a death-dealing weapon. Bang, bang, bang. Oh! Cries of horror rang out in the darkness. Yunhao was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. A massive slaughter of soldiers ensued. In less than 10 breaths, 50 to 60 men had all fallen in a pool of blood. Only Yu Shangshi remained. At this moment, Yu Shangshi was also terrified. These soldiers were all first-rate martial artists selected by the prefect's office, yet not a single one could withstand Yunhao's strike. Even he could not have achieved such a swift kill in 10 breaths. He realized that this kid was difficult to deal with. But there was no way out now. Yunhao was charging towards him. Yu Shangshi felt behind him and produced several flying daggers that shot towards Yunhao. Yunhao was already prepared. As he swung the wolf-tooth club, he quickened his pace, closing in within 3 meters of Yu Shangshi, roaring as he swung a blow. Humph! With the hidden weapons losing their advantage, Yu Shangshi snorted coldly, shaking his sleeve, and surprisingly produced a small iron ball. He squeezed it suddenly. With a bang, it exploded. The next moment, 3 embroidered needles shot out. Yunhao's eyelids twitched as he saw 3 streams of fine energy flying towards him at high speed. With a swing of the wolf-tooth club, he managed to block 2 of the needles, but one still struck his arm, causing it to go numb. With a crash, the wolf-tooth club fell to the ground. At this moment, Yu Shangshi closed in, raising his fist to smash down at Yunhao's face. Yunhao felt his left arm go numb, and seeing the situation, raised his right fist, channeling all the energy in his body into it. Boom! A loud explosion. Puff! Yu Shangshi let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, his eyes wide with fear. This kid's inner strength was far superior to his own. Could he be in the late stage of martial master? Or was he at perfection? Yunhao pressed his advantage, swiftly closing the distance and stomping on Yu Shangshi's chest. Bang! Puff! Yu Shangshi spat out another mouthful of blood. Seeing Yunhao raise his right fist again, Yu Shangshi fearfully shouted, "Wait, you can't kill me. I am a member of the Liangzhou prefect's office. Little brother, if you kill me, you will have no place to stay in Liangzhou. If you spare me, I will act as if I never saw you." Yunhao was slightly taken aback. As a boy from a mountain village, he had never heard of a prefect and didn't understand what it was. Letting this person go was out of the question. "It doesn't matter if you die by stabbing or piercing, you will die now." With that, he delivered a punch. In the dark, a sound of unwilling screams echoed. Yu Shangshi's head immediately exploded. Yunhao let out a sigh of relief. His left arm was numb, he was injured, but there was no one left in the area. However, he soon heard the sound of footsteps fleeing. Without hesitation, he leaped up to pursue. After a few jumps, he saw a figure flash past the treetops. However, he soon heard the sound of footsteps fleeing. Without hesitation, he leaped up to pursue. After a few jumps, he saw a figure. He had killed many people tonight. It was enough to balance the scales. He believed that after today, there would be no more bandits in Black Wind Mountain. Out of the several hundred bandits in the mountain stronghold, some would surely escape. He immediately found a room lit an oil lamp and loosened his sleeves, discovering an embroidered needle stuck in his arm, and the wound was already turning black. Poisoning can be fatal for others. Yet Yunhao was not overly worried. Ever since the first time Su Hongling had administered a soporific to him, he had resolved it through his breathing techniques. This time was no exception. After removing the poison needle from his arm, Yunhao continued to detoxify himself using the method from the Jitsang Tunagong. His robust physique was also a significant reason for his ability to resist toxins. With the flow of qi clearly perceived within his body, Yunhao gradually pushed the toxins along his meridians to the wound, with drops of pitch-black blood continuously oozing out. After dawn, Yunhao was startled awake by the cawing of crows. He abruptly opened his eyes. After a night of bloody combat and expelling toxins, the night had passed. Glancing at his arm, it had returned to its former state. There were no scars left behind. Only a pool of dark toxic blood remained beside him. Moving his arm, he felt no numbness. He was completely healed. This gave Yunhao a newfound appreciation for the Jitsang Tunagong. After a night of breathing techniques to detoxify, he felt refreshed. His mental state was invigorated. Looking up, he saw a flock of crows circling outside the window. Undoubtedly, they were attracted by the corpses. Stepping out of the room, the air was still filled with a pungent smell of blood. Yunhao walked towards the square. Caw, caw, caw. A group of crows flapped their wings and took to the sky. In the entire square, the flock of crows hovered, unwilling to disperse. The severed limbs had become a delicious meal for these crows. Yunhao first approached the corpse of someone named Yu Shangshi to inspect. In the entire square, the flock of crows hovered, unwilling to disperse. The severed limbs had become In the corner of the eastern square stood a large locust tree, lush and green. With his keen hearing, he immediately determined that the sound came from the locust tree. Having killed many people last night and let some escape, Yunhao paid no mind to those who fled. They were merely small fry, incapable of causing any storm. It was not impossible for someone to hide in the tree during the chaos. After a moment of silence, Yunhao snorted coldly and kicked a stone towards the tree. Whoa! The next moment, a startled cry rang out. A figure fell from the tree. However, just as the figure was about to crash to the ground, it somehow steadied itself midair, rolling upon hitting the ground 2 meters above, safely landing on its feet. Only then did Yunhao see clearly that it was a young boy. In a flash, he was already in front of the boy. Hero, don't attack, I'm a good person. The boy raised his hands and shouted hurriedly. He wore a tattered straw hat, and his face was filthy, as if he hadn't washed it in many days. His eyes were large and bright. In Yunhao's eyes, he appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, with a small and slender frame. His clothes were rough and short, and he wore patched straw sandals. Yunhao paused for a moment, recalling his own past. Before he found the treasure bottle, he had dressed similarly to. Withdrawing his hand, he looked at him and asked, "Who are you? What were you doing in the tree?" "I'm called Chower," the young boy said, boldly standing up as he saw Yunhao not making any more moves. "A nickname? What is your real name?" Yunhao knew that many villagers were illiterate and due to their difficult lives often had nicknames, so children typically had a nickname upon birth. Names like Stinky Egg or Iron Egg were common. The name Chower evidently belonged to this category. Chower scratched his nose and said, "I have no real name. I'm an orphan and don't know who my parents are. An old beggar named me Chower. Are you a bandit?" Yunhao asked again. Chower nodded, then shook his head. Yunhao frowned. "If you are, then say so. If not, what does nodding and shaking your head mean?" Chower scratched his nose again and said, "I followed the bandits up the mountain 3 years ago, but I never went with them to rob. I just mixed in with the bandits as a cook, taking care of the livestock and serving the bandits by washing their feet and such chores." After saying that, Chower paused and continued, "So I'm not really a proper bandit. I've always been begging for food. Once when the Black Wind Mountain bandits came to raid the town, someone asked me for directions. Later I asked if I could follow them, and that's how I ended up here. Begging isn't enough to fill the stomach. I would starve to death sooner or later. I went up the mountain to survive, but I really haven't done anything bad. Please, hero, don't kill me." Yunhao fell silent after hearing this. He could tell that the boy was not lying. His eyes were very clear. Moreover, he was just a 12 or 13-year-old child. Even if he were a bandit, he would be a burden, unable to do much. The statement about survival had already clarified everything. He was a poor soul. Compared to himself, Chower was an orphan. He didn't even know who his parents were. He was even more pitiable. As for him, at least he had parents who adopted him and an older sister who grew up with him. His tone softened a bit as he asked, "What were you doing in the tree?" Chower smiled awkwardly and said, "Last night, I heard that a big shot came to the village and held a banquet at the loyalty hall. I thought I might sneak a peek and see if I could get a bite to eat after the banquet ended." "So you secretly climbed the tree? You stayed up there all night?" Yunhao asked. Chower smiled, showing a set of neat white teeth, and replied, "Yes. So last night you saw everything that happened in the square?" Hearing Yunhao's question, Chower recalled the bloodshed of the previous night, and his face turned a bit pale, but he still nodded and quietly said, I saw it. Last night, hero, you fought valiantly and killed many bandits. Well done. Yunhao felt a strange sensation in his heart as he heard the boy calling him hero. He had never imagined that the title hero would have anything to do with him. Yet coming from another's mouth, it seemed quite nice. He looked at Chao and asked, you are a bandit. I killed so many bandits, are you not angry? Chao hurriedly replied, hero, I told you I'm not really a bandit. I came to the bandit den just to have something to eat and to survive. I really have never gone down the mountain with the bandits to rob. Not once. You have to believe me, hero. In the den, I'm just a lowly servant serving those bandits who get stabbed. I've been bullied quite a bit. Alright, I'll take your word for it. Yunhao relented, feeling a bit uncomfortable with how Chao kept calling him hero. Chao was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. Thank you, hero. Thank you, hero. Yunhao glanced around. There were corpses everywhere. After a moment of thought, he asked Chao, since you've been here for 3 years, you must be quite familiar with the Black Wind Mountain Bandits' den, right? Chao straightened up confidently and said, hero, you asked the right person. I'm quite familiar with everything about the people and events of Black Wind Mountain. Although I'm just a lowly servant for the bandits, I can go to many places because of that. Being young, they don't guard against me. Hero, feel free to ask me any questions. Yunhao pondered and said, last night someone escaped. Do you know who it was? He had been unable to chase that person due to the poisoning in his arm. But now that he thought about it, that person had moved very quickly, evidently having excellent lightness skills. If he had truly pursued, he might not have caught up. He was curious about who had escaped. Chao had been in the bandit den for 3 years, so he should know. After listening, Chao immediately said, oh, I saw him. He is the person responsible for intelligence in the village, known by his nickname as Ghost Shadow Luo. The bandits say that Ghost Shadow Luo's lightness skill is the best in the mountain stronghold, and he is also a top-notch martial artist, very cunning. When it comes to fighting, Ghost Shadow Luo never charges to the front. For instance, last night while you were battling, he secretly stayed behind the crowd, and when you killed the envoy from the governor's office, he sensed danger and fled. Yunhao squinted and committed the name Ghost Shadow Luo to memory. So Ghost Shadow Luo is the leader of the bandits at Heifeng Mountain. Chao nodded, saying, yes, the outside world only knows that Heifeng Mountain has 3 main leaders, but in fact Ghost Shadow Luo's position is only second to the chief leader, Zhou Chongli. Yunhao nodded and said, if I see him again, I will definitely kill him. Chao glanced at Yunhao, hesitating to speak, wanting to say something, but holding back. Noticing his expression, Yunhao said, if you have something to say, just say it. Chao habitually touched his nose and said, hero, Ghost Shadow Luo might have already gone to the governor's office in Liangzhou to report, and you will have big trouble then. Yunhao had already heard the words governor's office in Liangzhou for the 2nd time. When he killed that envoy last night, the opponent had also mentioned it with a tone full of threat. He knew that Liangzhou was a place name, but he genuinely did not know what a governor was. Now hearing Chao mention it again and say there would be big trouble, Yunhao realized that this Liangzhou governor's office must be quite formidable. He asked, what is the governor's office in Liangzhou? Is it very powerful? Chao looked at Yunhao in surprise, seeming to realize that this hero truly did not know what the governor's office represented. He spoke up saying, let's put it this way, our Dayu dynasty's territory consists of 36 states, and Liangzhou is one of them. The highest official in Liangzhou is the governor, whom you can think of as a local emperor. Everything in Liangzhou is under the governor's control. Yunhao asked in astonishment, how do you know all this? You're younger than me, yet you know more than I do. Chao said proudly, I hear the bandits boast while drinking every day, so I naturally know more. That's true. Continue speaking. How did the bandits of Heifeng Mountain get involved with the governor's office? Chao tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said, I heard that the backing of Heifeng Mountain is the governor's office in Liangzhou, and Zhou Chongli does dirty work for the governor's office. Oh, by the way, the wolf raised in the demon beast cave in the back mountain was sent by the governor's office. Heifeng Mountain captures people to feed it, allowing it to grow into a real demon beast. When the time comes, the blood will be taken to help the governor's eldest son break through martial arts barriers. Last night, I heard your conversation while hiding in a tree, hero. You killed the demon beast, and Ghost Shadow Luo fled to report to the governor's office. The governor's office won't let this go easily. You need to be careful in the future. I heard that the governor's office has many experts and is responsible for guarding the border of Liangzhou, commanding an army of 100,000. After listening to Chao, Yunhao finally understood what kind of existence the governor's office was. However, he didn't pay much attention. He felt that the governor's office was high and distant from him. He considered himself a small character. Heifeng Mountain was hundreds of miles away from Liangzhou. They might not even know the news. Who could be sure that the fleeing Ghost Shadow Luo would go to the governor's office to report? If trouble really came, he would just deal with it as it came. Yunhao temporarily set aside the matter of the governor's office and asked Chao, has Heifeng Mountain ever captured ordinary people and locked them up? He remembered that the little girl mentioned wanting him to help find her elder brother and father. Chao hurriedly replied, Yes, yes, yes. They're all in the backyard of the loyalty hall, all women. The men have been fed to the demon beasts. Hero will take you there. Oh, and I heard that the chief of Heifeng Mountain has a small treasury in the backyard as well. Lead the way. Yunhao's eyes lit up at the mention of the treasury. As for rescuing people, it would be done as a matter of convenience. Chao led Yunhao through the loyalty hall, and after going around a large door, they entered another realm. It was a large courtyard. Hero, this is the place. I heard an old bandit say that any beautiful women captured will be sent to the backyard to serve the 3 leaders. Chao curiously surveyed the courtyard. Go call out and see if anyone is there. Yunhao said to Chao. Okay. Chao replied. He shouted, anyone come out. The bandits of Heifeng Mountain have all been killed by the hero. You are all free. After shouting, they waited. The surrounding houses were tightly shut with no response. Yunhao walked towards the main hall and pushed the door only to find it locked from the inside. He kicked the door and it immediately shattered into pieces. Ah! A woman's scream came from inside. Yunhao and Chao walked in. They saw 7 or 8 women curled up in fear inside. Yunhao asked, were you captured by the bandits? The women looked terrified and did not dare to speak. Just as Yunhao frowned, an older woman stood up tremblingly and said, Hero, we were all captured and brought up the mountain. My name is Qin Yunyang. Qin Yunyang was in her 30s but still retained her charm. She was one of the earliest captives monopolized by Zhou Chongli and was the nominal matriarch of the stronghold. Having witnessed Zhou Chongli's ruthlessness over the years, she had resigned herself to fate. Originally a concubine of a wealthy family in Huaiyang County, her entire family had been killed by the bandits of Heifeng Mountain. The other women around her had similar experiences. They had only been able to hide behind closed doors during the fighting sounds that echoed from the courtyard last night. They had heard Chao shout that the bandits had been killed by a hero, but they could hardly believe it. Now it seemed to be true. Yunhao looked at them and said, if you were captured, then you are free now. The bandits have indeed all been killed. Qin Yunyang's eyes turned red and she knelt on the ground with a thump, knocking her head and saying, thank you, hero, for avenging us. The other women behind her were overjoyed and followed suit to kneel and thank him. Yunhao, experiencing this for the first time, was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Chao stepped forward and said, get up. The hero stands tall and upholds righteousness. You can leave Heifeng Mountain whenever you want. After saying that, he asked, do you know if Zhou Chongli is holding any other people captive? Qin Yunyang quickly nodded and said, there is a place in the left side bedroom, which is Zhou Chongli's room. He usually doesn't allow anyone in, but I have seen a few times that women captured from the mountain are sent in and never come out again. They must be in that room. While speaking, she pointed across. You're not deceiving the hero, are you? Where is there a room across? Chao said unhappily. Qin Yunyang quickly replied, I dare not deceive you. A painting on the wall is actually a secret door. I have seen Zhou Chongli, and every time he goes in, he presses on the painting. At this moment, Chao felt that he had overstepped his bounds. He smiled awkwardly and said, yes, hero. His ability to read the situation at such a young age was already better than anyone his age. The mountain. At this moment, Chao felt that he had overstepped his bounds. He smiled awkwardly and said, yes, hero. His ability to read the situation at such a young age was already better than anyone his age. Having followed an old beggar to beg in the martial world since childhood, coming to the bandits' lair and serving various murderous bandits, if one were not clever, he would have died hundreds of times by now. Since he had found the bandits' treasury, it naturally belonged to the hero, and it was inappropriate for him to go. He signaled for Qin Yunyang and the others to go out, and even closed the door. After Yunhao waited for Chao and Qin Yunyang to go out, he walked towards a landscape painting on the wall opposite. He reached out and pressed the painting. Suddenly the wall emitted a rumbling sound. Indeed, a portal appeared. Inside was a passage illuminated by an oil lamp. Yunhao stepped inside. The passage was not long, extending downward, and after about 10 meters, a space of more than 40 square meters appeared. Yunhao immediately saw the furnishings inside. His eyes lit up. He saw a chest, a weapon rack, and at first glance he noticed a weapon. It looked very similar to his chopping knife. However, it was larger and more exquisite. The blade was somewhat longer. He walked over, grasped it in his hand, and found it weighed even more than a wolf fawn club, easily over 100 pounds. The blade was 3 feet long, the handle was a solid iron rod, and it was a seamless hole measuring over 4 feet in length. Boom! He planted it on the ground, and it was almost as tall as he was. The blade was 3 feet long, the handle was a solid iron rod, and it was a seamless hole measuring over 4 feet in length. Boom! He planted it on the ground, and it was almost as tall, but he felt a strong sense of pressure from the blade. Holding it in his hand, he was extremely pleased. His chopping knife was broken, but it had been handy. The wolf fawn club from last night was a weapon he picked up from the second-in-command Chulei, and he always felt it was not sharp enough for killing. This demon-slaying blade, however, was very similar to his chopping knife, just a larger version. He swung it a bit, feeling the wind whoosh, and found it very suitable. At that moment, he heard a faint sound in his ear. Upon listening closely, it sounded like muffled cries as if someone's mouth was blocked. It seemed to be coming from behind the wall. He gently tapped it, and it echoed hollowly. Confirming that there was indeed space behind the wall, he swung the blade and struck the wall. Boom! The wall was cut open by his blow, creating a large hole. Indeed, there was light inside, and Yunhao saw two women bound and gagged lying on a bed. What he had assumed to be a single hidden chamber turned out to be a chamber within a chamber, its interior resplendent with gold and jade. The sight stirred in Yunhao a memory of an old Taoist master's phrase, a golden house to conceal a beauty. He had never grasped its meaning before, but now in an instant he understood. Undoubtedly other doors led into this opulent room. Two young women stood bound hand and foot, their mouths gagged with cloth, uttering only muffled, desperate pleas. Yunhao did not rush toward them. Instead, he turned back to the wooden chest nearby. Chower had said it held the bandit chief, Zhou Chongli's private hoard. Inside must surely lie treasure, and Yunhao would not let it slip away. A bronze lock secured the lid. Yet such a trifle posed no challenge. With a firm grasp and sudden force, he snapped it cleanly in two. He lifted the lid. Inside lay a mound of loose silver coins, a stack of banknotes, glittering jewels and ornaments, several silver ingots, and a pair of gold ingots, enough to fill the entire chest. And there, nestled among them, lay a book. Yunhao picked it up. Its cover bore 3 characters: Ghost Shadow Art. A thrill surged through him as he flipped open the pages. It was a complete martial manual. It contained cultivation methods divided into 2 volumes, the upper scroll detailed lightness techniques and body movement, the lower swordsmanship and combat forms. His eyes gleamed. Compared to the dragon elephant art, this was true martial scripture. The dragon elephant art, which he had purchased for 10 taels of silver from Jean Montong, contained only forms, no inner cultivation method. It was but a fragmented, incomplete text. This ghost shadow art, however, was whole, intact, profound, and self-contained. To Yunhao, this manual was worth far more than the entire chest of gold and silver. After studying it briefly, he carefully stowed the manual away, resolved to begin practicing without delay. Then he made a rough inventory of the chest's contents. 500 taels of loose silver, 5 silver ingots, each weighing 10 taels, 50 taels total, 2 gold ingots, each 5 taels, 10 taels of gold altogether, and 10 banknotes, each worth 50 taels, 500 taels in all. The jewelry and ornaments he did not tally, yet even without them the total value exceeded 2,000 taels, a fortune beyond measure. He sealed the chest inside his treasure vial, his spirits soaring. Only then did he turn toward the chamber where the 2 women waited. Upon the massive wooden bed hung soft pink curtains draped over a white tiger pelt. It looked luxuriously soft. In the women's eyes shimmered raw, pleading fear. Yunhao gently removed the cloth gags from their mouths. Don't come near me. Wu, please set us free. As he untied their bonds, he said calmly, fear not. I am no bandit. The bandits are all dead. You are free now. They stared at him, uncertain and wary. One, slightly older, perhaps in her early 20s, appeared comparatively composed. Her gaze held quiet scrutiny. The younger one, instinctively stepping forward to shield her elder companion, fixed Yunhao with tear-filled, trembling eyes. You truly aren't a bandit. Yunhao rose from the bed and stepped aside. Believe it or not, it is your choice. I am leaving now. With that, he turned and walked away. Rescuing them had been incidental, a passing act. Now it was time to depart. After he left, the younger girl whispered to the elder princess, have we truly been saved? It would seem so. Let us leave first and speak later. She then cautioned the girl, do not address me as princess while we are outside. The girl, belatedly realizing her slip, clapped a hand over her mouth and nodded hastily. Oh, forgive me, your highness. I mean, miss. I forgot. She immediately slipped off the bed and fetched shoes for her mistress, then helped adjust her robes. Each gesture precise, practiced, effortless. Even in captivity among bandits, she upheld every nuance of courtly decorum. Shaodai, enough. We are in dire straits. Such formalities can wait. Let us go see what lies beyond. Yes, miss. The girl gently guided her mistress out. After exiting the secret chamber, Yunhao entered the main hall of the room. Chower, spotting him, skipped forward with a grin. Great hero, did you find anything? Yunhao did not reply. Instead, he glanced toward the courtyard where dozens of women stood and asked what is happening out there. Chower hurried to answer, great hero, they are all poor women seized by the bandits, housed in other rooms. Once word spread that you had slain the bandits, each learned she was saved and wept with joy. They are all gathered in the courtyard waiting to thank you. Before Yunhao could respond, the 2 women from the secret chamber emerged behind him. Earlier, in the dim light of the chamber obscured by the bed curtains, he had not seen them clearly. Now, bathed in daylight, they arrested his attention instantly. The elder woman glided forward with graceful, unhurried steps, her figure supple as willow branches swaying in a spring breeze. Yunhao lifted his gaze, and in that instant the world seemed to brighten. Such beauty was beyond imagining. Her complexion was flawless as freshly fallen snow, faintly flushed like the tender bloom of a spring flower, delicate, radiant, exquisite. She wore a flowing moon-white silk robe, its hem embroidered with intricate silver motifs that shimmered like drifting clouds as she moved. Ethereal, celestial, almost weightless. Her raven-black hair cascaded like a waterfall loosely gathered by a single piece of lamb-fat jade. Stray strands curled softly against the alabaster curve of her neck, accentuating skin as smooth and luminous as finest cream, though a few disheveled locks and smudges of dust marred her perfection. Every gesture spoke of innate elegance and serene composure, as though she had stepped from an ancient ink painting untouched by mortal dust, yet radiating an irresistible, ineffable allure. Save for one flaw, her expression remained icy, devoid of even a trace of warmth or smile. Yu Qinghong felt Yunhao's gaze and frowned faintly, then lifted her eyes. In the next breath, her entire body tensed. Her pupils contracted sharply. Earlier in the dim chamber, she had not clearly seen his face, but now every feature was unmistakable. At first, his unblinking stare had kindled a flicker of indignation, but the moment she met his eyes, clear, unclouded, utterly guileless, her anger dissolved entirely. His gaze held no lecherous hunger, no vulgar covetousness, only pure, uncomplicated appreciation, as one might admire a rare, beautiful artifact. Yet that was not what mattered most. What struck her like thunder was his face itself. He looks uncannily like His Highness the Crown Prince. Her heart raced. She had slipped away in secret to investigate a decades-old mystery buried as a princess. Her every movement was watched. Only after great effort had she managed to flee unseen, heading alone toward Liangzhou. But on the road, bandits ambushed them. 8 royal guards were slaughtered. Only she and her personal maid Xiao Dai survived, captured and dragged to this den. Recalling the bandits' words last night, that they were to serve some great personage, she had felt the heavens collapse. In anguish, she endured the long night, until this youth found and freed her. Hearing that the bandits were truly wiped out, she felt life return to her veins. Emerging from the chamber, she overheard the courtyard conversation, and knew with certainty the threat was gone. Yet upon seeing her savior's face, her eyes grew brighter still. Memories surging, her mother's final charge spoken in hushed urgency. Find the consort of 16 years ago. 16 years ago, His Highness was still the Prince of Yu. His consort's origins were shrouded in mystery, and one night she vanished without trace from the Yu royal residence. Her last known whereabouts, Liangzhou. And there existed a truth even the prince himself did not know at the time of her disappearance. The consort had already conceived. Only the Empress Dowager knew this secret. Today, the great Yu dynasty faces internal strife and external peril. Since the consort's disappearance, the prince, now emperor, has refused all consorts. No heir has been born to the throne. That confirmation was hope, fragile yet real. But the martial prince's faction held immense power and would tolerate no flaw in the succession line. Thus, the investigation into events 16 years past. That confirmation was hope, fragile yet real. But the martial prince's faction held immense power and would tolerate no flaw in the succession line. Thus, the investigation into events 16 years past could only proceed in absolute secrecy. As the great Yu imperial princess, she was her mother's most trusted agent. To locate the vanished consort, verify whether she carried a child, and determine if any offspring survived hidden somewhere beyond the realm. Truly, it was a slender, almost hopeless thread. She had harbored little expectation, until now. Seeing Yunhao's face, her heart ignited with fierce, burning hope. Of course, resemblance alone proved nothing. Yet intuition whispered fiercely this youth was bound to her by blood or destiny. Hey you, how utterly rude. Why do you stare so boldly at my mistress? Xiao Dai, noticing Yunhao's unwavering gaze, bristled with indignation and rebuked him sharply. Startled from his reverie, Yunhao blinked, then flushed faintly with embarrassment. Xiao, affronted, stepped forward and retorted, how impolite you are. It is this great hero who saved you. How dare you speak so disrespectfully? Xiao defended Yunhao fiercely. You. Xiao Dai began to protest, only to be silenced by Yu Qinghong. Xiao Dai, enough. Show respect. We owe our lives to this great hero. Then turning to Yunhao, she inclined her head gracefully. We owe you our deepest gratitude for saving our lives. Yunhao, encountering such breathtaking beauty for the first time, had indeed been momentarily entranced. Yet his thoughts held no impurity, only awe. Flustered by her formal bow, he stammered, no thanks are needed. I merely acted on impulse. Might we ask your honored name, great hero? Yu Qinghong's gaze burned with quiet intensity, yearning to hear the words that might confirm her wildest hope. I am Yunhao, he replied simply. And who are you? How did bandits seize you? He too was curious about their identity. Clearly, they were mistress and maid. Their attire, bearing, and speech bespoke noble birth, not mere wealth, but deep-rooted inherited distinction. There was something enigmatic about them. Even amid the squalor of a bandit lair, they preserved an effortless, ingrained dignity, something no ordinary wealthy family could cultivate. Yunhao had met the daughter of Li Kaizhu, the wealthiest merchant in Xinghe town, and she possessed none of these women's natural grace. Her manners were studied, performative. But the elder woman's poise, her speech, her carriage, flowed from within as if woven into her very being since birth. At this moment, Yu Qinghong was eager to learn more about Yunhao. Looking at the boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to her royal brother in his youth, she felt increasingly that fate had woven their paths together. Could this boy named Yunhao be the royal bloodline born outside during the time when the princess was with child? If that were true, he would be her own nephew. She would be his aunt. Of course, Yu Qinghong understood that these were merely her one-sided fantasies. There were many people in the world who looked alike. She needed to further investigate the boy's background. On this outing, due to the need for secrecy, she hadn't brought many guards, and the 8 she did have were killed by bandits. If it weren't for her being a woman, she and her maid Xiao Dai would have long been dead at the hands of the bandits. Fortunately, ultimately, it was divine providence that led them to Yunhao's rescue. Yu Qinghong had already formulated her questions for Yunhao. Calmly, she said, "You can call me Aunt Hong. This is Xiao Dai. We come from the capital, and due to a family misfortune, we were on our way to Liangzhou to seek refuge with relatives. Who would have known we would encounter bandits along the way and end up captured? Fortunately, we met a benefactor like you. Thank you." As she spoke, she once again slightly bowed to Yunhao. Hearing her address him as Aunt Hong, Yunhao found it to be a rather peculiar name, more akin to a title. He didn't pay it much mind, but upon hearing her mention going to Liangzhou, he secretly thought it was quite a coincidence. After the Black Wind Mountain incident, he too was headed to Liangzhou to find a renowned physician for his sister's illness. For some reason, he felt that Aunt Hong's gaze towards him was quite fervent. This made him uncomfortable. To him, the women from Black Wind Mountain were simply people he had helped out of convenience. Not intending to get too involved, after exchanging a few words, Yunhao decided not to converse further with Aunt Hong. In the courtyard outside, a group of women led by a woman named Yunyang knelt in unison upon seeing Yunhao. "Thank you, great hero, for saving us. We have escaped from the sea of suffering today. We still do not know your name. Please tell us, and in the future we will erect a longevity tablet in your honor." As they spoke, each expressed their gratitude to Yunhao. He had never experienced such a scene of being thanked before. Feeling somewhat out of place, he quickly stepped aside and said, "Everyone, please rise. I saved you out of convenience, so there's no need for thanks. Now that you are free, I must take my leave. Let us part ways here." Yunhao himself was merely a 16-year-old boy. How could he have experienced such things? He had no intention of doing anything further. In his heart, he had only one thing on his mind. After avenging himself, he would head to Liangzhou City to find a renowned physician for his sister Yunwei. As he looked back at the courtyard, Chao's eyes sparkled with mischief as she followed him, whispering to Yunyang, "The great hero's name is Yunhao." When Yunhao was speaking with Yu Qinghong earlier, Chao had heard him mention his name. Xiao Dai asked, "Miss, what should we do?" Yu Qinghong replied softly, "Follow Yunhao." Yunyang and the group of women also followed them out of the backyard. When they reached the square outside, they were met with a scene of corpses and blood. Each woman turned pale. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Although these women were in the bandits' den, they had been kept in the backyard and rarely saw death. Now, upon witnessing the severed limbs and blood in the square, one gagged, and soon all began to vomit. Even Yu Qinghong and Xiao Dai were no exceptions. Previously, when they heard Yunhao mention that he had killed all the bandits, they had not taken it seriously, but now they truly understood. Yunhao was unfazed. Not to mention these women, even he had vomited his guts out the first time he killed 4 bandits who had tried to rob him. What surprised him was that there was only one person in the entire area who did not vomit, Chao. That little girl was laughing joyfully, while all the other women were losing their minds. So it was just him and Chao standing calmly watching everyone else retch. The air was already filled with a foul, bloody stench, now intensified by the added odor. Chao laughed carefreely. Yunhao, however, could not bring himself to smile. After all, these women were all pitiful souls. Some had been captured after their families were slaughtered by bandits, while others were simply abducted. Most came from impoverished backgrounds. Now that the bandits were dead, they were free, but how they would survive was the greatest challenge. At that moment, a few disheveled women appeared in the distance. Yunhao recognized them as the ones he had saved the previous night. One of the little girls had asked him to help find her brother and father. However, according to Chao, any man captured by the bandits had been fed to the demonic beasts. Only women remained. From a distance, the women saw the severed limbs and were too frightened to approach. Yunhao stepped forward. "Big brother." Upon seeing Yunhao, the little girl's eyes lit up. "Did you find my brother and father?" Yunhao looked into her hopeful eyes and felt a pang of sorrow, but after thinking for a moment, he spoke the truth. "Your brother and father may have met with misfortune." He understood the harsh realities of this world and knew it was time for her to grow up. The little girl's eyes instantly turned red and tears streamed down her cheeks. Yet she did not cry out loud. She merely bit her lip until it bled. Yunhao, unable to bear it, comforted her, saying, "Your brother and father are watching over you from above. They would want you to live well." "Thank you, big brother, I will," the little girl said with a trembling voice. Initially intending to leave, she looked at the group of women and ultimately felt compassion. After thinking it over, she took out 500 taels of silver and approached the woman named Yunyang, saying, "Please divide this silver among each of you. It's all I can do. I hope you all can live well. After all, this silver belongs to the bandits. Perhaps some of it was originally yours." Yunhao sought a sense of peace. "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor." A chorus of gratitude arose. They truly needed to leave the bandit lair. Some wanted to return home, while others sought a means of survival, all requiring money. This 500 taels of silver would be enough for more than 20 of them to survive. After doing all this, Yunhao left without looking back. He exited the lair. Suddenly, Yunhao remembered that his old horse had also been brought here. He wondered where it might be. Just as he was thinking of searching, a small figure ran out. "Hero, hero, wait for me." It was Chao chasing after him. Before he could speak, two more figures hurriedly followed. It was indeed Aunt Hong and Xiao Dai. They also called out, "Benefactor, wait." In the blink of an eye, the three reached Yunhao's side. Yunhao asked, "Why aren't you going to find Yunyang to claim your silver? Why are you following me?" Chao giggled, "Hero, I want to come down the mountain with you. Take me with you." Xiao Dai quickly added, "Miss, and I wish. Why are you all clinging to me?" Yunhao frowned. Chao looked at him with pleading eyes. "Hero, there are wild beasts in the mountains. Please let me follow you down." "Benefactor, please take us with you." Yu Qinghong also spoke up. Yunhao thought for a moment and said, "All right, but once we reach the foot of the mountain, we part ways. Do not follow me again." Then he looked at Chao and asked, "Do you know where the stables and the bandit lair are?" "I have an old black horse that was taken up the mountain by the bandits yesterday. I need to find it." Chao immediately replied, "Hero, I know where it is. Wait for me while I go help you find it." After Chao left, Yu Qinghong leaned over to Yunhao and asked, "Still don't know where the benefactor is from. Do you have any family back home?" If it weren't for the fact that he had personally rescued her, Yunhao would have doubted whether this woman had any ulterior motives towards him. She even asked him where he was from. "Who is in your family?" With a frown, he replied, "Displeased, this has nothing to do with you." Yu Qinghong was taken aback. Xiaodia, however, was not pleased and said, "Hey, even though you saved us, you can't be so rude to my lady." In Xiaodai's mind, how noble my lady is. When has she ever been confronted like this? She immediately exploded. "Is your lady related to me in any way?" Yunhao looked at Xiaodai as if she were a fool. "You." Xiaodai was at a loss for words. Yu Qinghong quickly said, "I apologize, benefactor. I was being presumptuous and shouldn't have asked about your private matters, but I meant no harm. I was just thinking of how to repay you for saving me when I reached Liangzhou City to visit my relatives. Please do not blame me, it was all my fault. Don't be like Xiaodai, she has been spoiled by me since she was young and speaks without regard for rank." After saying this, she turned to Xiaodai and said, "Apologize to the benefactor. How can you be so rude?" My lady Xiaodai looked aggrieved, not expecting her lady to ask her to apologize. Moreover, she had never seen her lady lower herself like this in front of others. Could it be because he saved them? Apologize? Yu Qinghong would not tell Xiaodai that the reason was that Yunhao resembled her royal brother. She wanted to uncover Yunhao's origins. Naturally, she could not be hasty. She had indeed been a bit anxious earlier. However, she absolutely could not let Yunhao think she had any ulterior motives. Otherwise, she might not even be able to walk with him. "Benefactor, I'm sorry. I was wrong," Xiaodai apologetically said with tears brimming in her eyes. This made Yunhao feel quite embarrassed. Yu Qinghong's attitude was sincere and Xiaodai apologized. Yunhao wondered if he had been overthinking things. Looking at the two women, he softened his tone and said, "You don't need to call me benefactor, just call me Yunhao. I have no family, so I dislike people inquiring about my background." In the end, he still said it. Yu Qinghong's eyes lit up as she said, "Then he'll call you Yunhao." Yunhao did not care about a title. Yu Qinghong felt joy in her heart, finally salvaging the situation and taking a step further to call him by his name. Before long, the sound of hooves echoed. "Hero, hero, I'm back." It was Car riding a white horse leading three others, one of which was Yunhao's old black horse. He came leisurely. Yunhao rarely smiled. The old horse was still there. Car was indeed quite capable. At such a young age, he could ride a horse. Moreover, he skillfully led three horses, clearly thinking of both Yu Qinghong and Xiaodai. "Hero, is this the horse?" "There was only one old black horse in the stable, so I brought it out." Car said, seeking. "Not bad, it's my horse." "You did well." Yunhao praised him, making Car very happy. After that, Car mentioned that there were still many horses in the stable, and Yunhao told him to inform Yunyang that they could take any horse they wanted. In fact, Yunyang had some intentions. The bandits of Black Wind Mountain had been wiped out, but there were still plenty of supplies left. She would take people to divide them. Yunhao naturally wouldn't concern himself with such matters. He rode down the mountain with Yu Qinghong, Xiaodia, and Car. The four of them each rode a horse. He originally thought that Yu Qinghong and Xiaodai wouldn't be able to ride, but it turned out they had been learning to ride since they were 6 years old. This was also due to the martial culture of the Great Yu dynasty. Even women could learn martial arts and riding if they had the means. On the way, Yunhao asked Yu Qinghong and Xiao Dai if they knew martial arts. Both shook their heads. Xiao Dai said, "My lady loves to read and is not fond of martial arts." As for Kar, he had some foundation. Kar said that during these 3 years in Black Wind Mountain, he had secretly learned some martial arts from the bandits practicing some tricks. The 4 of them were not in a hurry as they descended the mountain. In fact, among the 4, Yunhao had just learned to ride and was entirely self-taught. If it came to riding skills, he was not as proficient as Kar, who had been learning in the bandit den. Along the way, Yu Qinghong saw Yunhao's weaknesses in riding and offered guidance. She had a royal riding instructor since childhood, so she was quite professional. Yunhao was a boy raised in the countryside. What worldly experience could he have? If it weren't for an old Taoist who taught him to read and identify herbs, and who shared stories about the Jianghu legends of deities and ghosts, his worldview would have been extremely barren. Thus, Yunhao had an innate thirst for knowledge. Yu Qinghong's words and demeanor, her insights, all made him, from being cautious at first to later calling her Honggu affectionately. When they descended from Black Wind Mountain and reached the place where Su Hongling had drugged him yesterday, under Yu Qinghong's guidance, Yunhao grasped the essence of riding. For Yunhao, compared to before, he no longer felt pain in his backside when riding and did not tire as easily. The bond with the old horse deepened. Once the terrain flattened, they began to gallop. They reached a tea stall at the fork in the road and intended to dismount and rest, only to find the stall deserted. They could only continue on their way. This time they were heading towards Liangzhou City. However, to get to Liangzhou City, they had to pass through Huaiyang County. This was what Yu Qinghong and Kar said. Originally, Yunhao planned to go alone after descending the mountain. But on the way, Yu Qinghong mentioned that she and Xiao Dai were going to Liangzhou City to visit relatives and asked where Yunhao was headed. Yunhao couldn't lie and had to say he was also going to Liangzhou City. Naturally, Yu Qinghong expressed her desire to travel together for companionship. Having received her riding guidance, Yunhao found it hard to refuse and agreed. As for Kar, he was an orphan. With the bandits of Black Wind Mountain gone, he wouldn't stay on the mountain. For Yu Qinghong, being in her 20s and having grown up in the Deep Palace, while she may not have had other skills, her insight into human nature and psychology was undoubtedly top-notch. Especially since Yunhao was merely a 16 or 17-year-old boy, how could he possibly be a match for a royal princess like Yu Qinghong in psychological warfare? Along the way, seizing the opportunity to instruct Yunhao in riding, she managed to glean quite a bit about the naive Yunhao. Often it was only after Yunhao finished speaking that he realized something was amiss. Aside from the taboo regarding his sister and Baoping, he spoke of everything else he could share with Yu Qinghong. After understanding Yunhao's background, Yu Qinghong's eyes grew even more fervent, and she became even friendlier towards him. Abandoned in Xinghe town, picked up by an old Taoist who later gave him to a couple in Qingshui village. This information presented itself in Yu Qinghong's mind, forming a coherent thread. She had a guess 16 years ago her sister-in-law, who was still a princess, entered Liangzhou Xinghe town and might have given birth to a son, only to abandon the child on the official road out of necessity. In the end, he was picked up by the old Taoist. If this were true, it would fit perfectly. The results of the secret investigation by the Empress Dowager indicated that the last trace of the sister-in-law was in Liangzhou, but the exact location still needed to be checked. Yu Qinghong contemplated that once they reached Liangzhou City, she would contact the royal spies to investigate as soon as possible. If everything matched up, Yunhao would likely be her nephew. Next, she needed to ask Yunhao if he had any personal tokens. Any royal child would be given a personal item by their parents after birth, such as longevity locks or identity jade pendants, especially since Yunhao had been abandoned. If her sister-in-law had experienced some sudden change and had no choice but to abandon the child, there would surely be royal tokens left behind. However, she knew that she couldn't rush this matter, because she found Yunhao to be very sensitive, especially when it came to discussing his family background. Yu Qinghong could only find opportunities to ask him. Today, being able to talk so much with Yunhao, she felt she had gained a lot. The urgent matter was to quickly get in touch with the royal spies. She secretly left the palace without bringing many bodyguards, but she knew that the Empress Dowager would discreetly arrange spies to contact her daily to ensure her safety. After being captured by the bandits and taken up the mountain, it had already been 2 days without contact from the spies. She thought that the Empress Dowager would be anxious if she didn't receive any news. At dusk, just before entering Huaiyang City, the weather suddenly changed. Suddenly, thunder struck and it began to rain. Kar suggested, "Hero, this rain probably won't stop for a while. Should we find the mountain god temple to take shelter?" "Where is the mountain god temple?" Yunhao asked. Kar replied, "I heard an old bandit say that not far east of the Huaiyang County boundary stone, there is a mountain god temple. They stop there every time they go to Huaiyang County. Let's go." The 4 of them galloped for several miles and indeed saw a dilapidated mountain god temple. However, outside the temple, there were mules and horses indicating that someone was already hiding inside from the rain. Since they were already there and the rain was getting heavier, Yunhao and the others decided not to run anymore. They tied up their horses and walked into the dilapidated temple. Once inside, they noticed several pairs of eyes looking over. 8 men were gathered around a campfire. Carr approached like an old hand in the jianghu, clasping his fists and saying, "Good sirs, we are sorry to intrude and seek shelter from the rain. Please grant us your convenience." "Thank you, good sirs." Carr took a few steps forward, and after getting closer, he could clearly see the several men huddled around the fire. Suddenly, Carr shuddered slightly. Then with a forced laugh, he retreated. He said to Yun, "How shall we make a fire?" When Yunhao saw Carr wink at him while speaking, he was momentarily puzzled, not understanding what this kid was up to again. He didn't think much and went to the corner on the other side. Yu Qinghong and Xiao Dai followed behind. Carr leaned closer to Yunhao and whispered, "Hero, something's not right. I saw a few familiar faces." Yunhao was taken aback at first, but quickly reacted. Given that Carr had been in the bandit den, who could these familiar faces be? Naturally, they were bandits. The temple was dark and damp with cobwebs hanging everywhere. A dilapidated statue of a mountain deity stood in the center, missing half an arm, giving off a somewhat eerie vibe. Yunhao and Chaoer were speaking softly to each other. "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" Yunhao asked Chaoer. Chaoer lowered her voice and said, "I definitely did not mistake it. The one in the blue robe over there is Wang Matzi, a third-rate warrior. I often prepare foot baths for him. His feet smell terrible, and he doesn't allow anyone to mention it. The one on the left is Li San, Wang Matzi's brother. He is bald on the back of his head supposedly, because his scalp was cut off during a robbery, and he never grew hair again. There's another bandit I've seen on the mountain. I absolutely cannot be mistaken. What about the others?" Yunhao asked nonchalantly. Chaoer shook her head and said, "I haven't seen the others, but there are many bandits in Heifeng Mountain. Besides those who often stay at the stronghold, there are quite a few who wander outside to gather information and keep watch." Yunhao understood. He squinted and scanned the group of bandits across from him. No wonder several of them had their heads lowered, trembling in fear, not daring to meet his gaze. It turned out they were the ones who had escaped down the mountain last night. There was no doubt that these people were clever. They had seen the situation turn dire during the fighting and fled. But they must have seen him. That was why they dared not make eye contact, trembling all over. The young man at the forefront suddenly sparked Yunhao's memory. He was the shop assistant from the tea stall at the foot of the mountain. No wonder he looked familiar. When they arrived, the tea stall had already closed. Seeing the shop assistant with the bandits at the mountain deity's temple was enough to indicate that the tea stall assistant was the person Chaoer mentioned who gathered information on the outside. "Have any of the bandits you recognized killed anyone?" Yunhao asked Chaoer. Chaoer replied, "I don't know about the others, but that Wang Matzi, I saw him with my own eyes. He stabbed to death an entire family at the stronghold. It was gruesome, and these bandits often boast about how many people they've killed while drinking together." Yunhao had a clear understanding now. This meant that there were no innocent souls among the bandits of Heifeng Mountain. Let's observe for now and not bother with them for the time being. Yunhao didn't take it to heart. He had already killed the big bandit leader of the martial master realm. A few small henchmen were not worth his concern. On the other side by the campfire, 3 out of the 8 bandits were indeed the ones who had escaped last night, having witnessed Yunhao killing someone in the square. So ever since Yunhao entered the mountain deity's temple, they had been trembling in fear, not daring to look at him. However, 5 of the bandits were outsiders and had never seen Yunhao. They still exhibited their usual demeanor. Yunhao was just a 16 or 17-year-old boy. They didn't take him seriously. Instead, a few of them fixated their gaze on Yu Qinghong and Xiao Dai. Their eyes were filled with unrestrained lewdness. Who would have thought that such beauties would come to this shabby temple? We are in for a treat, brothers. Ha ha ha. The 5 bandits laughed unabashedly. This frightened the 3 who had escaped down the mountain, Wang Matzi and his companions, half to death. "Shut up, you fools." Wang Matzi quickly lowered his voice and angrily roared, signaling the others to stop. In Wang Matzi's heart, he could only pray that under the chaotic circumstances last night, Yunhao did not recognize them. Otherwise, it would be a grave injustice to be killed right after escaping. He wished he could kill the 5 fools on the spot. These 5 idiots had been lurking around the edges and had not witnessed Yunhao's terrifying massacre. Otherwise, they would probably have been scared to death right away. In Wang Matzi's mind, Yunhao was undoubtedly a god of death. "Look at you, Wang Matzi, with your cowardly appearance. This isn't the mountain anymore. Why are you so afraid?" "Maliozai, don't talk so much." Wang Matzi's companion shouted in frustration to stop him. "The other girls who come to us are a blessing for us. It's raining outside, and since we have nothing to do, why not have some fun together? All right, let's do it like this. Look at that girl. Her skin is fair and glowing with a big chest, a perky bottom, a slim waist, and long legs. She's simply the best. I guarantee that squeezing her will yield water. The other one isn't bad either." The 5 bandits grew more excited. Wang Matzi's 3 companions began to tremble all over. They were truly pushing their luck. They had no idea that the boy across from them was a god of death. To openly tease the women beside him was inviting death at a slow pace. Ma Liuzai, for heaven's sake, stop talking. One of Wang Mozi's companions couldn't help but shout to stop him. At that moment, Wang Mozi bravely took a peek at Yunhao. He saw Yunhao with a blank expression staring at them. Instantly, he stiffened. He knew it was over. Gathering his courage, he gestured to his two brothers beside him, saying, "Let's go quickly. If Ma Liuzai wanted to die, then let him." Wang Mozi dared not stay for another moment. He feared that in the next moment that young god of death would turn them into minced meat. The two who were with Wang Mozi naturally understood the situation and quickly stood up, following Wang Mozi out of the mountain deity's temple. The 5 bandits, still oblivious to the current situation, cursed, "What are you 3 doing, Wang Mozi?" Wang Mozi and his companions completely ignored Ma Liuzai, cursing inwardly, "Go to hell." But their steps did not stop at all. Just as they were about to step out of the mountain deity's temple, a calm voice rang out, "Where are you 3 going?" Wang Mozi felt a sudden weakness throughout his body, as if all his strength had been drained away, and he involuntarily collapsed to the ground. Thud thud. Wang Mozi and his 2 companions knelt on the ground, banging their heads repeatedly, tremblingly pleading, spare us, please spare us, great hero, spare us." As soon as Yunhao spoke, it left Wang Mozi and his 2 companions speechless with fear. They didn't dare to escape. This was because Wang Mozi and his companions had witnessed the bloody scene of Yunhao killing without mercy last night. Even the second-in-command Chu Lei was killed in one punch by Yunhao. The 3 of them were third-rate warriors, completely out of their league. In front of a truly powerful warrior, there was no escape. They could only hope to be left with their lives. At this moment, Ma Liuzai also sensed something was wrong. He looked at Wang Mozi and asked, "Wang Mozi, do you know that kid?" Wang Mozi and his companions were so scared that they didn't dare to speak. This made Ma Liuzai very angry. He glanced at Yunhao and his group, then said to his own subordinates, "Go take that kid down, leave the girls for us to enjoy." As the leader of the 5, Ma Liuzai naturally had some cleverness. He didn't go himself, but sent a few subordinates. He wanted to test Yunhao. Seeing how terrified Wang Mozi and his companions were, Ma Liuzai was uncertain of the situation. However, his subordinates had already been mesmerized by Yu Qinghong, completely disregarding the danger, and hurriedly followed Ma Liuzai's orders. They drew their knives and swords and charged towards Yunhao. Yunhao remained expressionless, the demon-slaying blade resting beside him, not moving an inch. Chao's eyes were filled with excitement, as she knew how high Yunhao's martial skills were. Just a few small bandits were clearly unaware of the danger they were in. Yu Qinghong and Xiao Dai stood behind Yunhao, still a little nervous, as they had never witnessed Yunhao in action. The filthy words from the previous bandits had made Yu Qinghong very angry. She hoped that Yunhao could deal with these few men, but she also wondered if Yunhao could really win. For bandits, reckless and unrestrained, raised their knives and swords to strike at Yunhao. They were nothing more than mediocre martial artists. Just as the blades were about to land on him, Yunhao made his move. Gripping the demon slayer knife in his hand, he suddenly swept it horizontally. Clang, clang, clang. The 4 bandits screamed in agony. 2 of them were instantly severed at the waist. The other 2 had their weapons chopped in half, and they were sent flying. They fell to the ground, spitting blood. It was just a single strike. 2 of the 4 bandits were dead, and 2 were injured. Ma Liuzai's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Realization dawned upon him. It seemed he finally understood why Wang Mozi and the others acted the way they did. At the same time, Ma Liuzai also remembered someone. The boy on the black horse from yesterday at the tea house. Wasn't this the very boy before him? He recalled that Guiying Luo had mentioned that the boy was inscrutable. Now, connecting Wang Mozi's trio's words about the great upheaval in the mountains and the mention of a young killing god, Ma Liuzai was shaken to his core. His face turned ashen. How could he not understand that the killing god from the mountain last night was the boy before him? He realized it too late and wanted to flee, but it was already too late. He saw the boy step forward, a cold light flashing briefly in the night. PFF, Ma Liuzai's eyes widened as he clutched his neck. The next moment, he collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his neck. Wang Mozi and the others felt a sudden dampness in their lower bodies. A foul odor spread throughout the mountain god's temple. Yunhao frowned. He looked at Wang Mozi and the others and slowly said, "You 3 go take the bodies of these people outside." Yes, yes, yes. Wang Mozi and the others hurriedly nodded, seemingly relieved. The young killing god had not killed them immediately, which meant they might have saved their lives. Yunhao's words were now like a royal decree. Wang Mozi quickly led the other 2 to start moving the bodies. They also took care of Ma Liuzai's 2 severely injured subordinates and moved them out. Throughout the entire process, Yunhao watched with indifference. After the last body was taken out, he turned to Chao and Yu Qinghong and said, "You 2 go warm yourselves by the fire, see what they are cooking in the pot, and get something to eat. I'm going out to take a look." Without waiting for the others to respond, he left. Yunhao was certain that once Wang Mozi and the others went out, they would not return. Yet he had no intention of letting them go, because Chow'er had said that Wang Matzi had killed people. In Yunhao's mind, that placed him on the blacklist. He harbored no goodwill toward bandits. Killing a bandit would mean one less scourge in the world. The heavy rain poured down, growing heavier. Wang Matzi and the others moved Ma Lizai's bodies to the forest behind the mountain god's temple. What do we do now, Matzi? Should we return to the mountain god's temple? Li San asked. Wang Matzi lowered his voice and said, "Are you out of your mind? The bodies are all moved. What's the point of going back? Seeking death. That killing god could kill us at any moment. If we don't escape now, when will we? Right, let's run away from that killing god." The three of them hurriedly fled, quickly disappearing into the heavy rain. However, above them on a large tree, Yunhao heard their conversation clearly. 3 small flying daggers appeared in his hand. They were precisely what he had found on Yushangshi. They were poisoned as well. Whoosh, the first dagger flew towards Wang Matzi. The distance was only about 20 meters. With Yunhao's current strength and eyesight, though he had never used hidden weapons, he was confident he could hit his target. Ah! A scream echoed from afar as Wang Matzi fell to the ground. The other 2 were instantly terrified, shouting loudly, while Li San collapsed to the ground. The other one rolled and crawled as he continued to run. But after a few steps, he too fell to the ground, screaming. The remaining Li San babbled, Don't kill me, we did exactly what you said, why do you still want to kill us? Ah! His voice abruptly ceased. Yunhao leaped down from the tree, not looking back as he returned to the mountain god's temple. 3 flying daggers, 3 bandits fell to the ground. He didn't check if they were all killed with one strike, because the poisoned flying daggers, even if they didn't kill at that moment, would still poison them to death. Hero, come warm yourself by the fire, there's mutton in the pot. Chow'er, seeing Yunhao return, hurried to greet him. Yu Qinghong and Xiao Dai also stood up. They all guessed what Yunhao had gone out to do, but they tacitly refrained from asking. Since they were bandits, none were innocent. Yunhao's killing of them was for the benefit of the people. The fire was roaring brightly. Yunhao sat down. On the fire rack was a cauldron from which a delightful aroma wafted. This was prepared by those bandits earlier, but unfortunately before the mutton was cooked, they went to meet Yin Wang. It turned out to be a windfall for Yunhao and the others. The 4 of them had been on the road all day without eating anything. Upon smelling the fragrant mutton, they were all hungry. Let's scoop it out and eat it all. All right. Chow'er swallowed and began to act, somehow finding bowls and chopsticks, first scooping a piece of rib for Yunhao and a bowl of soup. After thinking for a moment, she also scooped a bowl for Yu Qinghong. When it came to the 3rd bowl, Xiao Dai looked on eagerly, but Chow'er ignored her and drank it herself. You? Xiao Dai stomped her foot in anger. Chow'er, unfazed, chuckled. If you want to eat, you have to do it yourself. Humph. Xiao Dai had no choice but to scoop a bowl for herself. These 2 seemed to be naturally oppositional and had been bickering throughout the journey. Yunhao and Yu Qinghong paid no mind to it. They had gone a whole day without food. All 4 were hungry. There was not much mutton left in the cauldron, and each of them ate 2 pieces before it was gone. As for Yunhao, it merely filled his stomach a little. He was far from being full. He noticed that his appetite was growing larger. Looking at the remaining soup in the cauldron, he stood up and said, I'll go find some food and cook a bit more. Without waiting for the others to react, he walked out of the mountain god's temple. He arrived at a secluded corner, took out a small bag of rice from the treasure bottle, and turned back. The secret of the treasure bottle could not be known to anyone. Chow'er, pour in some more rice to cook. Yunhao handed the rice bag to Chow. He didn't explain where he found the rice. After all, it was better than if it had just appeared out of thin air. Chow'er and Yu Qinghong were also puzzled. How did Yunhao manage to find half a bag of rice after just a short trip? They imagined it might be some rice the bandits had left outside, but they didn't ask further. After Chow'er added the rice to the cauldron, she lit the fire. Outside, the sound of rain continued. Night had fallen. Yu Qinghong said, It seems we will have to spend the night in this mountain god's temple. The city gate of Huaiyan County will close tonight and won't reopen even if we arrive late. That's fine, we'll enter the city tomorrow, Yunhao said. Yu Qinghong glanced at Yunhao's damp clothes and said, Yunhao, why don't you take off your clothes? We can help you dry them to avoid catching a cold. She actually wanted to see if Yunhao had any tokens on him, using the opportunity to say it. Yunhao shook his head and said, No need, I can dry them by sitting next to the fire. In fact, he also wanted to take off his clothes to dry them, but since Yu Qinghong and Xiao Dai were women, he felt it was inconvenient. Hearing Yunhao's response, Yu Qinghong felt a bit disappointed. However, she didn't press the issue. She understood that in dealing with Yunhao, one must not be impatient. There was plenty of time on the road to Liangzhou City, and she believed there would always be opportunities to deepen their relationship, or rather to build trust. After a while, Chow'er suddenly got up and hurried outside. Yunhao asked, I'm just going to take care of something, Chow'er replied without looking back. Seeing that it was dark outside, Yunhao pondered for a moment and said, I'll go take a look. In the wilderness at night, he felt uneasy about Chow'er, a little child. Throughout their journey, he had developed quite a fondness for this clever girl. Naturally, he didn't want anything to happen to her. Hey, Yu Qinghong wanted to call out to stop him, but Yunhao had already gone out. Yu Qinghong had a strange expression and the corners of her mouth curled up in a smile, as if she thought of something amusing. Xiao Dai curiously asked, "Miss, what are you smiling about?" Yu Qinghong replied, "You'll find out in a bit." She continued to watch the door. Before long, Yunhao returned, his expression strange. Yu Qinghong suppressed her laughter and asked, "Where's Chao? Why did you come back alone?" I saw Chao squatting to pee." Honggu, do you think Chao has picked up some strange habits after staying in the bandit's lair for too long? Yunhao blushed as he spoke. Yu Qinghong froze for a moment at his words, and then couldn't help but burst into, "You silly child, didn't you realize Chao is actually a girl?" "Ah, so Chao is actually a girl." Yunhao suddenly understood. Yu Qinghong had already noticed that Chao was a girl long ago. Only Yunhao was slow to realize, chasing after her to see her squatting to pee and thinking she had some strange habit. At that moment, Chao returned, standing at the door with a shy and flushed face. She had heard Yunhao and Yu Qinghong's conversation. Xiao Dai was also a late bloomer, and like Yunhao, failed to notice that Chao was a girl. Hearing Yunhao speaking to his young lady, Xiao Dai suddenly laughed, as if discovering a new world, exclaiming, "Wow, Chao, you are actually a girl." I didn't notice at all." Yunhao came back to his senses and also looked curiously at Chao. Yu Qinghong, on the other hand, had never considered it at all. No wonder he had seen Chao squatting to relieve herself after chasing her out. He found it amusing. Yet at this moment, Chao resembled a frightened little deer, her body trembling slightly. Her dirty little face was filled with shame and grievance, tears brimming in her eyes as she stubbornly bit her lower lip to prevent them from falling, but her shoulders constantly heaving betrayed her sadness. The tattered clothes she wore had long lost their original color, patched upon patches, and were covered in dust and stains, as if narrating the hardships she had endured in the bandit's lair. Her hair, which should have been smooth, was cut unevenly and hung in disarray, with several strands sticking to her tear-streaked cheeks. Seeing that Yunhao and the others were all looking at her, the long-suppressed grievance in Chao's heart suddenly burst forth like a flood breaking through a dam. She suddenly lifted her head and shouted angrily at Yunhao and the others, "What are you looking at? I don't want to be like in that cursed place. If I hadn't disguised myself as a wild child and acted like a dirty boy, would those bandits have let me go?" At this point, her voice choked with sobs. She continued to shout, "Every day, I lived in fear, terrified of being bullied by them. This dirty clothing and messy hair are my means of survival." Listening to Chao's lament, Yunhao felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy hammer, causing a wave of sourness to rise within. He carefully observed the frail little girl before him, and putting himself in her shoes, realized just how difficult her days had been. In the lair filled with bandits rife with blood and evil, Chao was just a helpless little girl. To survive, she had to abandon her girlish appearance, seeking a semblance of peace by degrading herself in this manner, a situation that was truly heart-wrenching and full of helplessness. Yunhao's gaze inevitably softened with compassion and tenderness. He stood up, walked over to Chao, reached out to wipe away her tears, and gently said, "Chao, I'm sorry. I truly didn't mean it. I never intended to mock you. It's my fault." Woo. Chao, feeling Yunhao's concern, could no longer hold back, and threw herself into his arms, bursting into tears. An orphan, she had begged for food since she was young, and at the age of 9 she had mixed in with the bandits. To survive, she disguised herself as a wild boy, and no one had ever cared for her. Perhaps there was an old beggar who died when she was 9. Each day was filled with trepidation. Fearing that her gradually growing body would one day be discovered by the bandits, she didn't even dare to bathe or let her hair grow long. She never complained to the heavens. She just wanted to fight to survive. But that didn't mean she didn't need anyone's care. Yunhao was the first person to face her, to apologize, allowing her to feel a sense of dignity, and also the first to comfort her. Thus, the emotions she had suppressed within her suddenly erupted. Holding Yunhao, she cried heart-wrenchingly. After all, Chao was even more pitiful than he was. "Woo, can I follow you, great hero? In this vast world, I have nowhere to go." After crying for a while, Chao looked at Yunhao with tear-filled eyes and asked. Yunhao wanted to say no. But upon seeing Chao's red eyes and the longing in her gaze, he ultimately managed to say yes. Chao was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Thank you, great hero." Yunhao softly replied, "Please don't call me great hero." Upon hearing this, Chao's smile froze. She thought Yunhao had changed his mind. But Yunhao then added, "You can call me big brother from now on." Chao wept tears of joy, as she was incredibly happy, the happiest she had ever been in her life. "Big brother. Big brother, big brother. Chao smiled through her tears, unable. "I have a big brother now, I have a big brother now." She was ultimately still a child at heart, cheering exuberantly. Yunhao also rarely showed a smile. Sister Yunwei had become a living dead, and it was uncertain when she could be awakened. Now, having a little sister listening to her call him big brother felt quite nice. Yu Qinghong stepped forward and said to Chao, "I didn't mean anything before. I hope you won't mind. Xiao Dai was spoiled by me if she didn't mean to mock you." Xiao Dai apologized to Chao. Hearing Chao's earlier cries of anger, Xiao Dai knew how pitiful she was and didn't hesitate, saying, Chao, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Chao has accepted Yunhao as her big brother, so her mood brightened. She lifted her head and said, it's fine, I forgive you. This was directed at Xiao Dai. Yu Qinghong smiled, took off a jade bracelet from her wrist, and handed it to Chao, saying, Chao, since you have accepted Yunhao as your big brother, this is a joyous occasion. As your witness, I don't have any gifts, so we'll give you this bracelet. She never misses any opportunity to deepen her bond with Yunhao. Chao accepting Yunhao as her big brother provided Yu Qinghong another chance to interact with him. Speaking of which, when she and Xiao Dai were captured by the bandits, fortunately, they hadn't searched their belongings, as this bracelet and her identity token were both kept close to her. Sister Honggu, this is too precious, I can't accept it. Chao was perceptive, she could tell that this Honggu came from a distinguished background, and the bracelet was exquisitely crafted. Yu Qinghong feigned anger, saying, we've all been through hardship together. When I give something away, I never take it back. If you refuse, I'll just throw it away. After saying that, she pretended to throw the bracelet. Chao quickly said, don't. Then she looked at Yunhao as if asking, big brother, should I accept it? Yunhao didn't think too much, since Honggu was offering, he just nodded to Chao. Only then did she take the bracelet, saying, thank you, Sister Honggu. Yu Qinghong smiled and held Chao's hand, saying, that's more like it. The four of them sat around the fire again, and a fragrant aroma of rice wafted from the hanging pot. This was rice grown with the water from the precious vase, and the aroma was certainly incomparable to ordinary rice. They hadn't eaten enough. Yunhao glanced over, the rice was ready. Rice cooked in mutton soup didn't require any side dishes. Each person served themselves a bowl and began to eat. Yunhao consumed 5 bowls in one go, only feeling 8 parts full. If it weren't for the concern that others might not have enough to eat, he could have finished the entire pot by himself. The unique rice was so delicious that even Yu Qinghong and the 3 others had an extra bowl. After the meal, the group sat together by the fire and chatted. Yu Qinghong asked Chao, do you have a... Chao shook her head and then looked at Yunhao, saying, big brother, how about you give me a name? The heavy rain continued until late at night before finally ceasing. Chao, or Yunjiao, had fallen asleep alongside Yu Qinghong and Xiao Dai. Yunhao remained awake, adding firewood to the campfire. When the rain finally stopped in the latter half of the night, he quietly slipped out to the back of the mountain god temple and summoned his sister Yun Wei from the precious bottle. Every day, he needed to feed his sister a vitality pill to maintain her physical vitality. After administering the pill with the precious water, Yunhao observed his sister's body for any abnormalities. Now she appeared no different from a normal person, as if she were simply in a deep slumber. Sister, I've dealt with the bandits from Black Wind Mountain, eliminating most of them in one sweep. Some small bandits may have escaped, but they won't stir up any trouble anymore. There will be no more Black Wind Mountain bandits harming our neighbors. With the people from the Luoyuan Martial Arts Hall, I have killed many, but I do not regret it. They deserve to die, and I have avenged you and our fellow villagers. Next, I will seek out renowned doctors. No matter how difficult it may be, as long as I live, I will do everything in my power to save you. In the pitch-black night, Yunhao spoke to his sister Yun Wei, pouring out his thoughts. This scene felt somewhat eerie, yet it was a rare moment of psychological peace for Yunhao. Having killed so many, it would be a lie to say he felt no anxiety. Although it was revenge for him, it was also a form of torment and trial. For survival, for justice, for avenging his sister. With her presence, Yunhao felt a sense of reality, even if his sister was now a living dead. Sister, today, I recognized a younger sister for both of us. You should be pleased, right? By the way, I initially thought she was a boy, but it turns out she is a girl. Her name is Chao, and Honggu gave her the beautiful name Yunjiao, which I find very pleasing. Chao is a pitiful child. I didn't want her to follow me, but seeing her pleading eyes, I couldn't bear to refuse, so I let her call me elder brother. It's fine anyway, I have enough food now, and she won't go hungry with me. In fact, she is very clever. Although she is a few years younger than me, she understands more than I do. She has helped a lot on the way. I have little experience, but perhaps having Chao by my side will provide companionship and aid in finding a skilled doctor to treat you. Yunhao's face rarely showed a smile. Oh right, there's also Honggu and Xiao Dai, whom I rescued from the bandit den. They are also going to Liangzhou City, claiming to visit relatives. I always feel a sense of mystery about the relationship between Honggu and her maid, and she said she felt a strong connection to me upon seeing me for the first time. In fact, I also feel an inexplicable fondness for Honggu, which is hard to explain. It's quite strange. She is a wonderful person. In the words of the old Taoist priest, Honggu has an air of nobility about her, different from the daughter of the wealthy Li family in town. The nobility that Honggu possesses is innate, while the wealth of the Li family's daughter feels superficial, like an adornment on clothing. There's no comparison. And then there's Xiao Dai, who is Honggu's maid. That girl protects Honggu fiercely, but often bickers with Chao. Still, she's not bad. The dawn light gradually appeared on the horizon. Yunhao spoke to his sister Yun Wei for most of the night. He then returned his sister to the precious bottle and went back to the mountain god temple. Upon entering, he saw that Honggu was already awake, adding firewood to the campfire. Yunhao, have you not slept all night? Yu Qinghong had been awake for a while, but didn't see Yunhao making small talk, although her concern was genuine. I dozed off for a bit, but am fine. I collected some dry firewood. Honggu, you should sleep a little longer. We will leave once it gets light out. Yu Qinghong shook her head, saying you should sleep. I'm not tired. Yunhao felt quite energetic. Ever since learning the Jitsong Tu Na technique, he had been in good condition. Even 3 days and nights without sleep would not be a problem. Moreover, after connecting all his meridians and acupoints in the Black Wind Mountains Beast Cave, he felt even more invigorated. Yunhao began to cook porridge. Yu Qinghong wanted to help, but she realized she didn't know how. Meanwhile, Yunhao skillfully added firewood, washed rice, and poured in water all in one go. A royal descendant at his age would still have everything done for him, with many people to serve him. How much suffering had he endured? Yu Qinghong felt a pang of pity for this child. A royal descendant at his age would still have everything done for him, with many people to serve him. How much suffering had he endured? Yu Qinghong felt a mix of emotions. Although she hadn't confirmed whether Yunhao had any royal connections, she had already begun to view him as a nephew. The more she looked at Yunhao, the more pleasing he became. Sitting by the campfire, she propped her chin on her hands, watching Yunhao busily cook the porridge. When Yunhao finally served a bowl of porridge to her, she came back to her senses and accepted it with a thank you, saying, Yunhao, you really are capable. It was such a natural compliment that made Yunhao feel a bit shy. He also noticed that Honggu had been watching him. He found it strange, thinking it's just some daily chores. He had been doing these things since he was 8 or 9 years old. With a smile, Yunhao said nothing and called Shower and Xiao Dai to wake up and eat porridge together. The simple white porridge made from the rice from the precious water was so delicious that Yu Qinghong, Shower, and Xiao Dai all praised it. Yunhao remained indifferent. After finishing their meal, the sun rose outside. It was another scorching hot day. Shower and Xiao Dai helped pack up, taking the pot and bowls with them. After all 4 of them were riding horses, so carrying a few items was not a problem. In the next few days, they would head to Liangzhou City, which according to Yu Qinghong, was still 200 to 300 miles away. By any calculation, it would take at least 3 days. With pots and bowls, if it rained, they could still prepare a meal, ensuring they wouldn't go hungry. The bandits from the mountain god temple were just an interlude. They continued towards Huai'an County. After more than an hour, the 4 finally arrived outside the city gate. The tall city walls looked majestic. There were soldiers guarding the entrance. This was Yunhao's first visit to a county city in his life, and he felt a bit excited. As a child, he often heard the old Taoist priest say that Xinghe Town was just a small place, that the county city was more prosperous, and that the state capital was even larger and more bustling. It was also the core gathering place for prominent figures, martial artists, and extraordinary individuals of the world, the capital of the great Yu dynasty. He had often fantasized about it. Huai'an County City was the first step toward realizing his dreams. Along the way, Yunhao noticed many refugees. However, when they reached the city gate, all were stopped, not allowed to enter. Those who could enter seemed to be undergoing some sort of checks. Seeing this scene, Yunhao couldn't help but exclaim. The county city was indeed different. Unlike Xinghe Town, there were city gates and soldiers guarding it. Shower expressed her concern, saying, Elder brother, entering the city requires identification or a travel pass. I have nothing. What should we do? Yunhao frowned slightly, replying, I know about identification, but I don't have that either. In the past, I was only registered in the village, and I certainly don't have a travel pass. Yu Qinghong spoke up, saying, it's fine. You can enter the city with money. In Liangzhou, they aren't that strict. Besides, as long as we don't look like nomads from beyond the borders, we should be fine. We are all subjects of the great Yu dynasty, easily recognizable. This is also the reason for the recent border conflicts. Otherwise there wouldn't normally be checks. Now what they need is money. Yunhao was surprised, asking, we can enter just by paying. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push the mill. For the 4 of us, if you give the guards 1 or 2 silver coins, they will definitely let us in. He'll handle it, elder brother. I know how to deal with these soldiers. Shower volunteered. She had previously followed an old beggar to beg for food and had experience dealing with the soldiers at the city gate. All right, Yunhao said, taking out 1 or 2 silver coins to give to Shower. In truth, he felt a bit pained. That was 1 or 2 silver coins. That was 1,000 won. In the past, it would have been enough for him and his sister to live for a year. However, now that he had over 1,000 silver coins on him, it was more acceptable. Shower took the silver coins to negotiate. Sure enough, after the guards accepted the coins, they waved their hands and let them pass. The 4 of them led their horses into the city. Shower and Yunhao were in the front, while Yu Qinghong and Xiao Dai followed behind. They thought it would be smooth sailing to enter the city, but unexpectedly something changed. One of the soldiers, upon seeing Yu Qinghong, brightened up and suddenly shouted, stop. Yu Qinghong frowned and replied, we have already paid. Why are you blocking us? The burly soldier was unreasonable, clearly attracted by Yu Qinghong's beauty. He grinned and said, Due to the recent border conflicts, enemy spies are on the move. I suspect your identities and now require a body search. Yu Qinghong was both amused and enraged. Long before coming to the capital, she had heard tales of the chaos in Liangzhou. When encountering bandits, she contemplated reporting to her royal brother to send troops to eliminate them and hold the Liangzhou governor accountable. Unexpectedly, a mere guard from Huaiyang County displayed such audacity. Just by looking into his eyes, she could tell that this little soldier had improper intentions towards her. How dare you? Yu Qinghong was furious. Almost instinctively, she unleashed her royal aura as a grand princess, which startled the soldier momentarily. But upon regaining his composure, the soldier scoffed. I suspect you of spies. Surrender quietly, or you will regret it. As he spoke, he drew his sword and pointed it at Yu Qinghong, his expression menacing with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Just then a shadow flashed by. Or rather, a foot flew out and kicked the soldier away. The owner of that foot was none other than Yunhao. In Yunhao's mind, even if he received a small reward, it was intolerable to bully others. Without much thought, he raised his foot and sent the soldier flying. Furthermore, he had a favorable impression of Honggu. As a man, he felt it was his duty to protect those around him. His sister Yunwei had suffered misfortune because he failed to protect her. Thus, Yunhao held those he recognized in high regard. Although he had just met Honggu after a day and night of interaction, he found her quite impressive. He would not allow her to be bullied. Chaoer watched her elder brother Yunhao display such bravery. Her eyes. Chaoer understood that historically commoners did not confront officials, especially being in a den of bandits, where she had only heard information about the government dishing out rewards to hunt down thieves, naturally instilling fear of the soldiers. In stark contrast to Chaoer was Xiao Dai, whose eyes sparkled with excitement as she waved her small fists, saying, "Good job, Brother Yun. Beat that blind dog to death." The differing environments in which they grew up led to different perspectives on life. As Yu Qinghong's personal maid Xiao Dai had seen numerous officials and dignitaries in the grand court of the Dayu dynasty. Accustomed to seeing officials bowing and scraping, a mere city guard seemed insignificant to Xiao Dai. How could he dare to bully the princess? He truly deserved to die. She had never even considered the possibility of retaliation. Compared to this little soldier in Xiao Dai's eyes, he was not as threatening as the bandits. For she knew very well that with the princess present, even the county magistrate would have to bow down. As for Yu Qinghong, she was merely astonished. Upon regaining her senses, her eyes sparkled. In her heart, she thought that Yunhao was concerned for her. At the same time, her eyes narrowed. As the grand princess of the Dayu dynasty, she had her own plans. Being captured by bandits was an accident, and it was her first time leaving the palace without experience. The guards she brought were ordinary, fearing being targeted by schemers, and ended up in a predicament. While at Black Wind Mountain, she vowed that if she could escape, she would never make the same mistake again. Her safety had to come first. Otherwise, no matter what she said, it would be futile. Her caution towards bandits stemmed from the fact that they had no rules to speak of, but a mere soldier causing her trouble. Yu Qinghong would not tolerate that. As long as it was anyone within the Dayu dynasty's system, she felt no fear, for everything was within the rules. The royal family was the one that made the rules. However, before Yu Qinghong could speak, the surrounding guards began to move. You dare? For soldiers, seeing their comrade kicked away, immediately drew their swords and surrounded Yunhao and his companions, focusing their attention on Yunhao. These soldiers usually only bullied others. They never expected to encounter someone so bold today. The rule that commoners do not confront officials had been broken. Even if their comrade was at fault, it was still intolerable to them. Soon a middle-aged man in armor approached with a group. What is going on? In a short moment, Yunhao and his companions were surrounded by over 10 soldiers. The first soldier kicked by Yunhao rushed forward, saying, "Lord Fong, this brat attacked me. I suspect these four are spies." That is quite an accusation. Fong Mingxing frowned, while sizing up Yunhao and his companions. When his gaze fell upon Yu Qinghong, his eyes slightly narrowed. Indeed, Yu Qinghong exuded an extraordinary presence resembling a celestial being. It was not merely a sinister thought, it was about her aura. Fong Mingxing understood that his subordinate Wang Qi had developed an interest in this woman. But while he understood this, as a leader, he had to maintain his men. Otherwise, it would be difficult to command them in the future. Thinking of this, Fong Mingxing snorted coldly and looked at Yunhao and Yu Qinghong, saying, "You brazenly assaulted officials. How bold. Capture them." With a wave of his hand, he signaled his men to apprehend Yunhao. Yunhao clenched his fists, ready to strike. What do officials matter? Stop. Yunhao heard a low, authoritative voice from Honggu. Then he felt a gentle pressure on his wrist as Honggu quietly said, "Yunhao, let me handle this." Yunhao looked at her in surprise. From Honggu's eyes, he saw an incredible confidence. "Trust me, there's no need for conflict. I can handle this. If I truly cannot, then you can act." With confidence, Yu Qinghong whispered to Yunhao, "All right." For some reason, Yunhao felt that Honggu at this moment seemed like a completely different person, leaving him somewhat astonished. But seeing her confident demeanor, Yunhao naturally chose not to insist. Honggu sighed in relief, turned to Fong Mingqing, and said in a low voice, "Are you the captain of the guards here?" Fong Mingqing met Yu Qinghong's gaze directly. His heart skipped a beat, as if he were facing an official. He instinctively nodded. "I am Fong Mingqing, captain of the guards in Huaiyang County." He was somewhat angered as he thought to himself, "Who do you think you are? Interrogating an official?" Before he could voice this thought, he saw the woman across from him reach into her sleeve and produce a purple gold token, displaying it before him. Upon seeing the token in her hand, Fong Mingqing's pupils dilated suddenly, and he trembled all over, almost instinctively about to kneel. The highest-ranking, purple gold token represents imperial authority within the Diyu dynasty, with no more than 9 tokens held by the royal family. Those who possess such a token are of the royal lineage, holding an indescribably noble status. The bearer of the Zijing token has authority akin to an imperial envoy, even able to command an army of a state, though within certain limits. The Zijing token is a compulsory lesson that every basic soldier must remember. On the first day of becoming a captain, Fong Mingqing had seen the issued documents from above and remembered them vividly. Fong Mingqing was about to kneel, but was stopped by a mere glance from Yu Qinghong. She took a step closer and whispered, "Keep it quiet, manage your men well. I do not wish to disturb anyone, or you know the consequences." Fong Mingqing's face turned pale, trembling all over with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He hurriedly bowed and murmured, "Yes. Now you handle this situation. Remember, you have not seen me." Yu Qinghong's cold voice issued a low reminder. "Yes." Fong Mingqing lowered his waist even more. "What are you still standing there for?" Yu Qinghong cursed softly. Fong Mingqing jolted quickly, rising, and shouted at his men, "Put away your swords. I have verified that these 4 are citizens of Diyu. They have nothing to do with spies. I release them." After saying this, he forced a smile at Yu Qinghong and gestured for her to enter the city. Only then did Yu Qinghong feel satisfied and turned to Yunhao and the others, saying, "Let's go, it's all settled." Yunhao did not consciously listen to what Honggu and the leading soldier discussed, but in a short time he saw the soldier nodding and bowing, his attitude having changed drastically. This left Yunhao feeling puzzled. However, seeing Honggu had already turned to enter the city gate, he had no choice but to follow, hoping everything was fine. Behind him came a reprimand. "Someone, Wang Qi has oppressed the people, acted lawlessly, deceiving the superior. Drag him away and beat him." "My lord, please spare me." Yunhao glanced back and saw the soldier who had troubled Honggu being taken away by his companions. He shook his head and did not look again. In his heart, he felt more curiosity towards Honggu. Watching her elegant and composed figure, he hurried to catch up. At this moment, Yu Qinghong was contemplating how to explain the earlier incident to Yunhao. Although she had her back turned to him while retrieving the purple gold token, anyone could sense that something was amiss. She did not wish to reveal her identity unless absolutely necessary. She could only take out the purple gold token authorized by the imperial power. Compared to clashing with Yunhao and the local officials, she had no choice but to prioritize that. Firstly, she was concerned about Yunhao's safety. After all, they were in a county town with city guards and officials present. If something went wrong, everyone would come rushing out. Secondly, she wanted to avoid causing any trouble that might expose her identity and lead to being schemed against by those with ulterior motives. Thus, she could only present the purple gold token. She felt fortunate that she had kept it close at hand and hadn't lost it during the bandit attack. Chao, curious, looked at Yu Qinghong and asked, "Sister Hong, what did you say to that official just now that made him let us go so easily?" Yunhao also perked up his ears, eager to hear Yu Qinghong's explanation. Only Xiao Dai knew the truth, but since the princess had instructed her not to reveal her identity, she dared not speak. Feigning contemplation, Yu Qinghong whispered, "Actually, my family has some connections in officialdom. I merely mentioned the name of a senior relative to that centurion, and it intimidated him." This flimsy excuse was forced out under pressure. However, Chao and Yunhao had limited perspectives and worldview. They believed her. "Sister Hong, you're amazing," Chao exclaimed with admiration. Yu Qinghong quickly changed the subject, turning to Yunhao and suggesting, "Yunhao, how about we stay in Huaiyang County for a day? We would like to take a hot bath and our clothes are all torn. It would be perfect for Chao to dress up and prepare some outfits." Yunhao nodded without much thought, saying, "All right, let's go to Yunlai Inn." "Big brother, I heard that Yunlai Inn is the largest inn in Huaiyang County, and it's quite expensive," Chao chimed in. Yunhao smiled, saying, "No worries, I have money." Chao giggled, knowing that her big brother had taken a small fortune from the bandit leader of Heifeng Mountain. Although he had given 500 taels to those poor souls, she believed he still had more. In reality, both Yu Qinghong and Xiao Dai had no money left. They still had to rely on Yunhao. Upon hearing about Yunlai and being the largest, Yu Qinghong felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Yunhao, Xiao Dai, and I have no money left. How about we find a cheaper inn?" Yunhao replied, "It's fine. I still have money for the inn, and I happen to have some business to attend to." On that day, Su Yulong had given him a wooden plaque for a top-tier room at Yunlai and saying there was a secret book. Indeed, it was the largest in. Anyone they asked would know it was a magnificent five-story wooden building, the landmark of Huaiyang. Indeed, it was the largest in. Anyone they asked would know it was a magnificent five-story wooden building, the landmark of Huaiyang County. As soon as Yunhao and the others stepped into the first floor of, with Chao, the seasoned veteran, subtly advising him, Yunhao gave the waiter a piece of broken silver as a tip. The waiter eagerly took care of their horses, leading them to the backyard and ensuring they were fed with quality fodder. As soon as Yunhao and the others stepped into the first floor of Yunlai, and they were struck by the lively scene before them. Being the largest integrated inn in Huaiyang County, this five-story wooden building had an extremely spacious interior resembling a small bustling town. Upon entering the main door, the first thing that caught the eye was the bright and spacious lobby, where exquisite red lanterns hung from the high wooden beams, casting a soft and warm glow that illuminated the entire area. The ground was paved with smooth bluestone slabs, and despite the foot traffic, it remained flat and clean, reflecting the surrounding lights. In the center of the lobby, several sturdy pear-wood tables were neatly arranged, each surrounded by a variety of travelers. Some were wealthy merchants dressed in silk, savoring fragrant tea while engaging in lively discussions with their companions. There were also hurried-looking wanderers of the Jianghu, armed with swords, casually sitting in corners, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Occasionally, they would raise their cups and gulp down their drinks, exuding a sense of boldness. The waiters were dressed in matching blue cloth clothing with white towels draped over their shoulders, deftly weaving between the tables, serving dishes and refilling drinks, while calling out, "Esteemed guests, enjoy your meal at your leisure." The attentive service heightened the bustling atmosphere of the inn. On the walls around the inn, numerous calligraphies and paintings from local masters added a touch of elegance to this space, filled with everyday warmth. Further to the side, a wooden staircase led to the guest rooms upstairs, with railings carved in exquisite cloud patterns winding upward and showcasing the inn's exceptional taste. The aromas of the dishes wafting from the tables in the lobby stirred the appetites of the guests. Yunhao silently mused, "This Yunlai and truly lives up to its reputation." In truth, it was mainly him and Chao who were curious and amazed. Yu Qinghong and Xiao Dai were unfazed, accustomed to such sights. They proceeded to book their rooms. According to the waiter's introduction, the rooms at Yunlai and were ranked from lowest to highest as Huang, Xiandi, and Tian. Huang rooms were the cheapest at 500 won per room. Xian rooms were 1 tael of silver, D rooms 5 taels, and Tian rooms 10 taels of silver. Even though Yunhao was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but gasp. Even for a Xian room, staying one night would equal the annual expenses of an average family in Qingshui village. Since they all needed to bathe, Yunhao asked, "Waiter, which rooms allow bathing?" The waiter replied, "Esteemed guest, only the Xian rooms allow bathing, but extra silver is needed for hot water. The D rooms are best, as they have dedicated bathing areas without extra charges. The Tian rooms are the best, located on the top floor with views of the entire city." Yunhao gritted his teeth and said 2 D rooms. The waiter was taken aback, looking at the 4 of them, wondering why they didn't need 3 rooms. "Are you sure you only want 2 rooms?" the waiter confirmed. Even Yu Qinghong and the others looked at Yunhao curiously. They were all girls. Was it inappropriate for Yunhao to share a room with someone? Even though Chao was recognized as his sworn sister, that seemed a bit awkward, right? Yunhao had to pull out Su Yulong's wooden plaque and say, "My friend reserved a room in the Tian category. Since he won't be using it, I can take it, right?" Upon seeing the wooden plaque, the waiter immediately became more respectful and hurriedly said, "Of course. Our inn only recognizes wooden plaques." Yunhao felt relieved. Thus he registered for 2 D rooms, one for Chao and Xiao Dai, and the other for Yu Qinghong. After escorting the 3 to the D room, Yunhao advised Xiao Dai and Chao not to bicker. He took a glance at the room. The bed was large, and the accommodation was luxurious. When asked about the wooden plaque from the Tian room, Yunhao did not hide anything. He briefly mentioned encountering Su Yulong and Su Hongling before following the waiter to the 5th floor Tian room 3. Inquiring from the waiter, he discovered that Su Yulong had actually reserved the room for 10 days. Today was his first night, leaving 5 more. To his surprise, the waiter said it could be cancelled. Calculating it this way, he had made a profit. Upon entering the room, he found that the Tian room was indeed larger than the D room, with a reception area, a bathing room, and a bedroom. Yunhao immediately went to the bedside to search for the secret book left by Su Yulong, wondering if Su Yulong. Reaching into the gap of the bed, Yunhao felt a surge of joy in his heart. There was indeed something there. He pulled it out to find it wrapped in silk brocade. It resembled a book. Upon opening it, he discovered 5 silver notes worth 10 taels each. Below them was a book. The title read Dragon Mastery in 3 characters. It was not made of ordinary paper. Its texture felt more like a kind of thin beast skin. Flipping it open revealed not a book, but a single large folded sheet. Yunhao scrutinized it intently. After about 10 minutes, he finished reading. The recorded content was not extensive, simple, and easy to understand, with each word encapsulating the essence. There were a total of 5 layers, each differing from the others. At the same time, he understood why Su Yulong mentioned that he had only mastered the first layer. Because aside from the first layer, the cultivation of the other 4 layers required powerful dark inner strength support. When Yunhao saw the words dark inner strength, his heart stirred. No wonder Su Yulong had only mastered the first layer. There was indeed a threshold. One must at least step into the martial master realm to cultivate the contents of the second layer and beyond. Yunhao currently did not know whether he was considered a martial artist or something else. If considered a martial artist, it seemed he had never lost, whether facing third-rate martial artists or dark inner strength masters like Yu Shangshi and Zhou Chongli. His strength exceeded theirs. Was he a cultivator, as the old Taoist spoke of, or perhaps a celestial being? It seemed there was no clear definition. When the old Taoist was alive, he would mumble every day about seeking the Tao through cultivation, yet he died without achieving anything, not even escaping the cycle of life and death. The path of cultivation in Yunhao's heart was at least about achieving longevity. He now doubted whether the kind of cultivation the old Taoist spoke of existed in this world. Perhaps it did exist, but he simply did not know about it yet. Or maybe it didn't exist at all. Perhaps there was only a more advanced martial way. For instance, a martial artist who cultivates dark inner strength might be the advanced martial way. As for the energy flow within him, according to the cultivation texts left by the old Taoist, it was referred to as true qi. Yunhao now believed it to be a form of dark inner strength. It was simply a more advanced version than the usual dark inner strength. In any case, he was clear that his current strength was greater than that of an ordinary martial master. Looking at the Dragon Mastery Manual in his hands, Yunhao prepared to attempt cultivation. He genuinely felt that this manual was indeed advanced. It was a significant step above the Ghost Shadow technique he obtained from the Bandit's Hidden Chamber. The Ghost Shadow technique consisted of 2 volumes. The upper volume was about body techniques, while the lower volume focused on weapon techniques. There were no requirements for inner strength. However, for the 5 layers of Dragon Mastery, aside from the first layer, which had low requirements for strength, the subsequent layers all needed powerful inner strength support. However, the first layer did not mean that inner strength was not needed. Rather, it was an introductory form of cultivation that could be practiced with merely bright inner strength, requiring little in terms of inner strength. The first layer of Dragon Mastery was called Dragon Scale Technique. This was the introductory technique of Dragon Mastery, where practitioners needed to strike specific acupoints on their body, with particular hand methods guiding their inner strength to circulate, making their internal energy as tough and flexible as scales. When activated, a faint glow would emerge on the surface of the skin, resembling dragon scales, effectively resisting ordinary physical attacks and reducing damage. Once mastered, one's fingers could achieve a balance of hardness and softness, with speed changes reaching an incredible twist. Each subsequent layer required more inner strength than the last. Yunhao did not look further. He thought to first enter the preliminary practice of the first layer. He did not know how many years Su Yulong had practiced to achieve only the first layer. Yunhao himself was also uncertain if he could master the first layer of Dragon Scale Technique. The core lay in the circulation of the acupoints and meridians converging in the hands to condense the energy into the form of dragon scales, which would signify mastery. As for the techniques, those were secondary. There weren't many techniques. The essence of the technique lay in the mind. This was the primary record of Dragon Mastery. Taking a deep breath, Yunhao closed his eyes, feeling the energy flow within, guiding it according to the first layer's heart method of Dragon Mastery. He gathered it little by little in his left hand. If the so-called dragon scales were bright inner strength, they would be completely invisible, just a feeling. Yet they would undeniably exist. However, if it were dark inner strength, it could be seen, and upon mastery, it would form a dragon scale-like glow on the surface of the hand. It sounded mystical, but in reality, it could be manifested. Feeling a slight warmth on his left hand, he completed a cycle of his heart method. When Yunhao opened his eyes, he was momentarily stunned. Was it really that simple? He looked and found a shimmering aura on his left palm, faintly presenting a glow, wasn't it, in the shape of scales? This was exactly as described in the first layer of Dragon Mastery. The glow covered his entire hand, extending to his forearm and wrist. He could hardly believe it. Had he truly succeeded after just one attempt? After being dazed for a while, he decided to try another move. When the energy gathered in his right hand and the heart method was activated, it also succeeded on the first try. There were almost no obstacles, which made him somewhat incredulous. Had he truly mastered it? The faint dragon scale sheen on both palms matched the description perfectly. Yunhao wiggled his fingers, feeling that his hands at this moment were 10 times more agile than before. They felt as light as paper. He waved his hand, and a shadow of his fingers flashed by, visible to the naked eye. Just then the sound of the door echoed. "Knock knock, sir, we have come to deliver hot bathing water. May we enter?" "Come in." Yunhao withdrew his energy. The door swung open. In walked the innkeeper with two burly men carrying a large bucket of hot water. After a slight bow, the innkeeper instructed the two men to pour the water into the bathing tub in the room. They even sprinkled flower petals, instantly filling the room with a fragrant aroma. After waving the two men out, the innkeeper gave a flattering smile and said, "Sir, how do you find it? Is it satisfactory?" "Very good, thank you, innkeeper." Yunhao replied, somewhat confused by the gesture. It is my duty. Since you are satisfied." The innkeeper rubbed his fingers together. In truth, he was already cursing inwardly. Was it not obvious? You can't see it. Since you were satisfied, where's the tip? Seeing that Yunhao remained unmoved, the innkeeper had no choice but to rub his fingers. Yunhao realized the innkeeper was smiling as he rubbed his fingers and immediately understood. He inwardly cursed, this dog is truly shameless, asking for money for this. These small gestures were things he had heard from Chower on the way. He had no choice but to pull out a small piece of silver and toss it to the innkeeper. The innkeeper's smile widened, and he hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you for your generosity, sir." "All right, go now, I want to take a bath," Yunhao said impatiently. However, the innkeeper did not leave. Instead, he stepped closer and asked quietly, "Sir, you must be weary from your long travels, right?" Yunhao replied with a hum. The innkeeper's smile deepened as he chuckled. "In that case, would you like assistance with your bath? Our Yunlai and has the best women who can ensure you are pampered and refreshed after your bath, feeling as if you were a celestial being." "What does it mean?" Yunhao couldn't understand, but seeing the lewd gaze of the shopkeeper's assistant, he knew it might not. The shopkeeper's assistant smiled lewdly and suddenly clapped his hands, clap, clap. Then he shouted outside, "Come in, everyone, let the guests choose properly." He winked at Yunhao and said, "Guest, take a look. I guarantee you will be satisfied. One woman to serve you, only 5 taels of silver." Before Yunhao could comprehend anything, 4 scantily dressed women entered the room. Their thin garments made Yunhao lower his head in embarrassment, his face turning red. The 4 women curtsied sweetly as they cast flirtatious glances at Yunhao. Having grown up, he had never encountered such a scene before. He hurriedly pulled the shopkeeper's assistant and asked, "Brother, what's going on here?" He genuinely didn't understand. Having lived in a mountain village, this was his first time in a county town. The sudden entrance of 4 women in revealing clothes made him feel utterly uncomfortable. The shopkeeper's assistant seemed to have realized that Yunhao appeared to be completely inexperienced. With a chuckle, he leaned close to Yunhao's ear and whispered a riddle. Yunhao's eyes widened and his face turned an even deeper shade of red. Even when facing a life-threatening situation, he had never felt so tense. After hearing the shopkeeper's assistant's explanation, he finally understood. So it was that kind of thing. He had heard about it from Guzi in the village before. He quickly said, I don't need it. Please send them away. But guess the ladies are already here." I said. This time Yunhao was a bit angry and spoke in a serious tone. An aura of menace inadvertently radiated from him, causing the temperature in the room to drop slightly. Having lived in the largest inn in Huaiyang County, the shopkeeper's assistant was naturally observant. Sensing the pressure radiating from Yunhao, he realized that this young guest was a martial artist. Not easy to fool. He had initially intended to trick him into earning some silver. But this kid was not playing along. There was no fun in it. Well, no need for that. If he made him angry, he might even get beaten. With an awkward smile, he waved his hand and led the 4 women out. Bang! Yunhao closed the door. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. The shopkeeper's assistant's lewd words and the graceful figures of the 4 women echoed in his mind. Quickly he stripped and jumped into the wooden tub. Only then did he feel a bit of the restlessness in his heart dissipate. It was his first experience with such matters. Quite embarrassing. Looking down, Yunhao's face turned even redder. He hurriedly practiced the Zhetsong Tu Na Gong breathing technique several times to calm down. Is this what the Jianghu is like? Yunhao muttered to himself. Recalling what the old Taoist had said, the Jianghu is filled with all sorts of people. After bathing, he took out a set of coarse linen clothes from his treasure bottle and felt refreshed. Indeed, he hadn't bathed for several days. He felt uncomfortable all over. Washing away the dirt and blood, it was time for dinner. Yunhao called the shopkeeper's assistant to tidy up the room, arrange a table of food, and summon Chower and Honggu to eat together. He thought about how big his appetite was, and that Chower and the others hadn't had a decent meal. Gritting his teeth, he handed the assistant a tintal silver note and asked him to arrange for the food. This time the assistant was very happy, his smile never leaving his face. A large table of fine dishes wouldn't even cost 10 taels of silver. The best meal at the inn could be arranged for 7 or 8 taels, with the rest being his tip. Chower was the first to arrive at Yunhao's room. Upon entering, she exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Big brother, your room is so big." Yunhao now liked being called Big Brother by Chower, truly seeing her as his younger sister. He took out 2 tintal silver notes and said, "After we finish eating, go out and buy yourself 2 sets of clothes. Buy whatever you like to eat." Chower didn't take it. Instead, she giggled and said, "Thank you, Big Brother. Actually, I have silver." At Black Wind Mountain, you gave Yunyang 500 taels, and when I left she gave me 50 taels. She was afraid Yunhao would scold her, so she didn't dare to say that she had taken the 50 taels from Yunyang. Yunhao knew that Chao was clever, so he didn't insist. He patted her head and said, "All right, if you run out of money, feel free to ask me." Chao nodded, her face filled with happiness. She had also bathed, and aside from her slightly tattered clothes, her face was clean, appearing quite fair and bright, with large, sparkling black eyes and delicate features. A beautiful girl in the making. She was just a bit frail. This was due to the poor diet in the bandit den. Yunhao thought to himself that he would raise his little sister Chao to be plump and fair. While they were talking, Honggu and Xiao Dai walked in. The shopkeeper's assistant also arrived, carrying 2 large food. Yunhao welcomed Honggu and the others to sit down for dinner, and the spacious living room filled with the aromas of the dishes as the assistant arranged them on the large pear wood round table. The array of exquisite delicacies made Chao's eyes shine, and even Yunhao couldn't help but swallow. The most eye-catching was a roasted suckling pig, its shiny skin displaying an enticing chestnut color, glistening with a sheen, clearly having been meticulously roasted with a crispy skin and tender meat. In a nearby blue and white porcelain plate was a squirrel-shaped fish, the fish meat expertly cut into flower patterns puffed up after frying, resembling a lively squirrel. In a large white porcelain bowl, the soup was thick like honey, presenting an alluring golden hue. With more than 10 dishes, Yunhao and Chao stood in front of the table, their eyes wide open, staring hungrily at the food, their mouths slightly agape, saliva pooling. Chao clutched her clothes tightly with her little hands, her feet fidgeting in place, looking eagerly and mumbling softly, These all look so good, they must taste amazing." Only Honggu and Xiao Dai stood aside, calm, but smiling as they watched Yunhao and Chao. Xiao Dai leaned over and said to Chao, "When you're out, being able to eat such food is quite nice." She seemed completely indifferent to the feast that made Yunhao and Chao drool, already accustomed to such lavish. Yu Qinghong shot a fierce glare at Xiao Dai, signaling her not to speak out of turn. Xiao Dai shrank her neck, not daring to say anything further. Yunhao, not noticing the interaction between Honggu and Xiao Dai, said to the drooling Chao, "Let's eat. It's not that serious." Honggu, "Xiao Dai, don't be polite, just eat." "Okay." Honggu was still a bit reserved. The 4 of them began to eat. Yunhao and Chao didn't have any particular eating etiquette. They ate with gusto. Yu Qinghong and Xiao Dai initially maintained some royal etiquette. However, having not had a proper meal in days, they were influenced by Yunhao and Chao's eating habits. Eating heartily turned out to be quite enjoyable. After the meal, Yu Qinghong mentioned going out to buy some clothes. Yunhao gave her 100 taels of silver, knowing that she came from a wealthy family and that a small amount of money wouldn't be enough, and he casually suggested she take Chao with her to buy a few sets of clothes. Yu Qinghong felt a bit embarrassed, but still accepted Yunhao's money, saying she would repay him when they got to Liangzhou. Yunhao waved his hand, dismissing it. Chao asked Yunhao if he wasn't going. Yunhao smiled and said, "I've been too tired these past few days, I want to take a nap. You 3 go ahead." The 3 of them didn't press him and happily left. As for Yunhao, he closed the door and continued practicing Yulong Shou. After Yu Qinghong bought clothes for Chao and Xiao Dai, Chao truly transformed into a little girl, undergoing a significant change. Xiao Dai was impressed, saying, "You're quite pretty." After exiting the clothing shop, Yu Qinghong spotted a black gold-trimmed kite hanging in the window of a tea house across the street. Her eyes lit up as she said to Xiao Dai, "Take Chao to buy some rouge and powder over there. I'm going to the tea house across the street for a drink." "Okay, miss." Xiao Dai seemed to have also noticed the black kite in the tea house window. She understood that it was as Yu Qinghong's personal maid. Xiao Dai naturally knew that the black kite was a communication signal from the secret wind department of the royal palace. Yu Qinghong was a bit excited. She finally saw the secret signal from the Mifeng division. After encountering bandits, she had lost contact for 3 days. The one she worried about the most was the Empress in the palace. She was too cautious, bringing too few people, and ended up encountering bandits, losing contact for 3 days. According to their agreement, there would be spies marking the location's daily meeting at the next designated spot to report on the situation. Who would have thought they would encounter bandits? This led to her losing contact with the spies. Fortunately, today she arrived. She originally planned to contact the spies today. Unexpectedly, the people from Mifeng division had already sent out the signal. Upon entering the tea house, the waiter glanced at Yu Qinghong, without saying a word, his attitude extremely respectful, saying, "Noble guest, please go upstairs." Yu Qinghong realized that the people from Mifeng division already knew she had arrived in Huayan County. The Mifeng division monitored the world, forming an extensive network. The true power behind it was actually the Empress. Such organizations are typically controlled by the Emperor, only obeying him. However, during the reign of her elder brother, a precedent was set. Her brother actively handed the Mifeng division over to the Empress for control. There were 2 reasons for this. First, the elder brother and the Empress are biological mother and son, not like the nominal relationship of the late Emperor and the Empress. The Empress had helped her brother a lot. Even when she was still the empress, she assisted the late emperor in handling state affairs. She possessed both skill and strategy. Their hearts were in sync. The empress supported her brother in everything. Secondly, due to the disappearance of the elder brother's wife, even after inheriting the throne, he became increasingly despondent and indifferent to state matters. Many things were still managed by the empress behind the scenes. Moreover, in the past 2 years, the elder brother's longing had turned into an ailment, causing his health to deteriorate to the point where he no longer attended morning court sessions. In any case, the majority of state affairs were handled by the empress. The Mifeng division nominally responded to the emperor, but could essentially be said to respond to the empress. Here Yu Qinghong could fully trust the Mifeng division. The empress' only biological children are her and her elder brother. The elder brother has no offspring, and with his declining health, the call from the court to have a prince from the Wang family adopted by the elder brother to establish an heir and stabilize the nation has grown louder. A significant momentum has developed both inside and outside the court. Even the empress could not suppress it. This prompted her to send Yu Qinghong out to search for the whereabouts of the elder brother's wife. The main reason was that the people from the Mifeng division had discovered that the elder brother's wife was pregnant back then, igniting hope in the empress's heart. Perhaps the elder brother's wife had a son who had wandered into the common folk. Upon reaching the second floor, there were no extra people. Earlier, at the door of the room, where she saw a kite outside the window, a young girl stood. Upon seeing Yu Qinghong, her eyes brightened, and she quickly knelt in greeting, saying, "Greetings, Your Highness." Yu Qinghong stopped her, saying, "Do not call me Your Highness," when outside. She helped the young girl up. This girl was one of the empress maids named Ziyuan. "Your Highness need not worry, the entire tea house is our people," Ziyuan said as she stood up. Yu Qinghong replied, "Ziyuan, how did you come here? Shouldn't you be serving by the emperor? And how are the empress and his majesty?" Ziyuan replied, "Your Highness need not worry. The empress and his majesty are both well. I came here with the right Mifeng envoy Meihua Mama. Please go inside quickly, Mama has been waiting for you for some time." As she spoke, she helped to push open the door. Yu Qinghong was surprised to hear Meihua Mama's name from Ziyuan's mouth. Not daring to delay, she quickly walked in. She was well aware that Meihua Mama had been by the empress' side, since she could remember having heard that the late emperor favored the empress and specially ordered Meihua Mama to follow her. Meihua Mama was the highest-ranking female official by the empress' side. Even princes and grandsons dared not act recklessly. Moreover, Meihua Mama also held the position of right Mifeng envoy in the Mifeng division. The highest leader of the Mifeng division is the division chief, followed by the left and right envoys. The division chief is stationed in the imperial city. The left Mifeng envoy has been protecting the elder brother for years. The right Mifeng envoy Meihua Mama has been protecting the empress for decades and has not left the palace in years. It was unexpected that she would actually leave the palace this time. One could say that Meihua Mama is the third most important figure in the Mifeng division. Losing contact for 3 days, she truly did not expect a Mifeng envoy to come personally. In the room on the bed sat a woman with graying hair, but skin as rosy and smooth as a baby's. Her eyebrows were dark and she appeared to be around 40. A sword rested on her lap. But Yu Qinghong knew that Meihua Mama was at least 60 years old. Her youthful appearance was due to her mastery of martial arts. Yu Qinghong did not understand martial arts, but she knew that if Meihua Mama had reached the level of a martial arts master, it meant she was a master in the sword path. Her mother said that Meihua Mama was incredibly formidable. "Meihua Mama." Yu Qinghong stepped forward and called softly, slightly bowing in greeting. Meihua Mama opened her eyes. A flash of brilliance passed through her gaze. A gentle smile appeared on her face as she quickly supported Yu Qinghong, saying, "Your Highness, you flatter this old servant. Why have you come in person, Meihua Mama?" In front of this Mama, she displayed her youthful demeanor, holding her hand and acting coyly as she had grown up under Meihua Mama's care, feeling very close. After Meihua Mama sat down, she said with relief, "Seeing you safe, my heart, which has been worried, can finally relax. After losing contact with you 3 days ago, you cannot imagine how anxious the empress has been. That's why this old servant came to Liangzhou to find you." Yu Qinghong replied, "I did not expect to encounter bandits, and all 8 guards by my side were killed, not a single person to send a message. Fortunately, I was safe. By the way, when did you and Ziyuan arrive in Huaiyang? It's thousands of miles from here to the capital. How could you arrive in 3 days? Did you find me earlier?" Meihua Mama's expression suddenly turned serious as she cupped her hands towards the direction of the capital respectfully, saying, "After you lost contact, the empress did not receive any news and was worried about your safety. She personally went to ask the high priest of the priest palace for help setting up a teleportation array that brought us to Liangzhou yesterday. This old servant activated all the spies of the Mifeng division in Liangzhou and finally discovered your whereabouts. You were captured by the bandits of Heifeng Mountain. On the way to Heifeng Mountain, we found that a young man had already rescued you. In order not to attract outside attention, this old servant ordered not to see you until we reached Huaiyang, where we signaled to meet you. Yu Qinghong was astonished, saying the high priest actually helped. Yes, it was also the empress' concern for you that led her to personally seek the high priest. Speaking of which, the high priest truly possesses divine abilities. After a gust of wind, this old servant brought people from the priest palace to Liangzhou thousands of miles away. Meihua Mama exclaimed with great emotion. Yu Qinghong was also surprised. The priest palace held a very special status in the Dayu dynasty, and the legendary high priest was said to be an immortal. They never participated in court battles and did not interfere with worldly affairs existing outside of it all. Coming back to her senses, Yu Qinghong asked Mama, "Does this mean you knew everything from our journey from Heifeng Mountain to Huaiyang?" Yu Qinghong's expression turned serious as she said, "Mama, this is exactly what I wanted to say. That young man is named Yunhao, and I now suspect—" Yu Qinghong's expression turned serious as she said, "Mama, this is exactly what I wanted to say. That young man is named Yunhao, and I now suspect he may be the child born outside by my elder brother's wife 16 years ago. The urgent matter is to find out who abandoned Yunhao in Xinghai town and whether it is related to my elder brother's wife. Did she stay in Xinghai town 16 years ago?" Meihua Mama's expression became serious as she said, "Your Highness, this is exactly what I wanted to discuss with you." Yu Qinghong and Yunhao walked together, although she had heard some of Yunhao's family matters from him. However, it was merely a simple recount by Yunhao, leaving her unaware of his true background. Now, upon hearing from Grandma Meihua that the spies from the Secret Wind Division had gathered information regarding Yunhao, she became immediately eager and asked, "Grandma, quickly tell me, what is the situation with Yunhao?" Although she firmly believed that Yunhao resembled her royal brother, matters concerning the royal family, especially those affecting the foundation of the Dayu dynasty, could never be taken lightly. One cannot ascertain Yunhao's connection to the royal brothers solely based on appearance. Evidence is a— Grandma Meihua pondered and said, "The information gathered by the spies is that Yunhao was found by an old Taoist priest who later entrusted him to a couple from the Yun family in Qingshui village. Subsequently, the village where Yunhao lived was raided by bandits from Blackwind Mountain. Our investigation revealed that the bandits injured Yunhao's sister Yunwei, and Yunhao killed all the bandits, annihilating a martial arts hall in Xinghai town that colluded with them." Yu Qinghong grasped the key point and hurriedly asked, "Grandma, Yunhao has a sister. What happened to her?" Throughout their journey, Yunhao had never mentioned having a sister. Grandma Meihua replied, "Interestingly, the spies from the Secret Wind Division discovered that Yunhao took his sister Yunwei to the town for treatment, and the medical clinic concluded she was a living dead person. In the end, the clinic's physician advised Yunhao to take his sister to seek renowned doctors across the land in hopes of awakening the living dead Yunwei. The clinic staff even provided Yunhao with the address of a famous doctor located in Liangzhou City, which is why Yunhao headed there. However, what is puzzling is that after Yunhao took Yunwei out of Xinghai town, he returned to the village, but his sister Yunwei was nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. How did that happen?" Yu Qinghong asked in confusion. Grandma Meihua shook her head and said, "The spies' investigation indicated this. It is speculated that Yunwei has died and was buried by Yunhao somewhere, or there may be other reasons. After that, Yunhao left Qingshui village to seek revenge on the bandits of Blackwind Mountain, slaying them. Fortunately, Yunhao appeared in the bandits' den and rescued you, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. As for why Yunhao still went to Liangzhou City, perhaps it was to learn medicine." Yu Qinghong asked, puzzled. "Learn medicine," she continued. "Since his sister Yunwei is already dead, what is the point of seeking renowned doctors and learning medicine?" Grandma Meihua shook her head and said, "I am not clear on that either. Perhaps the incident regarding Yunwei struck Yunhao too deeply, prompting him to consider studying medicine. Or maybe Yunhao has placed Yunwei somewhere and is still maintaining her in a state of living death. It is possible that Yunhao seeks out renowned doctors to treat Yunwei, but whatever the reason, only Yunhao knows." Yu Qinghong nodded and sighed. "Alas, he has suffered greatly." After saying that, she asked, "What about the whereabouts of my royal sister-in-law?" Grandma Meihua solemnly stated, "The spies have found that the late lady Yu had hidden her identity and lived in a small village in Xinghai town for over half a year. It is true that she gave birth to a male infant, but what happened afterward remains unknown. That village was wiped out overnight. When the spies visited, it had already been abandoned for over a decade, and the lady disappeared without a trace that same year. As for whether Yunhao is the child of the lady, it cannot be determined at this moment. However, based on various clues, it appears that Yunhao was abandoned on the official road of Xinghai town, later being found by the old Taoist priest. The timing and location all align with the birth of Lady Yes child." Yu Qinghong exclaimed excitedly, "If that is the case, Yunhao is highly likely to be the child of my royal brother, the child left behind by my royal sister-in-law." Grandma Meihua replied, "Considering the accounts from the old steward and palace maids gathered at the Yu Manor over a decade ago, alongside the information from Xinghai town, this is indeed a possibility. However, it is not sufficient to prove that Yunhao is His Majesty's son. Further confirmation is needed." Yu Qinghong suppressed her excitement and said, "Grandma, have the spies investigate further into the matter of the lattice disappearance. I might be able to test something with Yunhao. For any royal offspring there should be a token. Since my sister-in-law was once a princess, she would have received a hereditary token upon entering the royal family. If she indeed gave birth to a child, there would likely be a token left for the child." She paused and continued, "Yunhao is going to Liangzhou City. I have given the reason that he is going there to seek a marriage alliance. Throughout this journey, Yunhao and I have established a certain level of trust, and I will find an opportunity to further confirm whether he possesses any token." Grandma Meihua smiled and said, "In fact, there is a simpler and more direct way to determine whether Yunhao is of royal descent." "What method?" Yu Qinghong asked. Grandma Meihua explained, "I have heard that the priest's palace possesses a secret technique called blood hair burning soul technique, which is the most accurate method for recognizing kinship. By taking hair or blood from both parties and performing the secret technique, one can determine if there is a blood relation." "That is indeed a minor matter," Grandma Meihua nodded. Yu Qinghong thought for a moment and said, "Grandma, do you think I should tell Yunhao about this information we've gathered? People from the priest's palace verify it." "That is indeed a minor matter," Grandma Meihua nodded. Yu Qinghong thought for a moment and said, "Grandma, do you think I should tell Yunhao about this information we've gathered? Should I directly ask him if he possesses any identity token?" Grandma Meihua shook her head. "That would not be wise. For now, we can only confirm that the timing of Yunhao's abandonment aligns with the royal lineage. We do not know anything else. We are secretly leaving the palace. If any vigilant individuals discover that we are investigating the lattice matter, it could lead to unnecessary troubles and even put Yunhao in danger." Recently, the lineage of the martial king has been increasingly powerful and has even selected the heir of the martial king's residence, preparing to send him to the palace for His Majesty and the Empress Dowager to decide. At such a time, if the martial king's faction learns that there is a royal offspring living among the common people, they would undoubtedly spare no effort to eliminate him. Therefore, even if we confirm that Yunhao is a prince, we must conceal his identity and cannot let any rumors slip. After Grandma Meihua's analysis, Yu Qinghong couldn't help but shiver. She absolutely believed every word from Grandma. The lineage of the martial king had contested the throne with her royal brother over a decade ago, and ultimately her brother ascended to that position. However, the martial king's family had never given up. Over the years, they have plotted to adopt heirs under the pretext of her royal brother having no children. The martial king's lineage is now powerful, and even her mother sometimes has to compromise. Regarding Yunhao, they indeed must exercise utmost caution. Afterward, Yu Qinghong and Grandma Meihua chatted for a long while and agreed that Grandma Meihua would go to meet Yunhao in her capacity as Yu Qinghong's aunt. She would say she had received news and hurried from Liangzhou City to find and welcome Yu Qinghong. Coincidentally, they met at the tea house and would then head to Liangzhou City together. As Yunhao is heading to Liangzhou City, Yu Qinghong naturally wants to accompany him. At the same time, she wants to find a way to obtain some of Yunhao's blood and hair and have the secret Wind Division secretly send it to the capital's priest's palace for further verification. Yu Qinghong sought an opportunity to investigate whether Yunhao held any identity token. At the tea house, she wrote a confidential letter to report to her mother in the palace, also informing her of Yunhao's situation, as many matters still needed her mother's decision. "Grandma, the letter is ready. Please have the spies send it to the palace for my mother as soon as possible." "The sooner the better," Yu Qinghong said. Grandma Meihua smiled and said, "Your Highness need not worry. The secret Wind Division has a specially raised winged eagle, an extraordinary bird that can fly 1,000 miles in a day. If sent today, it will reach the palace tomorrow." After saying this, she called out to the door, "Ji Yuan, come in." Ji Yuan pushed the door open and entered, bowing respectfully. "Grandma, Ji Yuan is here. Take this confidential letter and have the Wind Eagle deliver it out." "Yes," Ji Yuan replied and left. Yu Qinghong was curious but did not ask. The secret Wind Division was very mysterious, and there were many things she did not know. For example, the Wind Eagle. Watching Ji Yuan leave, Yu Qinghong asked, "Grandma, is Ji Yuan also a member of the secret Wind Division?" Grandma Meihua smiled and said, "Yes, the 8 maids by the Empress Dowager's side are all from the secret Wind Division. The Wind Blade and Wind Shadow Guards are all first-rate secret guards, and the weakest among them are at the martial master level. Ji Yuan is one of the best, already possessing the strength of a great martial master." This time, the Empress Dowager specifically instructed Ji Yuan to accompany the princess for protection. "Last time you were too cautious and only brought 8 ordinary guards, nearly resulting in a disaster. From now on, such incidents will never occur again. I have selected the top-tier Wind Blade Guards and Wind Shadow Guards from Liangzhou, forming a total of 36 bright and hidden wind guards who will ensure the prince's safety, all under Ji Yuan's command. At that time, Ji Yuan will be in charge of deployment. I may not be able to stay by the prince's side for long. I must return to the Empress Dowager's side to ensure her safety." "Thank you so much for your concern, Grandma. Let us return to the inn." You should meet Yunhao, as my mother will surely inquire about him when we return to the palace. Yu Qinghong said. Grandma Meihua stood up and said, that is indeed necessary, let us go meet him. The two left the tea house with Ji Yuan following closely behind, while secretly 36 wind guards spread out to protect them. Xiao Dai brought Chower to buy rouge and powder, all suitable for girls. For Chower, it was her first time purchasing. She was almost 13 years old, an age that was neither too young nor too old. Many girls from other families had already begun to be courted. Having used the rouge and powder, Chower felt shy yet excited. After finishing shopping, she asked Xiao Dai to take her to a store specializing in men's clothing. Her older brother Yunhao hadn't gone out. Although she appeared carefree, she was quite attentive, noting that Yunhao was wearing coarse linen clothes. She was thinking of buying him new clothes. The silk was very expensive. A set cost 10 taels of silver. Yet Chower happily bought 2 sets along with 2 pairs of boots and a fine belt, and even 2 inner garments. She had spent nearly 30 taels of silver. But she was very happy. Xiao Dai, confused at first, asked Chower, you're already a girl, why are you still buying men's clothes? Moreover, the sizes you bought are too big, aren't they? I am buying them for my big brother. He's still wearing coarse linen, Chower replied with a smile. Xiao Dai, realizing the situation, exclaimed, oh, I see. You really are generous. The 2 sets of clothes you bought for yourself cost less than 3 taels of silver. Chower looked at Xiao Dai and said, Xiao Dai, you don't understand. As an orphan, having a relative brings me joy. Buying clothes for my big brother, I wouldn't mind spending 30 taels, even 300 would be fine. Now let's go. Yu Qinghong had not yet come out from the tea house, and Xiao Dai dared not take Chower to look for her. So the 2 girls indulged in all the snacks on the street. After finishing each snack, Chower felt it was delicious and insisted on bringing a portion back for Yunhao. When Yu Qinghong finally came out to search for them, she was carrying a large pile of items. Yu Qinghong chuckled in surprise. Chower, why did you buy so many things? Chower replied matter-of-factly, they're for my big. Yu Qinghong was taken aback, scolding herself for not being as attentive as a little girl. She had forgotten to buy clothes for Yunhao. However, this was not her fault. As the eldest princess of the Great Yu dynasty, she had never had to worry about, is this girl the adopted sister of Yunhao? Grandma Mei asked Yu Qinghong, her eyes lighting up as she looked at Chower. Yes, her nickname is Chower, and her full name is Yunjiro. Yu Qinghong had told Grandma Mei at the tea house. She does seem to have some talent, Grandma Mei remarked. Come here, little girl, let me have a look at you. Chower was curious, wondering why Sister Hong had brought 2 new people back from the tea house. Yu Qinghong was well aware of who Grandma Mei was. She was a sword master of martial arts, and if she praised someone, it was a clear indication that Chower had talent for. Quickly, she explained to Chower, Chower, this lady is my aunt in Liangzhou City. After receiving my letter about coming to Liangzhou, she came to meet me and coincidentally ran into us at the tea house. You can call her Grandma Mei. Chower didn't think much of it and approached, greeting, hello, Grandma Mei. This little girl is quite clever. Come here so I can have a good look at you. Grandma Mei was pleased to see her. Chower trusted Sister Hong more, and since Grandma Mei appeared kind, she allowed her to inspect her. Not bad, indeed a good seed for sword practice, Grandma Mei said excitedly. Yu Qinghong suggested, Aunt, let's go back to the inn and talk. That works. The street was bustling and noisy. With a large pile of items in her hands, Ji Yuan, wearing a sweet smile, approached and said, Chower, Ji Yuan, Grandma Mei's maid. Let me help you carry some things. Thank you, Sister Ji Yuan. Chower noticed Ji Yuan's sweet smile and pretty appearance, thanked her, and shared some of her items. Xiao Dai joyfully remarked, Sister Ji Yuan, I didn't expect you to come too. Ji Yuan smiled and nodded, signaling Xiao Dai not to reveal her identity. Xiao Dai naturally recognized that both Grandma Mei and Ji Yuan were people close to the Empress. Especially when facing Grandma Mei, Xiao Dai felt very intimidated. She hadn't dared to step forward earlier, merely standing behind Chower and giving a slight bow. Ji Yuan, who often visited the princess, was acquainted with Xiao Dai. The group arrived at the inn. The secret wind department had already reserved the rooms. They were given the best room marked Tian this time. Yu Qinghong and Grandma Mei settled in, preparing to meet Yunhao. Meanwhile, Yunhao was in his room, naturally not asleep. He spent the entire afternoon practicing the dragon control technique manual. With the support of true chi within him, he astonishingly reached the 3rd level in one go. The 1st level dragon scale technique allowed him to cover his arms with internal force, creating powerful defense and nimble fingers. The 2nd level was the dragon grasp, mimicking the techniques of a dragon's claws. With fingers like hooks, practitioners needed to strengthen their finger strength by gripping specially made ironwood tools until they could easily pierce through. In practical combat, it allowed one to unexpectedly seize an opponent's weapon or lock their joints, rendering them immobile. Once secured, it was as if they were caught by a giant dragon's claws, making escape extremely difficult. The 3rd level dragon flame technique gathered internal breath in the palm, cultivating a scorching power with abundant internal energy. His palms glowed red like burning flames. Once unleashed, the energy could burn an opponent with immense power, akin to being scorched by dragon flames, causing unbearable pain. However, using the dragon flame technique consumed tremendous internal energy, or true qi. Yunhao had tried it once and scorched the table. He didn't dare to try again, fearing he would have to compensate for the table. Being able to reach the third level was already a great satisfaction for him. After consuming a vitality pill and regulating his breath, he replenished the internal qi he had expended. Just as he was recovering, he heard Chower calling from outside. Big brother, opened the door. We're back. He got up to open the door, momentarily stunned. At the door stood 3 girls. He recognized Xiao Dai. The first one looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't place her until she giggled and called out Big Brother. Only then did Yunhao snap back to reality. You are Chower. Yes, it's me, Big Brother, Chower replied with a shy smile. Yunhao noticed that Chower had changed into new clothes, and they were girls' clothes, making her look like a completely different person. She was very pretty, no wonder he hadn't recognized her at first. He noticed that Chower was carrying a large pile of items with Xiao Dai and a young woman standing behind her. Coming back to his senses, he asked Chower, who is this? As Yunhao spoke, he gestured for the 3 girls to come inside. They were all carrying items. Chower set down her things and said, Big Brother, this is Sister Ji Yuan, who helped me carry some items. Ji Yuan gracefully bowed, saying, Ji Yuan greets the young master. No need to be so polite, Miss Ji Yuan, Yunhao replied, still not accustomed to others bowing to him. He was still somewhat confused. Xiao Dai quickly explained, young master Yun, Sister Ji Yuan is the maid of our young lady Grandma Mei. When we went out, Grandma Mei received news that the young lady was coming to Liangzhou, so she came specifically to welcome us and happened to run into us. This explanation was naturally what Yu Qinghong had instructed her to say beforehand. After Xiao Dai finished, Ji Yuan turned to Yunhao and said, young master Yun, my master wishes to express her gratitude by inviting you to dinner at the Tian's best 3-room banquet tonight. I hope you can honor us with your presence. Only then did Yunhao understand that Sister Hong had encountered relatives. He didn't think much of it and replied, sure, I'll definitely go. The servant will take her leave now. Ji Yuan offered a slight bow before exiting, followed by Xiao Dai. Yunhao felt somewhat unaccustomed. Chower laughed, saying, Big Brother, Sister Hong doesn't seem to come from an ordinary family. You'll have to slowly get used to the etiquette of the people around her. I come from a humble background. Ew, I can't adapt to this sort of thing right away, Yunhao said with a wry smile. Forget about that for now. Come over and see, I bought you clothes and shoes. Try them on to see if they fit. Chower eagerly took out the silk clothing, looking forward to Yunhao trying it on. When Yunhao saw the clothes Chower had brought out, and then looked at the fabric of the clothes she was wearing, he suddenly felt a lump in his throat. This was the first time besides his sister that someone had bought him clothes. It was clear that Chower wore ordinary fabric, yet had bought him silk. As Yunhao stepped out from behind the screen, the eyes of Chower instantly widened, nearly dropping her jaw in surprise. Yunhao was dressed in a deep blue silk robe, the fabric flowing and smooth, perfectly outlining his tall and upright figure, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist standing as straight as a pine. Around his waist was a dark jade belt accentuating his slender figure, adding a touch of composure and nobility. His sword-like brows and starry eyes exuded a heroic aura. Yunhao's face was already well-defined, and beneath his high nose the curve of his lips held a hint of a shy smile. At this moment, dressed in this brand-new silk attire, his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, radiating elegance and confidence with every gesture, as if he had transformed from an ordinary youth into a dashing young noble. Chower stared blankly. The Yunhao before her was a far cry from the killing god she had seen at the night square of Heifeng Mountain. It was also Yunhao's first time wearing such fine clothes, and he felt somewhat out of place. Feeling embarrassed under Chower's gaze, he asked, how do I look? Chower exaggeratedly replied, Big Brother, to quote an old-fashioned bandit, you are now dashing and elegant with a face like a jade crown, exceptionally handsome, a true dragon among men. Yunhao chuckled at her words. Where did you learn that? It's just new clothes, nothing so exaggerated. No, it definitely is. My big brother could charm a whole crowd of young ladies, hee. Next time don't buy me such nice clothes. Just regular clothes will do. But you as a girl should dress nicely. Here, take this silver note and buy yourself something. Yunhao took out 4 silver notes and handed them to Chower. Although he did not know how much silver Chower had spent on his clothes, he could guess that such silk garments were certainly not cheap, and this girl probably exhausted all her money from Yunyang. Big brother, I don't want to do, I still have silver. Chower shook her head and refused to take it. Yunhao's expression darkened, just take it. From now on you pay when we go out. Chower then accepted the 200 taels of silver with a smile. By the way, big brother, try this tonghalu, oh, it's delicious. Xiao Dai said it's a kind of candied fruit. All right. And this is really refreshing. Okay. The two of them sat in the room enjoying snacks and chatting. Yunhao's smile unexpectedly grew as he enjoyed the moment. He was still a young man after all. The tonghulu and snacks that Chower had never tried were also his first experiences. Before they knew it, evening arrived. A knock on the door sounded. Chower went to open the door and found Ji Yuan. Young master, Miss Jero, my lady, and Miss Honggu invite you to join the banquet. Ji Yuan entered and formally extended the invitation. As Yunhao and Chao followed Ji Yuan to room No. 3, they saw Hong Gu standing at the door with a middle-aged woman whose hair was grizzled but had a fair complexion waiting. Without waiting for Yunhao to speak, Hong Gu said, "Yunhao, let me introduce you. This is my aunt, you can call her Granny Mei." "Greetings, Granny Mei." Yunhao stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting, now having some understanding of the etiquette of the martial world. "Thank you, young lord, for saving my Hong Gu." Granny Mei responded with a slight bow. Yunhao quickly replied that he did not dare, while also observing Granny Mei closely. He sensed she was extraordinary. There was a sharp aura about her. He was surprised that this was his intuition, and it couldn't be wrong. Granny Mei was a master stronger than anyone he had ever encountered. Her gaze was bright and profound, inscrutable. Granny Mei was equally astonished. As a master of the sword path, her perception was extraordinary, allowing her to sense the pure and profound energy emanating from Yunhao. At such a young age, he was truly remarkable. Coupled with the information gathered by the Secret Wind Division, Yunhao had first eliminated the Luyun Martial Arts Hall, then the bandits of Heifeng Mountain, and killed 2 martial masters. For an ordinary person his age, it was impossible to achieve. When Granny Mei saw Yunhao's appearance, her heart also shook. She exchanged a glance with Princess Yu Qinghong, their eyes revealing a striking resemblance. Yunhao bore a striking similarity to the current emperor. He looked as if he had been carved from the same mold. No wonder the princess praised Yunhao and was convinced he was of royal blood. Just based on his appearance, Granny Mei felt he resembled the emperor too closely. A sense of respect naturally arose within her. Honggu spoke up, "Annie, let's take our seats and chat while we eat." "Oh, right, I've become forgetful in my old age. Young lord, please take a seat," Granny Mei quickly said. "Thank you, Granny." Yunhao found it somewhat strange how overly polite this old woman was towards him. He already knew that Granny Mei and Ji Yuan were related to Honggu, so he didn't think much of it. This meal was a token of gratitude for saving Honggu, and Yunhao didn't hold back. The meal was quite lavish. However, only Yunhao, Chao, Honggu, and Granny Mei could be seated. Xiao Dai and Ji Yuan stood to the side serving. Yunhao could tell that Granny Mei's demeanor was that of someone from an influential family. He had heard the old Taoists say that there were many rules in wealthy households. Now that he witnessed it, it was indeed true. At the dining table, Granny Mei and Honggu kept serving food to him and Chao, making Yunhao feel a bit awkward. Instead, Chao laughed heartily and ate voraciously. Yunhao had a big appetite and never hesitated to eat without wasting. Almost all the dishes on the table ended up in his stomach. After eating to their fill, they poured tea. The few of them sat together chatting. They agreed to set off early the next morning for Liangzhou City. Granny Mei casually inquired about Yunhao's purpose for going to Liangzhou City. Yunhao did not hide it, stating that he was looking for a famous doctor in Liangzhou City. Granny Mei did not ask further about the reason for seeking the doctor, simply saying that she would arrange for him to meet the famous doctor upon arrival. This greatly increased Yunhao's appreciation for her, and he thanked her. At that moment, Chao suddenly interjected, "Big brother, going to Liangzhou City might be dangerous." Granny Mei and Honggu turned to Chao and asked, "What danger is there, Miss Chao?" Chao then recounted how the bandits of Heifeng Mountain were colluding with the governor's office to raise demon beasts, and about how Big Brother Yunhao had slain the demon beasts, and how Gui Ing Luo had escaped. Granny Mei and Honggu were indeed unaware of this matter. They had not heard Yunhao mention it on the way. Now they realized there was a layer of collusion between Heifeng Mountain and the Liangzhou governor's office. Yu Qinghong's expression darkened as she coldly said, "What a Liangzhou governor's office?" Granny Mei pondered for a moment and said, "Young Lord, you need not worry, my family has some connections in Liangzhou City. With me around, they wouldn't dare to cause you trouble." Yunhao did not overthink it or pay much attention. He had to go to Liangzhou City to find a famous doctor for his sister Yunwei, and that was of utmost importance to him. As for whether the Liangzhou governor's office would create trouble, he would address that when the time came. He felt no fear and expressed his gratitude to Granny Mei. After chatting for a while, Yunhao prepared to take his leave. Who would have thought that Honggu suddenly said, "Yunhao, your hair is too messy, let me help you fix it." Yu Qinghong seriously combed Yunhao's hair, being meticulous and focused. Although she was a princess, she could still manage her hair. Just as she was finishing, she suddenly exerted more force with her hands. Yunhao winced in pain. Yu Qinghong's eyes flashed with a hint of panic as she feigned concern, saying, "Oh no, Yunhao, I'm so sorry." My hand went numb for a moment. Xiao Dai, quickly bring a handkerchief. I've accidentally scratched Yunhao's scalp. Xiao Dai quickly handed over a handkerchief. Yu Qinghong used it to wipe away the blood from Yunhao, applied medicine, tied his hair back, and kept apologizing. This made Yunhao feel a bit embarrassed. He hurriedly said, "It's nothing, just a little scratch. There's no need to worry, Honggu, you've worked hard." "Oh dear, my skills have become rusty. I truly feel bad," Yu Qinghong replied apologetically. Her goal had been achieved. Yunhao also stood up and said, "It's getting late, Kaio, and I will go rest. You all should turn in early as well. We have to travel tomorrow." "That's fine." Xiao Dai see Yun Jun off. After sending off Yunhao and Kaio and closing the door, Yu Qinghong looked at Granny Mei Hua and said, Granny, is the bloodstain sufficient? Granny Meihua smiled and said, the secret method is just a trigger. The hair and bloodstain are enough. After saying this, she wrapped Yunhao's hair in the bloodied handkerchief and handed it to Ji Yuan, saying, send it out overnight. Yes, Ji Yuan replied, taking the handkerchief and turning to leave. Yu Qinghong asked, Granny, what do you think? Granny Meihua sighed. Yunhao and His Majesty the Emperor truly resemble each other. There's an 8 or 9 chance he is the prince born to the late princess. Now we just need to wait for the priest's palace to perform the blood hair burning method to determine if Yunhao is indeed my own nephew, even without a token of identity. But a token is still necessary. Only with a token of identity can we silence the voices of the officials and the royal family. Yu Qinghong nodded and said, then I will find a chance to clarify whether Yunhao has a token or not. The next morning, Yunhao woke up early. Of course, he hadn't slept at all. Instead, he was practicing his breathing techniques. He realized that since he began practicing the breathing technique left by the old Taoist, he didn't need to sleep anymore. The energy and spirit he gained from a night of breathing practice far exceeded the benefits of sleep. Not only did he feel revitalized, but he could also sense that each time he practiced, the flow of energy within him grew stronger. Since he had opened up his meridians and acupoints in the cave of the wolf demons on Haifeng Mountain, Yunhao could clearly feel the energy flow within his body. When not in motion, it nestled like a gentle bird in the area 3 inches below his abdomen. Once he directed his thoughts, it would spread throughout his body. Currently, he felt the energy flow was still small, but it was significantly larger than before. Previously, he could only sense a small point the size of a thumb. Now it was about the size of an egg. With each practice, it grew slightly stronger. Yunhao believed that one day the energy flow within him would fill his entire body, saturating every limb and meridian. Today was the day to set off. He must go to Liangzhou City. There was a small incident when checking out. Technically, the room Yunhao stayed in was booked by Su Yulong for 10 days, and he could still get a refund for 5 days. However, he had burned the table surface while practicing the 3rd layer of the Dragon Flame Strike yesterday, so they refused to refund him. He actually felt guilty, so he didn't press the issue. He went downstairs to check on his old black horse. He secretly fed it a large vitality pill, and the horse snorted, expressing its delight. The old horse now understood what good food was. It even wanted to drink the water in the treasure bottle, but Yunhao didn't let it, as there were too many people around. After being cared for with the treasure bottle water along with the rice he grew and the large vitality pills he fed it, the horse was no longer the emaciated creature covered in spots it once was. Its coat was glossy and new, and it was beginning to gain weight, looking stronger and larger than even younger horses. The key was that it was becoming increasingly spirited. Yunhao believed that by autumn it would grow even larger. Big brother Kaio bounced over. Yunhao turned to look, and Kaio had changed into a short shirt and was wearing a straw hat. She had transformed back into her tomboy appearance. Why aren't you wearing a long skirt? That dress from yesterday looked great, Yunhao remarked. Kaio giggled and said with an air of wisdom, oh, big brother, you don't understand, but it's better to be low-key when traveling the world. Besides, I'm not used to wearing skirts, they're uncomfortable. This short shirt is new, hee. Yunhao shook his head with a wry smile. Kaio always had her quirky logic, but upon reflection, there was some truth to it. However, he thought Kaio just wanted to avoid trouble. After all, she had spent 3 years in a bandit den and knew very well that some bandits would resort to violence when they saw pretty girls. He said earnestly, in the future, wear whatever you want. We aren't afraid of trouble. With big brother around, no one will bully you. Kaio smiled brightly, saying, yeah, I know. At that moment, she felt an indescribable happiness. Just as the two were talking, Yu Qinghong and Granny Meihua arrived. After exchanging greetings, everyone set off. When they set off, Yunhao noticed a luxurious horse carriage drawn by 2 horses. There were already 4 strong men with powerful vitality waiting around the carriage. Yunhao had seen powerful martial artists before and was surprised to see the 4 men. He could sense that each of these 4 men had vitality not weaker than that of Zhou Chongli, the leader of the Black Wind Mountains bandits. They were clearly in the role of guards. 2 carried sabers while 2 carried swords. Among them was a stout old man with big yellow teeth and a smoking pipe serving as the coachman. Upon seeing this old coachman, he seemed like an ordinary old man, not exuding any vitality, but Yunhao noticed the brightness in the old man's eyes. They were clear without a trace of murkiness. He was secretly astonished, thinking that he must also be a master. These people were clearly servants of Granny Meihua. Sure enough, when Granny Meihua and Yu Qinghong approached the old man, and the 4 men respectfully bowed. These 5 were naturally the Wind Blade Guards of the Secret Wind Division. Now that Princess Yu Qinghong was present, some visible guards were needed. The other 31 would either go ahead as scouts or follow discreetly for protection. Granny Meihua smiled and explained to Yunhao, these people are just some servants from the family. You can instruct them to do anything you need, don't hesitate to ask. After saying this, she turned to the men and said, have you not met Yunlang Jun yet? Her tone was authoritative and left no room for doubt. The five, including the old man, straightened up and respectfully cupped their fists to Yunhao, saying, "We meet you, Yun Langjun." Yunhao hurriedly said, "No need for such formalities, please rise." At that moment, Yu Qinghong said, "Yunhao, I've rented a carriage that can comfortably seat 4 or 5 people. You and Kaio should ride with us in the carriage." Yunhao shook his head and said, "Thank you, Honggu, but I prefer to ride. Let Kaio sit in your carriage." After saying this, he looked at Kaio, thinking of her as a girl. But Kaio shook her head and said, "I also like to ride." Yu Qinghong and Granny Meihua did not insist after all the journey was long. Thus the group set off. The 4 men rode ahead and behind, protecting the carriage in the middle. Yunhao, Kaio, and Ji Yuan also rode leisurely, enjoying the ride. Yunhao noticed that Ji Yuan had a sword on her horse's back, but did not sense any vitality from her. Curious, he asked, "Miss Ji Yuan, are you also a martial artist?" Ji Yuan had always spoken little, but always wore a smile. Upon hearing Yunhao's question, she nodded and said, "I have practiced swordsmanship with my grandmother since I was young. I am indeed a martial artist." At this moment, before Yunhao could speak, Kaio's eyes lit up, and she said, "Sister Ji Yuan, can you teach me to practice swordsmanship?" From inside the carriage, Hong Gus's voice filled with laughter said, "If Kaio wants to learn swordsmanship, there is a master swordsman who can teach you. Do you want to learn?" A master swordsman? Yunhao immediately became curious. The rumors of the martial world that Chao heard while mingling in the bandits' lair are far more than those of Yunhao. This is the first time Yunhao has heard the term master. Curious, he realized that his understanding of martial arts was quite limited. He urgently needed to gather information in this regard. Chao quickly said, "Let me think, Sister Honggu taught me." Yu Qinghong smiled and said, "I don't understand martial arts, so I can't teach you. However, if you want to learn, answer me a question, and he'll tell you who can teach you. Sister Honggu, you can ask." Chao was very eager. Yunhao also perked up his ears, wanting to know who the master of sword practice that Honggu mentioned was. Heard a voice from the carriage asking, "Why does Chao want to learn martial arts?" Chao tilted her head, glanced at Yunhao, and said, "I want to learn martial arts so I can follow my elder brother and not hold him back. In the future, I also want to help my elder brother fight bad people." Such sincere and simple words resonated. Yunhao's heart trembled. So this girl had such intentions. Once again, he was moved by Chao. Suddenly, a voice with a hint of age from Granny Mei came from the carriage. "You have a pure heart, little Chao. Come up to the carriage, and he'll guide you in sword practice." Chowder's eyes lit up. "So Granny is a powerful sword master?" Granny Mei replied gently with a smile, "I can't say I'm powerful. There are many who are stronger than me in the world. I just know a bit about sword techniques. Do you want to learn?" Chao, being clever, giggled and asked Yunhao softly, "Elder brother, should I go?" Yunhao smiled and said, "Such an opportunity, how can you not go? This is your chance, go ahead." Although he didn't know how powerful the sword master was, he thought that just the title of master was enough to impress people. This is a good thing. Obviously, Granny Mei is the sword master that Honggu referred to. Such an opportunity should definitely be seized by Chao. Then I'm going. Chao jumped down from the horse and onto the carriage. In fact, Yunhao also wanted to go and listen, but since he wasn't called, he felt embarrassed to join. He didn't insist. He rode alongside Ji Yuan. Regarding martial arts, he planned to ask Ji Yuan. It was clear that Ji Yuan was a practitioner. He was about to speak when he was interrupted by Yu Qinghong. Earlier, Ji Yuan mentioned that she had been practicing martial arts with her grandmother since childhood. Yunhao looked at Ji Yuan wanting to speak, but he didn't know how to start. Ji Yuan smiled slightly, as if she had noticed Yunhao's awkwardness, and said, "Does young Master Yun have any questions? Feel free to ask. Ji Yuan will answer without reservation." Yunhao was overjoyed and clasped his hands, saying, "Thank you, Miss Ji Yuan. I indeed have some questions about martial arts that I would like to ask. Young Master Yun, please don't be polite." Ji Yuan was chosen by Granny Mei, the leader of the 36 Wind Guards, and one of the 8 maids by the Empress side. She knew the most about Yunhao. If nothing goes wrong, all signs indicate that Yunhao is very likely to be the only bloodline of the current emperor in this world. In other words, once Yunhao's identity is confirmed, he will be the crown prince of the Dayu dynasty, the only legitimate grandson of the empress. His status could be said to be invaluable. He would also be her master. Even without these, just the fact that Yunhao saved the princess would make him a benefactor of the royal family. Thus, Ji Yuan was very respectful in front of Yunhao. If it weren't for the fear of exposing her identity, she would have bowed to him. Yunhao thought for a moment and asked, "Miss Ji Yuan, could you tell me about martial arts?" Ji Yuan, maintaining her composure, replied earnestly, "What aspects does young Master Yun wish to understand? The levels of martial arts or the current martial world?" "To be honest, Miss Ji Yuan, I accidentally stepped onto the path of martial arts and don't even know if I count as a martial artist, so I know nothing and want to learn everything. Just speak freely, I will listen," Yunhao said. Ji Yuan understood after hearing this, and after pondering for a moment, she said, "Then let me first tell young Master Yun about the levels of martial arts." Yunhao quickly responded, "I'm all ears." What he wanted to know most was this. Previously, he only learned from Jean Mantang that martial artists were categorized into first, second, and third tiers, and later he learned about the martial master level, but nothing beyond that. Ji Yuan began the levels of martial artist realms commonly seen are the lowest third-tier martial artists above, which are second-tier and first-tier martial artists. At this stage, one merely practices techniques and strengthens the body, with the core being the understanding of strength. Only above the first-tier martial artist does one truly enter the realm of martial arts, which is the martial master realm, where the inner strength transitions from bright to dark, also referred to as internal energy. A bright energy martial artist can generate bright energy even without martial arts techniques through rigorous training, but dark energy requires martial arts skills to cultivate. The martial master realm is merely the entry point into martial arts. The real power of martial arts is unleashed in the great martial master realm, which then divides into 9 small ranks. From the lowest first rank, Great Martial Master, to the highest 9th rank, Great Martial Master, the difference in internal energy between each rank grows exponentially, with higher ranks equating to greater strength. Ji Yuan paused, giving Yunhao time to digest the information after finishing her explanation. Yunhao listened and compared it with the information he had received from Jean Mantang. Below the Martial Master level, it was basically the same. However, Ji Yuan mentioned that above the Martial Master realm, the Great Martial Master divides into 9 ranks. After a moment of contemplation, Yunhao asked, besides the difference in strength, what other distinctions exist between the Martial Master realm and the 9 ranks of Great Martial Master? Ji Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation. Yunhao was quite perceptive and quickly grasped the key. She patiently explained earlier it was said that the Martial Master realm is merely the true entry point of martial arts capable of cultivating dark energy, internal strength. There are no ranks in the Martial Master realm, only distinctions of strength. If one were to categorize it, the Martial Master realm could be divided into 4 levels: initial, intermediate, advanced, and perfection. However, this is not very meaningful. As long as the internal energy is sufficient, that suffices. The 9 ranks of Great Martial Master, however, are quite different. The most intuitive is that the vitality of a martial master cannot be concealed, but once one reaches the Great Martial Master realm, they can contain their entire vitality, making it invisible to others. Additionally, the Great Martial Master realm can distribute internal energy throughout the body, even directing it to any desired part, and can gather internal energy at the surface of the body to form defensive and offensive capabilities, achieving a multiplying effect. The higher the rank, the more profound and pure the internal energy. The highest 9th rank Great Martial Master can disperse internal energy across the surface of their body in an instant, even injecting it into weapons to combat enemies. Similarly, after controlling internal energy to spread throughout the body, one can achieve a brief leap. A powerful Great Martial Master can leap hundreds of meters. Some legends in the martial world, such as crossing a river on a reed or a bamboo pole spanning the river, are just like that. Yunhao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Thinking of his own situation, it seemed to align with the Great Martial Master realm that Ji Yuan described, as he could disperse the airflow within his body throughout himself and gather it at the surface of his palm. He just didn't know what rank of Great Martial Master he could be considered. This could be verified in the future. He already counted as a Great Martial Master, but what realm lies above the Great Martial Master? This was something Yunhao was very concerned about. So he asked Miss Ji Yuan what is above the Great Martial Master. Ji Yuan's expression revealed a hint of longing as she replied, above the Great Martial Master is the innate realm. Ji Yuan lightly parted her red lips and said, Master, innate master. Yunhao replied, so the innate is indeed the master. Ji Yuan nodded and said, yes, only those who enter the innate stage can be called martial arts masters, but it is not absolute. Is there another explanation? Yunhao asked. Ji Yuan said innate masters are also divided into levels, and above them is the realm of the Great Innate Master, which is similarly divided into 9 grades. In short, those who reach the innate realm cultivate innate true qi, and upon attaining the innate stage they can project their true qi outward. Upon reaching the realm of the Great Innate Master, they stand at an absolute height in the martial world. Yunhao listened, filled with longing. He looked at Ji Yuan and asked, is there a higher realm beyond the Great Innate Master? Ji Yuan thought for a moment and said, there is, but I do not know what the realm is. Yunhao felt a twinge of disappointment, but then suddenly remembered the old Taoist. The old Taoist had devoted his life to the path of cultivation. He wondered if there were indeed cultivators in this world. This was something he was very eager to find out. Because the technique he practiced, Jitsang Tu Na Gong, was left behind by the old Taoist, he was uncertain whether it was a martial arts technique or a secret cultivation method. With this thought, Yunhao attempted to ask Miss Ji Yuan, in addition to martial arts, are there cultivators or immortal beings in the world? Ji Yuan was momentarily stunned by the question, as she hadn't expected Yunhao to ask such a thing. At that moment, Granny Mei, who was in the carriage, chuckled and said, "Young Lord Yin, this question puts Ji Yuan in a difficult position. She is only a third-grade great martial master. Not to mention that many people practice martial arts for years or even decades without reaching the entry level. Even among great martial masters, it is rare to find someone who can enter the innate realm, let alone the ethereal path of cultivation. There may be cultivators in this world, but us ordinary folks cannot know for sure. Even I have only heard some rumors. If there is a chance young Lord Yin could go to the capital city, where perhaps he might find some answers." Yunhao listened to Granny Mai's cheerful response, feeling slightly embarrassed. He was inexperienced, but that did not mean he was foolish. Granny Mai's implication was clear: one must be grounded in their martial pursuits and not aim too high. Do not overthink it. Many people spend their entire lives unable to reach the innate stage, let alone the elusive path of cultivation. Considering Ji Yuan's description of martial arts, he should currently be at the Great Martial Master stage. As for which grade of Great Martial Master, Yunhao is uncertain. Granny Mei mentioned that Ji Yuan was a third-grade Great Martial Master. This surprised Yunhao. Ji Yuan looked only in her early 20s, yet she had already attained the third grade of Great Martial Master. As for himself, Yunhao was very clear that although he was younger than Ji Yuan, he could still be considered a Great Martial Master. But that was mainly due to the presence of the treasure vase. Every time he breathed and cultivated, he could feel the vase absorbing the natural energy of the world, allowing him to absorb some of it into his body, benefiting from the vase. Along with the water from the vase and the ginseng he cultivated, which he made into large qi and vitality pills, it was only after consuming these that he attained his current strength. If he were to train martial arts step by step, Yunhao felt that it would be difficult for him to even become a mediocre martial artist. Everything still requires a grounded approach, taking one step at a time. He cupped his hands towards the carriage and said, "Thank you, Granny, for your guidance. Yunhao has learned a lot." Granny Mei smiled and said, "Young Lord Yun is too polite. As long as you do not mind the old woman's ramblings, feel free to come to me anytime you have questions about martial arts training." Although this girl Ji Yuan is a woman, her talent in martial arts is not bad. On the way to Liangzhou City, you can verify your martial arts with Ji Yuan. It is also a good choice. Upon hearing this, Yunhao was overjoyed. Granny Mei was suggesting that Ji Yuan serve as a sharpening stone for him. "Thank you, Granny, and thank you, Miss Ji Yuan." He was still naive in martial arts with almost no experience in the Jianghu, and he was a complete novice in martial arts. Now that someone was offering guidance, it was a rare opportunity. Since it was uncertain whether the Jitsang Tu Na Gong he practiced was a cultivation method, he would follow the path of martial arts. On the road ahead, Yunhao asked Ji Yuan many questions. Ji Yuan patiently answered with a smile the entire time. From martial arts realms to Jianghu martial artists to martial arts training, he asked everything he could think of. Ji Yuan did not disappoint him, answering every question. As for Chao, she had not come out of the carriage since Granny Mei called her in. It was unclear how Granny Mei was instructing her inside the carriage. Yunhao was puzzled. Wasn't she supposed to practice swordplay? Why hadn't she come out to practice? He did not ask. After all, it was Chao's opportunity. Granny Mei was an innate master. It was uncertain whether she was a great innate master. After a morning of travel, the sun was blazing. They had traveled more than 50 miles. This was considered quite fast. On the way, they encountered some refugees who originally wanted to approach, but upon seeing the luxurious carriage and the 4 armed guards, they all avoided them. The roadside was filled with decaying corpses. Crows circled in the sky. Wild dogs scavenged the corpses in the grass. It was completely a scene from hell. The group was weary from the journey. Upon reaching a grove of trees, they began to rest. They would set off again after the scorching sun passed. 2 of the 4 guards stood watch while the other 2 fed the horses and prepared supplies, taking out food for everyone to recuperate. Yunhao saw Honggu and Xiao Dai getting out of the carriage, but Chao and Granny Mei did not come out. He approached and asked Honggu, "Aren't Chao and Granny Mei coming out to stretch?" Yu Qinghong knew Yunhao was worried about Chao and smiled as she said, "My aunt really likes Chao. She has been examining Chao's bones in the carriage, saying that Chao is a natural talent for sword practice. However, she has not built a foundation since childhood, and she needs to reshape Chao's bones. You need not worry. This is actually a great opportunity for Chao. My aunt has never taken a disciple, and Chao is the first to catch her attention." Yunhao felt joy upon hearing this. Since that was the case, he felt reassured. He asked, "I wonder how Granny will reshape Chao's bones. Can I help in any way?" Yu Qinghong replied, "I do not know much about martial matters. I only heard my aunt say that she will use her internal energy along with secret medicine to enhance Chao's vitality to achieve the purpose of reshaping her bones, after which she can practice swordplay." Secret medicine. Yunhao suddenly remembered the large qi and vitality pills he had made. Thinking that Chao was now his sister, it was already a blessing for Granny Mei to value Chao. He should not let her use some precious medicine. So he said, "Honggu, I have a type of pill that enhances vitality. Could you take it to Granny Mei and see if it is suitable for Chao?" After saying this, he reached into his bosom and with a thought took out a vitality pill from the treasure vase. He did not take out the large chi pill. Naturally, he wanted to give Chao the best vitality pill. Yu Qinghong initially wanted to decline, saying that as a member of the royal family, they were not lacking in these things. However, seeing that Yunhao had already taken it out, she understood that he had his pride and did not want to take too much. So she had Xiao Dai take it into the carriage to show Granny Mei and see if it could be used. In Yu Qinghong's mind, she thought that Yunhao likely could not produce any high-quality vitality supplements. However, unexpectedly after Xiao Dai went in, it wasn't long before Granny Mei's excited voice came back. "Young Lord Yun, where did this pill come from?" As soon as she spoke, Yunhao felt a darkness before his eyes. Granny Mei appeared before him like a ghost, her excitement palpable. Yunhao thought to himself, it's just a pill, why such excitement? Facing the fervent gaze of Granny Mei Hua, Yunhao replied, I happened to obtain a bottle of these pills. Do you think they could be of help to my girl Chao? Granny Mei Hua said, they are of great benefit. I have investigated these pills, which contain powerful vitality. They are most effective for cleansing the marrow and meridians and even help with breaking through in martial arts. Young Lord Yun, may I ask if you have more of these pills? Could you spare a few for this old woman? Yunhao was taken aback. It seemed that even Granny Mei Hua valued the vitality pill he had made. Was she asking him to sell her a few? Yunhao felt a surge of joy in his heart, as this indicated that the vitality pills had value. Although he had over 100 on hand, he could not take them all out. Granny Mei Hua held tightly onto the vitality pill designated for Chao, her gaze fixated on it, her eyes filled with a mix of disbelief and joy. Seeing Granny Mei Hua's eager demeanor, Yunhao smiled slightly and reached into his pocket, genuinely pulling out 3 more vitality pills. In an instant, Granny Mei Hua's eyes widened, as if she had seen a rare treasure. Her hands instinctively reached out, then hesitated, as if afraid of being too abrupt. Good lad, you truly are a hidden gem. Granny Mei Hua sighed. I assure you these 3 pills will not let you suffer a loss. Now tell me, how much silver do you wish for? As she spoke, she swiftly took out a pouch of money from her waist. Yunhao quickly waved his hands and sincerely said, Granny, I cannot accept the money. Your guidance for Chao in sword practice is a kindness I will always remember. Your teachings are worth more than gold to me. Granny Mei Hua paused for a moment. Upon hearing this, her eyes filled with satisfaction and appreciation. She gently sighed, slowly putting away the money pouch, and said, Good, my dear child, you are so kind-hearted. I will remember this. Saying this, she carefully took the 3 vitality pills, turned, and walked over to Ji Yuan, handing one to her with affection. Child, take this and feel it well. Ji Yuan had grown up by her side since childhood. Although they were not master and disciple, their bond was akin to that of a mother and daughter in Granny Mei Hua's heart. Ji Yuan followed her advice and swallowed the pill. The next moment, her expression changed, and she quickly settled into a cross-legged position to cultivate. A tremendous and fiery force erupted within her like a volcanic explosion. The force resembled countless agile fire serpents rampaging through her meridians, causing immense pain, as if her veins might burst at any moment. Her entire aura was in chaos, flickering like a candle in a storm. Her face turned crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as beads of sweat the size of mung beans rolled down her forehead, cascading down her cheeks, and splashing onto the ground. Seeing this, Granny Mei Hua immediately placed her hands on Ji Yuan's back, continuously channeling her own true qi to help her stabilize her mind. Under the soothing influence of Granny Mei Hua's true qi, the violent force within Ji Yuan began to show signs of taming. Ji Yuan's body trembled slightly, her clothes fluttering, without wind producing a fierce sound. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ji Yuan's aura suddenly condensed, as if a bowstring had been pulled to its limit, and then surged forth like a flood breaching a dam. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling with excitement and joy, and exclaimed, Granny, I broke through. I've reached the 4th rank, Great Martial Master Realm. Granny Mei Hua's face broke into a smile of satisfaction as she turned to Yunhao, her eyes filled with gratitude and recognition. Young Lord Yun, today, I owe you for these pills, and I will remember this favor. Yunhao grinned sheepishly, watching the ecstatic Ji Yuan and the pleased Granny Mei Hua's heart filled with joy. To receive such a favor from a master like Granny Mei Hua, renowned as a swordsmanship expert, Yunhao felt that 3 vitality pills were worth it. The most delighted of all was Ji Yuan. She had been stuck at the 3rd rank Great Martial Master Realm for over 2 years. No matter how hard she trained, she had made no progress. In the Great Martial Master Realm, each rank is a step to advancing is exceedingly difficult. From the 1st to the 9th rank, each breakthrough is a barrier. It is very hard indeed. Who would have thought that a single pill from Yunhao today would solve the bottleneck that had troubled her for 2 years? She was truly overwhelmed with excitement. She respectfully bowed to Yunhao, saying, Thank you, young Lord Yun. Although the pill was not directly given by Yunhao, it was ultimately due to him. This kindness she would remember in her heart. Yunhao quickly waved his hand, saying, It is your own effort, Miss Ji Yuan. Please do not be too polite. No matter what, today's breakthrough is largely thanks to you, young lord. I will keep this in my heart, Ji Yuan said sincerely. While they were speaking, Granny Mei Hua smiled and nodded at Yunhao before returning to the carriage. Yu Qinghong was secretly astonished, never expecting that the pill Yunhao casually took out would allow Ji Yuan to break through her martial arts barrier. Although she did not understand martial arts, she knew that Yunhao's pills were extraordinary. At that moment, the old coachman who had been eyeing the smoking pot near the carriage had bright and shining eyes gazing intently at Yunhao. He had witnessed everything that had just transpired, and his heart was truly unsettled. Just then, Granny Mei Hua's voice resonated from inside the carriage, reaching the old coachman's ears. Deputy of the Cool Prefecture's Secret Wind Division, Cui Zhu entered the Cool Prefecture's Windblade Division in the 3rd year of the Great Yes Jinsheng, and by the 16th year of the Great Yes Deqing, he became the small division head of the Windblade Division, currently serving as the first-class Windblade Envoy, a 5th-rank Great Martial Master, and has been stuck at this bottleneck for 8 years, hasn't he? The old coachman, or rather Cui Zhu, trembled at her words, instinctively sitting up straight, and whispered to the carriage, "Right, Windblade Envoy, you are keenly perceptive. I remember my subordinate. I am terrified." Granny Mei Hua's calm voice echoed again. "Do you have any grievances about being the small division head of the Cool Prefecture's Windblade Division and driving the carriage?" Cui Zhu's face turned pale at her words, and he instinctively wanted to kneel. But he was stopped by Granny Mei Hua's voice. "Sit, well, do not kneel. I do not hold anything against you. We are merely chatting. Both my identity and the princess must be kept confidential on this trip." At this, Cui Zhu finally relaxed his heart, but still sat up straight, adopting a posture of listening closely. He softly said, "Right, Windblade Envoy, please be assured. I have no grievances. It is my honor to serve beside you and the princess. I would never dare to have any complaints." Granny Mei Hua acknowledged with a sound, appearing satisfied with Cui Zhu's answer. She continued, "The priority of this task is confidentiality, but there will also be unknown dangers. I won't elaborate for now, but besides the palace master, it is young Yun you need to protect as your main focus. You must have seen the pills in his hand, which possess the ability to break through barriers better than the high-quality qi and blood pills developed by the royal family. Although I obtained 3, one has already been given to Ji Yuan, and the remaining 2 have other uses for me. The reason I am telling you this is to point you in the right direction. Set aside your pride and look for opportunities to connect with Yunhao. Whether you can establish a good relationship depends on your fortune. I will assist you in this matter. Do you understand my intentions?" With this, Cui Zhu understood the implications. Granny Mei Hua's meaning was clear. The pills in her possession were not for him to think about. However, she would create opportunities for him to interact with Yunhao, allowing him to obtain the pills from Yunhao. In other words, there should be more miraculous pills in Yunhao's possession. He immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Right Windblade Envoy, for your great kindness. I will surely seize the opportunity." Granny Mei Hua softly said, "Young Lord Yun seems to be inexperienced in martial arts and is at a stage where he needs to be tempered. Come closer." Cui Zhu hurriedly leaned closer to the carriage, where Granny Mei Hua's low murmurs began. Cui Zhu's eyes grew brighter and brighter, nodding from time to time. The group continued their journey, but the people from the Secret Wind Division showed greater respect towards Yunhao, a town smaller and more dilapidated than Xinhe Town, known as Huangfeng Town. Liangzhou is located in the northwest of the Dayu dynasty, and the closer one gets to Liangzhou city, the harsher the environment becomes. There were hardly any trees to be seen, only endless yellow sand. Huangfeng Town was named for this reason. There are very few clear days in a year, and most of the time it is filled with wind and sand. The geographical environment is the Lus Plateau, where the wind blows in clouds of yellow sand. "My lord, the wind is picking up. We need to hurry, or it will be difficult to travel once the strong wind rises." Cui Zhu cracked his whip to urge the carriage on, speaking to Yunhao, who was riding alongside him. The paper kite was already inside the carriage, while outside were Yunhao and 4 guards along with Cui Zhu. "All right." Yunhao pressed his legs against the old horse's belly, and the black horse beneath him began to gallop. Ever since Cui Zhu received instructions from Granny Mei Hua, he had taken the initiative to lower his status and become familiar with Yunhao. Indeed, at first Cui Zhu had a bit of arrogance. As the deputy chief of the Windblade Division in Liangzhou and a seasoned veteran at the 5th rank of Grand Martial Master, he had the capital to be proud. However, due to Granny Mei Hua's words, and seeing Yunhao's mysterious pill help the paper kite break through to the 4th rank of Grand Martial Master, Cui Zhu's heart began to burn with excitement. He had been stuck at the 5th rank of Grand Martial Master for 8 years. If he could not break through soon, he would lose all hope of progressing further in martial arts for the rest of his life. Thus, Yunhao's appearance gave Cui Zhu a glimmer of hope for breakthrough. Along the way, once Cui Zhu set aside his pride, he became invincible. The saying, "A person without shame is invincible under heaven," perfectly described the interaction between Cui Zhu and Yunhao. He actively shared tales of the martial world, martial arts, cultivation, and techniques, addressing Yunhao as my lord with great intimacy. He even sent the paper kite into the carriage, staying outside to converse with Yunhao. As a result, Yunhao was completely at the mercy of Cuiju. There was no way around it. Yunhao was a novice in the martial world, incomparable to a seasoned figure like Cuiju. He catered to Yunhao in every possible way, making him quite uncomfortable at first, but gradually, he became numb to it. Mainly, this old fellow said things that made Yunhao, a naive young man, blush with embarrassment. Once we get to Liangzhou City, he'll take you to tea houses, singing houses, and theaters. Each term uttered by Cuiju sparked both curiosity and shyness in Yunhao. Through the howling winds, buildings faintly appeared in the distance. Cuiju said, "My lord, we have arrived. Ahead is Huangfeng Town. It has been many years since I visited. The only inn in town is called Huangfeng Inn, and its proprietress still possesses great charm with a bosom that could knock you out." Yunhao looked at old Cos lewd expression, feeling speechless. He did not respond to his remark. While they were talking, they arrived at Huangfeng Inn. It was an inn built against a more than 100-meter high hillside with a 3 to 4-story structure visible at a glance. The exterior was made of wood, and lanterns swayed at the entrance while the candles inside had already been extinguished. A large banner displayed the words Huangfeng Inn. The guards had already taken care of the lodging arrangements. Upon their arrival, they settled the horses and vehicles. Granny Meihua, along with Yu Qinghong, Xiao Dai Chower, and Ji Yuan, also exited the carriage. Yunhao hadn't seen Chower all day, but now he saw Ji Yuan carrying her out. He hurried over to check. Granny Meihua smiled and said, "My lord, there's no need to worry. I gave Chower your pill to help her recover her strength. She is now in a deep sleep, which is good for her, and she will wake up tomorrow." Yunhao noticed Chower's rosy complexion, looking as if she were in a deep slumber. Feeling relieved, he replied, "Thank you, Granny Meihua, for your efforts." "My lord, there's no need for thanks. I have a bond with this girl Chower, and tonight I will stay with her to watch over her," Granny Meihua said, showing great fondness for Yunhao. Yu Qinghong spoke up. "Yunhao, Aunt, the wind and sand outside are too strong. Let's go inside the inn to talk." In front of Yunhao, she still addressed Granny Meihua as aunt. All of their identities were still to be concealed from Yunhao. First, because Yunhao's identity was not yet. Secondly, even if it were certain that Yunhao was a prince, they could not dare to leak a single word to avoid drawing attention and causing trouble. From the outside, the inn appeared weathered and somewhat dilapidated. However, once they entered, they found the environment was quite clean and even had an air of elegance. It was spotless. The lobby on the first floor was very spacious, with 20 to 30 tables already occupied by patrons of various backgrounds, from martial heroes to merchants. At the front, there was a stage with an elderly man and a young girl. The old man seemed to be blind, fiercely playing a broken pipa as he sang. Beside him, a girl of about 10 held a clapper, occasionally tapping along with the rhythm. Upon entering, Yunhao was immediately captivated by the rich and robust singing of the blind elder. They seemed to be singing some ballad. Huangfeng Valley stretches 300 miles with miasma swirling and ghosts trembling. The mysterious valley lord reigns, and in the valley no one can match the strange happenings. Martial heroes venture into perilous lands, glinting blades clash against fierce foes. Heroes wield their swords, showcasing their skills, fighting for life and death, leaving behind great legacies. In the deep mountains, the treacherous paths are hard to find, while the mists and strange rocks create a mesmerizing view. Vicious snakes and fierce beasts often ambush secrets hidden within Huangfeng Valley. As the song concluded, applause erupted in the hall. "Excellent. Well sung. The old blind man rewards you with a jug of wine." A guest called for the waiter, who brought a jug of wine. The young girl beside the old blind man was going from table to table, saying auspicious words while holding a gong. Some people gave copper coins, others gave silver. This was the first time Yunhao had heard such ballads, and he found it. As he stood there reminiscing, the young girl approached him, slightly bowing and greeting him. "My lord, may you have good fortune and be benevolent." Yunhao realized this was for tips. Reaching into his pocket, he thought to himself and took out a silver ingot. Since he kept his silver in a treasure bottle, whenever he wanted to use it, he could retrieve it with a thought, though he was unsure how much he could take out. Looking at it, it turned out to be 10 taels of silver. It pained him a bit to part with it, but having already taken it out, facing the young girl's bright eyes, he noticed her clothing and age resembled that of Chower, whom he had first met. Assuming they were grandfather and granddaughter, making a living by singing together was not easy. He decided to place the 10 taels of silver in the gong. It produced a crisp sound. The young girl was taken aback upon seeing 10 taels of silver, clearly not having received such a generous reward before. She quickly bowed in thanks, saying, "Thank you, my lord, for your generous gift. May you have good fortune and success." No need to thank me." Yunhao, coming from humble beginnings, was not used to being thanked in such a manner. "My lord, let's head upstairs to see the rooms," Cuiju called out at that moment. After signaling to the young girl, Yunhao followed him upstairs. As he reached Cuiju's side, Cuiju smiled and said, "My lord, your kind heart is commendable, but remember sometimes helping others requires not only considering your own capacity, but also the circumstances. Otherwise, in the end, it may harm both others and yourself." "What do you mean, old Chui?" Yunhao asked, confusion evident on his face. Chuiju squinted his eyes, standing at the railing on the second floor, observing the various people in the hall below, and remarked, "The moment you handed over the silver ingot to that young girl, at least 5 or 6 pairs of eyes fell upon you. Dozens of glimmering eyes swept over the young girl. You tell me, why are they looking at you?" Yunhao was not. Upon hearing Chuiju's words, he immediately reacted, saying, "What you mean is wealth stirs the heart." Chuiju revealed a broad grin, exposing his large yellow teeth, and said, "Indeed, those 10 taels of silver not only attracted attention to you, but also to that young girl and the old blind man. Do you believe that unexpectedly they might not survive the night? We may even encounter trouble tomorrow." Yunhao was taken aback and said, "No, it can't be that extreme, right?" His initial intention was to help the singing grandfather and granddaughter out of pity, and he had already gritted his teeth and taken out 10 taels of silver. However, if this led to the demise of the grandfather and granddaughter, it would betray his original intention. "My lord, this is the world of Jianghu. It is a place of violence and bloodshed where lives are as insignificant as grass and wealth stirs the heart, leading to schemes for fortune and even murder." Chuiju puffed on his pipe as he spoke. Yunhao's face turned somewhat grim. He recalled the first time he sold ginseng in Xinghe town, indulging in a large meat bun, only to be robbed on his way back by 4 vagrants who sought his life, and that time it was merely for 3 copper coins. And tonight, in front of many people, he had given the young girl 10 taels of silver, which indeed was enough to provoke some to scheme for her life. He said in a deep voice, "Old Chui, I haven't thought this through. I must save that grandfather and granddaughter." Chuiju exhaled a puff of smoke and asked, "How do you plan to save them, my lord?" Yunhao replied directly, "Bring them over here to stay with us." Chuiju shook his head and said, "There are too many pitiful people in this world. You can't just keep them by your side forever, can you? You can shelter them tonight, but what about tomorrow?" Yunhao looked at Chuiju and asked, "Do you have any suggestions, old Chui?" Chuiju replied, "If you want a permanent solution, the best way would naturally be to eliminate those with ill intentions toward them." Pausing for a moment, Chuiju continued, "My lord, don't be anxious for now. We'll keep an eye out for a while." Seeing old Cui's calm demeanor, Yunhao felt more assured. He clearly understood that he could learn something from this veteran of the Jianghu. Nodding, he said, "All right, I'll follow your..." Chuiju smiled widely and said, "My lord, go to your room and have some water to rest. They'll go get a jug of wine and keep watch over the grandfather and granddaughter. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. If there's an issue, we'll call for you." Yunhao glanced at the old blind man and the young girl downstairs before turning and entering his room. His room was adjacent to old Cui's. Once in the room, he took out the demon-slaying blade from its coarse cloth wrapping and began to clean it. He had not used this large knife on the way. He had not even stored it in the treasure bottle. It had been hanging on his horse's back. Considering he might need it tonight, he took it out to wipe it down. Under the candlelight, the blade of the demon-slaying knife gleamed coldly. After finishing cleaning the demon-slaying knife, Yunhao took out the treasure bottle and had a sip of water, feeling a refreshing coolness. He also took out 2 vitality pills and swallowed one. The effect of the vitality pill was excellent the first time he took it, but now after swallowing it, Yunhao found that its efficacy had diminished significantly. It could only replenish his qi and blood energy. However, it could no longer enhance the flow of qi within his body. This left him somewhat disappointed. He knew that this was due to his body becoming immune after taking too many. He understood the principle of moderation in all things. He didn't force it, thinking that he could look for better medicinal materials to make pills in the future. He had actually realized an issue. That was during this time of seeking revenge and traveling, he had not continued to plant medicinal herbs and rice. This was not acceptable. Yunhao was very clear that his current situation relied on the treasure bottle, or rather on the rice and medicinal herbs grown with the water from the treasure bottle. Next, he needed to find a way to continue planting. Either he needed to settle down somewhere and find a piece of land to continue. But he was clear that he wouldn't stop until he found a skilled doctor to save his sister. He couldn't stay in one place for too long. This was not feasible. It would be great if he could plant wherever he went. At the very least, being able to plant precious medicinal herbs like ginseng on his person would be beneficial. What should I do? Yunhao muttered to himself. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He saw a pot of orchids on the table. Right, I can plant them in pots. There is space inside the treasure bottle. I can completely plant ginseng and other medicinal herbs in pots. If I have enough pots, I can continue to plant rice as well. This way he could take them out anytime, anywhere. Thinking of this, Yunhao became excited. Medicinal herbs like ginseng, the longer they are planted, the better their efficacy. There is no doubt about it. The ginseng and huangjing he planted on Jiming Mountain were down to 5 plants, each around 20 years old. If he could plant ginseng that was 50 to 60 years old, or even 100 years old, the vitality pills made from them would surely far exceed the current ones in efficacy. It would definitely help him in cultivating martial arts. Just as he was contemplating whether to ask the innkeeper for some pots, a voice called out from outside his room. "My lord, there is movement." Yunhao's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately stepped outside. "Old Chui, what happened?" he quickly asked. Chui Ju, holding his pipe, said, "The old blind man and the young girl left the inn, and at least several dozen swordsmen followed them out." Yunhao's heart tightened, saying, "Then we should hurry and follow to take a look." There's no need to rush too much. Those swordsmen are not common folk, and there will likely be some conflict." Though he said this, Chui Ju had already gone downstairs, speaking as he walked. The two exited the inn, and it was already getting dark outside. The sky was about to darken. In the distance, through the wind and sand, some figures could be vaguely seen. Old Chui walked faster. Yunhao worried that the old blind man and the young girl might be harmed. Chui Ju, however, grinned and said, "My lord, there's no need to worry. Among those swordsmen who followed, not all are bad people. I believe there are a few with chivalrous hearts. That grandfather and granddaughter should not be in danger for the time being. Let's follow behind and observe first. If necessary, we will intervene." Swordsmen. Bandits. This was the second time Yunhao had heard old Chui mention the term swordsman. To him, weren't they just bandits? Chui Ju shook his head and said, "Not entirely. To be precise, swordsmen in Liangzhou and further west are considered a profession. They are different from bandits." "What do you mean by that?" asked Yunhao, confused. Chui Ju, after knocking the ash off his pipe, explained, "Swordsmen were originally a profession that originated long ago. They are martial artists primarily focused on the sword. The earliest swordsmen took it upon themselves to uphold justice, but over time things began to change. Nowadays, only a few swordsmen can maintain their original intentions, using their sword skills to cultivate martial arts and uphold justice, while many have become mercenaries, and even lower-tiered ones have turned into thieves who rob and pillage." Yunhao was surprised, saying, "There are so many nuances to it." Just as Chui Ju was about to speak, a furious roar echoed ahead. "You bullies of the weak, you deserve to die. Stop meddling, or we'll chop you up." Yunhao and Chui Ju exchanged glances. The old blind man and his grandson trembled in fear, caught between two groups. On the left there were 8 people, while on the right 3. Yunhao was worried about the old blind man and his grandson, but Lao Chui calmly said, "Don't worry, they won't be in trouble for now. Let's watch the show, hee." "Are you sure?" Yunhao felt uncertain about Lao Cui's reliability. With a confident smile, Chui Ju replied, "Young master, you must trust the experiences of an old hand. I have navigated the Liangzhou region for decades. I have my insights. Among these people, the leader of the 8 is a first-class martial master, which is decent, but the others are no threat." "What about the other 3? Lao Chui glanced over and said, "I'm not too sure, but there should be a great martial master among them." Those 3 appear to be genuine Western region swordsmen. Facing the other 8, they seem at a disadvantage, but when it comes to actual combat, Western region swordsmen are quite formidable. Let's observe for now. Western region swordsmen. What kind of swordsmen are they? Yunhao asked curiously. Lao Chui explained, Liangzhou is the western gateway of the Dayu dynasty. Beyond that lies the western region countries, where it's rumored that the origins of swordsmen began. Thus they consider themselves the true swordsmen of the western region, known for their swift blades. So there's such a saying. Yunhao and Lao Chui spoke quietly. In the arena, the old blind man and his grandson were caught in the middle, trembling in fear. The old blind man trembled, saying, "Gentlemen, we will take out our silver. Please spare us. The young man is just trying to make a living with his granddaughter." "Old man, don't be afraid. I want to see who dares to rob you today," said a middle-aged man, the leader of the 3 on the right. A tall and thin man on the left sneered, "Scraps from the western region, don't interrupt our business here. This is Liangzhou, not your western region. Enough nonsense. You dare to act as swordsmen while committing robbery. You deserve to die. Kill." The middle-aged man roared, and with a flash of cold light, he swung his blade at the tall, thin man. The 2 companions followed suit, charging in without hesitation. Immediately the 2 sides clashed in battle. The sounds of clashing metal and shouts echoed. "This is boring, not interesting," Lao Chui remarked, showing little interest. But Yunhao was transfixed. What swift! He saw the middle-aged man leading the 3 strike quickly, almost like a blur of blades. Soon cries of agony echoed. Among the 8, some fell into pools of blood. Clearly the 3 were stronger, striking as fast as lightning. As Lao Chui predicted, among the 8, only the tall, thin man could fight. The others fell one after another. Even Yunhao thought this battle would end with the 3 swordsmen victorious. However, a twist occurred. The tall, thin man, seeing the situation turn unfavorably, suddenly turned and aimed at the old blind man and his grandson. He swung his blade toward the little girl. At that moment, Yunhao could no longer contain himself and leaped up, suddenly soaring dozens of meters high and landing in front of the girl. He gathered the chi within his palm and shouted, "Dragon control hand, dragon scale force." Clang! He blocked the tall, thin man's strike, aimed at the little girl with his bare hands. A crisp sound rang out as sparks flew from his palm. He firmly grasped the opponent's blade, then suddenly yanked the tall, thin man towards himself. With his other hand clenched into a fist, he delivered a powerful punch to the tall, thin man's chest. Crack! Ow! Puff! The tall, thin man's chest caved and letting out a horrific scream as he spat out old blood and was sent flying. Landing several dozen meters away, he struggled a few times, but could not get up again, eventually collapsing, having been killed by Yunhao's punch. Yunhao's sudden appearance startled everyone present. Unarmed, he had taken on a blade and then struck down a great martial master with a single punch. Where did this expert come from? The robbers had already lost 4 men to the 3 swordsmen, and now their leader was also dead. The remaining 3 were terrified, scrambling to escape. The 3 swordsmen exchanged glances, stopping their fight to look at Yunhao. The little girl behind Yunhao recognized him as the handsome young master who had given her 10 taels of silver before. She exclaimed in delight, "Young master." Yunhao turned back and smiled at the little girl, saying, "Are you all right?" The little girl surprisingly showed no fear on her face, instead smiling and shaking her head. "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me, young master." She then said to the old blind man, "Grandpa, this young master is the one who rewarded me with 10 taels." The old blind man, still holding his broken pipa, stepped forward with a trembling bow, saying, "Thank you for saving my life, young master." Yunhao quickly supported him, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "Old man, I should take responsibility. If it weren't for my 10 taels of silver, you wouldn't have encountered this trouble. Fortunately, it ended without serious harm. Where are you going? Shall I escort you for a while?" The old blind man sighed, saying, "Alas, this isn't the young master's fault. Robbers indeed seek wealth, but some people are not doing it for money." Yunhao found the old blind man's latter statement somewhat perplexing. But soon after, the old blind man looked at the 3 swordsmen across from him. His tone suddenly lost its tremor and became calm as he said to them, "Thank you, gentlemen, for rescuing me. I have no way to repay you, so I bow to you." As he spoke, he bowed to the 3 swordsmen. Generally after this, the swordsmen would leave, having acted heroically in the face of injustice. This is what Yunhao thought in his heart. However, the situation did not develop in the direction he expected. The 3 swordsmen remained silent and did not move. They merely fixed their gazes intently on the old blind man. At this moment, Yunhao felt something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. He clasped his fists and said to the 3, "You gentlemen acted heroically. Can I invite you back to the inn for a drink?" The 3 looked at Yunhao with wariness. The middle-aged swordsman forced a smile and said, "Thank you, young brother, but we have other matters to attend to, so we won't go." With their refusal, Yunhao did not think much of it. He turned to the old blind man and the little girl, asking, "Where are you going?" "I can escort you." The old blind man suddenly sighed, "Alas, thank you for your kindness, young master, but we might not be able to leave." "You should go? What do you mean?" Yunhao was confused. At this moment, the old blind man suddenly looked up and slowly called out to the distance, "Since you have come, you might as well show yourselves." A hoarse voice echoed from the darkness, "Haha, indeed you are the blind swordsman, Zhongli Feng. But should I now call you Canglong Longxiang Zhongli Feng?" He Canglong Longxiang Zhongli Feng has long been dead in Huangfeng Valley decades ago. You were the only one who emerged from Huangfeng Valley alive. Blind swordsman Zhongli Feng, before entering Huangfeng Valley, was merely a martial artist. Who would have known that in just a few decades he had become a great martial master who mastered sword intent? Am I right? Another voice echoed. Then from another direction, a calm, elderly woman's voice sounded. Over a decade ago, Zhongli Feng entered Huangfeng Valley with more than 30 people, but only you emerged alive, achieving the realm of great martial master. We have heard that you possess a map that can lead to Huangfeng Valley. We won't trouble you, just hand over the map. As the words fell, 3 figures appeared from 3 directions, 2 elders and an old woman. Yunhao was left dumbfounded. Could it be that the old blind man is also a master? At this moment, the old blind man ignored the 3 and spoke to Cui Ju's position, saying, "Friend over there, you should come." "He am just here to accompany my young master to watch the show." "Oh no, to save someone purely out of kindness." "You all chat among yourselves, don't mind me." "Young master, come over here." Cui Ju waved at Yunhao with a grin. The old blind man turned to Yunhao and asked, "Young lord, do you recognize him?" He was referring to Yunhao quickly replied, "Yes, he came with me. I noticed someone was tracking you at the inn, and I was worried someone might rob you, so I came to check. His name is Cui Ju, and I am Yunhao." He casually introduced himself. Cui Ju twitched his lips and smacked his forehead, saying, "Young lord, you shouldn't tell your name to strangers. You must know that the martial world is perilous." The old blind man murmured to himself, Cui Ju, Cui Ju." Suddenly, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you the Deputy Chief Cui Ju from the Imperial Windblade Department in Liangzhou?" If you say so, then so be it." Cui Ju would not admit his identity. The 3 people in the distance also had uncertain expressions. In the martial world, one must be wary of dealings with the imperial court, fearing that Cui Ju might intervene. That would complicate matters. The old blind man suddenly turned to Yunhao and asked, "Young lord, may I request something from you?" In the old blind man's heart, he believed that Yunhao's association with Cui Ju indicated that his background was extraordinary. His eyes might be blind, but his heart was not. He could hear that Cui Ju held Yunhao in high regard, implying that Yunhao was no ordinary wealthy young master. Today, he feared it would be difficult to settle things. The only worry was his granddaughter, who was following him. "Old senior, please speak," Yunhao hurriedly replied. The old blind man said, "My granddaughter is a poor soul. Her parents died from a plague. After I encountered her, I took her with me, but we haven't had many peaceful days. Today it seems I may not survive. Could I ask the young lord to take care of my granddaughter?" Cui Ju lit a cigarette and said softly, "Did the old blind man really come to me for help? Are you putting this burden on my young lord?" The old blind man ignored Cui Ju's sarcasm and faced Yunhao, waiting for a response. "Grandpa," the little girl said with a hint of tears in her voice. At that moment, Yunhao was still pondering how to respond when the old blind man suddenly told the little girl, "Xinger, quickly kneel down and bow to the young lord." Unbeknownst to what method he used while speaking, he grabbed the little girl, and she knelt before Yunhao. Indeed, what is this? Yunhao was momentarily at a loss. But the old blind man did not give Yunhao a chance to speak, quickly continuing, "Young lord, my granddaughter Xinger is named Zhong Hongxing. I entrust her to you from now on. As long as you provide her with a meal, she will serve you whether as a maid or servant. I have nothing to repay you. This broken pipa has been with me for over a decade, so I will gift it to you as thanks." Without further ado, he stuffed the pipa into Yunhao's arms. He solemnly instructed his granddaughter, "Xinger, remember, wherever the young lord goes, you must follow closely, never leaving his side, serving him as a maid, and have no complaints whatsoever." "Grandpa, woo-woo." Xinger began to cry. "Don't cry, remember what Grandpa said." After gently patting Xinger's head, the old blind man turned to look into the distance. When the old blind man turned around, his aura suddenly changed. He straightened his back, and a powerful surge of vitality shot up from him. Yunhao swallowed the words he wanted to say. At this moment, Lao Chui stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the pipa gifted by the old blind man that Yunhao was holding. A glint of light flashed in his eyes as he smiled and said, "Young lord, the old blind man is entrusting you with his granddaughter at the end of his life. Shouldn't you help the little lady up?" Only then did Yunhao realize that the little girl, named Zhong Hongxing, was still kneeling on the ground. He quickly extended a hand to help her up, saying, "Xinger, please rise." Xinger wiped her tears and said nothing, looking at her grandfather's back as she stood by Yunhao's side. Meanwhile, Yunhao was conversing with Lao Chui. On the other side, the old blind man slowly addressed the two elders and the old woman over there, saying, "Lord Su of the Yen Blade Alliance from the western regions, these three swordsmen must be your men, right?" The old blind man asked lightly. The elder, holding a large ringed saber, snorted, "Indeed, they are my men." The old blind man then turned to another elder and said, "Lord Wang, as the lord of the Camel Fortress, I did not expect you to join in the fun as well. Zhongli Feng, don't forget back then the 36 of you stormed the Yellow Wind Valley, where my elder brother was present. The three of us sought you out for a reason. Everyone has died, yet you alone emerged alive and even became a master of the blade intent. Shouldn't you give us an explanation?" Lord Wang said in a deep voice. The old blind man then addressed the old woman, saying, "Madam Qi from Liangzhou, what brings you here?" The woman known as Madam Qi from Liangzhou replied, "Old blind man, my second brother entered the Yellow Wind Valley with you. As his sister, I naturally need to seek clarification from you. I cannot let my brother die without knowing the truth." The old blind man burst into laughter. After laughing, he said solemnly, "As I have said before, when we 36 entered the Yellow Wind Valley, life and death were destined, wealth and nobility were in the hands of fate. I was just a bit luckier and managed to survive. Their deaths have nothing to do with me. But you do not believe me. Even after these years of hiding my name, you still relentlessly pursue me, haha. You merely want to know why I became a master of the blade intent and uncover the secrets of the Yellow Wind Valley. I still say I have nothing to say about the Yellow Wind Valley, nor do I know how to explain it. It is not a good place, and I hope no one goes in there to die. For this reason, I have spent years singing and composing songs to warn about the dangers of the Yellow Wind Valley. It seems you are still unwilling to give up." At this point, the old blind man paused for a moment and suddenly shouted, "If that is the case, let's follow the rules of the martial world. If you have the ability, kill me, otherwise I will wipe you all out today." What a bold statement. You, a mere individual, even if you master the blade intent, are only a 5th grade martial artist. We three are all 6th grade martial artists. Do you think you stand a chance? The lord of the Yen Blade Alliance sneered. No need for further words, let's fight. The old blind man's aura grew even stronger. Attack! The 3 6th grade martial artists charged at the old blind man. In an instant, the 4 great martial artists clashed together. The old blind man was unarmed. Barehanded, he matched his fists against the three swordsmen's weapons, not falling behind. A series of dull explosions echoed. The four figures moved swiftly. Wherever they passed, the earthen walls collapsed, and dust flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, they had already distanced themselves from Yunhao and the others by hundreds of meters. The wind and sand rose, rendering visibility non-existent. Yunhao stood with Cui Ju and Xing. Looking at the vanishing figures, he said, "Lao Cui, should we lend a..." Cui Ju shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, "Young lord, since the old blind man entrusted his granddaughter to you at the end of his life, he is already resolved to die. If he wanted to escape, he would have done so long ago. He chose to fight instead. A martial artist has his dignity. Moreover, the battle between 3 6th-grade martial artists and a 5th-grade martial artist who masters the blade intent is not something we can meddle in. Besides, we should take care of ourselves right now. A look around." Cui Ju's last words became colder. Yunhao instinctively looked around and realized that they had been surrounded without knowing when. There were at least 20 people. The leader was none other than the 3 swordsmen from earlier. At this moment, they were all exuding a murderous intent. Old Cui sighed, saying, "The people of the Yin Knife Alliance from the western regions are becoming more and more successful. Previously, I praised them as the last true swordsmen, but it seems they have become killers instead." Yunhao looked at the people emerging around him, each wielding gleaming large knives, and instinctively pulled. Old Cui tossed the wrapped demon-slaying blade to him, saying, "My lord, catch the blade. If we don't deal with these people tonight, we'll have trouble tomorrow." Yunhao reached out and caught the demon-slaying blade. He had previously asked Old Cui to hold it for him and wasn't in a hurry to open it. In fact, he was eager to test the 3rd level of his dragon mastery technique. Having caught the blade barehanded earlier, he had already demonstrated his power. The airflow spread through his palm, allowing him to grasp the blade without injury. He handed the pipa to Xinger, saying, "Xinger, hold this for me." Xinger obediently held the pipa. Yunhao suddenly exerted force, and with a boom the ground shook. The handle of the demon-slaying blade sank deeply into the earth. Cui Ju laughed, saying, "My lord, you don't need a weapon." Yunhao replied, "Not yet." His tone was confident. The encircling swordsmen did not attack, immediately keeping their distance while surrounding them. The leading swordsman spoke, "Young lord, we will take the young lady and the pipa and do not wish to become your enemies. We hope you won't make things difficult for us. The Jianghu is vast. We kindly ask for your cooperation, and the Yin Knife Alliance will be exceedingly grateful." This sounded polite, but was filled with veiled threats. Yunhao narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. The leading swordsman's voice turned cold as he replied, "In the territory of Liangzhou and the western regions, no one dares to openly oppose our Yin Knife Alliance. If you refuse to show us respect, do not blame us for being ruthless. You lot have no right to demand respect. To put it nicely, you call yourselves swordsmen, but the truth is you are nothing more than a bunch of reckless killers. True swordsmen have a sense of honor. You are merely assassins." Before Yunhao could speak, Cui Ju cursed, spitting and continuing, "And in Liangzhou territory. Haha, Liangzhou belongs to the great Yu dynasty. I haven't even spoken yet, and you act so boldly, truly seeking death." In a flash, Cui Ju moved first. The old man's smoking pipe became his weapon as he struck one swordsman on the head. With a scream, the man fell. Yunhao's eyes lit up at the sight. Throughout their journey, old Cui had been sharp-tongued, but he had never seen him strike before. Now he witnessed old Cui's overwhelming strength in action. It was evident that mist was gathering around old Cui's smoking pipe. Yunhao understood that this was a manifestation of profound internal energy. He wondered what level of master old Cui was. "Kill them," the leading swordsman commanded, and all 20 or so men around surged forward. Yunhao protected Xinger behind him, gathering airflow in both hands. He reached out towards one of the attacking swordsmen, employing the 2nd level of his dragon mastery technique, the Dragon Claw. Clang! Sparks flew as Yunhao grasped and broke the blade of a swordsman, stunning him. Before he could react, Yunhao struck him with a punch, sending him flying. In the midst of flashing movements, he always kept Xinger protected. Anyone who came close was met with his dragon mastery hands, shattering their weapons. With a reverse attack, he took down another opponent. They were merely second-rate martial artists, no match for Yunhao, who found them as easy as dealing with chickens and dogs. "My lord, be careful." Suddenly Xinger cried out in alarm. Yunhao sensed a strong wind coming from above. His eyelids twitched. He growled, "Dragon Flame Strike," and without hesitation he unleashed his full power. He raised his hand to deliver the 3rd level of the Dragon Flame Strike, slapping upwards. His entire hand glowed faintly red as if flames were burning. Boom! Ding! A clear sound echoed. A swordsman above him had attempted a sneak attack on Yunhao, but was met with Yunhao's palm striking back. The swordsman's large blade instantly turned red hot, with half of the blade breaking off. He swiftly dodged to the side, his expression fluctuating as he stared at Yunhao. He exclaimed, "What kind of martial art is that?" Yunhao snorted coldly, stepping forward to attack this person. He could sense that this man was a great martial master. He was many times stronger than an ordinary martial artist. Had it not been for his full-power dragon flame strike, he could have been at a disadvantage. According to Paper Kite's words, he was also a great martial master now. In the exchange of blows while Yunhao had the upper hand, he also felt the other's deep internal energy, which sparked his competitive spirit. Let's do this again. He extended his hand into a claw reaching for the swordsman who held the broken blade. Oomph. The opponent coldly huffed but discarded the half-blade in his hand. He threw a punch directly challenging Yunhao. How strong could a 16 or 17-year-old boy be? Could he surpass this first-tier great martial master? Boom. The two struck hard against each other. Yunhao stood firm without moving. Uffed. The opposing swordsman staggered back, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, his eyes wide as he gasped. He seemed unable to catch his breath after speaking for so long. Die. Yunhao stepped forward, a claw striking the swordsman's chest. Unexpectedly, his entire hand pierced through the man's chest. Ah! A scream escaped him as he died with his eyes wide open. Yunhao withdrew his hand covered in blood. Even a first-tier great martial master was easily killed. My lord, save me. At that moment, Xing'er cried out. Yunhao quickly turned to look. Oh no. He had forgotten about Xing'er in his focus on the fight. He saw a swordsman grab Xing'er and leap into the air, aiming to take her onto a rooftop. Yunhao panicked. Bastard. He hurriedly gave chase. Just then a scream pierced the air. The swordsman carrying Xing'er screamed as he fell from midair. From the rooftop came a familiar voice. Young lord, there's no need to worry about this young lady. Yunhao looked and saw Paper Kite had appeared rescuing Xing'er and standing on the rooftop with a sword. Now Yunhao felt at ease. He approached the demon-slaying blade, pulled it from the ground, and unwrapped the coarse cloth. The heavy blade felt as light as a feather in his hands. He swung it slightly, the cold light glinting. Holding it in his hand, Yunhao felt a great sense of security. It was indeed comforting to have a reliable weapon. He glanced at the distance where dozens of men were attacking Old Chui. Yet Old Chui was handling them with ease, each attack resulting in screams, or men collapsing, some even dead. Yunhao raised the demon-slaying blade and charged forward. In an instant there were continuous screams. Each strike resulted in dismemberment. Together with Old Chui, none of the over 20 swordsmen escaped. All were slaughtered. Old Chui looked at Yunhao, who appeared like a youthful killing god, and couldn't help but be entranced. He naturally knew about Yunhao's reputation. This young man single-handedly killed hundreds of bandits from Black Wind Mountain, earning the title of the youthful killing god, and now it was evident that the title was well-deserved. After all the foes were slain, Old Chui lit a smoke and took a puff, then looked towards the rooftop and said, Paper Kite, come down. Paper Kite leaped down from the roof holding Xing'er and landed steadily in front of Yunhao and Old Chui. She glared fiercely at Old Chui, her tone stern as she said, Granny said that if you take matters into your own hands again and put my lord in danger, she'll knock out your teeth. Old Chui shrank his neck and smiled awkwardly, saying, Lady Paper Kite, you wrong me. It was my lord's kindness that made him want to check on the old blind man and this little girl. I merely accompanied him. Besides, with me around, my lord will be safe. Paper Kite snorted coldly, saying, You can explain it to Granny later. Yunhao listened and found it curious that Old Chui addressed Paper Kite as lady. There are many rules in wealthy households, right? She turned to Yunhao, her expression softening into a smile as she asked, Are you all right, my lord? I'm fine. I must thank Lady Paper Kite for saving Xing'er just now. Yunhao expressed his gratitude. Paper Kite had come to check on him and Old Chui, and not finding them at the inn had come out searching. My lord is too polite. By the way, isn't this young lady the one from the inn? What happened tonight? Why are there so many swordsmen attacking you? Yunhao briefly recounted the events of the night to Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan dared not utter a word against Yunhao, but she did not show any good graces toward Cui Ju. She was annoyed that Cui Ju had put Yunhao in danger. Cui Ju could only grin sheepishly, not daring to disrespect Ji Yuan. In name, Ji Yuan was now his superior. This was because Ji Yuan was personally appointed by Grandma Mei to be the deputy leader of the Secret Wind Division, commanding 36 wind guards. Both Cui Ju and Ji Yuan sounded like deputy leaders, but the differences were vast. The Secret Wind Division was the headquarters, while Cui Ju was merely the deputy leader of the Wind Blade Division, a subordinate branch of the headquarters. Can you save my grandfather? Xing'er suddenly spoke with red eyes, interrupting the conversation between Yunhao and the others. Both Ji Yuan and Cui Ju turned to look at Yunhao. Let's go take a look. If it were possible, Yunhao actually preferred to avoid meddling in other people's affairs. However, he felt responsible for tonight's incident, believing it stemmed from the 10 taels of silver he had provided. The old blind man and the 3 others had long since disappeared. They had to search for them. The 4 followed the trail of the fight. As they walked out of the town, they finally made a discovery. 3 figures lay on the ground. To be precise, 3 corpses lay on the ground. The old blind man was among them. Grandpa Xing Er cried out, rushing over to the old blind man and weeping loudly. Old Chui and Ji Yuan walked over to inspect. Yunhao searched the area, but did not find the old woman called Lady Qi. However, a trail of blood remained in the distance. It seemed that only Lady Qi had survived, albeit severely injured. The leader Su of the Yindao Alliance and the Lord of Camel Fortress were both dead. Cui Ju shook his head and clicked his tongue, saying, "Oh my, impressive. Truly worthy of a master who has mastered the intent of the blade." With the strength of a 5th-rank martial artist, he fought against 3 6th-rank martial artists, killing 2 and severely injuring 1. This old blind man is indeed remarkable. What a shame. Ji Yuan commented, "It seems the martial world in Liangzhou is quite chaotic." Indeed, it's chaotic. In recent years, our battles with the Hu people have weakened our control over the martial artists in the region, allowing them to become increasingly unrestrained. Cui Ju said coldly, looking at the corpse of Su from the Yindao Alliance. Yunhao then approached to comfort Xing Er. The old blind man had died, but had entrusted Xing Er to him. Yunhao did not know what to say. He had just recognized one sister, and now another had appeared. With the lives lost, words seemed futile. In old CUIS words, people die in the martial world every day. It was normal. Next, they helped Xing Er prepare the old blind man's body, planning to find a place to bury him at dawn. By the time they finished and returned to the inn, it was already late at night. Yunhao instructed Ji Yuan to settle Xing Er. Ji Yuan took Xing Er to her room. Cui Ju, thick-skinned, followed Yunhao into the room with a grin. Yunhao asked, "Why aren't you going to sleep? What are you following me for?" Old Cui revealed his large yellow teeth and pointed at the pipa that the old blind man had gifted to Yunhao, saying, "Young master, we've been busy all night. Don't you want to see what we've gained?" What gain? You mean this broken pipa? Yunhao asked, puzzled, seeing Cui Ju staring at the pipa. Cui Ju chuckled and nodded, saying, "I've heard of the exploits of the old blind man Zhongli Feng. To survive the Huangfeng Valley and master the blade intent to achieve the rank of 5th-rank martial artist, he is certainly not an ordinary person. How could he only leave you a broken pipa when he entrusted you with his legacy?" Yunhao looked at the pipa in his hands and asked, "Are you saying there's something inside this pipa?" Cui Ju smiled and said, "Why not open it and see? This isn't that inappropriate?" Yunhao felt that it was a relic gifted by the old blind man, and opening it now would be like damaging the pipa. Young master, if I'm not mistaken, there is likely something related to the extraordinary martial sage inside this pipa." Old Cui's voice was very enticing. Extraordinary martial sage. Yunhao had never heard of it before. Just the name alone felt impactful. Seeing that Yunhao had never heard of it, old Cui simply sat down and chuckled. "Yes, do you want to know what the extraordinary martial sage is?" "I do," Yunhao replied without hesitation. Cui Ju lit a pipe and took a puff, saying, "I'm a bit thirsty." Old Cui knew that Yunhao was a novice in the martial world and was very interested in matters concerning martial arts. So he had Yunhao completely under his thumb. Yunhao rolled his eyes, but still got up to pour him a cup of tea, saying, "Old Cui, tell me about it." Cui Ju raised the cup of tea and took a sip before saying, "There has long been a legend in the Liangzhou region. The Huangfeng Valley is famous because it is rumored to be the cave dwelling of an extraordinary martial sage. Although the truth was unknown, there is no smoke without fire, and this rumor has been circulating for 300 years. This is also why the Huangfeng Valley has continuously attracted martial artists to explore its mysteries. Unfortunately, many entered, but few came out. In recent times, just over a decade ago, the old blind man and 36 martial artists ventured into the Huangfeng Valley, but only the old blind man came out alive. He achieved mastery over blade intent, which is why all factions were hunting him down, eager to know whether the Huangfeng Valley is indeed the cave dwelling of the extraordinary martial sage, what treasures lie within, and what opportunities the old blind man obtained from the valley. To have survived from the Huangfeng Valley, the old blind man undoubtedly mastered the route in and out, which would be a life-saving path. All factions in the martial world sought to enter the Huangfeng Valley to investigate. What exactly does the extraordinary martial sage represent? Yunhao asked curiously. Old Cui, with a look of longing, replied, "The extraordinary martial sage is the ultimate goal of all martial artists in the world. It is well known that above the rank of martial master is the innate master, and above the innate master is the innate grandmaster. Even those with extraordinary talent find it as difficult as climbing to the heavens to cultivate martial arts to the level of innate grandmaster. Historically, those who achieve the rank of innate grandmaster are exceedingly rare. The innate grandmaster is already regarded as a pinnacle figure in today's world of martial arts, and above the innate grandmaster lies the legendary realm of the extraordinary martial sage. It is said that 300 years ago there existed extraordinary martial sages in the martial world, but after some events were said to have occurred, all martial sages vanished overnight. Since then, no extraordinary martial sage has been born. The martial sage is a legend, yet also the closest existence to immortality. There are even legends that the realm of martial sage is the same as the realm of becoming an immortal possessing abilities that defy the heavens. This is also why any trace of an extraordinary martial sage is pursued at all costs, even at the expense of one's life. The legend of the Huangfeng Valley being the cave dwelling of the martial sage is merely a rumor, yet it has drawn countless martial artists. If the old blind man could survive, one can imagine how great the attraction would be to the outside world. Now do you still think that the broken pipa gifted to you by the old blind man is just a pipa? After hearing old Cus recount, Yunhao felt a stir in his heart. The extraordinary martial sage equivalent to an immortal, or perhaps even an immortal. This temptation was indeed powerful. For him it at least validated that this world might truly have a path to immortality. Even if not according to old Cus words, the martial sage's martial arts reached the heavens, defying gods and demons. Does that mean that even if no renowned doctor in the world can save his sister Yunwei, could the martial sage do it? For him it added another glimmer of hope. The old blind man entrusted his legacy to him by gifting him a pipa. The significance was no longer the same. Looking at the broken pipa in his hands, Yunhao glanced at old Chui and said, "Shall we open it and take a look?" Old Chui revealed his large yellow teeth, saying, "We must open it and see." Crack! With a forceful twist, Yunhao broke the pipa into two halves. Indeed, there was something inside. A folded piece of animal hide. "Quick, open it and take a look," Chui Ju urged, his eyes sparkling. In the room, Yunhao and Chui Ju finished reading the contents on the animal skin, exchanging glances with each other. This was a letter. It was also a map, crafted by the old blind man. The general content revealed that the old blind man indeed entered the Huangfeng Valley over 10 years ago and encountered certain events. The dangers of Huangfeng Valley were more terrifying than rumored. Among the 36 who entered, even those above the 6th rank of martial masters perished within. It was not only the harshness of the environment, but also the presence of strange beasts within the valley. The reason the old blind man survived was purely luck. He accidentally got lost and took a path devoid of danger, stumbling into the valley. He discovered that the valley housed the extraordinary cave dwelling of a martial sage from 300 years ago, the blade Saint Chu Yuantian. The old blind man saw the traces of the blade left by the sage on the stone wall, from which he comprehended the essence of the blade. He never actually entered the true cave of the martial sage, nor did he dare to, as strange beasts guarded it. The old blind man also saw another path out on the stone wall, and thus managed to escape. He recorded these details on the animal skin. "You keep this safe. Oh, if you get the chance, you can go take a look at the blade marks left by the martial sage." Chui Ju sighed and added, "But for now, don't consider going in a Huangfeng Valley. It's too dangerous." Yunhao nodded and put away the animal skin, as he wasn't too concerned about these matters. Currently, he only wanted to find a renowned doctor to save his sister Yunwei. "Let's go, we need to rest early." Chui Ju got up to leave. At the door, Yunhao called out old Chui. Chui Ju turned back. "Does the young master have any more business?" "This is for you." Yunhao tossed an already prepared vitality pill to old Chui. Chui Ju instinctively caught it, momentarily stunned, then his face broke into wild joy. Is this the pill used by Lord Ji Yuan?" Since Granny Maihua's hint, he had been flattering Yunhao, solely hoping to obtain one. He had not dared to ask, and to his surprise, Yunhao gave it to him now. "This is called a vitality pill. Oh, I know you need it. I hope it helps you. Thank you for taking care of me all this way." Yunhao had long noticed that old Chui approached him for the vitality pills. Initially, he refrained from giving one to see old Xiao's character. Through their interactions, Yunhao found that apart from being a bit lewd and speaking nonsensically, old Chui was quite decent. Whatever he asked, old Chui would satisfy him. Moreover, since they were heading to Liangzhou City together, he still had many questions to consult old Chui about as a novice in the martial world. To him, the vitality pill was nothing a one pill could exchange for a good relationship with old Chui. It was quite a bargain. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. If I can make a breakthrough at the martial path, I will surely repay you with my life." Chui Ju was overwhelmed with emotion. "You're being too kind. Just focus on taking it. I hope it helps you." "All right, I won't disturb the young master's rest any longer. Oh, by the way, remember to help Xing'er with the old blind man's funeral tomorrow. I have no experience in such matters. Rest assured, young master, I will personally handle it tomorrow. I will ensure the old blind man gets a fine coffin and is buried in a good location." The old man and the young man exchanged pleasantries and then went to rest. Yunhao returned to his bed and entered into breathing meditation. He needed to conserve energy as they would continue their journey tomorrow. Tonight's acquisition of the Huangfeng Valley map from the old blind man was merely a stroke of luck. Yunhao hadn't given it much thought and did not believe he would go to Huangfeng Valley, at least not in the short term. However, unexpectedly upon reaching Liangzhou City, he quickly became entangled with Huangfeng Valley. Of course, that is another matter. After a night of meditation, when he woke up the next day, he found it was already late morning. Yunhao washed up and hurried outside. Today he had to bury the old blind man. Since the old blind man entrusted Xing'er to him before his death, he had to take responsibility. As he walked out of the inn to the front door, he found that old Shui and Xing'er had already returned. Upon inquiry, he learned that the burial had been taken care of. Yunhao felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Xing'er, I'm sorry. I got up late." Xing'er quickly bowed and called out, "Young master, there's no need to blame yourself. It was me and Grandpa Shui who got up early. Don't blame the young master, it's already good that Grandpa can be buried soon." Hearing Xing'er call him young master, and bowing with a hint of respect in her speech, Yunhao felt some. Little did he know after being taken by Ji Yuan last night, Xing'er had been taught all night on how to behave as a maid. Yunhao was unaware of this. Old Shui said, "Young master, let's go have breakfast. We need to continue our journey soon." Today Old Shui was full of energy and spoke more kindly to Yunhao. "Old Shui, have you made a breakthrough?" Yunhao asked, uncertain. Old Shui revealed a big grin, his yellow teeth showing, and said, "Yes, thanks to the young master's gift of the pill, I broke through to the 6th rank martial master last night." 6th rank. Yunhao was astonished. He had learned yesterday that Ji Yuan was a 3rd rank martial master and had broken through to the 4th rank after taking one of his vitality pills. He had thought Old Shui calling Ji Yuan Lord would at most be a 3rd rank martial master. He never expected him to have become a 6th rank martial master now. "Hey, I've been stuck at the 5th rank martial master bottleneck for 8 years. If it weren't for the young master's pill, I wouldn't know if I'd ever have the hope of breaking through. Young master, your generosity is akin to recreating my life, and I truly can't repay you." Cui Ju spoke sincerely at that moment. "It's not that great, you were at the 5th rank to begin with. Even without my pill you would have eventually entered the 6th rank." Yunhao quickly replied. However, Old Shui shook his head. "Young master, you don't understand. In the martial master realm, there are 9 ranks with a checkpoint every 3 ranks. If one can't break through, some may be stuck for a lifetime. My reaching the 6th rank means I've passed the 2nd major hurdle. Your generous gift truly deserves the praise." At the dining table, Yunhao and Old Shui chatted while eating. It was then that Yunhao learned about the concept of breaking through in martial arts. For someone like Old Shui, breaking from the 5th to the 6th rank was indeed a major hurdle. If one couldn't break through, their martial journey would come to a halt. This gave him a sense of urgency. He wondered what rank he could be considered as a martial master. Were there any checkpoints? Old Shui said, "No need to rush. When the opportunity arises, I will help you assess your level." "How will you assess?" Yunhao asked eagerly. Before Old Shui could answer, a cheerful shout interrupted their conversation. "Big brother." It was Chaoer running down from upstairs. Behind her were Granny Meihua and Honggu Little Dai. Last night Granny Meihua had mentioned watching over Chaoer to help her reshape her bones. It needed a night's time. Now it seemed to have been accomplished. Seeing this adorable little sister, Yunhao was also delighted. "Chaoer, big brother Granny said I've reshaped my bones and I can practice swordsmanship now." Hee. Chaoer was very happy. To her, being able to practice swordsmanship meant she could follow her big brother and help him fight against bad people. "Then you must work hard and not disappoint Granny Meihua." Yunhao gently patted her head. "Rest assured, big brother, I will work hard." Chaoer waved her little fist as she spoke, but her gaze drifted to the side where Xing'er was. She had already heard from Ji Yuan while eating in the room that Big Brother had taken a maid last night. "Big brother, is she the maid Xing?" Chaoer asked. "Yes, it seems you're already aware. Get along well with Xing'er from now on." "Rest assured, big brother, I will." After saying this, the 2 young girls of similar age huddled together to chat. Yunhao greeted Granny Meihua and Honggu. After the group made their preparations, they continued their journey to Liangzhou City. Just before setting off, Yunhao asked the innkeeper to buy 10 flower pots of various sizes, which he secretly stored in his treasure bottle, preparing to try planting medicinal herbs. In the courtyard of the Liangzhou City magistrate's residence, 100 meters away, soldiers clad in armor stood guard solemnly. The courtyard, covering several dozen acres, had a large artificial lake. In the water-scarce land of Liangzhou, this could definitely be considered a luxury. The local tyrant of Liangzhou magistrate Shen Taixing sat in a pavilion fishing like an old man. Behind him, a figure in black robes knelt fearfully. This person was the ghost figure Luo, who escaped from Black Wind Mountain. That night, Luo used lightness skill to flee, and Yunhao, hindered by poison, could not pursue. After 3 days of traveling day and night, he finally arrived at the magistrate's residence to meet the magistrate, Shen Taixing. He reported that Black Wind Mountain had been slaughtered by Yunhao. After Luo carefully finished speaking, he knelt on the ground waiting. Seconds ticked by and Shen Taixing remained silent, seemingly focused entirely on his fishing rod. This put immense pressure on Luo. He was drenched in sweat. Finally, with a splash, Shen Taixing's fish, "He not bad, it's a big fish." This was the first sentence Luo heard. He prostrated on the ground, not daring to look at Shen Taixing. "What is your name?" Suddenly Shen Taixing asked. Luo knew he was being asked about himself, since there was no one else in the pavilion. Replying to the magistrate, "My name is Luo Sheng. I was responsible for intelligence gathering in Black Wind Mountain, and as I have good agility, I was nicknamed Ghost Shadow Luo. Luo Sheng dared not conceal any information about himself. He knew very well that this local tyrant could investigate his entire ancestry. Luo Sheng, the name, implies seeking life. Ghost Shadow Luo, nice name. Since you have rendered a service by reporting and you've escaped, stay here to work. Shin Taixing said blandly. Bang bang bang. Luo Sheng immediately bowed his head. Thank you, magistrate. I am willing to serve you with all my heart. You may leave now, or someone will come to find you later. Yes, I take my leave. After Luo Sheng left, Shin Taixing waved his hand. A shadow flashed into the pavilion. My lord. It was an old man dressed in black with graying hair. Old Gu, thank you for your trouble. Take Ghost Shadow Luo with you and kill that Yunhao. I don't want anyone to know about the events at Blackwind Mountain. Yes, my lord. Wait, send 3 teams of Black Flag guards to go. Remember, leave no trace. Kill Yunhao and everyone around him at all costs. Yes. The shadow known as Old Gu vanished in a flash. The pavilion returned to tranquility as Shun Taixing continued fishing in the large lake, but his gaze was fixed in the direction of the capital as he murmured, Prince of Martial Kings, you have presented me with quite a dilemma. Tianshui Bay? It is the necessary route to enter Liangzhou City. After passing Tianshui Bay, the terrain will become flat. Yunhao and his companions have been on the road from Huangfeng Town for 2 days. The journey has been smooth these past 2 days. They haven't encountered any bandit troubles. Originally, Old Chui had mentioned being on guard against attacks from the Yandao Alliance. However, the journey has been very quiet. They are still several dozen miles away from Tianshui Bay. Chui Ju and Yunhao are riding horses, still leading the way. Yunhao noticed that Old Chui has been speaking less. This is somewhat out of character for him. He jokingly said, what's wrong with you, Old Chui? You haven't said a word for half an hour. This isn't like you. Chui Ju surprisingly did not smile, but instead frowned and said, it's been too quiet these past 2 days. Something feels off. A smooth journey is a good thing. Ooh, what's off about it? Yunhao replied. Chui Ju shook his head and said, it's just a feeling. Let's have everyone rest here for a bit. All right, the sun is fierce. It's not too late to set out later. Yunhao nodded. After dismounting, Yunhao secretly fed Old Black Horse some precious water and rice and added a large vitality pill. Because of this, Old Black has been the most energetic among all the horses. As for Old Chui, he went to speak with Granny Meihua, and they are quite far away, so it's unclear what they are discussing. Chow'er and Xing'er also jumped down from the carriage and bounced towards Yunhao. Big brother Chow'er ran over. Yunhao smiled and asked, didn't Granny Meihua say that your bone restructuring was successful? Why are you still in the carriage and not coming down? Chow'er tilted her head and said, Granny said that the essence of swordsmanship is not in practicing the sword, but in understanding the sword intent. She gave me a thread of sword intent to nurture first. Once the sword intent is cultivated, practicing sword moves will naturally become easier. Yunhao felt a bit envious of Chow'er as she has caught the attention of Granny Meihua, who is carefully teaching her. She will undoubtedly excel in the future. Granny Meihua is indeed a master. However, Yunhao still does not know whether Granny Meihua is a congenital master or a congenital grandmaster. There is a world of difference between the two. Then be sure to learn well from Granny Meihua. Yunhao encouraged. He turned to Xing'er and asked, are you hungry? Yunhao took out some food and handed it over. Meanwhile, he was chatting with Chow'er and Xing. On the other side, Chui Ju stood respectfully beside Granny Meihua, looking somewhat worried, and said, Lady, it's been too quiet on this journey. I feel something is off. Granny Meihua asked, what are your concerns? Chui Ju replied, let the Hidden Wind Guard scout ahead to Tianshui Bay before we set off. Tianshui Bay is a crucial point for entering Liangzhou City with complex terrain and rugged roads, historically known as an ambush spot. They have not spotted any traces of bandits or the Yandao Alliance along the way, which is illogical. Young Master Yun has obtained the relics of the blind old man, which concern the martial saint relics of Huangfeng Valley. Those sword masters should not be unaware. Normally, there should be at least some probing attacks against us, but there have been none at all. Not a single bandit has appeared on the road. If someone were truly plotting against us, they would likely set an ambush at Tianshui Bay. Granny Meihua pondered and said, you are familiar with Liangzhao's territory, so we will proceed as you suggest. There's no need to worry too much. Mere sword masters can't create a storm, but we must ensure the safety of Princess and young Master Yun. Yes, I hope I am just overthinking. I will send a message to the Hidden Wind Guards to scout Tianshui Bay now, Chui Ju said. All right, go ahead. We are nearing Liangzhou City, so there's no rush. Granny Meihua nodded. Chui Ju turned to leave and contact the Hidden Wind Guards. Granny Meihua took the water pouch handed to her by Ji Qian and took a sip, then asked, how is that girl named Xing? Ji Qian replied, her temperament is good. She has endured hardships, understands reason, and knows righteousness. If she can stay by young Master Yun's side, it would be fine. Take care of her during the journey. After all, she is a pitiful child. Granny Meihua said, looking at Xing'er in the distance. Ji Qian thought for a moment and said, Granny, I've actually observed that Xing'er has a very solid foundation. She just lacks experience. She must have built her martial arts foundation with the blind old man, as she possesses a substantial inner strength of dark energy and seems to have practiced some martial arts technique. It seems the blind old man, considering her safety, did not teach Xing'er any martial arts moves, only the mental techniques, yet she has developed inner strength. If she is properly guided, she will be a promising talent in the future. It's a pity she lacks talent for swordsmanship. Granny Meihua has been focused on Chaoer these days and has not paid attention to Xing'er, only asking Ji Qian to keep an eye on her. She trusts Ji Qian's judgment. Since she said so, it must be correct. Granny Meihua paused and said, "Oh, tell me, what is she suited for?" Ji Qian replied calmly, "Someone like me." Granny Meihua blurted out, "A death servant." Yes, with proper training, she can catch people off guard at critical. Ji Qian said, "No one knows that she is actually a death servant by the Emperor's side, personally selected and trained by Granny Meihua." Now Ji Qian actually says that Xing'er has the potential to become a death servant. Granny Meihua pondered for a moment and said, "Once young Master Yun's identity is confirmed, it will be invaluable and various forces will inevitably covet it. We must prepare in advance. You should secretly teach Xing'er, ensuring young Master Yun does not find out." "Yes," Ji Qian nodded. "Aunt." Yu Qinghong walked over. She has become accustomed to calling Granny Meihua aunt these days. Granny Meihua slightly inclined her body and whispered, "Princess, it's been hard on you this journey." Yu Qinghong replied, "It's not hard with you here. Is there any news from the capital?" She has been concerned about the confirmation of Yunhao's identity. The blood hair has already been secretly sent to the capital for the priest's palace to perform secret rituals. Granny Meihua said, "There's no need to worry, Princess. I believe the secret guards will have news in a day or two." I was too anxious. On the other side, Yunhao and Xing'er are still unaware that Ji Qian and Granny Meihua, in just a few words, have already decided Xing'er's fate. In contrast to Chaoer's liveliness, Xing'er appears very quiet and composed in Yunhao's eyes. She speaks very little. Not asking or speaking, she just stands quietly beside them. She is easily overlooked. Cui Ju strolled around and returned. He has already contacted the Hidden Wind Guards to scout Tianshui Bay. Yunhao asked him as he approached, "Is old Cui setting out now?" Cui Ju smiled and said, "The sun is too fierce, let's rest a bit. Didn't young master want to know about your martial arts realm? Come, let's find Granny Meihua. She has a martial arts measuring stone that can test young master's strength." Yunhao's eyes lit up and said, "Great." He followed Cui Ju to find Granny Meihua. Granny Meihua took out a gray stone about the size of a palm, resembling a copper mirror. She smiled at Yunhao and said, "Young Master Yun, strike the measuring stone with all your strength. If the stone emits 5 glows, it indicates the realm of a great martial master, and the length of the 5th glow represents its rank." Boom. Yunhao gathered the chi within his body into his fist and launched a full-force punch. A deep sound echoed as the measuring stone shimmered with radiant light. Elder Meihua and Cui Ju's eyes were fixed on the measuring stone. They saw it burst with brilliance, only to return to normal the next moment. However, cracks had appeared on its surface. Cui Ju widened his eyes, saying, What does this mean?" Elder Meihua's expression mirrored his shock. The measuring stone did not shine with the expected rays of light that would indicate the presence of an innate master. Yunhao's test yielded no light columns representing his realm, not even one. It actually broke the measuring stone. This was utterly incomprehensible. Even a third-rate martial artist would produce at least one light column when striking the stone. It was impossible for there to be no light at all. Yunhao punched down, and instead of a light column, the stone cracked, leaving Elder Meihua and the others astonished. Could it be that Yunhao had no realm or rank? This was even more impossible. Even an innate master could be detected by the measuring stone, unless Yunhao was stronger than an innate master. But that was even less likely. The measuring stone was crafted by a grandmaster of the innate realm, unless Yunhao was an innate grandmaster himself. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for it not to register a martial realm. But innate grandmasters were not common. Yunhao was only 16 or 17. How could he possibly be an innate grandmaster? Even an innate grandmaster would find it difficult to crack the measuring stone. Elder Meihua, I'm sorry, have I? Yunhao felt very awkward seeing the crack on the measuring stone. He had shattered it with a single punch. If he had known, he wouldn't have used all his strength. Elder Meihua regained her composure and quickly waved her hand, saying, "My lord, there's no need to blame yourself. This measuring stone is quite old. It was probably due to that it broke." However, even she found it hard to believe her own words. She knew very well what material the measuring stone was made from. How could it possibly break just because of age? Yunhao awkwardly asked, "So does this mean my test was a failure?" Elder Meihua smiled and said, "It's all right. The measuring stone is just a rough test. I suggest you compete with Paper Kite. She is currently at the 4th grade martial master level and will be able to better assess your strength." She then turned to Paper Kite and instructed, "Paper Kite, do not use your sword. Just compete with Lord Yun in internal energy and be careful not to injure him." In Elder Meihua's eyes, Yunhao was at most a second-grade martial master. Yes, Elder. Paper Kite stepped forward and said to Yunhao, Lord Yun, let's give it a try. You may use your full. Yunhao was thrilled. He had long wanted to spar with Paper Kite, but they had been on the road, and as she was a girl, he felt hesitant to bring it up. He had mentioned it to Cui Ju, but unfortunately old Cui had spoken to him, as if he were a child, saying, no fighting, but it would be ridiculous for an old man like me to fight you. In truth, Yunhao understood that old Cui looked down on him and did not want to bully him. Now that he had the opportunity to spar with Paper Kite, he naturally would not let it slip away. He quickly smiled and said, Sister Paper Kite, I hope you won't take offense. My lord, please do not call me sister. Paper Kite cannot bear such a title. Just call me by my name. Paper Kite expressed her anxiety. She was well aware that Yunhao was very likely a prince, and it was inappropriate for him to call her sister. Yunhao, of course, had no idea about his identity and had never thought of it in that direction. He also did not know that both Paper Kite and Old Cui were subordinates of Elder Meihua from the Secret Wind Division. Honggu was even the younger sister of the current emperor of the Diyu dynasty, the Grand Princess. Information about him had already been presented in the palace of the capital city on the desk of the true power holder of the dynasty, the Empress Dowager. At this moment, both Paper Kite and Yunhao were unarmed and prepared to spar barehanded. Paper Kite was tasked with testing Yunhao's strength. Yunhao and Paper Kite stood facing each other. As a fourth-grade martial master, Paper Kite was young but mature as a fighter, exuding a calm and composed aura honed by experience. In contrast, Yunhao's strength seemed hidden in the mist, leaving no one able to truly see through him. With a low please, the sparring officially commenced. Yunhao struck first, letting out a loud shout as his aura surged, unleashing the dragon control hand. His palm seemed to carry the force of a great dragon. As the first layer of the dragon control hand emerged, a howling wind was whipped up from his palm, rushing towards Paper Kite's face. Unfazed, Paper Kite smirked confidently, her form flickering like a ghost as she easily evaded the attack. At the same time, she used her fingers like a sword, the tips glinting with a cold light piercing towards Yunhao's wrist. Yunhao's expression changed, and he quickly altered his technique, employing the second layer of the dragon control hand. This time, as his palms moved, layers of illusions were created, as if a true dragon was spiraling. Each strike stirred up a fierce wind, sending sand and gravel swirling into the air. Seeing this, Paper Kite's eyes flashed with surprise. Her footwork quickened as she flowed gracefully outside of Yunhao's attack range. Her fingers' word attack grew increasingly fierce. Wherever her sword pointed, the air seemed to be cut by a sharp blade, producing a hissing sound. The two of them exchanged blows, neither yielding, and for a moment they were locked in a fierce stalemate. Yunhao knew that if he didn't go all out, it would be difficult to win this spar, so he took a deep breath, channeling his true chi wildly, as the third layer of the dragon control hand finally erupted. At this moment, his hands transformed, as if they had become two real giant dragons surging toward Paper Kite with overwhelming force. Paper Kite felt this immense pressure and dared not let her guard down, executing her swordplay to the utmost. Her figure darted quickly through the forest, and with each finger she extended a sharp sword. Aura was unleashed, fiercely clashing with Yunhao's palm winds. The air was filled with dull booming sounds, shockwaves radiating outward. After a fierce exchange, both decided to test their internal energy to settle the outcome. They each took several steps back, their true chi surging around them. Yunhao's internal energy was like roaring waves crashing against Paper Kite's defenses, wave after wave. Paper Kite's internal energy, on the other hand, was like a solid boulder, steadily resisting Yunhao's assault. Both of them were covered in sweat, their expressions grave, and the air around them seemed distorted by their internal energy. As time passed, Paper Kite's breath began to grow erratic. Yet Yunhao remained calm, with his internal energy flowing continuously. Finally, Paper Kite could no longer hold on, spitting out a mouthful of blood as she flew backward. Time rewound to the moment Yunhao and Paper Kite began their spar. Elder Meihua and Cui Ju watched from the sidelines, becoming increasingly alarmed. They had initially thought Yunhao would struggle to last even 10 exchanges against Paper Kite. To their surprise, hundreds of exchanges had passed, and Yunhao was becoming fiercer in his attacks, his aura strong and steady, showing no signs of fatigue. Instead, Paper Kite over time began to deplete her internal energy, her vitality waning. Cui Ju exclaimed in astonishment, "This kid is truly a freak. At first, I sensed his vitality was at the level of a second-grade martial master, but how is he getting stronger? At this point, he's almost at the level of a fourth-grade martial master." Elder Meihua's eyes sparkled as she said, "Paper Kite is about to lose. Later, you should go up and test the limits of Lord Yun's internal energy." Old Cui was taken aback, just about to speak. At that moment, they saw Paper Kite fly backward. Just as Elder Meihua had predicted, she had indeed lost. At this moment, Elder Meihua nodded to Cui Ju. Cui Ju understood and leaped forward, landing in front of Yunhao, striking out a palm towards him. He smiled as he said, Lord Yun, use your strongest power to strike against me, old Chui. Yunhao had just defeated Paper Kite, and unexpectedly old Chui came at him with a palm. Hearing old Cui's words, he felt a surge of competitive spirit. He knew old Chui wanted to test his internal energy. Old Chui was a 6th grade martial master. Yunhao did not dare to be careless, quickly channeling the qi within him, gathering it instantly to his right hand. At the same time, he activated the 3rd layer of the Dragon Control Hand's Dragon Flame Strike. With full force, he clashed against old Cui's palm. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted in the arena. Both Yunhao and old Chui staggered back 3 steps before stopping. It looked as if they had fought to a draw. However, Elder Mei Hua and Paper Kite noticed that old Cui's palm hidden behind him was trembling. Moreover, it was incredibly red. Old Cui's expression changed 4 or 5 times within an instant. Then he burst into hearty laughter, saying, Lord Yun, you are truly a prodigy. Your internal energy is actually on par with mine. This is quite rare. Your strength is already comparable to a 6th grade martial master, just as powerful as I am. Very good, very good. Hearing old Cui's praise, Paper Kite, who had returned to Elder Mei Hua's side, quietly scoffed. Old Chui is truly shameless. Clearly he suffered a loss, and is weaker than Lord Yun, yet he dares to boast that he is just as powerful as Lord Yun. Elder Mei Hua chuckled, and said, Old Chui is not entirely wrong. If it were a life-and-death battle, old Chui would be invincible at the same realm. In fact, you are the same. Even if Lord Yun's internal energy is stronger than yours, you could still kill him if you used a sword. Paper Kite nodded with a serious expression, saying, Lord Yun's internal energy is very peculiar, unlike anyone else's dark energy. It feels incredibly pure, like the endless flow of a mighty river. Elder Mei Hua remarked, Lord Yun may possess his own unique talents. In this vast world, there is not only the martial arts system, so it is no wonder the measuring stone cracked. Are you alright, Paper Kite? At that moment, Yunhao rushed to Paper Kite's side. During their internal energy clash, she had been injured by a shockwave and was bleeding from the corner of her mouth. Paper Kite shook her head, saying, Lord Yun, don't worry about me. I'm fine, I just need a few days to recover. Though she said this, in reality, Paper Kite's internal energy was very chaotic at this moment. Under Yunhao's strange internal energy impact, she felt a domineering force suppressing her, which her internal energy could not withstand. It would take at least 10 days to recover. Yunhao quickly took out a vitality pill and said, Paper Kite, it's all my fault. I'm truly sorry. I didn't control it well. Please take this vitality pill. Paper Kite's eyes instantly lit up. She had thought Yunhao had given Elder Mei Hua 3 pills, so he shouldn't have any left. Unexpectedly, he still had 1. She clearly remembered that when she received one from Elder Mei Hua, it had helped her break through to the 4th grade martial master level, and she was well aware of the value of such pills. She was immensely tempted, but the pill was too precious and she felt embarrassed to accept it. Yet she couldn't help but want it so much. With such a pill, her internal energy would be restored in just an hour. She couldn't help but glance at Elder Mei Hua. Elder Mei Hua said, Since it is a gift from my lord, Paper Kite should accept it. Elder Mei Hua was also eager for her subordinate to obtain another pill. Such a rare pill was hard to come by. Yunhao had mentioned that he had stumbled upon a bottle, but he didn't know how many pills were in that bottle. This was naturally not something she could ask. Paper Kite, having received Elder Mei Hua's approval, was overjoyed as she accepted the vitality pill, thanking Yunhao profusely. At that moment, old Sis' envious voice rang out. Oh dear Lord Yun, after just one exchange with you, I feel like my internal energy has collapsed. Could I also be granted a vitality pill to consume? Yunhao was somewhat speechless towards Chuiju. Just a moment ago, with a single palm strike, the two of them were evenly matched, and nothing significant had occurred. Paper Kite was indeed injured, which was why he took out a vitality pill for her. There are none left. Yunhao flatly refused. Although he had plenty of vitality pills, he had no intention of giving them away casually. Chuiju wore a bitter expression, still wanting to continue being unreasonable. At that moment, a long howl echoed from the sky. Old Chui looked up. In Yunhao's eyes there was an eagle. After circling above them for a while, it flew away. At this moment, old Chui no longer pressed him for the vitality pill and said, My lord, rest for a moment, and then let's continue our journey. No need, I'm fine, we can leave now. Yunhao replied, indicating he had no issues. Alright then, let's set off. The terrain of Tianshui Bay is treacherous. I hope we can get through before dark. Old Chui said. The group rode horses while those in the horse cart continued to ride. In fact, the ones on horseback were 4 escorts: Yunhao, Old Chui, and a few others with Paper Kite. Chower and Xinger were young and were called over to the horse cart by Honggu. Paper Kite replaced Old Chui to drive the cart. She prepared to take Yunhao's pill to regulate her chaotic internal energy. Before getting into the cart, Old Chui reported to Granny Meihua. My lord, the wind guards found no anomalies at Tianshui Bay. We can set off now. That's the best news. Let's depart early and pass through Tianshui Bay to reach Liangzhou City as quickly as possible, Granny Meihua replied thoughtfully. Old Chui at that moment put away his smile and said solemnly, "All right, let's hurry on. Even though the wind guards found nothing, I still feel uneasy. It's fine, just don't worry too much. If anything happens, it's not your responsibility, though I will handle everything." Granny Maihua's last words were filled with confidence. Chui Ju was taken aback, quickly coming to his senses, feeling much more relaxed. Indeed, the person before him was a true divine being. Even if something unexpected occurred with Granny Maihua around, she could suppress all enemies. With this thought, Chui Ju felt much more at ease. Looking towards the distant Yunhao, he said, "My lord, I cannot ascertain Yun Langjun's martial realm, but his strength is definitely not weaker than mine. Moreover, the internal energy within Yun Langjun is extremely unique, filled with dominance, heaviness, and an intense yang energy never seen before. I cannot fathom it at all." Granny Maihua smiled and said nothing further, waving her hand to board the cart, signaling to set off. Chui Ju urged the horse to catch up with Yunhao, the two continuing to lead the way at the front. Less than an hour later, they arrived at Tianshui Bay. From a distance, they could see towering earth cones standing upright on the ground, seemingly endless. It resembled a natural forest formed by earthen cones. Some were large, some small, appearing completely irregular. A strong wind blew, causing howling sounds. It sounded like the wailing of ghosts and wolves, creating a tense atmosphere. Yunhao sighed. Truly a masterpiece of nature, so magnificent. Chui Ju's lewd smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression as he said, "My lord, be extremely vigilant once we enter. The earthen forest of Tianshui Bay has a complex terrain resembling a maze stretching hundreds of miles horizontally and 30 miles vertically. We must go straight through it. Inside there are bottomless ravines. Some paths can barely accommodate one person and one horse, making it quite perilous. There are also sand foxes and wolf packs lurking around, with countless people dying here each year. Tianshui Bay is also known as the Devil's Earth Forest. Moreover, there are bandits hiding within, robbing and pillaging. Oh, and there are moving quicksand. Once trapped, one can easily be swallowed." Listening to Old Xia's serious explanation, Yunhao also put away his disdain and nodded earnestly, saying, "Old Chui, don't worry, I will be careful." Chui Ju said, "No need to be overly tense. Just be cautious, and I believe we can pass through smoothly. Once we get through Liangzhou City, we'll not be far off." "Is this place truly that dangerous?" Yunhao asked. "It's fine, we can handle it," Old Chui replied. "Let's go, we are entering now." The path grew narrower as they advanced. Upon entering the earthen forest, Yunhao realized that the earthen cones were enormous, towering several dozen zhang high, like great mountains, while the smaller ones were only a few meters tall, allowing a person to jump on them. Additionally, there were some natural caves. He realized how they were formed. According to Old Chui, this area of Liangzhou was once a vast ocean in ancient times. Now this place was the ocean floor. Old Chui kept paying attention to the sky above them. Yunhao noticed that an eagle had been following them above. He said to Old Chui, "Why do I feel like that eagle in the sky has been following us?" Old Chui smiled and said, "Hey, that eagle is one I raised." "Moi." Yunhao was surprised, not expecting that the eagle belonged to Old Chui. Seeing that Old Chui didn't elaborate, he didn't ask further. In truth, it was a wind eagle from the Secret Wind Department. It was specifically trained by the Secret Wind Department, and each wind eagle was worth a luxurious mansion in a prime location of the capital. Only the Royal Secret Wind Department could raise such creatures. Old Cui's statement was half true and half false. He couldn't afford to raise one, but he could use it to send messages. After traveling a little over half the distance, suddenly the wind stopped. The group arrived at a gourd-shaped terrain. They were surrounded by earth cones towering dozens of zhang high. There were holes in the surrounding cones resembling a beehive. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At that moment, the eagle in the sky suddenly began to screech. The sound was urgent. Chui Ju's expression changed dramatically as he raised his hand and shouted, "Alert." As he spoke, he dismounted and tightened his grip on the dry tobacco pipe in his hand. Seeing his expression, Yunhao asked in confusion, "What's wrong with Old Chui?" "Something feels off with Lang Yun. The eagle in the sky is signaling danger. Protect yourself," Old Chui cautioned. At the same time, Paper Kite, driving the horse cart, also drew her sword. The four escorts unsheathed their blades surrounding the horse cart. Paper Kite leaped beside Old Chui and said, "Didn't you have someone scout this area and confirm there was no issue?" Chui Ju frowned and replied, "The previous investigation indeed found no anomalies, but now the wind eagle is signaling danger, indicating something is wrong. Quickly send a message to gather the hidden guards to ensure the safety of the lady." He almost let slip the word princess. Paper Kite said no more, placing her fingers to her lips to whistle. The sound was 3 long and 2 short. The wind eagle in the sky seemed to respond, letting out chirps. Yunhao watched the two, feeling somewhat confused as he didn't see anyone appearing. Why did both Old Chui and Paper Kite look so tense? Just as he was about to ask, suddenly a horse emerged from a cave in the distance, and the rider was clad in black armor, holding a long blade. Following that, another person, then a third. Individuals in black armor began to emerge one after another from the surrounding caves. In just a few minutes, over 100 riders had appeared. None of them made a sound. Only the snorts from the warhorses could be heard. A chilling aura filled the air. Paper Kite asked Old Chui, "Can you tell where they are from?" Old Chui pondered seriously, saying, "In Liangzhou, the only forces capable of mobilizing over 100 riders in one go and equipped with soft armor are the Yin Blade Alliance from the western regions and the Liangzhou provincial government." Though these individuals didn't have obvious emblems on their attire, the long blades they wielded were not something just anyone could possess. This was the Daliang blade, and such a large-scale distribution could only be arranged by the authorities. "Are you saying these people are from the Liangzhou provincial government?" Paper Kite, coming from the capital, was not familiar with Liangzhou. Old Chui, however, was a local expert. He recognized their origins at a glance and nodded solemnly. "If I'm not mistaken, these are the Black Flag Guards of the Liangzhou provincial government. Although they haven't donned their heavy black armor, each of them is equipped with soft armor. The Daliang blades and soft armor. Such a grand display can only be orchestrated by the Liangzhou provincial government. I really can't think of any other force capable of it. The Yin Blade Alliance doesn't have that capital." "Are you saying that the Liangzhou provincial government led by Shen Taixing is plotting a rebellion?" Paper Kite exclaimed in astonishment. Yunhao heard the conversation between Ji Yuan and Old Chui, and his heart jolted upon hearing the mention of the Liangzhou inspectorate. Could it be that these people were coming for him? Yunhao thought of the ghostly figure Luo escaping from Black Wind Mountain. According to Chauer, ghostly Luo would definitely report to the inspectorate after his escape. At that time, the inspectorate would surely not let him go. Thinking of this, Yunhao felt a bit embarrassed to speak. "If they are from the inspectorate, it is very likely they are coming for me. If a conflict arises later, I will hold them off while you two find a way to escape." Chui Ju and Ji Yuan were both taken aback by Yunhao's words. They did not expect him to take the blame upon himself. Old Chui smiled and said, "There is no need for you to worry, the sky won't fall." Ji Yuan also said, "Rest assured, Yun Longjuan, these people may not be coming for you." However, both Ji Yuan and Old Chui had considered this possibility. Were they really coming for Yunhao? But thinking about it, it didn't seem very realistic. Yunhao had wiped out all the bandits on Black Wind Mountain. Even if there were ties to the inspectorate, it wouldn't warrant sending 100 Black Flag Guards to deal with him. To put it bluntly, Yunhao was not qualified for such attention. Of course, neither Ji Yuan nor Chui Ju would voice this thought. The appearance of these Black Flag Guards and their reasons for being here remained to be verified. As the three conversed, Yunhao seemed to sense a gaze fixated on him. He looked up and saw someone ahead. With his keen eyesight, he could see clearly. It was none other than ghostly Luo, who had escaped from the bandit lair on Black Wind Mountain. His heart sank. They really were coming for him. Through squinted eyes, Yunhao noticed an old man beside ghostly Luo. The old man wore a black cloak that covered most of his face, allowing Yunhao to only see his long white beard. He assessed him to be an elderly figure. Ghostly Luo was speaking to the old man, glancing at Yunhao's direction from time to time. Indeed, at that moment, ghostly Luo was bowing respectfully to the old man, pointing at Yunhao as he said, "That kid Gu Xianqing is Yunhao. He killed Yu Shangshi, and he even stated that the demonic wolf was also slain by him, ruining the grand plans of the young master." Gu Xianqing was the elusive figure from the Liangzhou Inspectorate's pavilion, a man whom even Inspector Shen Taixing had to address as Xianqing. He was also the most powerful presence within the Inspectorate, the first patron of the Inspectorate, and a trusted confidant of Shen Taixing. Ghostly Luo only knew that Gu Xianqing was the chief steward of the Inspectorate, a person of undeniable authority within the entire Inspectorate. Thus, in front of Gu Xianqing, he was extremely cautious, not daring to show any sign of disrespect. He had fled without a moment's pause to report to Liangzhou City that Black Wind Mountain had been entirely wiped out by Yunhao. He merely sought a way out. Fortunately, after meeting the inspector, he was offered a chance. Now he was no longer a despised bandit, but a legitimate member of the Liangzhou Inspectorate with an official title. Although it was a minor official position, ghostly Luo was already immensely satisfied. Gu Xianqing squinted and glanced at Yunhao. Then he turned his attention back to the fawning ghostly Luo and spoke in a hoarse voice, I remember you, old man. You have completed your mission, now you can go die." Upon hearing these words, ghostly Luo trembled all over, his eyes wide open as he stammered, Gu Xianqing, what did you say?" Gu Xianqing did not even look at ghostly Luo, speaking to himself. "You are merely a lowly bandit. What qualifications do you have to ask for a way out from the inspector?" Although the inspector did not care, I must consider the reputation of the inspectorate. Since all the bandits from Black Wind Mountain are dead, you have no face to remain in this world, do you? You should go down and accompany your former companions. Knowing too much is not a good thing, and how could the inspectorate be associated with a bandit that commits heinous acts? You think too highly of yourself. With each sentence Gu Xianqing uttered, ghostly Luo's face paled further. He felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Suddenly, he came to a realization. Indeed, in the eyes of the inspectorate, bandits were no better than dogs, merely lowly slaves used by the inspectorate to handle illicit affairs. The mission had failed. He was too naive, or perhaps he just wanted a respectable identity. Now it was clear, the act of disposing of. With red-rimmed eyes, ghostly Luo howled, You have no right. I have already gained the inspector's recognition, I am now a member of the inspectorate. You cannot kill me. Send him on his way, Gu Xianxing said without even glancing at ghostly Luo. Ghostly Luo sensed something was wrong and turned to flee. However, before he could turn around, he felt a sharp pain in his back. A large blade pierced through his body. You? The blade was withdrawn, and ghostly Luo fell to the ground, unable to close his eyes. Gu Xianxing coldly ordered, Kill everyone present, leave no survivors. This was naturally directed at the Black Flag Guards. As Shun Taixing's absolute confidant, Gu Xianxing was aware of all matters concerning Shun Taixing. This time they came under the pretense of killing Yunhao. In truth, the real target was the person in the carriage. Or rather, the Princess Chang Yuqinghong. In reality, the inspectorate had known about the matters concerning Yunhao and Yuqinghong 2 days prior. The key point was that the inspector received a secret letter from King Wu. It stated that the Princess Chang had arrived in Liangzhou. Thus, the inspectorate's intelligence network was set in motion and actually found the whereabouts of the princess. It turned out that just before ghostly Luo arrived at the inspectorate, he received this information. Coincidentally, ghostly Luo came to report that Black Wind Mountain had been completely annihilated by Yunhao. Of course, killing a Yunhao was merely a trivial matter for the inspectorate. The focus was on the secret letter from King Wu, which mentioned the need to kill the Princess Chang. Although the reasons were unclear, the inspector ultimately made the decision to kill. The entire Diu dynasty knew that the current emperor's health was deteriorating. For the sake of a woman, he was neglecting state affairs. The true power holder was the Empress Dowager. Moreover, since the emperor had no heirs according to ancestral law, a prince must be chosen from the lineage of King Wu to be adopted by the emperor. The candidate was the heir of King Wu. Everyone knew that the King Wu lineage would soon take control. Consensus had formed both inside and outside the court, including among the royal family. The heir of King Wu was about to become the crown prince destined to be the new emperor of the Diu dynasty. However, the Empress Dowager would never easily relinquish power, especially not at this critical juncture when the Princess Chang suddenly left the palace and arrived in Liangzhou. This made King Wu very anxious, fearing that some changes might arise regarding the heir's adoption. After all, the Princess Chang was the biological daughter of the current emperor. A secret letter was sent to Inspector Shun Taixing instructing him to kill the princess. It would be a merit worthy of a dragon's contribution. For the sake of the family and to stabilize the border, the inspector made a decision to personally send his trusted subordinate to lead 100 Black Flag Guards to kill the Princess Chang, with Yunhao merely being collateral damage. After all, Yunhao had destroyed the Black Wind Mountain of force of the inspectorate. With a single command from Gu Xianxing, the 100 Black Flag Guards silently raised their swords and closed in on Yunhao and the others from all directions. The aura of slaughter surged into the sky. Gu Xianxing stood at the back, squinting as he watched. He knew this was a gamble, a declaration of loyalty from Shun Taixing to King Wu. Unfortunately, neither Gu Xianxing nor Shun Taixing anticipated that not only Princess Chang Yuqinghong was in the carriage, but also Grandma Meihua, who was close to the Empress Dowager. Additionally, the personnel from the Wind Blade Division and Wind Shadow Division of the Liangzhou Secret Wind Division were present. They also did not expect how significant Yunhao's identity was to Yuqinghong and Grandma Meihua. In the midst of it all, Yunhao opened the wrapped demon-slaying blade. He had been observing ghostly Luo and did not expect that ghostly Luo would be stabbed in the back. Not knowing what was happening, he quickly regained his focus upon seeing the black guards rushing in from all around. Cui Ju stood beside him, his gaze fixed firmly on the approaching Black Flag Guards. Within the carriage, Grandma Meihua did not shy away from Kar and Xinger, slowly saying, "Unless absolutely necessary, we must not reveal our identities. Have you been able to send a message to the hidden Feng Wei?" "I have already sent it," Ji Yuan whispered. "But it seems Feng Wei has encountered some issue, otherwise they would have arrived." Grandma Meihua said, "You all go help Cui Ju and Lord Yun. Do not let Lord Yun get hurt. I am here in the carriage, so you need not worry." Understood. Ji Yuan naturally knew the terror of Grandma Meihua. She waved to the 4 Feng Wei guarding the carriage and stood beside Yunhao and Cui Ju. Cui Ju glanced at Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan subtly shook her head. Cui Ju smiled wryly, knowing Grandma Meihua did not want to expose her identity. Next, they could only engage in battle. The Black Flag Guards were formidable in combat. Cui Ju was well aware of the true strength of the Black Flag Guards. They were selected from the 100,000 soldiers of Liangzhou, representing the pinnacle of combat strength. The minimum standard for selection was that their martial strength began at the Martial Master level. The elite among the Black Flag Guards were at the Grand Martial Master level. Importantly, these individuals had spent years fighting on the battlefield, making their combat abilities incredibly impressive. Moreover, they had developed a killing aura. It was said that when united in formation, the 100 Black Flag Guards could slay innate masters. Hence, the pressure in old CUI's heart was immense at this moment. Each Black Flag Guard was capable of taking on 100 foes. Among the 100,000 Liangzhou troops, there were merely 1,000 Black Flag Guards. Officially, the Black Flag Guards belonged to the imperial structure. However, everyone knew that these 1,000 Black Flag Guards were the private army of the Liangzhou governor Xin Taixing. The murderous atmosphere in the vicinity thickened. Yunhao noticed that although the Black Flag Guards were drawing closer, the air was filled with a strong scent of blood. Yet this scent was somewhat unusual. It carried a chilling aura of slaughter that made one feel uncomfortable. Even Yunhao sensed that the temperature in the area was dropping. This intangible atmosphere could influence a person's emotions, causing a sense of restlessness. Cui Ju seemed to notice Yunhao's discomfort and said, "Lord, take a deep breath and adjust your mindset. The discomfort you are feeling right now is due to the killing aura on the battlefield." Each of these Black Flag Guards was a killing machine that had crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Each had developed a body filled with killing intent, which could unconsciously disturb one's spirit during combat, putting them at a disadvantage. You might try to activate your martial arts techniques to dispel some of the disturbances caused by the killing aura or circulate your internal energy. Yunhao nodded upon hearing this, indicating his understanding. He hadn't realized that killing so many could also breed killing intent that affects others. With old CUI's suggestion, Yunhao quickly thought of using the breathing technique to eliminate the influence of the killing aura. The advantage of the Zhitsong breathing technique was that it could be performed anytime and anywhere regardless of conditions. Indeed, after he practiced the breathing technique, the agitation in his heart gradually faded. Yunhao did not stop. He continued to practice the breathing technique. Suddenly, he felt a wave of coolness radiating from his chest. It spread throughout his body. He felt refreshed and clear-headed. The flow of energy within him began circulating through all his meridians and acupoints at that moment. His state instantly reached its peak. More importantly, Yunhao also noticed that the surrounding natural energies seemed to be converging. All of it gathered at his chest. This was where the treasure bottle was located. However, the energy from the heavens and earth was different from what he had absorbed in the past. The treasure bottle in his arms was like a vortex that naturally gathered the energies of heaven and earth. The energy he could absorb to produce airflow or qi within him was thanks to the treasure bottle. Every time he practiced the breathing technique, the bottle absorbed energy from all directions. He was like a thief, seizing the energy of the treasure bottle, also taking the natural energy into his body. The vast majority of the energy entered the treasure bottle. This absorption was different. Yunhao could clearly sense that the energy between heaven and earth was infused with a killing aura. He quickly thought of what old Cui had mentioned about killing intent. This realization made Yunhao understand that the natural energy absorbed by the treasure bottle might not be just a single type. But he hadn't yet had the time to feel it carefully. The ground suddenly trembled. It was the Black Flag Guards around them, charging forward hundreds of meters away, riding on warhorses. Old Cui squinted, tightening his grip on the smoking stick, and suddenly his whole body trembled, his clothes moving as if there were no wind. In the next second, he leaped up. Like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, this old man's aura changed dramatically at that moment. The surge of blood energy was so powerful that Yunhao could feel it. He thought inwardly, this is the true old Cui. After having compared their inner strength before, Yunhao had thought that he was on par with old Cui. Looking back now, it seemed old Cui had not revealed his true strength at all. At the same time, Ji Yuan also transformed into a fleeting shadow and charged out. Holding a long sword, her figure was graceful and breezy. The four guards did not move, remaining around Yunhao, intentionally or unintentionally protecting him. Kill! The thunderous battle cries erupted. The Black Flag Guards finally shouted. The word kill sent the killing intent in the area soaring. Yunhao saw that old Cui and Ji Yuan had already engaged in battle. He watched as old Cui struck the smoking stick, clashing hard against a Black Flag Guard's large knife, directly knocking the blade away. With a wave of his hand, both man and horse crashed to the ground. Old Cui seemed to draw a line spanning dozens of meters, with not a single rider able to cross it. Every strike was lethal. Ji Yuan was the same, as she maintained her distance from old Cui, her long sword blossoming in her hands. Her strikes were as deadly as a striking snake. Every sword aimed to seal a life. In just a few breaths, 8 or 9 Black Flag Guards had already fallen to the hands of old Cui and Ji Yuan. Form ranks. Someone in the Black Flag Guards shouted hoarsely. The ground shook and the war horses neighed. Soon the Black Flag Guards formed a sharp formation. The battle formation was established. After all, these Black Flag Guards were elite soldiers on the battlefield. In unknown combat, they naturally could not compare to old Cui or Ji Yuan. But once they formed a battle formation, it would be terrifying in their advantage. Dozens of men formed one formation. Two formations charged towards Old Shui and Ji Yuan. Charge! The Black Flag Guards roared again. They charged towards Old Shui and Ji Yuan. This time the battle formation composed of large knives glimmered with cold light as they surged forth, seemingly impenetrable. Clang clang. The deafening sound of metal clashing echoed. Old Shui and Ji Yuan shifted from attack to defense. Even Grand Martial Masters had to be cautious when facing the battle formation of the Black Flag Guards. But they continued to hold back the Black Flag Guards, preventing them from advancing. Yunhao did not rush into action. He remained 10 meters away from the carriage. It was not that he did not want to charge in, but that he was wary of the other half of the Black Flag Guards who had yet to move. In Yunhao's mind, the carriage was full of women. He had a responsibility to protect them. If Old Shui and Ji Yuan were the first line of defense, then he would be the second line. He would not allow the Black Flag Guards to approach the carriage. However, there was still a large portion of the Black Flag Guards left. Over 20 of them surrounded Old Shui and Ji Yuan. The rest quickly formed two battle formations, charging from both sides towards the carriage. The four guards exchanged glances, pairing off and rushing towards the battle formations of the Black Flag Guards coming from the left and right. Yunhao watched this and thought this won't do, leaving him alone to guard. With everyone rushing out, he could not remain idle. After a glance, he charged up too. As a result, another group of Black Flag Guards moved out. Their target was none other than him. With the Demon Slayer knife firmly grasped, he was ready to kill. The young man was fearless like a newborn calf, not fearing a tiger. He had already wiped out the Luoyuan martial arts school by himself. He had also slain the bandits of Haifeng Mountain without fear. He was not intimidated by the battle formation of dozens of Black Flag Guards charging at him. The treasure bottle in his chest seemed to be absorbing the energy of heaven and earth even faster. The closer he got to the charging Black Flag Guards, the more intense the energy from heaven and earth felt. The killing aura surged. With each breath he took, he could feel his blood boiling. The blade of exorcism in Yunhao's hand buzzed with a hum as he channeled the airflow, its blade shimmering. Cold light flickered ominously. The dragon elephant fist was unleashed in the form of a blade technique. He swung the knife. Slash. This was not his first time doing so. He was still unskilled in executing the dragon commanding hand with the blade of exorcism. However, he had previously traversed from the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall to Black Wine Mountain with a chopping knife, so he knew the way well. With a clash, he swept his blade horizontally. At least 3 knives blocked against the blade of exorcism, producing a piercing sound. At the same time, several large cool blades from all directions rushed towards him. Upon making contact, Yunhao's expression changed slightly. He felt the pressure. These Black Flag Guards were unlike any enemies he had encountered before. The aura of slaughter was intense and oppressive. In an instant, Yunhao swung the blade of exorcism in a full 365-degree arc. Clangs echoed, and he repelled all attacks. Yunhao activated the airflow, causing the blade of exorcism to vibrate. He evaded the encirclement formed by the Black Flag Guards, which were tightly coordinated, leaving him hardly any opportunity to catch his breath. This left Yunhao somewhat flustered. He was not weak. Rather, the terrifying aspect of these Black Flag Guards lay in their seamless cooperation, which was remarkably tacit. They offered him no chance to counterattack at any point. As he prepared to charge forward, an attack would come from behind at the earliest opportunity. In such circumstances, Yunhao found himself at a disadvantage. According to his internal energy, he felt stronger than any Black Flag Guard, yet these Black Flag Guards operated as a team, moving in unison. Only at this moment did Yunhao understand that old Sui's statement about the Black Flag Guards being able to battle against masters was not a hollow boast. His mind raced as he contemplated how to break the deadlock. If this continued, he would eventually be worn down by these Black Flag Guards. At that moment, a loud whistle sounded from afar. Yunhao caught sight of a figure soaring into the sky. It was Old Shui. He erupted forth, launching into the air and striking downward with a palm. With immense internal energy in his hand, 2 Black Flag Guards screamed as they fell from their horses. Yunhao's eyes lit up. Old Shui had broken through the formation. Following closely, Ji Yuan wielded his sword like a shadow, also cutting his way out from the Black Flag Guard formation. Both soared into the air, attacking the enemies from above. Yunhao followed suit. He suddenly swung his knife to drive back the approaching Black Flag Guards. With a deep shout, he stomped his foot, leaving deep imprints in the earth, and soared 5 or 6 zhang into the air. He broke free from the encirclement. In midair, he flashed and brought down the blade of exorcism with force. Puff! A Black Flag Guard was cleaved in half without uttering a sound. As he descended, he stepped on the head of a horse. Suddenly, with a fierce turn, he swung the blade of exorcism again. Clang! Oh! Another Black Flag Guard screamed. The large cool blade was forcibly severed, and he followed through by decapitating the opponent. The formation of the Black Flag Guards instantly fell into chaos. Yunhao seized the opportunity and did not pause. He struck repeatedly. Cries of agony echoed continuously. The battlefield was filled with the whinnies of warhorses and the wails of people. A bloody storm raged with severed limbs and broken arms flying everywhere. Before long, dozens of black flag guards fell beneath his blade. Covered in blood, Yunhao appeared somewhat ferocious, drenched in the blood of the black flag guards. Yunhao's eyes turned slightly red. In his sight, another squad of black flag guards charged forward. This time their numbers were double that of before. Upon glancing back, he saw that all the black flag guards had entered the fray. Of the 4 guards, 2 were already dead. Old Shui and Ji Yuan faced double the number of enemies than before. Upon glancing back, he saw that all the black flag guards had entered the fray. Of the 4 guards, 2 were already dead. Old Shui and Ji Yuan faced double the number of enemies than before. Were all defenseless women. They could be said to be incapable of lifting a chicken. If any one of these black flag guards attacked Yu Qinghong and Xiao Er, it would be a certain death. Of course, this was his assumption without knowing how powerful Granny Mei truly was. Although she was proclaimed as a congenital master, Yunhao did not know just how strong a congenital master could be, or if she could protect Xiao Er and the others. He could not take that risk. His sister Yun Wei had already become a living corpse, and whether he could eventually awaken her remained uncertain. He had just gained Xiao Er and Xing Er, who regarded him as their elder brother. Moreover, Yu Qinghong treated him well too. Yunhao did not want any of them to encounter misfortune. His heart was ablaze with anxiety, yet he was now faced with double the number of adversaries. "Get away from me!" he roared, swinging his blade to cleave through the encroaching black flag guards. Clang! A large, cool blade firmly withstood his strike. Yunhao was taken aback. However, he noticed a black flag guard raising his blade and charging at him again. This black flag guard's soft armor was different from that of the others. The soft armor had golden edges. A quick glance revealed 2 others wearing the same. They charged at him from 3 directions, tightening his heart. Just from that one strike, he felt their internal energy was formidable. Remembering old Su's words about having the strength of a 6th-grade martial master, he quickly deduced that the black flag guards in golden-edged soft armor were likely also martial masters. Even if they weren't of the 6th grade, they were at least of the 4th or 5th grade. Moreover, there were 3 martial masters. The ones he had slain earlier he felt were all of martial artist level. Now 3 masters of martial master level appeared, accompanied by over 20 ordinary black flag guards. They intended to eliminate him. Sure enough, the 3 black flag guards in golden-edged soft armor led the charge with frenzied attacks. Yunhao found himself besieged. With each strike, he felt the powerful internal energy surging through him. His hands, gripping the blade of exorcism, began to feel numb. Having withstood the first wave of attacks, the airflow and blood within him churned. Yunhao took a deep breath, regulating his internal power. The airflow in his lower abdomen circulated through his bodus meridians and acupoints. His body bent slightly as he prepared for a desperate battle. The onslaught from the 3 martial masters still exerted immense pressure on him. At that moment, he suddenly felt a warm flow emanating from his chest, entering his body. It was the change in the treasure vase. This was the first time the treasure vase emitted warmth. Previously, it had always been cool. This time it felt remarkably different. The warmth seemed to be the power emanating from within the treasure vase. After entering his body, it circulated to his lower abdomen as he practiced his breath regulation. After circulating once, the turbulent airflow and blood within Yunhao became smooth in an instant. He felt warm all over, filled with strength. This discovery brought great joy to Yunhao. Although he did not know what was happening, the fact that the treasure vase could provide him with power at this moment was undoubtedly a good thing. Kill! Yunhao fought while maintaining his breath regulation. This time it seemed easier. In direct confrontation, he could withstand the combined attacks of the 3 martial masters in golden-edged soft armor. Moreover, he grew increasingly fierce in battle. The absorption of the warm flow from the treasure vase became quicker. The circulation between his bodus meridians, acupoints, and lower abdomen also quickened. With each strike, he felt his strength increase. Puff! Ow! Finally, Yunhao severed the arm of. He gained the upper hand. His heart settled. He seemed to sense that something invisible in the surrounding environment was being absorbed by the treasure vase. Only at this moment did he suddenly realize what it was. It was the blood fiendish aura. Invisible and intangible, yet it truly existed and could be felt. The warm flow within the treasure vase was the blood fiendish aura. This meant that the treasure vase was invisibly helping him temper his body with the blood fiendish aura. Unbeknownst to him, a murderous aura emanated from his entire being. Like the young killing god from that night at Black Wind Mountain, he fought through bloodshed. At this moment, Yunhao finally began to counterattack. The 3 leading martial master black flag guards wore expressions of gravity and surprise. Despite the encirclement and assault by so many black flag guards, this youth surprisingly showed no signs of exhaustion, but instead grew more ferocious with each strike. From suppression to counter-suppression. Oh! Finally, the first martial master Black Flag Guard was cleaved in half by Yunhao. The remaining two became flustered. A monster. Yunhao paid no heed to such thoughts. At the moment he severed the first martial master Black Flag Guard, he distinctly felt the treasure vase tremble. Immediately afterward, the airflow within him surged dramatically. It seemed he had broken through. The airflow had risen to a new level. He thought to himself it should be comparable to a 7th grade martial master now. Following that, the counterattack continued. The two remaining martial master Black Flag Guards under pressure occasionally managed to slay an ordinary Black Flag Guard. Unbeknownst to him, the number of Black Flag Guards surrounding Yunhao gradually dwindled. However, the corpses on the ground multiplied. At the same time, dozens of Black Flag Guards charged toward the carriage. At the moment, they raised their blades to stab at the carriage. Suddenly, dozens of silver-white beams of light erupted from within the carriage. Then a strange scene unfolded. The dozens of Black Flag Guards emitted muffled cries. As they dropped their large, cool blades to the ground, they clutched their throats. Streams of blood spurted forth, and one corpse after another fell to the ground. They were instantly cut across the throat by the silver-white light. Granny May also slowly stepped out of the carriage at that moment, standing on the carriage and gazing into the distance. That was where Gu Yuan was located. Without a doubt, the silver-white light was the innate sword energy she had unleashed. In an instant, every strike targeted the throat. She annihilated dozens of Black Flag Guards. Gu Yuan immediately looked towards the carriage, his expression turning grave. He had been calm and composed even as half of the Black Flag Guards fell in battle. But at that moment, upon seeing the old woman standing on the carriage, he could no longer maintain his tranquility and his pupils constricted. A heavy sense of gravity enveloped him. An unexpected turn of events had occurred. There were experts by the side of the eldest princess, and he had received no prior warning. But now the arrow had been loosed, and there was no possibility of retreat. Behind Gu Yuan stood a man dressed in soft armor with a crimson, cloud-patterned robe. He also saw the old woman appear on the carriage. This man was Pei Huaiyan, the leader of the Black Flag Guards. It was he who had plunged a knife into the ghostly figure of Luo. Pei Huatian slightly bowed and said, "Mr. Gu, I will go kill her." Gu Yuan shook his head slightly, saying, "The sword energy is unleashed, instantly killing dozens. That is an innate master, you cannot kill her." Pei Huatian's pupils contracted, wanting to speak, but unable to. An innate master. He indeed could not kill her. He never expected that the old woman would be an innate powerhouse. Gu Yuan said, "Leave those three in the arena to you. With your 9th grade martial master strength, it should not be difficult to slay them. I will confront that innate master." After saying this, without waiting for Pei Huatian's response, Gu Yuan finally moved. He stepped forward, seemingly treading on empty space, as if stepping on solid ground, soaring towards the carriage hundreds of meters away. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived and halted before the carriage. Pei Huatian watched Gu Yuan, who walked with ease across the air, his eyes filled with respect and envy. He knew that Mr. Gu was also an innate master, the strongest of the governor's mansion. He was a 9th grade martial master, just one step away from the innate realm. Unfortunately, that step was like a chasm. Achieving the innate realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He had long dreamed of taking that final step, yet he could not. He did not know what the matter was that had brought them out this time, but he understood that it was not simple. They had left the camp without wearing heavy armor or bearing flags. They were obeying Mr. Gu's orders. However, he did not expect that there would be an innate master in the carriage. Half of their brothers had fallen, which pained Pei Huatian. Earlier he had wanted to take action, but Mr. Gu had advised him to wait and see if there were any more strong opponents. Now an innate master had indeed appeared. This exceeded his ability to handle. The innate expert had been dealt with by Mr. Gu personally. Could he who could not defeat an innate master not kill a few people in the arena? A 9th grade martial master could be considered the strongest below the innate realm. With this thought, Pei Huatian drew out his Daliang knife and charged into the fray. With a few leaps, he had already reached 100 meters away. The first target Pei Huatian focused on was Ji Yuan, as he perceived Ji Yuan to be the weakest being a 4th grade martial master. At this moment, the old lady Mei Hua stared at Gu Yuan, who was stepping towards her from afar, her expression showing no signs of fluctuation. If possible, she actually did not want to take action. Once she acted, her identity would be exposed, which would affect the Empress plans and attract the attention of the King of Martial Arts. But now there was no choice, as Ji Yuan and Old Chui were besieged, and the Black Flag Guards were approaching the carriage. She had to take action. The safety of the princess was paramount. Glancing over the battlefield when she saw Yunhao, her eyes lit up. She had underestimated Yunhao's strength. Mei Hua knew that if it weren't for Yunhao, the pressure on Cui Ju and Ji Yuan would have been much greater. In the blink of an eye, Gu Yuan had stopped several dozen meters away from the carriage. Mei Hua looked at Gu Yuan, her brow slightly furrowing as she slowly spoke. "It is said that the governor of Liangzhou, Shan Taixing, has an innate master behind him, the foremost aide and the strongest in the governor's mansion. You must be Mr. Gu Yuan right. As the right secret envoy of the Secret Wind Division, Mei Hua naturally knew the intelligence information of the Liangzhou governor's mansion. Although she had never met Gu Yuan, she had guessed it. Gu Yuan also calmly replied, Gu Yuan does not deserve the title of Mr. From Mei Hua. I am ashamed. As soon as Gu Yuan spoke, he mentioned Mei Hua's name. After a pause, Gu Yuan continued somewhat bitterly, had I known that the renowned right secret envoy of the Secret Wind Division, Mei Hua, would be present today, I would have persuaded the governor not to get involved in this murky water. Mei Hua, sword in hand, said with interest, oh, it seems Mr. Gu was unaware of my movements beforehand. Gu Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. I just found out. He paused, staring at the long sword engraved with plum blossoms in Mei Hua's hand, and glanced at the plum blossom hairpin in her hair. Although I have not met you, I have long heard that the Empress is often accompanied by the right secret envoy of the Secret Wind Division, Mei Xuehan, a master of swordsmanship. He never expected that you would suddenly appear in Liangzhou, truly surprising me. This move means that both the governor and I have lost considerably. Mei Hua was not surprised at all. Gu Yuan grasped his own identity information. There are not many experts in the world who can reach the innate level, and one could guess it. He pondered and said, it seems that the king of martial arts has already reached Liangzhou, and Shun Taixing has made it. Gu Yuan said bitterly Lord Shun's original intention was merely to solidify his own position. If he remains steadfast, Liangzhao's borders will also remain secure. Ultimately, Lord Shun is also for the stability of the Great Yu dynasty. Mei Hua's voice suddenly rose, coldly laughing. What a noble cause for the stability of the country. You, Gu Yuan, can say such lofty words while plotting the assassination of the great, yes, eldest princess to offer the king of martial arts a token of loyalty. Your face is truly thick. Gu Yuan's expression was impassive as he replied, what you say, Mei Hua, I do not understand. Enough with the riddles, old woman will not listen. Gu Yuan, I will give you a chance for redemption. Go and behead Shun Taixing. As for today's events, I can guarantee your safety and tell Shun Taixing that if he obediently goes to his death, he can leave a bloodline for the Shin family. Mei Hua's words were filled with dominance. Gu Yuan's eyelids twitched, and his gaze flickered. Isn't Mei Hua too confident? This is Liangzhou. The governor has held sway here for decades, commanding an army of 100,000 with 1,000 heavy-armored black flags under his command. If anything happens to the governor, is Mei Hua not afraid of chaos in Liangzhou? The Hu people at the borders have always been watchful, ready to attack Liangzhou at any moment. Does Mei Hua think she can block the 100,000 Liangzhou army with just her own strength? Gu Yuan, don't test me. I can tell you now, the 100,000 Liangzhou army is the army of the Great Yu dynasty, the army of His Majesty, not the private army of Shin Taixing. And what about the 1,000 heavy-armored black flags you mentioned? Do you think they all heed Shin Taixing's commands? Do you think the Secret Wind Division established by the founding ancestor has lasted for 300 years? Is that so simple? The Secret Wind Division supervises all officials, patrols the world on behalf of His Majesty, and protects the Great Yu dynasty. Its 3 divisions have long formed a massive net covering heaven and earth. Let alone a mere Shun Taixing who wouldn't dare openly rebel, even if he were to rebel with the 100,000 troops. Whether you believe it or not, the Secret Wind Division can ensure he dies before the 3rd watch. As for the Hu people at Liangzhao's borders, they are probably already retreating back to their desert kingdom. If they leave a day late, their kingdom will be destroyed by their mortal enemies, the Xiongnu. With every word Mei Hua spoke, Gu Yuan's complexion turned paler, trembling all over. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Despite saying it was impossible, Gu Yuan knew in his heart that since the 3rd in command of the Secret Wind Division said so, and had personally arrived in Liangzhou, it meant that the Secret Wind Division had long since taken control of the governor's mansion, even the 100,000 troops of Liangzhou. It was possible that the Black Flag Guards, which the governor considered a private army, had already been infiltrated by spies from the Secret Wind Division. Mei Hua said, believe it or not, I have given you a chance. Now you can choose to turn and leave, go to the governor's mansion and behead Shin Taixing, and stop doing pointless foolish things. To murder the eldest princess and exterminate the 9 clans, allowing the Shun family to retain a bloodline, is based on his merits in governing Liangzhou over the years. You are blinded by a single leaf. The king of martial arts has not yet passed on the title to an heir, nor has he taken the throne. As long as His Majesty is still in power, the Empress still governs the Great Yu dynasty. To be so eager to send the king of martial arts a token of loyalty, I truly do not know whether you are foolish or audacious. Gu Yuan felt as if struck by lightning, his mind going blank. Indeed, although His Majesty did not concern himself with state affairs back then, he was still in power. Within and outside the court, everything was under the Empress' absolute control. The king of martial arts has not yet passed on the title, everything is filled with uncertainty. Both the governor and I have acted too hastily. We have been blinded by enormous interests. But now, it is already difficult to retreat. Mei Hua had, but this path meant killing the governor. Gu Yuan could not do that. Mei Hua's voice turned colder as she said, "It seems you have made your decision. You do not intend to live." Gu Yuan took a deep breath and slowly said, "My life was given by the governor. To kill the governor for the sake of preserving my own life, I cannot do it." At this point, Gu Yuan raised his voice slightly, saying, "Life and death, our fated wealth and honor, are in the hands of heaven. Since I have already taken a step forward, I can only go all the way. It is not without opportunity. If I eliminate all of you and clear the sand from the secret wind division within the Liangzhou army, the governor and I can both survive. And I can also give the king of martial arts an explanation. Mei Hua, I have long heard that you are a master of swordsmanship. I am not talented, but I also stepped into the innate realm in my early years. Today I seek to learn from you." After saying this, Gu Yuan reached for the waist and produced a crimson whip in hand, his battle intense. Mei Hua coldly snorted, "Since you seek death, then I shall fulfill that wish." In truth, inside, Mei Hua had looked at Gu Yuan with a higher regard because he chose to leave a chance for battle. This equated to giving up his own opportunity to survive. Had Gu Yuan chosen to return and kill Shen Taixing with his position as Shen Taixing's most trusted aide, Shen Taixing would have been completely defenseless and would assuredly die. With Gu Yuan's innate master strength, survival would not be difficult. But he chose to battle Mei Hua instead of betraying Shen Taixing, which indicated that this person had the spirit of a warrior. Mei Hua stepped down from the carriage without drawing her sword, moving gracefully in midair. She reached out with her hand, forming a sword gesture aimed at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's eyes flashed with anger as he said, "Mei Hua, you are overly confident. Although I, Gu Yuan, may not hold a noble status like you, I am still a third-grade master of innate abilities. Aren't you afraid that I will slay you without drawing your sword?" Hee. Mei Hua chuckled lightly. "I don't need to draw my sword to deal with you." Her words brimmed with confidence, but they sounded incredibly harsh in Gu Yuan's ears. This old woman is looking down on him. Infuriated, Gu Yuan took the initiative to attack, cracking the whip towards Mei Hua. Mei Hua snorted coldly and reached out to grab the whip. She effortlessly caught Gu Yuan's whip with her bare hands. Gu Yuan's expression changed. He did not expect Mei Hua to possess such formidable strength. Being able to catch his whip barehanded, she snorted again, channeling her innate vigor. The whip turned crimson, and with a fierce shake, Mei Hua released her grip. Gu Yuan launched another attack. Mei Hua used her fingers as a sword, with sword energy swirling around her fingertips, causing flashes of sword light with each point. Boom! The clash between the sword energy and Gu Yuan's whip produced a piercing roar. The two exchanged blows, already battling for dozens of exchanges. Mei Hua continued to advance, while Gu Yuan kept retreating. Under Mei Hua's deliberate maneuvers, the fight moved away from the carriage. With her fingers as a sword, the sword energy surrounded her, manifesting her innate sword energy and pressuring Gu Yuan. The crimson whip in Gu Yuan's hands, infused with his innate vigor, moved like a spirit snake. At times agile and crafty, at times fierce and domineering, the battle between the two innate masters stirred up clouds of dust. Deep cracks were left on the ground, as figures flickered only after images remained. On the other side, after Yunhao felt the infusion of hot energy from the treasure bottle into his body, his strength grew stronger. On the battlefield, with dust swirling around, Yunhao stood firm on the ground, gripping the demon-slaying knife that emitted a chilling light, the blade trembling slightly, as if eager to drink blood. Surrounding him were two elite black flag guards, their brows furrowed, releasing a powerful aura that surrounded him, with dozens of ordinary black flag guards trapping Yunhao at the center. At the beginning of the battle, Yunhao took the initiative, swinging the demon-slaying knife fiercely, the blade's light flashing like lightning, slicing through the air toward one of the elite black flag guards. The elite black flag guard's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly sidestepped while drawing his long knife to defend. With a loud clang, sparks flew from the metal clash. The tremendous impact left the elite black flag guard's arm numb as he stumbled back several steps. Taking advantage of this moment, Yunhao felt the surge of power within him. With a thought, he channeled the power from the treasure bottle into himself. The immense power surged within him like a raging river. Every inch of his muscles and bones felt as if they had been hammered repeatedly, transforming and growing stronger. His meridians and acupoints were also enhanced by this power. With this support, Yunhao's offensive became even more ferocious. Wielding the demon-slaying knife, each slash stirred up a gust of bloody wind. Wherever the knife wind passed, the air seemed to tear apart. Ordinary black flag guards who got too close were either killed or injured by the residual force of the knife, crying out in agony. The two elite black flag guards exchanged glances, fear flashing in their eyes, but the pride of being black flag guards made them unwilling to retreat. With a low shout, they attacked Yunhao simultaneously from the left and right. One wielded a knife, attacking fiercely, each strike aimed at Yunhao's vital points. The other unleashed a fierce palm technique, trying to disrupt Yunhao's offense. Yunhao remained calm, his figure agile as he darted between the attacks like a ghost. The demon-slaying knife danced in his hands, seamlessly neutralizing their attacks. Each block left the arms of the two elite Black Flag guards sore and numb, and every counterattack brought them close to peril. As the battle intensified, the Black Flag guards also became fierce under the leadership of the two elite Black Flag guards. They recklessly attacked Yunhao. However, Yunhao resembled a war god, facing the tide of enemies, his gaze unwavering and fearless. His figure weaved through the crowd, the demon-slaying knife flashing up and down. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with blood and flesh. Screams echoed endlessly. As the battle continued, Yunhao gradually gained the upper hand. He seized the moment, abruptly turning around, and with the demon-slaying knife wielded with immense force, he slashed at one elite Black Flag guard's neck. The elite Black Flag guard, unable to dodge, could only raise his knife to block. With a crack, his long knife was directly severed by the demon-slaying knife, the sharp blade slicing through his neck, blood gushing forth as he widened his eyes and slowly fell. The other elite Black Flag guard, seeing this, was filled with terror and attempted to turn and flee. Yunhao would not give him that chance. Lightly stepping forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow, he pursued and pierced the elite Black Flag guard's body from behind. With the deaths of the two elite Black Flag guards, the remaining Black Flag guards instantly fell into chaos. Yunhao, seizing the momentum, his killing intent surged, wielding the demon-slaying knife, mercilessly, each strike fatal. In a short time, one Black Flag guard after another fell to the ground, the blood staining the entire land. Once the dust settled, Yunhao stood alone. No Black Flag guards remained to besiege him. Feeling the unceasing flow of energy in his chest, Yunhao couldn't help but touch the treasure bottle in his bosom. At that moment, the bottle felt warm. Only he could sense it. The invisible blood, evil energy in the world had all been absorbed by the treasure bottle. The enhancement of his power was also brought by the treasure bottle. Suddenly, Yunhao felt a tremor from the treasure bottle in his arms. It seemed that he sensed an inexplicable connection in the dark. It felt as if something was being born within the treasure bottle. The sensation was indescribably strange, but he could clearly sense that something was appearing inside the bottle. A thought crossed his mind. With a thought, he took the treasure bottle in hand, wondering what exactly would come out if he poured it out. The next moment, a flash of red light indeed appeared. A blood-red pill glimmering with luster appeared in the palm of his hand. What is this? Yunhao was somewhat stunned, never having expected that something would be born from the treasure bottle. But it was true. He had felt correctly. A strange fragrance entered his nostrils, invigorating Yunhao. Instinctively swallowing his saliva, the fragrance was incredibly enticing. He recalled how the treasure bottle had been continuously absorbing the energy of the world, or perhaps the blood evil energy. Yunhao suddenly thought, could it be that this blood-red pill was born in this way? Thinking about it, it really seemed possible. The treasure bottle absorbed the blood evil and condensed it into a blood evil pill, or rather a Dan medicine. He really wanted to consume it. Just as he hesitated, a scream echoed from a distance. Yunhao hurriedly looked over, only to find that the paper kite had been knocked flying. At that moment, he realized that Mei Hua was locked in a fierce battle with an old man. The paper kite was being pursued and attacked by a man clearly unable to hold its ground. Old Shui had over 20 Black Flag guards surrounding him. Determined, Yunhao opened his mouth and swallowed the blood-colored pill. He trusted the treasure bottle. It might be something good. The paper kite was injured and could not be ignored. The person fighting against the paper kite was clearly a master. After swallowing the blood pill, Yunhao felt an intense heat surge within him. It was a burning and painful sensation, along with a powerful heat flow that felt like it would explode. He couldn't help but let out a long howl. His eyes turned crimson. His face contorted in rage. He felt that his power had reached a level where he could explode. If not released, it might lead to an explosion. Kill. With a low growl, Yunhao leaped into the air, charging towards where the paper kite was. The one pressing the paper kite was naturally the 9th grade master, Pei Huatian. Leaping several dozen feet, in just 2 movements, Yunhao arrived in the air above the paper kite. He saw Pei Huatian slashing towards the paper kite and shouted, "How dare you!" The paper kite lying on the ground saw Yunhao flying towards her and exclaimed, "Young master Yun, don't come over, don't worry about me. He is a 9th grade master." In the paper kite's heart, Yunhao was an important figure. Facing a 9th grade master, she did not believe Yunhao had any chance of winning. If anything happened to Yunhao, she would have no way to explain to the princess. Pei Huatian saw Yunhao slashing down from midair with his blade. He let out a cold laugh. "You overestimate yourself," dismissing Yunhao entirely. He swung his sword upward. The blade shimmered with a cold light infused with powerful internal energy, cutting through the air with a whistling sound. Yunhao was equally unaware of the level of strength a 9th grade martial master possessed. Naturally, he wouldn't allow himself to be intimidated by a 9th grade martial master. The vigorous power of his blood essence made Yunhao feel that he could crush not just 1, but even 10 or 100 9th grade martial masters. The demon-slaying blade cleaved towards Pei Huatian in the air. Clang boom, the two clashed. Yunhao felt a tremendous force surge towards him. His body was involuntarily knocked back. In midair, he performed a roll and landed on the ground stabilized. Both of his arms trembled slightly. The internal chi and blood surged within him. He was truly shocked. The strength of his opponent was the first he had encountered since he began his martial journey. He felt discomfort all over. Just the recoil from blocking his opponent's strike revealed the immense strength of Pei Huatian. He silently thought, is this the power of a 9th-grade martial master? Indeed, it is strong. However, he could still endure it. Thanks to the vast power of his blood essence continuously refining every inch of his body, he was able to dissipate the powerful impact. The discomfort quickly vanished. Pei Huatian, on the other hand, exclaimed in surprise. He was caught off guard. He had thought Yunhao was much weaker than the paper kite. But upon engaging, he realized this kid was no ordinary opponent. He actually managed to withstand a direct hit from him. He twirled his large liang blade into a flower shape. He shifted his focus from the paper kite and fixed his gaze on Yunhao. In a deep voice, he said, "Not bad, little guy. You should be around 16 or 17 years old, and yet you can take a hit from me, heathen. Tell me your name, for I, Pei Huatian, do not strike down nameless individuals." Yunhao looked at Pei Huatian, who had introduced himself and, lacking experience to talk further, replied, "I am Yun." Pei Huatian looked down at him, saying, "Little guy, I'll give you a chance. Don't say I'm bullying you. If you can withstand 10 of my strikes, I will spare your life." Yunhao felt displeased by Pei Huatian's condescending attitude. He retorted, "It's uncertain who will spare whom. If you want to fight, then let's fight, and stop wasting breath." Pei Huatian was taken aback. He had never seen such a defiant youth. He was simply a reckless fool. He coldly laughed. All right, little guy, you don't know the heights of heaven or depths of earth. Today I, Pei, will slay you." As soon as he spoke, both moved, almost simultaneously charging at each other. The clash of weapons echoed with powerful forces colliding. At that moment, the paper kite lay helpless on the ground, anxious. She had suffered severe internal injuries from Pei Huatian, causing her internal energy to be in disarray, unable to circulate normally. She could only quickly adjust her breath, hoping to help Yunhao soon. The strength of a 9th-grade martial master is terrifying. Unless battling within the same realm, one would ultimately suffer losses. Yunhao's strength was at most that of a 6th-grade martial master. She didn't believe he could gain the upper hand against Pei Huatian. She could die, but Yunhao absolutely must not come to harm. This was the paper kite's inner thought. She was very worried about Yunhao, but there was nothing she could do at that moment. The best approach was to quickly regulate her internal energy to aid Yunhao against Pei Huatian. The paper kite quickly calmed down, entering a state of adjustment. The battle between Yunhao and Pei Huatian was intense. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Pei Huatian was increasingly astonished as he fought. This kid was truly unusual. He, a full 9th-grade martial master, could not subdue Yunhao even after 70 or 80 moves. He had said that if Yunhao could withstand 10 of his strikes, he would spare his life. Now he was being slapped in the face. It seemed like 10 sets of 10 strikes wouldn't be enough to take down Yunhao. This left Pei Huatian feeling agitated. As for Yunhao, from initially being forced to defend, he had now gained the strength to counterattack. His power and strength were continuously rising. The robust blood essence within him as they fought no longer felt so uncomfortable. Instead, he sensed a profound sense of comfort. The surging power with each hard clash against Pei Huatian released a bit of tension, providing relief. Yet it must be said that Pei Huatian was indeed powerful. At the beginning, Yunhao seemed to be constantly retreating, appearing defenseless. But in reality, every attack from Pei Huatian was being withstood by Yunhao. At this point, the tables had turned, and it was Pei Huatian who was now feeling alarmed. This kid was simply a monster. His 9th-grade martial master's internal energy was being consistently endured by his opponent. He looked no older than 16 or 17. Thinking back to his own upbringing in a martial arts family, where he started soaking in medicinal baths at 3, honing his bodily foundation, practicing martial arts at 4, entering the discipline at 6, becoming 3rd-rate, at 8 first-rate, at 10 a martial master at 12, and achieving the rank of a 1st-grade martial master at 18. Now at 46, he had reached 9th-grade martial master. He had dedicated his entire life to pursuing martial arts. 10 years ago, in order to break through, he had joined the Great Liang Army to temper his martial path with murderous intent, which led to today. Only Pei Huatian knew how much blood and sweat he had expended. Yet now a mere 16 or 17-year-old youth was actually fighting him to a standstill. This began to erode Pei Huatian's composure. Kill him. Pei Huatian's eyes turned red, roaring as the liang blade shimmered coldly, internal energy infused within, emitting a buzzing sound. Like a tempest, he cut towards Yunhao as if wanting to slice him into pieces. Yet Yunhao remained increasingly calm and composed. The blood essence within him after being released returned to tranquility, circulating endlessly, transforming into streams of energy, augmenting his strength. Facing the enraged Pei Yunhao gripped the demon-slaying blade, tightly meeting each strike. He either slashed, hacked, or defended and counterattacked. Boom! The blades collided, sparks flying. The sound was deafening. Both retreated from the impact. At this moment, Yunhao had fully gained the qualifications to confront 9th grade martial master Pei Huatian. Moreover, the blood essence within him continued to operate and grow. As they clashed again, Yunhao gradually began to gain the upper hand. He began to press Pei Huatian in the fight. The situation had reversed. Pei Huatian had been pushed to the brink of madness. Reason and calmness were abandoning him. This was a grave taboo in martial combat. Flaws often arise in such situations. Boom! Another strike landed, creating a large crack in the Liang blade in Pei Huatian's hand. It bore a fissure. The Liang blade in his hand was crafted from the finest iron in the army. Compared to ordinary Liang blades, it was a blade that could slice through hair. It was difficult to damage easily. Yet now Yunhao had managed to chip away at it, leaving a crack. This could only imply that the quality of the demon-slaying blade in Yunhao's hand surpassed that of Pei Huatian's Liang blade. More importantly, to some extent, Yunhao's internal energy had surpassed Pei Huatian's. He had already attained the strength of a 9th grade martial master. The damage to the Liang blade left Pei Huatian in a daze. Just that moment of distraction became a matter of victory or death. Yunhao slashed. Buzzing. The demon-slaying blade, infused with internal energy, emitted a humming sound, shimmering with an eerie silver light. Clink. Catching. Puff. Yunhao's demon-slaying blade severed the crack in Pei Huatian's Liang blade, splitting it in two. The blade's momentum did not diminish, slicing across Pei Huatian's throat. Pei Huatian's body froze motionless. His eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively released the half of the Liang blade in his hand, clutching his neck with both hands. Crimson blood oozed between his fingers. You are not human. With great difficulty, he uttered those words before falling backward. With a dull thud, dust was kicked up. Pei Huatian twitched a few times, his eyes bulging, his life force cut off, unable to close his eyes, bearing an expression of unwillingness. It was as if he were saying that Yunhao was not human, but a monster. Looking at the corpse of Pei Huatian, Yunhao let out a sigh of relief. He murmured, indeed a troublesome opponent. For him, Pei Huatian was the strongest warrior he had encountered. But that was all there was to it. His understanding of the martial world was far less profound than others. He merely regarded Pei Huatian as a formidable adversary. He had never thought of him as invincible. In fact, he himself was injured, but only on the surface. The power of the blood pill had already integrated into every inch of his muscles. He could clearly feel that his current body was many times stronger than before. The qi in his lower abdomen had also doubled in strength. Through his breathing exercises, he felt the qi filling every meridian and acupoint in his body. It felt as though he was on the verge of overflowing. With just a thought, the qi could reach every part of him. It seemed this was what the large martial master in the 90-year state had described to Paper Kite, an old chui. He felt immensely powerful. The treasure bottle in his arms continued to absorb the bloodthirst from the battlefield invisibly. Yunhao could sense this. The ability to slay Pei Huatian was largely thanks to the blood pill that had emerged from the treasure bottle. The discomfort from nearly bursting his body after taking the blood pill still lingered in Yunhao's mind. Fortunately, encountering an opponent of Pei Huatian's caliber, a 90-year Grand Martial Master, helped him refine the power brought by the blood pill, allowing him to absorb and integrate it. This led to a significant increase in his strength. His body bore numerous deep wounds that reached the bone. Waves of pain coursed through him. He had slain Pei Huatian. But Pei Huatian had also left these external wounds on him. Fortunately, after being tempered by the blood pill, his body was now extraordinary. The wounds had all begun to clot. It was not serious. However, he looked as if he had crawled out of a blood pit, a frightening sight. After killing dozens of Black Flag guards, most of the blood on him was not his own. Taking out a few vitality pills from his pocket, Yunhao consumed two as if they were candy. The current vitality pills had little effect on him, but they were still very effective for replenishing his qi and stamina. At this moment, Paper Kite awakened from her recovery state, feeling that she was running out of time. Thinking that her internal energy had recovered somewhat, she decided to help Yunhao. But who would have known that when she opened her eyes, she would see Pei Huatian lying on the ground. Her eyes widened in shock and her mouth fell open involuntarily. Incredibly, the 90-year Grand Martial Master Pei Huatian had been slain by Yunhao. The shock in her heart was like thunder striking from a clear sky. He killed a 90-year Grand Martial Master. Paper Kite was completely stunned. She stared blankly at Yunhao's back, until Yunhao approached and asked, "Miss Paper Kite, are you all right?" Only then did Paper Kite seem to awaken from her dream. I'm fine," she stammered. "That, you killed The phrase "you killed" sounded somewhat baffling. But Yunhao responded, "Yes, I killed him." She realized that Paper Kite was asking about Pei Huatian. Inside her heart it felt as if a stone had cracked apart. He was only 16 or 17 years old and could slay a 90-year Grand Martial Master. What a monstrous talent. Remembering their previous duel to test Yunhao's martial prowess, Paper Kite could only think he had not used his full strength in that fight. He had been pretending to be weak all along, hadn't he? "This is for you. Take good care of yourself. I will go help old Shui." Yunhao naturally did not know what Paper Kite was thinking and handed her a vitality pill. This? Paper Kite felt embarrassed to accept it. Before she could speak, Yunhao had already stuffed the vitality pill into her hands and turned to head towards old Shui in the distance, leaving her with just his back. It was only after Yunhao had walked far away that Paper Kite said, "Thank you, my lord." Unbeknownst to her, her eyes now held a light they had never held before: gratitude, admiration, and a certain determination. Yunhao was a considerable distance away from old Shui, but he could see that old Shui was still fighting. However, the number of black flag guards surrounding old Shui was dwindling. There were still 7 or 8 left. Covered in blood, Shui Ju looked somewhat disheveled, having lost most of his beard. One arm hung limply, rendered incapable of action. His other arm, gripping the smoking pipe, trembled incessantly. He bore a deep wound that reached the bone on his back. Blood flowed continuously, yet he still faced the attacks from all around. He had killed many black flag guards, but the remaining ones were all Grand Martial Masters. Although they hadn't reached the 6th tier like old Shui, their numbers were overwhelming. Old Shui had also become a dwindling force. That he was still holding on now was enough to show his strength. Blood blurred his vision. After another strike, old Shui collapsed to the ground exhausted. He saw the black flag guards surrounding him. Old Shui smiled bitterly, saying, "It seems I will meet my end here." He was on the brink of life and death. Suddenly a scream pierced the air. Old Shui looked up and found that the black flag guards around him were all collapsing to the ground. A blood-soaked youth wielding a large knife appeared before him. "Old Shui, how are you?" Yunhao called out. Hearing Yunhao's voice, Shui Ju's spirit jolted. "My lord, you." He had not expected Yunhao to appear and save him at such a critical moment. Old Shui had not seen Yunhao slay Pei Huatian earlier, otherwise he would not have been so surprised. "Don't speak. Just take this." Yunhao pulled out a vitality pill and fed it to old Shui. "Thank you." Old Shui, aware of his situation, did not stand on ceremony with Yunhao and swallowed the vitality pill immediately. He hurriedly began to circulate his internal energy to heal his injuries. Yunhao held the demon-slaying blade standing by his side to guard him. All the black flag guards had been eliminated. However, the battle in the distance was still ongoing. That involved Grandma Plum and Gu Yuan. Yunhao had previously witnessed Grandma Plum's prowess, where she struck without leaving her carriage, and dozens of black flag guards were slain in unison. Later, the expert in the black robe stepped through the air and began to fight Grandma Plum at the carriage. Yunhao no longer worried about the safety of Chower and Honggu inside the carriage. What shocked him was Grandma Plum's methods. The battle between experts appeared hazy. When he looked again, he noticed that Grandma Plum's sword had still not been drawn. Yunhao knew that Grandma Plum's strength was far above that of the black-robed man. The innate battle was a sight to behold, with combat in midair. At a certain moment, Yunhao saw Grandma Plum finally draw her sword. All he saw was a dazzling white light flash by, blindingly bright, making it impossible for him not to close his eyes from a distance. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the battle had already ended. With just one sword strike, the black-robed man was dismembered. Moreover, a soil cone about several dozen feet high was cleaved in half by the sword collapsing completely. The residual sword energy was powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. Grandma Plum did not even glance at Gu Yuan, turning into a fleeting shadow and instantly appearing before Yunhao. Not a drop of blood stained her clothing, and she still wore a kind expression as she looked at Yunhao. "You did well, Yun Longju, in slaying a 90-year master and reaching the same tier yourself. Perhaps in some time you will achieve the innate realm. The old woman wishes to congratulate you on this occasion." "Thank you for your hard work, Grandma. I was lucky and have improved my strength somewhat." He naturally would not mention the blood pill matter. Grandma Plum nodded slowly, saying, "As long as you are fine." After saying this, she looked at the recovering Shui Ju and Paper Kite not far away. Seeing that both were fine, she said, "I will go check on Honggu and the others." "All right, I will keep an eye on old Shui and Paper Kite." Yunhao had gained a clearer understanding of Grandma Plum's strength and respected her even more. He recalled the might of that sword strike. His heart raced in fear. In reality, he had not clearly seen the trajectory of Grandma Plum's sword, but he felt an overwhelming sword energy that made his scalp tingle. It felt as though the entire world was shrouded in countless blades and arrows. It was terrifying. Earlier, he had thought that being able to kill a 90-year Grand Martial Master should make him a master. But after experiencing the might of Grandma Plum's sword, Yunhao felt like a child in her presence, the difference as vast as heaven and earth. In that moment, Yunhao felt as if the demon-slaying blade in his hand had lost its luster. For the first time, he felt a keen interest in sword practice. Yun Langjun. Just as he was lost in thought, Paper Kite's voice rang out. She had already recovered her complexion, no longer pale, but with a hint of rosy color. Ha damn Tian Shui Bei, I've finally emerged unworthy of such a melodious name. Old Shui exclaimed, exhaling a breath of murky air while riding his horse. The terrain within the earthen forest is indeed complex, Yunhao echoed. They had exited Tian Shui Bei, leaving behind over 100 black-clad cavalrymen of the Black Flag Guard. If not for the mention, no one would know that they had endured a fierce battle. Yunhao, riding on the old black horse, was somewhat distracted, his mind filled with confusion. Throughout the journey he pondered, yet he could not make sense of it. Let's take a break, have some water before we proceed, Old Shui said, dismounting. For guards had perished, and Old Shui personally tended to the horse. Yunhao also led the old black horse aside, feeding it precious water and rice. Big Brother Grass ran over with a smile, with Apricot still trailing behind her. During the skirmish, they had actually been put to sleep by Granny Plum Blossom's acupoint technique, remaining unconscious to avoid frightening them. This was revealed by Granny Plum Blossom when Yunhao checked after the battle. It wasn't until they were about to leave the earthen forest of Tian Shui Bei that Grass and Apricot finally woke up. Now taking a break, they immediately dismounted the carriage to find Yunhao. Have some water. Yunhao handed his water pouch to Grass, allowing her and Apricot to drink. The ordinary water pouch, yet it contained precious water. Big brother, this water is really good, so sweet, Grass said, passing it to Apricot. Yunhao smiled, saying you should take it back to the carriage later. No need, there is water in the carriage. Grass shook her head. Apricot handed the water pouch back to Yunhao, saying, young master. Yunhao said, Apricot, you can call me big brother, just like Grass, no need to be overly formal. He could tell that Apricot was not as comfortable around him as Grass. Apricot nodded, yet her demeanor still retained a touch of politeness. Come sit down, and let's have something to eat. In the carriage, only Yu Qinghong and Granny Plum Blossom were present. Granny, do you think the previous skirmish will force Shen Taixing to take desperate measures? Yu Qinghong asked. Granny Plum Blossom answered, under normal circumstances, he definitely would. With Gu Yuan and the Black Flag Guard mobilized, Shen Taixing might have been prepared, but rest assured, Your Highness, he will not create any turmoil. I have already sent a message to the Empress for her decision regarding the journey to Liangzhou. Your Highness may decide for yourself. I believe there will be no issues with the Empress and the Emperor. From the moment Shen Taixing dared to act against Your Highness's death was already sealed. Thinking back, it is a pity that despite all his scheming, Shen Taixing did not account for my presence beside Your Highness. Oh, otherwise you would have been in danger today. Yu Qinghong also nodded, saying, today, I owe it all to you, Granny. I did not expect Shen Taixing to side with the warlord. My royal brother is still in power, yet he is so audacious, he truly deserves to die. Mentioning Shen Taixing and the warlord, Yu Qinghong gritted her teeth and sensed that he dared to dispatch the Black Flag Guard to openly assassinate her. Granny Plum Blossom said, Your Highness is blessed, and heaven will protect you. Yu Qinghong took a deep breath and asked Granny, the current issue is whether we can still enter Liangzhou City. If Shen Taixing learns that Gu Yuan and the Black Flag Guard are dead, we would be like fish on a chopping board walking into a trap. Granny Plum Blossom smiled, saying, do not worry, Liangzhou City will not fall into chaos. Hearing Granny Plum Blossom's confident words, Yu Qinghong's heart stirred, asking, oh, does Granny have a backup plan? Granny Plum Blossom nodded, saying the Secret Wind Office oversees 3 major agencies. Do you know what they are? At this moment, Granny Plum Blossom's tone was relaxed, teasing Yu Qinghong. Yu Qinghong replied, of course I know, they are the Wind Blade Office, Wind Shadow Office, and the most mysterious third office, the Dark Office. However, I have heard that very few people in the world have seen members of the Dark Office. There are rumors that the Dark Office holds the most formidable and terrifying powers among the 3 agencies of the Secret Wind Office. Granny, could it be that it is the Dark Office that has taken action? Granny Plum Blossom smiled and nodded, saying, indeed, the Dark Office operates independently of the Wind Blade and Wind Shadow offices, directly under the command of the Office Master, and only pledges loyalty to the Emperor. Every member of the Dark Office is selected from the elite of the Wind Blade and Wind Shadow offices. They are stationed throughout the realm, whether in the army and the court as officials, or as chivalrous wanderers, or even as simple merchants. The Dark Guards are strictly speaking the core strength of the Secret Wind Office. Each Dark Guard, whether in combat strength or intellect, can independently accomplish their tasks. This time I set out, the Office Master has already activated the Dark Guards hidden throughout Liangzhou. When the Black Flag Guard appeared, I had already sent a signal. By now, Liangzhou City should have already made some movements. It's likely that by the time we arrive, Shen Taixing will have been dealt with. Are the Dark Guards really that powerful? Yu Qinghong asked in surprise. Granny Plum Blossom replied, very powerful. The basic selection criteria for the Dark Guard start at the level of a Grand Martial Master. Moreover, the second-in-command of the Liangzhou Army, General Sima Zhaoyao, is a person planted by the dark office beside Shun Taixing specifically to guard against him. Officially, Shun Taixing is the inspector of Liangzhou overseeing the military and government of Liangzhou, but in reality, it is General Sima Zhaoyao who commands the 100,000 troops of Liangzhou. Thus, if Shun Taixing wishes to mobilize troops or harm you, it is but a dream. Additionally, the deputy and long history of the Liangzhou inspector's office are also members of the dark office. Therefore, even if Shun Taixing dies, Liangzhou will not descend into chaos. At that time, the office master and the emperor had taken into account the unique position of Liangzhou at the border, which is why numerous dark guards were dispatched throughout Liangzhou. Now that the signal has been sent, it is likely that the members of the dark office have received orders and commenced action. Yu Qinghong sighed in relief after hearing this, then pondered and worriedly asked, if Shun Taixing falls, will the barbarians at the border attack Liangzhou? Granny Plum Blossom replied, no, the Hu people's royal court has the great fan people, and the office master has also made arrangements there. The Hu people will likely have their hands full. Thus, Liangzhou will not fall into chaos. Your Highness only needs to confirm Yun Longjuan's identity. Everything else will be handled by the people of the secret wind office. Yu Qinghong replied, the blood hair of Yunhao sent to the priest's palace should have results by now, right? Granny Plum Blossom said, yes, we should receive news today. Yu Qinghong said softly, my warlord uncle seems unable to hold back any longer. Without even adopting an heir, he has already started to woo court officials. He is truly impatient. As she spoke, her tone grew a bit sinister. Granny Plum Blossom looked out through the carriage window at the distant Yunhao, saying, if news comes from the priest's palace today, confirming Yun Longjuan's identity, we must keep it confidential. Once the warlord catches wind of it, one can imagine he will stop at nothing to assassinate. As they were speaking, a paper kite hurriedly approached, whispering outside the carriage, your Highness Granny, the wind eagle has sent word. There is news from the capital. Yu Qinghong's spirit lifted, saying, quickly present it, paper kite. The news must be related to Yunhao's identity. Yunhao, Chaoer, and Xing'er were together drinking water, eating, and resting. Chaoer suddenly looked up at the sky and exclaimed, wow, what a big bird. Hey, how did Paper Kite's sister get over there? Wow, Paper Kite's sister is with the big bird, and it looks like there's something on the bird's leg. Yunhao followed Chaoer's gaze and indeed saw Paper Kite. She was taking a small box from the wind eagle and hurriedly walking towards the cart. That's the wind eagle, probably raised by old Chui and Paper Kite. Yunhao told Chaoer. In fact, there had been such large birds with wings spanning more than a meter in the sky along the way. Old Chui had said he was raising them. Now, seeing that Paper Kite could also get close to the wind eagle, Yunhao speculated that she must have raised one as well, because there was more than one wind eagle circling in the sky. Paper Kite's sister is so amazing, Chaoer said enviously. Yunhao responded with a hum. He was actually somewhat puzzled about the identities of Old Chui and Paper Kite. Or rather, he was curious about the identity of Granny Mei. Whether it was the black flag guards that appeared or the occasional conversations between Old Chui and Paper Kite along the way, they all felt very unfamiliar to him. He had asked Old Chui about the black flag guards what kind of people they were. Old Chui just laughed and did not explain. There was also the 9th rank martial master named Pei Huadian, whom he had slain. His demeanor and attire, even the big knife in his hand, all hinted at his extraordinary status. He was definitely not an ordinary person. He had also considered whether the governor's office of Liangzhou had specifically sent people to kill him, because at the beginning he had seen the ghostly figure Luo escaping from Black Wind Mountain. However, he had been killed with a single stab. Both Paper Kite and Old Chui said it had little to do with him, telling him not to think too much or worry. Regarding Granny Mei and Hong Gus identities, Yunhao was now somewhat curious. He felt they were likely significant figures. Since they didn't speak, he didn't dare to ask. At this moment, he saw Paper Kite taking a small wooden box from the wind eagle to the cart, her demeanor respectful, which further piqued Yunhao's curiosity about the identities of Hong Gu and Granny Mei. From a distance, he couldn't hear what Paper Kite was saying. After a while, she handed the box into the cart. Yunhao also withdrew his gaze. Inside the cart, Granny Mei opened the small wooden box, which contained 3 letters and a beautifully crafted pitch-black token. Upon seeing it, Granny Mei's pupils slightly constricted, filled with astonishment. Yu Qinghong asked, what's wrong, Granny? Granny Mei thought for a moment and said, the Lord Commander has sent the command of the Secret Wind Division. Holding the command is as if the Lord Commander is present, and there's a deeper meaning. Yu Qinghong, upon hearing this, also looked at the token in the box. Although she had never seen it, she had heard of the Lord Commander's command. Now that it had arrived here, what did it signify? Yu Qinghong was very clear. Granny, let's check the letters first. Perhaps the intention behind sending the command will reveal the answer. She was clever and perceptive due to her time in the palace, understanding many things. What the prince said is also correct. Oh, let's read the letters first. After Granny Mei finished speaking, she took out the first letter, which was addressed to Yu Qinghong, and handed it to her. The second letter was from the Secret Wind Division, and only then did Granny Mei open it to read the contents. There was also a third letter from the priest's palace. Yu Qinghong looked at her letter. It was a personal letter from the Empress Dowager. The cart fell into silence. Yu Qinghong and Granny Mei each finished reading their letters and turned to the third letter in the wooden box, opening it together to read. The expression on Yu Qinghong's face changed from tension to gradual relaxation, turning into joy, and finally, she trembled all over, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her cheeks, her delicate, white hands covering her mouth. She was excited. The third letter, to be precise, was an identification. It was proof from the priest's palace confirming the results of Yunhao's blood and hair. The proof of the blood and soul-burning technique indicated that Yunhao was a royal descendant, the only bloodline of the prince. He would also be the only crown prince of the Diyu dynasty, the Empress Dowager's biological grandson and her nephew. For a whole 16 years, the Diyu dynasty had no crown prince. The prince had been infatuated ever since the princess had gone missing. Although he had ascended to the throne, he had not been happy for a single day. Over time, his longing became an ailment, neglecting state affairs. Although he had to maintain stability in the court, he had 2 concubines, but he never established a queen, nor did he have an offspring. For this reason, the Empress Dowager was deeply worried and had reprimanded the prince, but it had no effect. The prince had never even visited the chambers of the 2 concubines. Now it was only after the master had intervened, demanding that the crown prince be adopted from the martial king's lineage according to ancestral rules. The Empress Dowager had been strong-willed her whole life and disliked the martial king. If there were a way, she naturally would not care about the ancestral rules. Until she inadvertently learned that the princess had been pregnant when she went missing years ago, she secretly investigated and had her own secret exit from the palace to Liangzhou to look into her sister's case. Yu Qinghong felt it must be the ancestors' blessing and heaven's favor that she encountered Yunhao in the bandit den. Now, the results from the priest's palace were clear. Yunhao was indeed her biological nephew. Yu Qinghong was overwhelmed with joy. Her previous judgment was correct. Yunhao was the child of the prince. Granny Mei said softly, "Your Highness, this is good news. The urgent matter is to find a way to escort Yunlang. Oh no, escort Prince Yunhao back to the capital and acknowledge his ancestry." She paused for a moment before continuing. "The Empress Dowager also mentioned in the letter that Your Highness and I should find a way to determine whether Prince Yunhao possesses any token from the master. Although the results from the priest's palace were clear, having a token would be beneficial for establishing Prince Yunhao as the crown prince in the future and stabilizing the court. Additionally, the Empress Dowager ordered that the Lord Commander's command be given to Prince Yunhao as a gift for her biological grandson. The Empress Dowager mentioned in her letter that my nephew has suffered greatly while being lost outside. The Lord Commander's command is a symbol of identity, a gift, and also a talisman. Yes, throughout the history of Diyu, the Lord Commanders of the Secret Wind Division have been loyal to the Emperor. With the command in hand, one can mobilize the 3 divisions of the Secret Wind Division across the world. In a sense, the command also represents supreme imperial authority, as the Secret Wind Division is both the Emperor's sword and his household servants. It seems the Empress Dowager has already treated Prince Yunhao as the crown prince, and once they return to the capital, he can be established as the crown prince. However, the Empress Dowager instructed in her letter that before Yunhao returns to the palace, his identity must not be leaked in the slightest. Otherwise, the martial king's lineage will stop at nothing to kill him. The next challenge is that they cannot disclose this information to Yunhao, but they still need him to go to the capital. This requires Granny's help to persuade Yunhao. Granny Mei replied, "Your Highness, don't worry. It's my duty. The Empress Dowager and the Lord Commander mentioned in the letter that I will take full responsibility for Prince Yunhao's safety." The Lord Commander even sent the left secret wind envoy to welcome the prince back and requested the high priest. The priest's palace will also send experts to escort the prince back to the palace. Yu Qinghong expressed some concern, saying, "Yunhao is very intelligent. Throughout this journey, I feel he has started to suspect our identities. This matter requires a plan." Granny Mei nodded and said, "Indeed, we are about to enter Liangzhou City. It would be appropriate to reveal some of our identities to Prince Yunhao to facilitate our actions. I will arrange this matter, Your Highness need not worry. I will say that we are relatives of General Sima Zhaoyao in Liangzhou City." "That sounds great, please arrange it, Granny. First, let's settle in Liangzhou City and see if I can find out whether Yunhao has any identity tokens." The team continued to set off. However, Ji Yuan rode ahead, leaving the group without informing anyone of her intentions. Yu Qinghong rarely got off the carriage this time, riding alongside Yunhao. Old Shui drove the carriage slowly, intentionally creating distance. She naturally wanted to chat with Yunhao. Ever since she learned from the priest palace that Yunhao was the bloodline of the emperor, her own nephew, Yu Qinghong felt increasingly affectionate towards him. This fondness came from the heart, unconscious even to her own awareness. No matter how she looked at Yunhao, he appeared charming and handsome. Yunhao could sense Yu Qinghong's fiery gaze, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Riding alongside her was still puzzled. He wondered what was up with this Aunt Hong today. Ahem. Yunhao couldn't help but cough lightly. Only then did Yu Qinghong snap back to reality, realizing she had been too eager. She had to hold back. She couldn't reveal her identity as his aunt just yet. If Yunhao's identity were to leak, it would spell disaster for him. Reining in her affectionate gaze, Yu Qinghong lightly spoke, "Howard, relax. That useless magistrate of Liangzhou City can't stir up any trouble. With me here, no one will bully you." Her gentle and kind words sent shivers down Yunhao's spine. Howard. This form of address had only been used by his parents when he was little. It had been over a decade since anyone had called him Howard. Yet the person calling him that now was far too young, and in Yunhao's mind Aunt Hong was merely the rich girl he had rescued from a bandit lair. In his heart their relationship had not yet reached the level where she could call him Howard. Yunhao felt somewhat at a loss. Hearing her speak, he could only awkwardly smile and say, "Thank you for your concern, Aunt Hong." In truth, he hadn't taken the magistrate seriously at all, yet he appreciated Aunt Hong's goodwill. He also wanted to say, how can a woman who can't even lift a chicken protect me? Of course, he couldn't voice that thought. Seeing Yunhao's expression, Yu Qinghong understood what he was thinking. With a confident smile, she prepared to share what she had discussed earlier with Granny Meihua. Before entering Liangzhou City, she needed to appropriately showcase some of Yunhao's identity and strength. For instance, using the identity of General Sima Zhaoyao. Thus, in conversation with Granny Meihua, Sima Zhaoyao became Meihua's son and Yu Qinghong's distant cousin. Having formulated her explanation, Yu Qinghong slowly began, "Howard, there's something I didn't tell you before, but I think you should know now." Yunhao looked at her, waiting for her to continue. Yu Qinghong said, "Actually, Granny Meihua has a son serving in the Liangzhou army, and he holds a very high position as a general named Sima Zhaoyao. He commands the 100,000 troops of Liangzhou responsible for guarding the borders. He can be considered my distant cousin, ranking just below the magistrate of Liangzhou. Granny has already received word that those Black Flag guards were under the command of Magistrate Shen Taixing. The general and Shen Taixing are at odds, which is why they came to kill Granny Meihua and me. Moreover, Shen Taixing colluded with the Hu people to rebel and has already been suppressed by the general, so you need not worry about the magistrate's office. No one will trouble you." Listening to Aunt Hong's narrative, Yunhao was quite astonished. He did not doubt her words, nor did he understand the intricacies of officialdom. He simply heard that Granny Meihua's son was actually the general of Liangzhou. If that is truly the case, then there really is no need to worry about trouble in Liangzhou City. He had long suspected Granny Meihua and Aunt Hong's identities. Now that he had heard it all, Yunhao wore an expression of realization. He was not overly surprised, but made sense. After all, there were bodyguards and maidservants along the way. Even Old Chui and Ji Yuan were servants of Granny Meihua. Without a distinguished identity, how could such skilled individuals be willing to serve? Seeing that Yunhao was not overly shocked, Yu Qinghong thought to herself, this kid must have had his suspicions all along. It's good that I mentioned it in advance, otherwise if I had waited until we reached Liangzhou City, the impact would have been different. She reached into her sleeve and took out the prepared token of the Secret Wind Division, handing it to Yunhao, saying, "Howard, take this token. If you encounter officials in the future, it can help resolve some troubles." On the surface, she appeared nonchalant as she handed over the token as if it were an ordinary pass. In reality, this token carried significant weight, representing the highest authority of the Secret Wind Division, a powerful force that could only be mobilized by the utmost imperial power. However, Yu Qinghong knew that Yunhao wouldn't understand this, and she had no intention of elaborating. After all, this was the Empress' directive, a protective charm for her grandson. She was simply passing it on. "I can't accept this," Yunhao said, although he didn't know the purpose of the token. Hearing Aunt Hong mention it could help with official troubles made him realize it was important. Aunt Hong feigned anger and said, "How will you save my life, and I have no way to repay you? But I regard you as my own nephew. This small token is merely a pass for you to travel throughout the great Yu dynasty. It's also a token of my goodwill. If you refuse it, does that mean you look down on me?" Seeing Aunt Hong getting angry, Yunhao couldn't refuse any longer, so he accepted it and said, "Thank you, Aunt Hong." Yu Qinghong smiled and seized the moment, saying, "In that case, you shall call me Aunt from now on." Yunhao was taken aback, feeling that Aunt Hong had been building up to this moment. However, after spending time with her, he found her to be quite kind. Calling her Aunt would not be a loss. "Aunt, Aunt," he called out. Yu Qinghong sighed, her eyes turning. "My dear nephew," he finally called me Aunt. "I have a nephew now. A dear nephew." She felt extremely excited. Had it not been for the concern over Yunhao's identity being exposed, she would have wanted to acknowledge him openly. Good. Good nephew, good Hao. By the way, my full name is Yu Qinghong." Finally, she revealed her full name to Yunhao. Suddenly gaining an aunt made Yunhao quite happy. He fiddled with the token of the Secret Wind Division, not thinking there were words on it that read Secret Wind Division. On the back, it bore the words Division Master with a smaller inscription below stating Great Yu Dynasty, all under heaven are one. He toyed with it like a plaything. However, to Yu Qinghong, witnessing this made her lips twitch. The token of the secret wind division commanded the authority over the 3 divisions and granted the right to execute before reporting. Seeing Yunhao treating it as a toy made her unable to help but remind him, "However, this token is very useful. You should keep it safe and not lose it." Yunhao stopped playing with it, forced a smile, and said, "Okay, I'll keep it safe." He then reached to open his collar, preparing to tuck it into his clothes. At that moment, Yu Qinghong suddenly noticed a glimpse of green hanging around Yunhao's neck. She was very familiar with it. Her heart raced as she quickly asked, "How or what are you wearing around your neck?" Yunhao casually replied, "Oh, it's a jade pendant that my parents left for me." Yu Qinghong saw that it was the dragon elephant jade pendant. She had one too. To be precise, every royal child had one. It was specially crafted by a master. Every royal child would receive such a dragon elephant jade pendant after marriage as a symbol of identity for their future descendants. Yu Qinghong's heart raced, suppressing her excitement. Her voice trembled as she asked, "How or may I see it?" If the dragon elephant jade pendant was not fake, then Yunhao must undoubtedly be of royal blood. Yu Qinghong's heart raced, suppressing her excitement. Her voice trembled as she asked, "How or may I see it?" If the dragon elephant jade pendant, Yunhao did not want anyone to know about the dragon elephant jade pendant. This was because the old Taoist had mentioned before his passing that this jade pendant was a token left by his biological parents. He had no memory of his biological parents at all. In the end, he only knew of their existence without any thoughts attached. Although his adoptive parents passed away early, they treated him well. He also had a beloved sister, Yunwei. However, his sister's current situation. At this moment, Yu Qinghong wanted to see his jade pendant, and without further thought, he took it off from around his neck and handed it over. Yu Qinghong's hands trembled slightly as she caught it. Indeed, it was the dragon elephant jade pendant specially crafted for the royal family. She had an identical one. The front bore the character for Yu, a surname unique to the royal family. On the other side, there was the character for Hao. Yes, in this generation, Yunhao belonged to the Hao lineage among the masters. Yu Qinghong suppressed her excitement, staring at it for a long time before returning it to Yunhao, saying, "However, this jade pendant is exquisite and of exceptional craftsmanship. You must keep it well and absolutely must not lose it." "My will." Yunhao put the dragon elephant jade pendant back on. Yu Qinghong, appearing casual, yet feeling anxious inside, asked, "How can you tell your aunt about the origins of this jade pendant?" Yunhao actually did not want to speak, but he could not withstand Yu Qinghong's profound gaze. Forget it. Since he had already called her aunt, they were family, and there was nothing he could not say. Thus Yunhao recounted to Yu Qinghong what the old Taoist had told him about the jade pendant related to his heritage. After listening, Yu Qinghong felt a strong sense of certainty within her. It matched the findings of the Secret Wind Division's investigation. It seems that the royal sister-in-law had given birth to Yunhao somewhere in the Liangzhou Star River town, and after encountering some incidents had no choice but to abandon him on the official road, leaving behind the dragon elephant jade pendant. Later he was found by the old Taoist and given to the Yun couple in Qingshui village. As for his name, it was taken from the character Hao on the dragon elephant jade pendant by the old Taoist. He was originally supposed to be named Yu Hao. Taking a deep breath, Yu Qinghong asked a few more questions, all of which aligned with the investigation of the Secret Wind Division. They walked slowly. Just as it was about to get dark, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Rumble. It sounded like 1,000 horses galloping. Yunhao and Yu Qinghong instinctively stopped. Old Shui also halted the horse cart in place. Everyone looked ahead. In the distance, amidst the rising dust, there was a dark mass of figures. They were coming towards them. It was an army. Everyone felt a bit tense. Even from afar, the momentum of thousands of galloping horses was extremely oppressive. Old Shui rushed to Yunhao and Yu Qinghong's side. Suddenly, when they were about 100 meters away, in the dust, they stood in silence. Immediately, 2 riders galloped over. It's all right, they are our people, it's Lord Paper Kite." Old Shui recognized one of them was Paper Kite. Yu Qinghong also let out a sigh of relief. She naturally knew that Paper Kite had been sent out by Granny Mei to liaise with Sima Zhaoyao. Along with Paper Kite was a general clad in armor who was naturally Sima Zhaoyao. It seems that Sima Zhaoyao had come now because Liangzhou City had already been pacified. Shen Taixing had been eliminated. Yunhao also relaxed, having learned from Yu Qinghong that Granny Mei's son was a general in the Liangzhou army. He must have come to welcome them. Paper Kite had gone out earlier, and he had seen her. In a flash from several dozen meters away, Paper Kite and the general dismounted. The general dismounted, saluted, and shouted loudly, "Liangzhou Army Sima Zhaoyao, here to welcome my cousin and greet my mother." What a strange proclamation. His salute was a formal kneeling gesture done meticulously. Yu Qinghong calmly replied, "General, you have worked hard. Please rise, no need for such formalities." This sentence was very official. Only then did Sima Zhaoyao rise and stand straight. When he raised his head, Yunhao took a glance. Dressed in armor with a helmet, a sword at his waist, around 30 years old, exuding great authority. His eyes were deep and sparkling, radiating an impressive aura. Yu Qinghong then asked cousin how is the situation in Liangzhou city. In response to my cousin, the inspector Shun Taixing colluded with the barbarians with the intent to rebel. The evidence is conclusive, and I have already led people to execute him. The rebellion in Liangzhou city has been quelled, and we can enter the city. Their conversation was quite peculiar. Clearly he was a cousin, yet he had to pay respects to his cousin. Meanwhile, Yu Qinghong as the cousin accepted the greetings with a sense of entitlement. It seemed discordant in every way. Yet both parties appeared to feel it was appropriate. However, Yunhao did not understand these matters, so he remained silent and watched from the side. Hearing that the Liangzhou inspector had been executed, he no longer had to worry about the issue of retaliation. Yu Qinghong said, "Thank you for your hard work, cousin." "Not hard at all, not hard at all, it's what I ought to do." Sima Zhaoyao appeared extremely respectful. In reality, he was already sweating profusely. To have the Grand Princess of the Great Yu dynasty call him cousin if it weren't for Paper Kite's prior explanation that due to certain reasons the identity of the Grand Princess needed to be kept secret, and that he as a general's relative was to serve as a cover, even with 100 times more courage he would not have dared to let the Grand Princess call him cousin. Yu Qinghong noticed Sima Zhaoyao's restraint and spoke in a softer tone subtly, saying, "Cousin, we are all family, no need to worry about formalities." Then she shifted her focus to Yunhao and introduced him to Sima Zhaoyao. "This is my biological nephew Yunhao. General, please get to know him." Sima Zhaoyao had actually been observing Yunhao from the very beginning. Being able to ride alongside the Grand Princess indicated a significant status. However, he knew Yunhao's identity. Paper Kite had not explained anything when she came. Now hearing the Grand Princess' brief introduction, Sima Zhaoyao's heart began to churn. He could tell that the Grand Princess emphasized the words biological nephew heavily. At that moment, he couldn't help but speculate, could Yunhao be a member of the royal family? It should be, otherwise no one would have the qualification for the Grand Princess to call him biological nephew. He quickly saluted, saying, "Sima Zhaoyao greets young Master Yunhao." "General Sima, please do not be so formal, please rise quickly." Yunhao leaped off his horse and had already arrived in front of Sima Zhaoyao, helping him up from his bowing salute. The general of the Liangzhou army was a significant official in his eyes, and he did not dare to accept the other party's respects. But unexpectedly, the strength of Sima Zhaoyao was astonishing, and he still bowed slightly in respect. Only then did he rise. Sima Zhaoyao was also greatly surprised. When Yunhao helped him, he felt the power in Yunhao's hand, which was definitely not the strength one would expect from a 16 or 17-year-old boy. Both of them internally assessed each other as experts. "All right, cousin, let's go meet the lady." Yu Qinghong understood that Sima Zhaoyao had another identity as the strongest in the Secret Wind Division, a dark guard from the Dark Division secretly stationed within the Liangzhou army. Granny Mei was indeed the right hand of the Secret Wind Division, serving as Sima Zhaoyao's direct superior. There were many matters that still needed Granny Mei to instruct him on. Sima Zhaoyao complied and approached the horse cart, respectfully bowing at a 90-degree angle, saying, "Mother, you have had a long journey. Your son is here to pay his respects and welcome you." Putting on a complete act at this moment, Sima Zhaoyao, following Paper Kite's instructions, was indeed the son of Granny Mei. Granny Mei stepped out of the horse cart. However, she wore a gloomy expression. After getting off the cart, she stood in front of Sima Zhaoyao and said in a cold, flat tone, "Raise your head." Sima Zhaoyao felt a surge of anxiety within. He could discern that Granny Mei's tone was very cold. He raised his head. Yet in the next moment, Granny Mei made an unexpected move. Slap. A loud slap echoed. Granny Mei struck Sima Zhaoyao hard across the face. Yunhao's eyelids twitched. Yunhao, Old Shui, and Ji Yuan were all stunned. Only Yu Qinghong appeared to be composed. No one expected Grandma Meihua to slap General Sima Zhaoyao. To be honest, at this moment, Yunhao felt a bit nervous inside. Grandma Meihua asked sternly, "Do you know your crime?" With a thud, Sima Zhaoyao knelt on the ground and said, "I know my crime, please punish me, mother." Yunhao observed that General Sima Zhaoyao not only was not angry, but instead quickly knelt down to seek punishment without a word of defense. Grandma Meihua coldly said, "Do you know that today your cousin almost got killed by the Black Flag Guards?" This sentence was essentially telling Sima Zhaoyao, how could you manage things? To let the Black Flag Guards come out to kill. If something were to happen to the princess, would you be able to take responsibility? Sima Zhaoyao also understood why Grandma Meihua was furious. Indeed, as a dark guard of the Secret Wind Division, he was beside the inspector of Liangzhou Shun Taixing, yet was unaware of the mobilization of over 100 Black Flag Guards approaching the princess. If it weren't for Grandma Meihua being beside the princess today, the princess would have been in danger. Sima Zhaoyao understood this, which is why he had no words of defense. In fact, after receiving the news, he had endured immense pressure to capture Inspector Shun Taixing. In front of his superior Grandma Meihua, Sima Zhaoyao did not dare to offer any justification. All he could do was plead for forgiveness. "I deserve to die." Sima Zhaoyao lowered his head even further. Seeing this, Grandma Meihua's anger dissipated somewhat as she turned to walk away, saying to Sima Zhaoyao, "Come here." The two of them walked far away. Yunhao let out a sigh of relief. All the while Grandma Meihua had been amiable, having never seen her lose her temper before. When Grandma Meihua slapped General Sima Zhaoyao, just now Yunhao found her quite intimidating. Even old Chui and Ji Yuan felt relieved. Yu Qinghong on the other hand looked relaxed, and said with a smile to Yunhao, "It's all right, Grandma has always been strict with my cousin." Yunhao smiled awkwardly and said nothing. Meanwhile, as Grandma Meihua and Sima Zhaoyao walked away, they reached a place behind a dirt mound out of sight. "Do you have any grievances?" Grandma Meihua coldly asked Sima Zhaoyao. Sima Zhaoyao quickly replied, "I dare not have the slightest grievance, nor do I have any complaints. This incident with the Black Flag Guards and Gu Yuan attempting to abduct the princess was due to my negligence. Fortunately, you were by the prince's side, otherwise I would be unable to escape the blame, even if I died 1,000 deaths." Grandma Meihua coldly snorted, "Have you dealt with Shun Taixing's matter properly?" Sima Zhaoyao replied, "It has been handled properly. There will be no further issues, please rest assured, my lord. You should consider yourself fortunate that I publicly struck you for your own good. Among those involved, the princess is the least of your concerns. If anything were to happen to her, your entire clan would be exterminated. Fortunately, this slap will ultimately be beneficial for you. Once we return to the palace, I will certainly seek merit for you from the master and the Empress Dowager, even His Majesty." Grandma Meihua's tone finally softened a bit. Upon hearing her words, Sima Zhaoyao trembled all over. Is there someone more important than the princess? Soon he thought of Yunhao. Tentatively, he asked, "My lord, could it be young Master Yunhao?" Who is he among the princes?" Though he asked this, Sima Zhaoyao was pondering that the current emperor had no offspring. Even if there were princes, they would be the emperor's siblings, but who could compare to the emperor's own sister princess Yu Qinghong? It could be said that no prince could match the status of the princess. Grandma Meihua looked at Sima Zhaoyao and said, "Now I can tell you that young Master Yunhao's status is beyond words. Do not ask any more about it, you only need to know this. Additionally, the palace has sent the command of the master of the secret wind division to young Master Yunhao. You only need to keep this in your heart. From now on, do not disclose any information about young Master Yunhao, otherwise you will know the consequences." Sima Zhaoyao hurriedly replied, "I understand. All right, let's prepare to enter the city." The reprimands and necessary words have been said. They were ready to head to Liangzhou City. The army cleared the way. They set off towards Liangzhou City. However, Grandma Meihua instructed Sima Zhaoyao to let the army leave first, as it would be too ostentatious. Thus, Sima Zhaoyao only left a squad of personal guards to accompany them. After about half an hour, a majestic city appeared in everyone's view. It was Yunhao's first time seeing a large city, and he was quite amazed. Sima Zhaoyao leaned over with a smile and introduced young master. This Liangzhou City was built by our founding emperor 300 years ago. It is about 30 li long and 8 meters high, with the gate tower standing 14 meters tall. The defense against the Hu people relies on the city walls. Since he had learned of Yunhao's noble status from Grandma Meihua, Sima Zhaoyao had been attentive. Even just the command of the master of the secret wind division in Yunhao's possession made Sima Zhaoyao revere him. His hidden identity was that of a dark guard of the secret wind division, and he knew perfectly well what the command represented. If it weren't for Grandma Meihua not allowing him to speak recklessly in front of Yun, how he truly wanted to engage in deeper conversation with him. After Sima Zhaoyao's introduction, Yunhao realized the significance of this city. It was his first time seeing a large city, and he was filled with curiosity about everything. With Sima Zhaoyao accompanying him, naturally, there would be no issues with the city guards checking their credentials. Upon entering the city and arriving at the inner city, there was a grand residence. It was certainly not the inspector's residence, but a royal residence. Sima Zhaoyao said this was the residence of the late emperor's brother Prince Qing. After the old prince moved to the capital, this residence, being of too high a status, was left vacant, as no one qualified to live there. It was considered royal property, and naturally someone maintained it long term. They could move in right away. It covered dozens of acres, large and magnificent. The residence had many independent courtyards. Yunhao was brought to a courtyard called the East Garden, which surprisingly had vibrant flowers and plants. There were many rooms as well. For maidservants were already waiting. Once inside, they brought hot water for Yunhao to wash up and bathe. Two young maidservants approached to help Yunhao undress, startling him into waving his hands repeatedly. After much persuasion, he finally managed to get them to leave, allowing him to bathe by himself. Lying in a wooden tub filled with fragrant flower petals, Yunhao felt it was surreal. He recalled that just a month ago, or rather less than a month ago, he was still a poor boy from a mountain village struggling to make ends meet. And now he found himself with someone attending to him and residing in a prince's mansion. Though it was a temporary stay, it was still a significant change. In his thoughts, he resolved to seek out a renowned physician in Liangzhou City tomorrow. Saving his sister was his top priority. This was also the purpose of his trip to Liangzhou City. After washing up, Yunhao changed into clean clothes provided by the maidservants. He opened the door and stepped out preparing to attend the banquet. Sima Zhaoyao mentioned that they would be welcoming everyone tonight. When he opened the door, Ji Yuan happened to be waiting outside. Upon seeing Yunhao come out, she slightly bowed and said, "Young Master Yun, Grandma sent me to take you to the banquet." "All right, thank you, Miss Ji Yuan." The two arrived at the banquet hall. In fact, there were not many people, just an additional Sima Zhaoyao. However, the dishes were arranged on a large table with at least 20 to 30 dishes. Yu Qinghong smiled and said, "How are sit here?" indicating for him to sit beside her. Yunhao didn't think much of it and took a seat accordingly. Grandma Meihua smiled and said, "Young Master Yun, there are no outsiders here, so don't be reserved, eat up. After a long journey, everyone must be hungry." "Thank you, Grandma." "Thank you, Brother Sima." In Yunhao's heart, Sima Zhaoyao was the host. Gratitude was only appropriate. They had already become brothers on the road. He also wanted to ask Sima Zhaoyao which renowned physician he should seek tomorrow. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone sat down to eat. Chao and Xing'er were also at the table. The three of them had many rules to follow, mainly due to their ignorance. They ate heartily with the principle of filling their stomachs. After finishing the meal, the Yun family asked Sima Zhaoyao, "Brother Sima, I would like to find a renowned physician in Liangzhou City named Huangfu Fuxing. Have you heard of him?" Sima Zhaoyao glanced at Grandma Meihua. Grandma Meihua nodded. On the way, both she and Yu Qinghong were already aware of Yunhao's intention to come to Liangzhou in search of a famous doctor. They had long sent word to the hidden guards in Liangzhou City to search for him. Sima Zhaoyao was just about to inform Yunhao of this matter. Yu Qinghong was also waiting for further news. She was very clear that Yunhao had come to Liangzhou City from the start to find a famous doctor. However, it was the first time she heard him mention the name. The name Huangfu Fuxing was quite special. If there was indeed a famous doctor by that name, it shouldn't be hard to find. Sima Zhaoyao hesitated and said, "Well, actually, I haven't heard of a doctor by the name of Huangfu Fuxing in Liangzhou City. However, there are other famous doctors. If the young master needs them, I can invite them over tomorrow." Yunhao's heart sank. The old doctor from Xinghe town had told him that the name was indeed Huangfu Fuxing, and he had said that the doctor was quite accomplished in dealing with the symptoms of the soul departure. He was a famous doctor. Yet now Sima Zhaoyao, the great general of Liangzhou, actually claimed he had never heard of Huangfu Fuxing. Could it be that the old doctor was mistaken? Yunhao thought it unlikely. "Haven't you heard of him?" Yunhao frowned. Sima Zhaoyao quickly replied, "Young master, please don't worry. My not having heard of him doesn't mean others haven't. After all, I spend every day in the military camp and haven't heard of many famous doctors. Rest assured, as long as this person is in Liangzhou City, I will definitely find him for you, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground." Sima Zhaoyao patted his chest. Yunhao thought he was being too anxious and then said to Sima Zhaoyao, "Then I would trouble General Sima to help me search for Huangfu Fuxing." "Okay, no problem. I will arrange for people to search as soon as I go down," Sima Zhaoyao assured him. At this moment, Grandma Meihua spoke up, "Young lord, I've always wanted to ask you, is there any hidden ailment for which you seek a famous doctor? If you are in a hurry, I can have my son find other famous doctors in Liangzhou City tomorrow to try." "Yes, however, if you have any health issues, you must tell your aunt. I still have some connections in the capital, and I can manage to invite even the imperial doctors from the palace." Yunhao looked at Yu Qinghong and Grandma Meihua's concerned expressions and felt somewhat touched, but also a bit embarrassed. The two had actually thought of him having health problems. "Grandma and I have no health issues, so please don't worry. My reason for seeking a famous doctor is for another purpose, and I cannot disclose the reason, so I hope you understand." He couldn't say it was to treat his sister because his sister Yun Wei was in the treasure bottle. If he mentioned it, it would lead to unnecessary trouble. If possible, then please have Brother Sima invite other famous doctors in Liangzhou City tomorrow and continue searching for Huangfu Fuxing. If he truly cannot be found, then it cannot be helped. "No problem, I will bring over the best famous doctors in Liangzhou City tomorrow," Sima Zhaoyao replied. "Thank you." Yunhao expressed his gratitude. Yu Qinghong breathed a sigh of relief as long as Yunhao did not have any hidden health issues. She also prepared a backup plan for Yunhao that if it didn't work, they could go to the capital to find imperial doctors. When the time comes, she could bring Yunhao to the capital under the pretense of something else. Oh no, she meant to take him to the capital. In short, before Yunhao entered the palace, no one must know his identity, including Yunhao himself. This was for his safety. After chatting a while longer, everyone dispersed. It was already late at night. They had been on the road for several days and had experienced battles, making them truly tired. Chao was still kept by Grandma Meihua as she was to start teaching Chao swordsmanship tomorrow. As for Xing'er, she sought Yunhao's opinion, suggesting that the paper kite be used, saying that with Grandma Meihua's words, Xing'er could learn some skills by following the paper kite. This was a good thing, and Yunhao naturally agreed. Moreover, these days he was preparing to treat his sister, so he didn't need anyone around. It was inconvenient. After returning to the eastern garden, Yunhao ordered the 4 maids that from this moment on no one was allowed to enter his room, even telling the 4 maids to disperse, as he did not need anyone to attend to him. So the four maids found the temporary steward of the estate Paper Kite, informing her that Yunhao did not allow them to stay in the Eastern Garden. Paper Kite did not dare to make a decision. She found Grandma Meihua and Yu Qinghong. Your Highness Grandma Yun Langjun does not need maids and has instructed them to leave the Eastern Garden. After Paper Kite spoke, she quietly waited for the two to give instructions. Grandma Meihua looked at Yu Qinghong. Yu Qinghong thought for a moment and said, then let's do as Yunhao said, let the four maids withdraw and issue an order that no one in the estate is allowed to step into the Eastern Garden to disturb Yunhao. Yes, I will arrange that. Paper Kite replied. Wait. Yu Qinghong called Paper Kite back. Let's also arrange for 2 people to wait outside the Eastern Garden ready to respond to Yunhao's summons. Yes, Your Highness. Paper Kite responded. Grandma Meihua thought for a moment and said, from my observations along the way, Yun Langjun is an introverted person who does not like to interact with outsiders. I think Paper Kite and Cui Ju should personally guard the Eastern Garden. Having acquaintances will make things easier. Yu Qinghong nodded. Grandma is thoughtful. Oh, let's do it this way. Afterward, when Yunhao returned to his room in the Eastern Garden, he locked the door. He then took out the treasure bottle and summoned his sister Yunwei. He once again fed her the qi and blood pill and the water from the treasure bottle, checking that her breathing was steady. There was still no change from before. Sitting on the edge of the bed looking at his sister Yunhao spoke to himself, Sister, we have arrived in Liangzhou City. Although General Sima has not heard of the famous Dr. Huangfu Fuxing, he will help find other famous doctors in Liangzhou City tomorrow to treat you. I believe someone will surely be able to wake you up. After speaking for a long time with his sister Yunhao then went to the living room, sitting cross-legged, as he entered a state of breath cultivation. The cultivation book left by the old Taoist priest became increasingly extraordinary as he persisted in his breath cultivation. The airflow generated within him made him feel a powerful force and vitality. During the battle at Tianshui Bay, he had slain a 9th-rank martial master. Only he knew that it was because the treasure bottle absorbed the blood evil energy, giving rise to a blood pill, which resulted in his explosive power. But ultimately Yunhao knew that it was the airflow or true qi generated within him that formed the foundation. Only true qi was the essence of his strength. Otherwise, how could he be a match for a 9th-rank martial master? Therefore, he practiced the breath cultivation method every day whenever he had the time. After a night of breath cultivation, as dawn broke, Yunhao opened his eyes full of energy. He stepped out of his room and walked to the garden, waving his hand to reveal 10 flower pots. They were still bought with the help of the shopkeeper in Huangfeng town. He planned to try planting ginseng, huangjing, and rice in the flower pots. Since they could be stored in the treasure bottle, it was feasible. It wouldn't take up much time each day. A single thought to summon and water with treasure bottle water would suffice. Taking advantage of no one being around, he dug into the soil and planted 5 ginseng roots. These were the last 5 he had grown on the back mountain of the old Taoist priest's temple in Jiming Mountain. They had already been growing for 20 years. 5 pots of ginseng, 2 pots of huangjing, and 3 pots of rice were sown. After watering them with treasure bottle water, Yunhao put them back into the bottle. Seeing that it was still early, he began to practice the dragon elephant fist and dragon control technique in the courtyard. Before he knew it, the sun was high in the sky and he was drenched in sweat. But he felt completely at ease. A familiar voice echoed in his ears. Yun Longjun, it's me, old Cui, come to see you. Hearing old Cui's voice, Yunhao ceased his practice and walked towards the main gate of the Eastern Garden. Upon seeing Yunhao, old Cui grinned lewdly and leaned closer, whispering, Young master, I heard you sent away for beautiful young ladies last night. Yunhao, not quite understanding, nodded in acknowledgement. Old Cui exaggeratedly exclaimed, Young master, you must be confused. Yunhao replied. Old Cui continued, At your age you are in the prime of your youth. Many people are already fathers, don't you know? General Sima arranged for 4 stunning beauties in Dong Garden for you. How could you not appreciate such? Moreover, if you don't want them, you can give them to me. Old Cui concluded, feigning deep sorrow. Yunhao listened, his expression darkening. This old fellow is becoming increasingly inappropriate. Rolling his eyes, he said, What do you want? If there's nothing, just leave. I'm busy today. Old Cui displayed an expression of wounded feelings, shaking his head. How can you say that, young master? I came to see you bright and early. Oh, look at how you still disdain me. You've changed. Yunhao felt speechless towards old Cui. Irritably, he replied, I really have something to do today. Seeing Yunhao's serious demeanor, old Cui stopped joking, saying, I came to report to you. Whatever you need, just let me handle it. Yunhao was taken aback. What do you mean? He did not understand. Old Cui grinned broadly, revealing his large yellow teeth, and said, It means that from today onwards, I am your partner. At that moment, Ji Yuan's voice interjected, A subordinate is just a subordinate. Oh, what partner? Don't flatter yourself. You aren't qualified to be the young master's partner. Ji Yuan bluntly exposed old Cui's lie. Old Cui, however, was not angry. He smiled shamelessly as he did not dare to lose his temper with Ji Yuan. Yunhao greeted Ji Yuan saying, Miss Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan smiled back at him, handing over a food box. I've come to bring breakfast for the young master. Thank you. Yunhao replied politely, taking the food box and asking, How is Xing? That girl is doing well. I've been teaching her to read and write these days, as well as some martial arts to strengthen her body and ensure she can take care of herself better. Ji Yuan naturally did not dare to tell Yunhao the truth. She was training Xing'er to be an assassin as instructed by Granny Mei. This could not be revealed to Yunhao. Although Yunhao regarded Xing'er as a sister, he was unaware of his own identity and background, lacking the concept of master and servant. However, Granny Mei and Yu Qinghong did not think so. While Xing'er was taken in by Yunhao in the eyes of Yu Qinghong and Granny Mei, not everyone was qualified to be Yunhao's sworn sister like Chaoer. Chaoer, who was the first one Yunhao rescued from a bandit den, had her character recognized by Yu Qinghong. According to Yu Qinghong, Chaoer has 100 taels of silver and is willing to spend 101 taels on Yunhao. In Chaoer's heart, she was filled with admiration for her brother Yunhao. But Xing'er was different, as she was entrusted to Yunhao by the old blind man before he passed away. Especially after Yunhao's identity was clarified, Xing'er's position could only be that of a personal maid by his side. Even that was not something everyone could qualify for. Thus, Xing'er's role was set from the very beginning. She would be personally taught by Ji Yuan. That was quite good. Yunhao said, Then I hope Xing'er will take good care of it from now on. Yunhao was very pleased to have Xing'er learn some skills from Ji Yuan. Young master, you're too polite. By the way, General Sima has found the 3 top physicians in Liangzhou City today and asked me to check when you would like to see them. Yunhao's heart stirred. Sima Zhaoyao was quite efficient. He quickly replied, The sooner the better. All right, I'll bring them over. Thank you, Yunhao replied. After Ji Yuan left, he asked Old Shui, Have you had? Old Shui shook his head no. Yunhao opened the food box and placed it on the stone table at the door, saying, Let's sit down and eat together. Old Shui grinned. Hee, I knew the young master treats me the best. Inside the food box were large meat buns, several side dishes, and fragrant meat porridge. As they sat down eating buns, Yunhao said to Old Shui, Old Shui, help me keep the door well, don't let anyone in. Old Shui grunted in acknowledgement, eating the meat buns heartily, indicating he understood. He had received instructions from Granny Mei and the princess last night to guard Dong Garden with Ji Yuan, ensuring no interruptions for Yunhao and not to ask too many questions. Yunhao's words were orders to be executed. Meanwhile, the 3 physicians were meeting Granny Mei and Yu Qinghong under the lead of Sima Zhaoyao. Granny Mei stated, You all just need to follow the young master's orders, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, and don't say what you shouldn't say. After finishing, she turned to Sima Zhaoyao, saying, You too. Yes, Sima Zhaoyao, and the 3 physicians nodded. After Ji Yuan entered, Granny Mei instructed the 3 physicians to take them to see Yunhao. Once Ji Yuan and the others left, Yu Qinghong asked Sima Zhaoyao, Yunhao asked you to find Huangfu Fuxing, so hurry up with that search. Yes, Your Highness, don't worry. I've already sent people to search, and I believe we will have results by tomorrow at the latest, Sima Zhaoyao replied. Granny Mei then asked, Did you investigate what happened with the Feng Wei who followed us yesterday? Have you found out anything? During the battle at Tianshui Bay, 4 Feng Wei warriors who followed the carriage were killed. However, there were 32 others who secretly accompanied them, clearing the way ahead. When they reached the soil forest, the Black Flag Guards attacked, yet the hidden Feng Wei did not come to their aid, indicating something must have happened. Old Shui and Ji Yuan had not made contact. After arriving in Liangzhou City yesterday, Granny Mei had Sima Zhaoyao investigate the situation. Sima Zhaoyao's expression darkened slightly as he said, I was just about to report this. The 32 Feng Wei, after investigation, indeed arrived at Tianshui Bay soil forest early, but they did not encounter the Black Flag Guards. Instead, they ran into members of the Yindao Alliance from the western regions who detained them, leading them into a quagmire. In the ensuing battle, 20 Feng Wei died, leaving only 12 who were rescued. Yu Qinghong slammed the table, narrowing her eyes. The Yindao Alliance from the western regions is so audacious. I've heard that for many years they have been entrenched in the west, controlling the rivers and lakes around Liangzhou. Sima Zhaoyao nodded, saying, Your Highness is correct. I have sought to eradicate the Yindao Alliance several times, but Shun Taixing has always opposed it. I suspect Shun Taixing has colluded with the Yindao Alliance. Furthermore, there's another matter for which I seek Your Highnesses and the Elders' punishment. What matter? Yu Qinghong inquired. Sima Zhaoyao whispered, When we executed Shun Taixing yesterday, his son Xin Junshan escaped Liangzhou City under the protection of a group of Black Flag Guards. Today I received news that Xin Junshan has already reached the territory of the Yindao Alliance. This implies that the father and son have long been in collusion with the Yindao Alliance. I asked the princess and the elder to decide and allow me to send troops to eradicate the Yindao Alliance and Xin Junshan. Yu Qinghong coldly snorted. Immediately dispatch troops to eliminate these remnants of the rebellious faction. You need not worry about anything else. I will write to my mother and grant you the authority to mobilize troops. No one knew that this escaped fish Shinjunshin would soon cross paths with Yunhao. At this moment, Yunhao was meeting the three famous physicians from Liangzhou City. He first brought in the first physician to examine his sister Yunwei. After a careful examination, the old doctor's expression grew increasingly grave. This made Yunhao nervous, unable to refrain from asking, "Old sir, how is my sister?" "My lord, I fear my humble skills are insufficient to cure your sister's ailment. I urge you to seek another physician." The old doctor replied with a trembling voice. Yunhao's heart sank. This was the third one. The previous two had also shaken their heads. Unwilling to give up, he asked, "Old sir, what exactly is my sister's illness? Is there truly no remedy at all?" "Young master, your sister suffers from a condition resembling soul loss, yet not quite. In essence, she is in a living death state. A mortal physician like me is powerless. Please forgive my inadequacy. Of course, the world is vast and full of wonders. My meager skills do not represent the limits of others. Perhaps you could seek out an eccentric figure, he might have a cure." The old doctor mused. Yunhao quickly asked, "Who is this person?" The old doctor said, "I truly do not know his identity. I have only heard that he wanders through Liangzhou City healing people as fate dictates. Every ailment he treats yields to his touch, but he only helps 3 people a day, not one more. He charges nothing from the poor, yet at times his fees are exorbitant. He is an odd one, often called Ghost Doctor. No one knows his real name. Where can I find him?" Yunhao pressed. The old doctor shook his head. "I do not know. The Ghost Doctor appears and disappears mysteriously with no fixed abode. Today he might be in the southern part of the city, tomorrow in the north. No one knows where he dwells. His practice is erratic." Yunhao felt helpless, yet it was a glimmer of hope. He noted the matter and prepared to search for the Ghost Doctor. The diagnoses of the 3 renowned physicians were largely the same, echoing the words of the old doctor from Xinghe Town. The illness, a convergence of 4 symptoms, was ultimately a bizarre case of soul loss. "Thank you, old sir. Please accept your consultation fee." Yunhao took out a 100 teal silver note he had prepared earlier. "I cannot accept it. My skills are lacking you. I have not helped you, young master. How could I take your money?" "Absolutely not." The old doctor refused with shame. But Yunhao pressed the note into his hand, saying, "Old sir, please take it. The previous 2 physicians did the same. I cannot let you make a wasted journey. It is only right. Also, regarding my sister's illness and her condition, please forget everything once you leave. If anyone asks, do not utter a single word. You never saw any patient. We merely discussed the art of medicine." "This? Then I thank you, young master. Rest assured, I have seen no patient. I was simply invited to discuss medical arts." Unable to refuse, the old doctor finally accepted the 100 teal silver note. After seeing off the 3 physicians, Yunhao closed the door and did not emerge for the entire day. He had held great expectations for his journey to Liangzhou City. He had hoped that even if he could not find the Huangfu Fuxing mentioned by the old doctor from Xinghe Town, other renowned physicians might be able to awaken his sister Yunwei. Unexpectedly, all 3 famous doctors gave the same answer: they were helpless. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This left Yunhao deeply dejected. He sat by his sister's bedside for a day and a night. During that time, old Chui Ziyuan and even Yu Qinghong and Shower came to visit, but Yunhao refused to see anyone and did not open the door. Yu Qinghong was very curious about what the 3 physicians had done in Yunhao's room. However, having been paid by Yunhao, they all gave the same reply: they had merely discussed medicine with him and nothing else. Yu Qinghong suspected the 3 physicians were not telling the truth, but she did not wish to force the matter. This was Yunhao's secret. Since he did not want others to know, she would not pry lest it backfire. Yunhao finally emerged the next day. His gaze was resolute. No matter the difficulty, he would not give up on saving his sister. Today he planned to go out and search for the Ghost Doctor. He would not abandon even the slightest hope. Additionally, there was the matter of Huangfu Fuxing, whom Sima Zhaoyao was helping to find. Finding him would be best; if not, he would go to the capital. Yesterday, Yu Qinghong had said that the finest physicians in the realm were the imperial doctors in the palace who treated the royal family. Their skills must be exceptional. He had spent the night adjusting his emotions. He pushed open the door to find old Chui and Ziyuan waiting outside. "Young master." Seeing Yunhao's composed expression, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Ziyuan quickly said, "Young master, General Sima said there is news about Huangfu Fuxing. He is waiting for you now. Oh, take me to him at once." In the main hall, Sima Zhaoyao, Yu Qinghong, and Granny Plum Blossom were present. When they saw Yunhao enter, all 3 felt relieved. Yesterday, Yunhao had shut himself in his room for a whole day and night, which had worried them greatly. "Brother Sima, have you found Huangfu Fuxing?" Yunhao asked as soon as he entered. Everyone could see his tension. Sima Zhaoyao glanced at Yu Qinghong and Granny Plum Blossom, who nodded. "Young master Yun, it is not a definitive finding, but there is some information," Sima Zhaoyao said. "What do you mean?" Yunhao asked. Sima Zhaoyao explained, my investigations show that Huangfu Fuxing had indeed been in Liangzhou City for a long time, but he left recently. Before that his whereabouts were erratic. He healed people in the city while earning the title of noble doctor, appearing and disappearing like a dragon without a trace. The ghost doctor, Yunhao murmured. One of the old physicians had mentioned the name yesterday, so it turned out to be Huangfu Fuxing. Yes, the elusive ghost doctor of Liangzhou City is the Huangfu Fuxing you seek. Unfortunately, he has already left the city. Sima Zhaoyao said regretfully. Yunhao felt a pang of loss, but he still asked stubbornly, do you know where Huangfu Fuxing went? At this, Sima Zhaoyao looked at Yu Qinghong and Granny Plum Blossom with a troubled expression. Seeing the three of them silent, Yunhao could not help but urge, Brother Sima, do you know? Tell me quickly where Huangfu Fuxing went. He is very important to me. Seeing Yunhao's anxious state, Granny Plum Blossom exchanged a glance with Yu Qinghong and then signaled Sima Zhaoyao to tell Yunhao. Only then did Sima Zhaoyao speak. Young master, we found an old servant of Huangfu Fuxing. According to him, Huangfu Fuxing's medical skills are indeed unparalleled. He was obsessed with medicine his entire life to the point of madness in pursuit of even greater mastery. Huangfu Fuxing heard a rumor from somewhere that the Yellow Wind Valley held the relics of a blade saint. He was also a martial artist seeking a higher realm in martial arts to advance his medical skills. Thus he went alone to the Yellow Wind Valley. Young master, it would be best to forget this. The capital has the finest imperial physicians. Perhaps you should go there instead. Before he could finish, Yunhao interrupted. No, I cannot miss any opportunity. I will go to the Yellow Wind Valley to find Huangfu Fuxing, Yunhao declared firmly. At these words, Yu Qinghong and Granny Plum Blossom's expressions changed. The Yellow Wind Valley was known to be extremely dangerous. Sima Zhaoyao quickly added, young master, do not act rashly. I also discovered that Huangfu Fuxing's identity is far from simple. Even if you find him, he may not be willing to help. Yunhao looked at Sima Zhaoyao and asked, what is so special about Huangfu Fuxing's identity? Sima Zhaoyao said solemnly, Huangfu Fuxing is a member of the Holy Witch sect. In the martial world, this sect is known as the demonic cult. Its followers are eccentric, reclusive, and merciless. Young master, it would be wise to avoid him. The Holy Witch sect is a demonic sect. This was the first time Yunhao heard of it. He had no experience in the martial world and knew little about its affairs. Regardless of the demonic sect or not, nothing was more important to him than saving his sister. He barely listened to any advice and returned to the East Garden. No matter how Yu Qinghong and others tried to persuade him, his decision remained unshaken. He was determined to enter the Yellow Wind Valley in search of the ghost doctor, Huangfu Fuxing. Even if Huangfu Fuxing had died in the Yellow Wind Valley, he would still go into search. He would not miss any opportunity to save his sister Yunwei. Whether it was a demonic sect or not, it did not matter to him. All he needed was whether the other party had the medical skills to awaken his sister. Yu Qinghong and Granny Meihua both said they could take Yunhao to the capital to find the best imperial physician. Yunhao did not refuse and smiled in agreement. However, he did not say he would not go to the Yellow Wind Valley. He felt it was fate guiding him. Previously, the old blind man entrusted his broken pipa to him before passing, along with a promise to take care of Shinger. Within the pipa was a concealed map for safely entering the Yellow Wind Valley. At this moment, the famous Dr. Huangfu Fuxing had actually gone to the Yellow Wind Valley. Regardless of whether Huangfu Fuxing would die in the Yellow Wind Valley, he had to go and take a look. He could not give up, even on a slim hope. After Yunhao left, Yu Qinghong suddenly realized that after saying so much, it seems that the brat never clearly said he wouldn't go to the Yellow Wind Valley. Sima Zhaoyao and Granny Meihua recalled, and indeed found that to be true. They had persuaded Yunhao not to seek Huangfu Fuxing, yet he had never said he would not go. Only after he left did they realize. Forget it, let's head to the capital later. There are plenty of famous doctors in the Imperial Medical Bureau, Yu Qinghong said. Granny Meihua nodded. The Empress mentioned that she would send Zhua Mifeng to escort young Master Yun back to the palace. He should be arriving soon, and it would be good to return to the capital then. After returning to the East Garden, Yunhao entered a state of meditation. He had already decided what to do. Early the next morning, he would head to the Yellow Wind Valley. He would go alone. He would not take anyone with him, as all he had heard about the Yellow Wind Valley were rumors of it. With the old blind man's map in hand, he also did not want to owe too many favors. He understood that if he insisted on going to the Yellow Wind Valley, Yu Qinghong and Granny Meihua would certainly send someone to follow him. However, knowing the dangers, Yunhao naturally did not want to trouble others. In his heart, Yu Qinghong and Granny Meihua were always outsiders. Although he had saved Yu Qinghong from the bandits in Black Wind Mountain, she had taken good care of him throughout the journey. Even after arriving in Liangzhou City, she had arranged such a fine house for him. If there were any debts of gratitude, Yunhao felt he had repaid them. The next day before dawn, he left a letter in his room and departed from the East Garden, heading to the stables to find his old black horse and leave the estate. Exiting through the west city gate, he made his way to the official road. By the time the sun rose, Yunhao had already galloped 50 miles on his old black horse. The Yellow Wind Valley was 180 miles from Liangzhou City, located in the southwestern Yellow Earth Grand Canyon. Upon reaching the Yellow Earth Grand Canyon, he would only be at the outskirts of the Yellow Wind Valley. He still needed to cross a third of a mile long Great Canyon and traverse a stretch of desolate desert before reaching the entrance of the Yellow Wind Valley. The environment along this route was harsh, filled with challenges. Not to mention entering the Yellow Wind Valley, which was plagued by perpetual winds and sands. However, Yunhao's resolve was firm, and with the map given by the old blind man, he was confident he could enter. After Yunhao sneaked away, he was unaware that Yu Qinghong and others felt as if the sky had fallen. The first to notice Yunhao was old Shui. In the morning, Ji Yuan came as usual to bring breakfast to Yunhao. After knocking on the door without response, she assumed he was still asleep and did not dare to disturb him further, leaving the food box for old Shui to deliver later. At first, old Shui did not pay much attention, but his curiosity got the better of him. After stealing a bite of Yunhao's breakfast, feeling somewhat guilty, he went to knock on the door, thinking to invite Yunhao to eat together. However, there was still no response, and at this moment old Shui began to feel something was amiss. Usually Yunhao would wake very early to practice. Today, with the sun already high in the sky, there was no movement from the door. Remembering that General Sima had discovered yesterday that the person Yunhao was looking for had gone to the Yellow Wind Valley, he realized Yunhao was likely to go find him. Old Cuy's expression changed. He could no longer care about Yunhao's rule of not allowing anyone into his room. He pushed the door open and found that Yunhao was not in the room, only a letter was left on the table. Upon seeing the contents, old Cuy's face changed drastically. Not daring to delay, he took the letter and went to find Yu Qinghong and Granny Meihua. Just as he had guessed, Yunhao had gone to the Yellow Wind Valley alone. What? Yu Qinghong stood up abruptly, unable to maintain her serene demeanor as a princess. Looking at the letter in her hand, her expression turned grim. The letter left by Yunhao was very simple, asking them to take care of Chao and Xing'er, saying he had gone to the Yellow Wind Valley, and urging everyone not to worry. Yu Qinghong exclaimed, "That brat! How can I not worry?" After finally confirming Yunhao's identity, her mother had also instructed her to bring Yunhao back to the capital. Yet before she could inform him of the trip, he had already gone to the Yellow Wind Valley. Going alone. The Yellow Wind Valley was fraught with danger, she had heard. This was her own nephew whom she had yet to recognize. The future crown prince of the Dayu dynasty, the child of her royal brother. The weight of this. If anything happened to Yunhao, she felt her mother could annihilate her entire clan. The normally composed Yu Qinghong was thrown into chaos. She looked at Granny Meihua and asked, "Granny, what do we do now?" Granny Meihua was also feeling somewhat anxious at this moment. Yunhao was too important to the Dayu dynasty and nothing could go wrong. However, she was ultimately an experienced figure and quickly calmed down, saying, "Princess, do not worry. With young Master Yun's strength, he was able to kill a 9th-rank Grandmaster before. He must possess at least the strength of a 9th-rank Grandmaster and will not come to harm." Moreover, old Shui had mentioned that he had a map given by the old blind man, which should allow him to enter the Yellow Wind Valley safely. The urgent matter now was to send someone to the Yellow Wind Valley. If they could bring him back, that would be even better, but if not, they must find young Master Yun in the Yellow Wind Valley. Old Shui had seen the map, so he should make the trip. "No, I will go personally." "I will go too," Ji Yuan said. "You stay to take care of the princess," Granny Meihua responded. Yu Qinghong insisted, "Don't worry about me. Let Ji Yuan come along. If I weren't incapable of martial arts, I would go myself." She knew that at this moment they could not create more chaos. The priority was to ensure Yunhao's safe return. "Send someone to summon Sima Zhaoyao." Yu Qinghong quickly regained her composure. As the eldest princess, she was absolutely not a mere ornament. In her heart, she had already made plans. Yunhao was of utmost importance, oh, nothing could go wrong. She would go to any lengths for Yunhao. Soon Sima Zhaoyao received the news and hurried over. Yu Qinghong directly said, "General Sima, you must dispatch a battalion of heavy cavalry from the army to accompany old Shui to the Yellow Wind Valley. Your Highness, let me personally lead the troops." Sima Zhaoyao replied, "You cannot. You are now the main commander stationed in Liangzhou City and cannot leave. Just send someone else. I will provide you with the authority to command the troops." After saying this, she handed her royal token to Sima Zhaoyao. Without a decree from the court, armies could not be mobilized at will. With her token, he could. "Yes, I take my leave." Sima Zhaoyao understood the importance of Yunhao's identity and left to fulfill the order. Yunhao's solitary departure stirred the entire Liangzhou city. Of course, at this moment, Yunhao was unaware of all this. He had already arrived at the Grand Canyon. A vast yellow earth chasm stretches endlessly before the eyes. As one enters the gorge, the earth and hills on both sides are not particularly tall, yet the width spans several hundred meters. However, after walking for a while, Yunhao noticed that the terrain was gradually lowering, as if a slope extended downward. The width shrank from several hundred meters to merely a few dozen. It appeared that the further one went down, the narrower it would become. The earth and hills on both sides rose higher, and the light grew dim. Riding on the old black horse, Yunhao slowed his pace. He remained vigilant at all times. He was well aware that the road to Huangfeng Valley would not be peaceful. Scattered white bones could be seen along the roadside. Some belonged to humans, others to large animals. Judging by their pale condition, they had been weathered for quite some time. At this moment, in the depths of the chasm, there was a narrow section of only 2 to 3 meters. The earth and hills on both sides crisscrossed, naturally forming countless small mounds resembling tightly packed earth piles. Hidden within were dozens of individuals. At the end of the chasm, a squad of heavily armored cavalry lay quietly in ambush within the ravine. Among them, 3 figures huddled together deep in discussion. One was a young man clad in black heavy armor, another was a bearded man with an eye patch over one eye, and the last was an elderly woman. These 3 were Shun Junshin, the son of the former Inspector Shin Taixing, Zhuang Xian, the deputy leader of the Yindao Alliance, and Qiying, the lady of the Huwei escort agency in Liangzhou City. When Sima Zhayao launched a purge against Shun Taixing, Shin Junshan managed to escape Liangzhou City under the desperate protection of the Black Flag Guards, who numbered over 80 at his side. Now Zhuang Xian, the deputy leader of the Yindao Alliance, had effectively risen to power. With the alliance leader slain by the old blind man, he naturally became the next in line. As for Lady Qiying, she was the only one who escaped the slaughter by the old blind man. However, her escort agency was inherently affiliated with the power of Shin Taixing. When Sima Zhayao exterminated Shun Taixing, he naturally sought to eliminate all forces in Liangzhou City that were aligned with the inspector's power. By the time Lady Qi returned to the city, the escort agency had already perished. Yet she encountered Shin Junshan and had no choice but to escape with him, eventually arriving at the territory of the Yindao Alliance. As for why the 3 were together here, it was because of Yunhao. Initially, Qiying and the alliance leader, along with the lord of the Camel Fortress, sought trouble with the old blind man. Despite being a 5th-grade martial master, he wielded knife intent, and the 3 6th-grade martial masters were pushed back step by step. They were even forced to watch as the old blind man successively killed the lord of the fortress and the leader of the Yindao Alliance. She was heavily injured by the old blind man. Although he ultimately died, they were defeated. In retrospect, Lady Qi recalled that the old blind man entrusted his granddaughter to a young man named Yunhao that night and gifted him his pipa. However, the target was intended to be the princess, but unexpectedly there were experts by her side, leading to the deaths of Gu Yuan and the Black Cavalry. Now it had come into Yunhao's possession. Shin Junshan also learned from his father's words that on that day Gu Yuan had led 100 cavalry from the Black Flag Guards to ambush none other than Yunhao. However, the target was intended to be the princess, but unexpectedly there were experts by her side, leading to the deaths of Gu Yuan and the Black Cavalry. Zhuang Xian of the Yindao Alliance was also aware that the leader sought the map held by the old blind man. Thus, the 3 of them conspired to find a way to acquire the map from Yunhao, enter Huangfeng Valley, and locate the legendary ruins of the sword Saint Chu Yuantian to turn the tide. Shin Junshan aimed to avenge his father and to enhance his martial prowess. Zhuang Xian and Qiying similarly sought the relics of the Sword Saint. The 3 factions had previously been united, or rather the Yindao Alliance and Qiying's escort agency were both attached to the power of the inspector's office. Now that they had joined forces, it seemed quite natural. After all, they were a power that had entrenched itself in Liangzhou City for many years. Even if they were driven out of Liangzhou, obtaining information about the city was not difficult. All 3 had informants in Liangzhou City. They had dispatched people to keep watch as soon as Yunhao and the others entered. Finally, early this morning, their informants discovered that Yunhao had left Liangzhou City alone, heading straight for Huangfeng Valley. This allowed Shin Junshan and the others to seize the opportunity. They all knew that Yunhao was headed for Huangfeng Valley, further confirming that the old blind man had given Yunhao the map to enter. Thus, they set an ambush in the chasm waiting for Yunhao. Dozens of swordsmen, all experts from the Yindao Alliance, were hidden within the chasm. Shin Junshan's Black Flag Guards were not suited for combat in the gorge. They remained outside the chasm as a secondary safeguard. The 3 had a clear objective to kill Yunhao and obtain the map to Huangfeng Valley, allowing the 3 of them to enter and seek the relics of the Sword Saint. As long as they acquired the Sword Saint's legacy, they would have the chance to avenge themselves and return to Liangzhou City. Do you have confidence in killing that young man, Alliance leader Zhuang? Shin Junshan asked in a deep voice. Zhuang Xian chuckled. Rest assured, there are a total of 60 swordsmen, including 10 martial masters, and leading them is the last old swordsman of our Yindao Alliance who has already reached the 8th grade martial master level. Among them are 1 7th grade and 1 6th grade, with the rest below 6th grade. With that many martial masters, even against a congenital master we can fight. I don't believe that a mere boy still reeking of milk possesses 3 heads and 6 arms. Young master, do not worry. Without any experts by his side, that young man is doomed. Even if he is fortunate enough to escape the chasm, isn't your black flag guards there? Xin Junshan thought it over as well. According to Lady Qi, she had seen Yunhao, who was just a 16 or 17-year-old boy, incapable of stirring up much trouble. Lady Qi interjected, "If things go awry, Alliance leader Zhuang, it might be better for you to enter and stabilize the situation. As long as we can obtain the map from that young man, we will have our opportunity." Xin Junshan nodded in agreement. "Yes, Alliance leader Zhuang, please go in and stabilize the situation. The ambush in the chasm consists entirely of your Yindao Alliance members, and with you present, we can handle any unforeseen circumstances." Upon hearing this, although Zhuang Xian felt displeased, he acknowleded that the ambushers in the chasm were indeed his men, and he said no more entering the chasm. Meanwhile, Yunhao, riding his old black horse, reached a narrow pathway of only about 2 meters wide within the chasm when the horse suddenly halted, emitting anxious snorts. Looking at the towering earthen hills on both sides blocking out the sun, he raised his head, seeing only a sliver of sky above. It was eerily silent, and he sensed something was amiss. He patted the old black horse and said, "If anything happens, just run outside. I'll wait for me after we exit the chasm." The old black horse snorted softly in response. The old horse had completely transformed, exuding vitality and becoming increasingly spirited. Slowing its pace, man and horse moved forward. Yunhao had been paying close attention to the earthen hills on either side. From the heights of the hundreds of meter-tall ravines, Zhuang Xian spotted a man and horse below. Narrowing his eyes, he signaled to the hidden swordsmen around him and ominously commanded, "Kill." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shadows sprang forward, leaping into action and charging towards Yunhao. Figures surrounded him from all sides. Yunhao immediately noticed the figures appearing, and a chilling aura enveloped the chasm. The old black horse indeed sensed that there were ambushers in the chasm. Gripping his Zhan Yao Dao tightly, Yunhao urged the old black horse go. He then jumped off the horse, landing steadily on the ground. The flow of energy surged through his body in an instant. He was ready to face the enemy. He was no longer the hot-headed boy from Xinghe Town. Yunhao looked around, surrounded by people in every direction. Their attire was reminiscent of those who had troubled the old blind man back in Huanfeng Town. He guessed they were the assassins of the Yindao Alliance, but he couldn't understand why they had surrounded him. Could it be? Yunhao recalled the map left by the old blind man. The murderous aura from these individuals was palpable. They attacked him without hesitation. As Yunhao dodged, he began to counterattack. With his current strength, he had no fear of anyone. In the narrow gorge, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like it could squeeze out water. The towering cliffs on either side obscured the already dim light, making the valley floor seem like a dark corner forgotten by the world. Dozens of Yindao Alliance assassins surrounded Yunhao in a fan shape, dressed in black, tight-fitting attire, their long knives glinting coldly in the dim light, their eyes revealing ruthlessness and determination. At the command of the leading assassin, the group pounced on Yunhao like hungry wolves. Yet Yunhao remained calm, showing no signs of fear. He knew he now possessed the strength to slay a 9th-rank martial master. Although these enemies were numerous, they were merely insignificant figures. His feet firmly planted on the ground, Yunhao gripped the Zhan Yao blade tightly, the blade trembling slightly, as if responding to its master's fighting spirit. The counterattack commenced in an instant. Yunhao's figure moved like lightning, darting through the crowd like a startled rabbit. Wielding the Zhan Yao blade, its light flickered like a silver flash amidst the throng. Each swing of the blade stirred a fierce wind, producing a whooshing sound. With a sharp crack, an assassin's large knife shattered upon colliding with the Zhan Yao blade. Following that, the sharp blade descended, cleaving the assassin's body in two, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering on the surrounding ground. Yunhao's attacks came like a torrential storm, showing no signs of abating. His figure moved swiftly among the assassins, each strike precise and deadly. Another assassin attempted to sneak attack from the side. Yunhao seemed to sense it, dodging to the side, and with a reverse swing of the Zhan Yao blade, a flash of blood appeared, and the assassin's arm along with his long knife flew away. He fell to the ground, screaming in agony. In just a few minutes, the battlefield was already in disarray. Dozens of assassins lay on the ground, either dead or injured. The remaining assassins finally came to their senses, staring in terror at Yunhao, who seemed like a god of death, descending upon them, a wave of fear surging through their hearts. Their legs began to weaken, and they instinctively stepped back, their long knives trembling slightly in their hands. Yunhao would not let them escape. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he lightly tapped the ground like a ghost chasing after the fleeing assassins. In his eyes, these assassins were weak and feeble, none reaching the level of a 9th-rank martial master, merely lambs awaiting slaughter. In the gorge, the sounds of battle roared, mixed with the cries of the dying. Yunhao swung the Zhan Yao blade, each cut fatal, every swing accompanied by a scream. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood rising to the heavens. The ground was littered with severed limbs and corpses' blood pooling into small streams slowly flowing along the valley's crevices. Yunhao seemed possessed by a god of slaughter exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. In this moment he was unstoppable, not a single assassin could hinder his advance. The gorge gradually returned to calm with only the acrid smell of blood and the numerous corpses telling the tale of the recent brutal slaughter. Yunhao slowly sheathed the Zhan Yao blade, gazing into the distance, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Above on the left, the true masters had yet to make their move. Yunhao could sense several powerful auras. Most of the assassins he had slain were merely ordinary martial, but there were already over 40 corpses. In the distance, the expression of Zhuang Xian darkened, nearly dripping with water, filled with both shock and anger. He was shocked at having underestimated Yunhao. He hadn't expected this young man's combat prowess to be so terrifying, wiping out his martial artist assassins in just a few minutes. He was angry because these were elite disciples of the Yindao Alliance. Their deaths would severely hurt their morale. Fortunately, the strongest fighters around him had not yet been lost or engaged. They were all at the level of martial masters. At this moment, Yunhao, dragging the Zhan Yao blade, walked forward step by step, looking up and saying, "Aren't you coming down? What are you hiding in the shadows like a rat?" Zhuang Xian, hearing this, was infuriated and leaped down from a height of several dozen meters. He landed about 20 meters away from Yunhao and said in a low voice, "You little brat, you seek death." Boom, boom, boom. One after another, figures jumped down from both sides, standing behind Zhuang Xian. There were fewer than 20 of them, 10 of whom were martial masters. Among them was an old assassin with white hair. All of them stared at Yunhao with eyes wide in disbelief. The people Yunhao had killed were their fellow disciples. They wished they could skin him alive. They hadn't even had time. Yunhao had already taken down more than 40 of them. They never expected this young man to act so quickly and ruthlessly. His strength was not to be underestimated. Yunhao spoke in a low voice, "Why did the one-eyed dragon ambush me?" He looked at the middle-aged man wearing an eye patch, a true one-eyed dragon. His aura was not very strong. However, what caught Yunhao's attention was the old man with white hair standing next to the one-eyed dragon, whose presence felt unfathomable. He exuded a sinister aura like an old venomous snake, making one uncomfortable. The mere mention of the one-eyed dragon nearly drove Zhuang Xian to madness, gritting his teeth as he said, "Kid, hand over the map left by the old blind man, and he'll leave you with a whole corpse. I am Zhuang Xian, the leader of the Yindao Alliance. These are all martial masters of my Yindao Alliance. Don't think that because you've killed several of us you're invincible. The true experts have yet to make their move. Do you really believe you can take on dozens of our martial masters?" Hearing this, Yunhao inwardly acknowledged that these people were indeed from the Yindao Alliance, coming for the map left by the old blind man. Clearly, they were not foolish. They had guessed that the people left by the old blind man contained a map. With a cold laugh, he said, "If you have the ability, come and take it." Zhuang Xian felt a surge of joy. This kid had admitted it, confirming that the old blind man had indeed left behind the map to Huangfeng Valley. Before he could say anything further, the old white-haired assassin beside him impatiently said, "Why waste words with this kid? Once I slay him, the map will naturally be ours." Without waiting for Zhuang Xian to speak, he roared and stepped forward, raising his blade to charge at Yunhao. "Elder, he be careful." Zhuang Xian felt displeasure, but could do nothing about He Biwen. He Biwen was the only old assassin of the Yindao Alliance, and an 8th-rank martial master, the most experienced and powerful among them. Had it not been for the news about the map to Huangfeng Valley, this old man would not have made a move at all. What could attract He Biwen was the legacy of the Blade Saint. He had been stuck at the 8th-rank martial master level for decades, and if he didn't break through soon, he would ultimately turn to dust. Only by advancing to the 9th-rank martial master could he extend his life by 10 years. The legacy of the Blade Saint was incredibly tempting to He Biwen. Upon hearing that Yunhao possessed the means to enter Huangfeng Valley, he could no longer remain calm. He was the first to charge at Yunhao to seize the map. A dignified 8th-rank martial master killing a youth, even if he was a genius, was expected. He believed Yunhao could at most reach the 5th or 6th-rank martial master level. Little did he know, in the next moment of combat, He Biwen would come to regret it. The sharp, piercing sound echoed through the vast chasm. The residual hum reverberated endlessly, causing discomfort to Zhuang Xian and the others. They understood that it was the sound wave resulting from the clash of blades. Most people wouldn't be able to bear it, but fortunately those around him were all grand martial masters. They could withstand it. Watching the exchange between He Biwen and Yunhao, Zhuang Xian felt a surge of confidence, as if he could already envision Yunhao being cleaved in two by He Biwen. However, in the next moment, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They saw He Biwen and Yunhao clash once, and then He Biwen staggered back 6 or 7 steps. In contrast, Yunhao remained unfazed, not retreating even half a step, his expression calm. "You Are you a 9th rank Grand Martial Master? The most shocked was Hebiwen. How could this kid? Possibly. He was pretending to be weak. In that last strike, Hebiwen felt the overwhelming and tyrannical internal energy of Yunhao transmitted through the large blade. It was terrifying. Judging by his age, he was merely a 16 or 17-year-old youth. Even if he had practiced martial arts since birth, he couldn't possibly be a 9th rank Grand Martial Master. As an esteemed 8th rank Grand Martial Master, having dedicated his life to martial arts now at 70 years old, he had never broken through to the 9th rank. Yet he was forced back 6 or 7 steps by a kid who looked barely out of childhood. This was unreal, making it hard for Hebiwen to accept. Zhuang Xin and the others were also left gaping. How could Elder He be at a disadvantage? That youth was truly terrifying. Yunhao didn't care what they thought. Upon engaging, he sensed that the old man before him was just average. He was far inferior to the 9th rank Grand Martial Master Pei Huayan from back then. 8th rank. Kill. Yunhao did not give Hebiwen a moment to breathe. He was far inferior to the 9th rank Grand Martial Master Pei Huayan from back then. 8th rank. Kill. Yunhao did not give Hebiwen a moment to breathe. Hebiwen's eyelids twitched. He knew that this kid was peculiar. He couldn't gain any advantage by confronting him hidden. But as an old swordsman nearing the end of his days, he had his pride and dignity. He absolutely would not allow himself to falter in front of the younger generation. With a furious roar, he swung his large blade, the reflections dancing in the air as they surged toward Yunhao. Whirlwind blade. Hebiwen's swordsmanship was exquisite. As he struck, a flurry of blade shadows filled the sky, seemingly locking Yunhao in from all directions. Every blow aimed at vital points. Yunhao had no flashy moves. He hadn't practiced swordsmanship, and in the heat of battle his instincts would unconsciously blend the techniques of the dragon manipulation and dragon elephant fist into his blade work. It appeared chaotic, yet in actual combat, it was quite effective. While you filled the sky with your sword techniques, I would rely on sheer strength to overcome you. With powerful internal energy flooding into the demon-slaying blade, it emitted a resonating hum. Coupled with the integrated techniques of dragon manipulation and dragon elephant fist, it had its own unique effect. The two clashed fiercely, the sounds of metal ringing out incessantly. Their figures moved nimbly in the narrow space, unaffected by the terrain. At times they leaped onto the earthen mounds on either side, chasing each other. At other times they landed, and wherever the blades passed, dirt flew wildly, with large clumps of soil and stones splattering dozens of meters away. This forced Zhuang Xin and the others to remain cautious and evade. The fight was intense. In the narrow and deep chasm, the wind howled, sand and rocks danced, as if a pack of roaring beasts were attempting to devour everything. Yunhao stood tall like a proud pine in the valley, the demon-slaying blade gleaming with a cold light, reflecting his stern and fearless countenance. Opposite him, the old swordsman, Hebiwen, looked fierce, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a crazed beast glaring viciously at Yunhao, exuding a strong aura of murderous intent. "Humph, kid, today is your day to die," Hebiwen roared, taking the initiative to attack. He swung his large blade, generating fierce winds that carried sharp blade energy, charging madly toward Yunhao. Each slash contained years of martial arts mastery and the brutalities of life and death battles in the martial world, with the sound of slicing air echoing around. Yunhao, however, remained calm, a slight smirk playing on his lips, revealing a hint of disdain. Facing Hebiwen's frenzied onslaught, he was unperturbed, his steps lightly shifting, his figure moving with ghostly agility, easily dodging each deadly attack from Hebiwen. The demon-slaying blade would occasionally block, at times countering each collision, with Hebiwen's large blade producing thunderous sounds and sparks flying. "Is that all you've got?" Yunhao taunted, his voice echoing in the valley, filled with confidence and bravado. As time passed, Hebiwen gradually felt his strength waning, his breaths becoming more labored, and each strike growing heavier. In contrast, Yunhao remained composed, not even breaking a sweat, as though this fierce battle was merely a leisurely game to him. How is this possible? Hebiwen was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. He never expected that this seemingly young kid would be so difficult to deal with, possessing such profound internal energy, showing no signs of fatigue. "What?